Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3961 to Chapter 4012. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the smoking ban. When he encountered it in the past, he absorbed a trace of it into his body. Now, it was useless to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. However, he didn't think that there would be people using it in the stranger continent. Zhao Hai looked at the three smokes and smiled. Then he opened his mouth and blew. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in the room, blowing the smokes away. Then the golden book in Zhao Hai's hand moved as countless formations appeared in the room. Then they flew out of the room and covered the entire imperial palace. When the people who were attacking Zhao Hai saw this, they immediately shouted. Then 10 of them had their bodies flash with black light. Then with a bang, their bodies exploded. The imperial palace's formation also disappeared, it was no longer useful to them. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai's group. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't care. He just smiled faintly and was about to open the book when his expression suddenly changed. The smile on his face completely disappeared. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Thieves, you're really bold. I thought you were only targeting me, but you actually dared to cause trouble in Coiling Dragon City. I won't let you live." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Ghost King ship appeared in the sky. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and disappeared from the room. When the black-cloaked people who were preparing to assassinate Zhao Hai saw this, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then they flew up and rushed towards the Ghost King ship. Zhao Hai stood on the Ghost King ship and placed the golden book on it. Then he flipped the book and golden formations appeared on the Ghost King ship. The Ghost King ship seemed to be alive. The golden formations flew out of the Ghost King ship and covered the bodies of the black-cloaked people. The black-cloaked people immediately waved their weapons and slashed at the formations. However, the arrays were surprisingly sturdy. They couldn't break them at all. At this moment, another array appeared on the Ghost King warship. This time, these arrays didn't rush towards the black-robed men. Instead, they rushed directly into Coiling Dragon City. At this time, Coiling Dragon City was in chaos. Many people were killing people and setting fires in the city. The city's defenders were also mobilized. They rowed sword boats and rushed towards the scene of the incident. However, these people weren't weak. They didn't come in contact with the defenders. Instead, they destroyed everything in the city. This made it very difficult for the defenders to catch them. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was angry. He thought that these people were only here to assassinate him. He didn't expect them to destroy the city. They even killed people and set fires. How could he not be angry? The formations that Zhao Hai released were all groups of formations. After the formations flew out, they swept towards the people who were trying to cause trouble. Then the people who were trying to cause trouble suddenly discovered that they couldn't move. Even the spiritual chi in their bodies couldn't be mobilized. This made them startled. They originally wanted to cause havoc in the city and then immediately retreat. However, they didn't expect that before they could retreat, they were already fixed in place and couldn't move. After these people were locked in place, the city's defenders immediately arrived and captured them. Then they returned to the barracks. At this time, Zhao Hai's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the black-cloaked people who were rushing towards him. When the black-cloaked people saw that they wouldn't be able to break Zhao Hai's formation, one of them shouted. Then 5 of them stepped forward. Then their black robes flashed as their bodies exploded. The formation in front of them also disappeared. The black-cloaked people then rushed towards Zhao Hai. The black-cloaked people numbered 50, but now only 35 of them were left. However, these 35 people didn't seem to care about anything as they rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the black-cloaked people and couldn't help but coldly snort as he said, "You're really willing to use the Black Yuan pill. This thing was originally used to deal with the destroyer, but you actually used it to kill each other. Your deaths aren't worth regretting." After he said that, Zhao Hai made a huge formation move towards the black-cloaked people. The Black Yuan pill that Zhao Hai spoke of was a very special pill. After taking this pill, one's combat strength would be improved to a certain extent. It didn't have too many side effects, but the biggest characteristic of this pill was that the core of the pill wouldn't dissolve, it would remain in the body. Once the cultivator found that they couldn't do anything, they could pour their cultivation into the pill. The pill would immediately explode, killing the cultivator along with it. However, the power of this pill was extraordinary. Zhao Hai's Black Yuan pill was a very special pill. Generally, cultivators wouldn't take the Black Yuan pill, especially high-level cultivators. This was because they were very clear that if this pill was placed in the body, it would explode. Therefore, this pill was generally used to deal with the destroyer. During a battle with the destroyer, almost all cultivators would take the Black Yuan pill. If they suffered an untreatable injury, the cultivator would choose to detonate the Black Yuan pill. This way, they wouldn't fall into the hands of the destroyer. At the same time, they could also deal a fatal blow to the destroyer. In the past, the people of the Soul Realm were able to repel the destroyer because of this pill. Moreover, this pill was something that was used in the 3 continents of the Soul Realm. It wasn't something rare. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that someone would use the Black Yuan pill to deal with him. He didn't think that the determination of these countries to resist him would be so great. The black-robed men clearly knew that ordinary methods were useless against Zhao Hai's formation. They immediately sent out another person. That person's body immediately exploded. However, the formation that Zhao Hai released didn't disappear. This made the black-robed men fully understand the strength of the formation. One must know that once the Black Yuan pill was detonated, it could erupt with 10 times the strength of a cultivator. These black-robed men who attacked Zhao Hai were all at the Breaking River level. Although they weren't the top existences at the Breaking River level, it wasn't a problem for them to stab a hole in a mountain. But even so, they couldn't do anything to the formation. Even after detonating the Black Yuan pill, they still couldn't break the formation. The formation's might was too strong. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly snorted. Then he sent out a formation to cover them. This time, he actually released more than 100 formations. These formations were all groups of formations. They were very powerful. If he didn't use the Golden Book, he wouldn't have been able to arrange so many formations by relying on his void formation technique. This was because the consumption of spiritual force was too great. But now, he has the Golden Book. As long as he flips the Golden Book, the formations would immediately appear. He didn't need to consume too much spiritual force. And with the support of the Ghost King ship, even if Zhao Hai were to ascend to the upper realm, there wouldn't be many people who could be his opponent, let alone these black-robed men. When the black-robed people saw the formations, their eyes couldn't help but flash with a look of despair. Then one of the black-robed people shouted as the black-robed people gathered together. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he flipped the Golden Book in his hand as formations flew out. However, these formations didn't cover the black-robed people. Instead, they disappeared into the void. Then it was as if someone had opened a hole in the void as a black hole appeared. At this time, the black-robed men's bodies flashed with black light before they all exploded. They detonated their Black Origin pills. More than 30 people detonated their Black Origin pills at the same time. The might of this explosion could be imagined. In general, this might be enough to flatten the entire Coiling Dragon City. However, the formations that Zhao Hai released absorbed the energy in the black holes. The amount of energy that Zhao Hai could use in Coiling Dragon City was very small. Even so, Coiling Dragon City shook slightly. The entire city seemed to have experienced a small earthquake. However, this was the only thing that could be done. Although Coiling Dragon City was shaken, it didn't suffer any other losses. Although some of the people in Coiling Dragon City were uneasy because of the previous attacks, they weren't in any other danger. However, this matter wasn't over yet. The destruction that these people caused a lot of people to lose their homes. Moreover, it also caused a disturbance. Fortunately, the city defense army appeared in time and quelled this disturbance. Coiling Dragon City didn't fall into chaos. However, some of the people who were attacked were already dead while some were only injured. Their injuries still needed to be treated. On the morning of the second day, the city guards came out and informed the entire city about what happened last night. Then they brought all the sky dance experts they caught last night and brought them to the city square. Then they informed the people in the city that there would be a public trial in the city square. The people of Coiling Dragon City were very disgusted with these people because of what happened the next night. Now that they heard that a public trial was going to be held, they immediately rushed to the square. These people were still wearing black clothes, but at this time, they couldn't move. These people were all sky dance experts. In their country, they could be considered as people. But now, they were all being escorted by the city defense army and were kneeling in several rows in the square. Zhao Hai didn't appear. This time, the one who appeared was the city defense army general. The one who announced the rebellion was Lai Shi. Lai Shi stood in the square and looked at the people of Coiling Dragon City as he loudly said, "Last night, His Majesty was attacked." At the same time, the city was filled with bandits. Fortunately, His Majesty's might was boundless, and he brought these villains to justice. The identity of these bandits has been identified. They are Tian Yuan of the Ox Country, Tian family of the Snake Country, Yu family of the Snake Country. Lai Shi read out the identities of these people one by one. In fact, these people's identities were already investigated by Lu Hong when they entered Coiling Dragon City. After reading out the names of these people, Lai Shi loudly said, "These bandits used the identity of sky dance experts to commit crimes. They won't have a good ending. His Majesty has ordered all of them to be executed. Their corpses will be exposed for 3 days." At the same time, he also ordered the soldiers to exterminate the families of these bandits as a warning to others. As soon as Lai Shi's voice fell, the entire square turned silent. Then a loud cheer could be heard. At this time, the people of Coiling Dragon City hated these people to death. These people destroyed everything in the city and killed a lot of civilians. How could the people of the city not hate these people? However, the people of the city were also startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would give such an order. Not only did he want to kill these people, but he also wanted their corpses to be exposed for 3 days. Most importantly, he even wanted to exterminate their families, not leaving a single one alive. This order was very ruthless. The reason why the people of the city felt that Zhao Hai's order was ruthless was because Zhao Hai was very good to them. In front of them, Zhao Hai was always very gentle. This made them think that Zhao Hai was also a very gentle person. But now, they knew that not only did Zhao Hai have a gentle side, he also had a ruthless side. Lai Shi didn't care about the thoughts of the people around him. He looked at the people around him and then said, "Execute." Following his order, the soldiers raised their swords and chopped off the heads of these people. Blood sprayed high into the air. However, no one cared about this. Although some of the commoners who were watching the show were afraid, most of them cheered loudly. Then the corpses were thrown to the ground. Lai Shi continued, "His Majesty ordered that all the families that were attacked last night should be registered. All the damaged houses will be rebuilt by the empire. All the dead will receive a pension. If a family is gone, then their immediate family members can receive the pension. Everyone can notify them. They can wait at home or go to the government office to register." When the people in the city heard Lai Shi's words, they immediately responded. Then they happily turned around and left. Lai Shi had people take care of the corpses before returning to the imperial palace. After arriving at the imperial palace, Lai Shi went to Zhao Hai to report. After hearing this, Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. To be honest, the attack this time made Zhao Hai angry. They actually used the same method to deal with the destroyer to deal with him. This made Zhao Hai very angry. Zhao Hai had already sent a letter to Wen Wenhai and the others. All the families that participated in last night's operation wouldn't be spared. All of them would be exterminated. As for the river-breaking experts, there was no way to deal with them. This was because they were all wearing black and had their faces covered. Because of this, there was no way to deal with their families. When Wen Wenhai and the others found out about this, they were very angry. They didn't think that these people would actually go and assassinate Zhao Hai. How could they bear this? Wen Wenhai's attack became even fiercer. This time, they didn't just attack one country, but 2. And just like Zhao Hai said before, these guys were actually playing guerrilla warfare. They would hide among the common people, and when you weren't paying attention, they would suddenly attack. Wen Wenhai's attack became even fiercer. However, Wen Wenhai and the others also did as Zhao Hai said. They carried out the punishment of death. All the places that surrendered to them were registered. Then they told those people that if one person attacked them, then the entire village would be executed. If a village attacked them, then the entire county would be executed. If you don't want to die, then you can report all the suspicious people. If one family attacked them in the city, then the surrounding 100 families would all be executed. If 2 families attacked them, then 200 families would be executed. Similarly, they could also report those suspicious people. At first, the people of these countries didn't believe it. They thought that Wen Hai and the others wouldn't do this. This was because when Zhao Hai and the others dealt with the Ant country and the Ma country, they didn't kill too many people. Moreover, even when dealing with them, they would try their best to avoid civilian casualties. Because of this, they thought that Wen Hai and the others wouldn't do this. However, after some villages attacked Wen Hai and the others and were massacred, then some people in the city attacked them. After Wen Hai and the others massacred almost half of the city, everyone knew that they weren't joking. This made the people of the countries that didn't surrender fear and hate Wen Hai and the others. On the other hand, they also hated those who resisted. They were really scared, they were afraid that they would be implicated and executed. Therefore, they were very careful. Not only were they careful of themselves, they were also very careful to see if there were any suspicious people around them. If there were, then they would immediately report it. They couldn't wait for someone to raise a sword above their head while they still didn't know what was going on. After Wen Hai and the others made a ruckus, other than the Dragon country, the Ant country, and the Ma country, the other countries were very nervous. There were even some conflicts between civilians and the army. The army wanted to disguise themselves as civilians and hide in the villages. However, the locals didn't let them. The reason why Wen Hai and the others didn't advance quickly was to let the news spread further and let more people know about it. This way, when they reach other places, they would be able to cause less casualties. Actually, this couldn't be helped. If the other countries didn't use this method to deal with them, then Wen Hai and the others wouldn't have used this method. But then again, if the other countries didn't have any other way, then they wouldn't have used this method to deal with Wen Hai and the others. This method was very useful. Although it would make some people feel disgusted, it was the fastest way to pacify a place. Moreover, Wen Hai and the others weren't weak. They also had the sword plates and flying swords. Their speed was very fast. Even ordinary soldiers knew how to use the cube formation. Even if they were attacked, their casualties wouldn't be very high. Because of this, Wen Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. Step by step, they steadily moved forward. Wen Hai and the others weren't in a hurry, but the higher-ups of the other countries were. At this time, they were really anxious. This method was the last method they could think of. If this method couldn't deal with Zhao Hai and the others, then they would be finished. Most importantly, the higher-ups of the other countries suddenly discovered that they had lost the hearts of the people. The civilians didn't dare to support them. Although the civilians loved their country, they were more afraid of death. Wen Hai and the others were steadily advancing in the front. At the same time, the troops would be stationed in the territories that they had conquered. At the same time, officials would follow up and manage them. They would strive to make these territories their own as soon as possible. This process was even more difficult than the process of war. Although these territories were conquered, the people's hearts weren't attached. Most importantly, because of Wen Hai and the others' slaughter, the people in these territories were disgusted with Zhao Hai and the others. When the officials arrived, the local people didn't have any good expressions. They didn't even cooperate with Wen Hai and the others. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai and the others had already expected it. Zhao Hai and the others had experienced this before. Therefore, they weren't in a hurry. While they were supporting the people, they were also carrying out reforms. It didn't take long for the locals to discover that these outsiders weren't terrible at all. Most of the time, they were very easy to talk to. They treated the commoners much better than the previous officials. Moreover, they didn't have to pay as much taxes. On the contrary, they were able to get a lot of benefits. They could go to the doctor, their children could go to school, and although they still collected taxes, their lives were much better than before. In this way, the civilians naturally wouldn't rebel. This was because Zhao Hai and the others treated the civilians much better than the previous officials. Why would the civilians rebel? In fact, the thoughts of ordinary people, no matter which realm they were in, were very simple. They just wanted to live a better life. They would support whoever could give them a better life. Otherwise, no matter if you were the leader of a country or not, they wouldn't support you if you didn't give them a good life. When Wen Hai and the others used a year to conquer 3 countries at once. As for the remaining countries, they had almost no power to resist Zhao Hai and the others. There were even deserters in the army of some countries. Some civilians even began to flee towards Zhao Hai's territory. This was something that the leaders of these countries didn't expect. In the end, the leaders of these countries had no choice but to look for Zhao Hai to talk about rebellion. Their request was very simple. Just like the Malaysian monarch, they can surrender to Zhao Hai and hand over their military power. However, they still want to be in charge of their own territory. Zhao Hai didn't oppose their request and directly agreed. At the same time, he also asked the people of these countries to hand over the clans that attacked Coiling Dragon City. As long as these clans were handed over, then Zhao Hai would agree to their request. This time, the negotiations went very smoothly. The higher-ups of these countries didn't have any scruples about betraying some families in exchange for their own benefits. Therefore, they immediately agreed. This time, the negotiations could be considered to have been completed. After the negotiations were completed, these countries were officially incorporated into the Lost Soul Empire. At this time, the entire alien continent was completely unified. Zhao Hai and the others' goal this time could be considered to have been achieved. However, this unification wasn't enough. After unifying the alien continent, it needs to be governed properly. This way, the alien continent would be officially incorporated into the Lost Soul Empire. The people of these countries didn't know about the governance of the Lost Soul Empire. They thought that as long as they keep their administrative power, their authority would be as big as before. However, this wasn't the case. The Lost Soul Empire had its own parliament. Moreover, there were other ways to limit the authority of the governor. Because of this, after these people joined the Lost Soul Empire, their authority actually shrunk a lot. However, the emperors were also optimistic. They knew that they simply couldn't resist Zhao Hai. If they were to rebel, then Zhao Hai would certainly kill them in a matter of minutes. They also heard from other people that Zhao Hai would give his enemies a chance. This was because they were his enemies, and using methods to deal with each other wasn't excessive. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai didn't care about the fact that they sent people to assassinate him. At that time, they were his enemies, so Zhao Hai didn't care about it. However, if they betrayed Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would certainly kill them. Not only would he kill them, even their entire families would be implicated. Zhao Hai had zero tolerance for traitors. If you dare to betray him, then you must be prepared to die. Otherwise, you would have to be obedient. The kings of these countries weren't fools. When they were well prepared, they still couldn't defeat Zhao Hai, let alone betraying him. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to defeat Zhao Hai. This was because after Zhao Hai conquered them, their armies were reorganized. They didn't have any military power in their hands. If they had any thoughts of meddling in the military, then they would immediately be invited to have a cup of tea. Because of this, they were very obedient. However, they soon discovered that not betraying Zhao Hai was the right thing to do. They didn't betray Zhao Hai and instead became governors. And these governors also had the right to participate in the future king's election. In other words, they might become the kings of a superpower that spanned across 3 realms. This thought made their hearts burn with passion. Just like what Zhao Hai thought before, now that there was a way to obtain the throne without using weapons, nobody would think about using weapons. Instead, they would think about how to get votes for themselves. They would do everything in their power to get votes. And these votes were usually from ordinary people. Because of this, they would have to be nicer to ordinary people. They would introduce policies that were better for ordinary people. After the alien continent was pacified, Zhao Hai and the others could finally relax. At the same time, they began to implement some immigration policies. They would have the people of the alien continent migrate to the secret realm and the spirit weapon realm. Because the spirit weapon realm and the secret realm didn't have a lot of people, ordinary people would have a better life there. Naturally, if the people of the spirit weapon realm and the secret realm wanted to migrate, then Zhao Hai wouldn't oppose it. However, this situation was basically impossible. The situation of the alien continent was different from the other two realms. The people of the other two realms were saved by Zhao Hai. They were grateful and worshipped Zhao Hai from the bottom of their hearts. Because of this, Zhao Hai's prestige in the other two realms completely exceeded his imagination. On the other hand, the alien continent was different. The people of the alien continent lived a good life. Zhao Hai was a conqueror. Because of this, the people of the alien continent didn't worship Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai's prestige here was far worse than the other two realms. Because of this, Zhao Hai's immigration policy wasn't very successful. The people of the alien continent didn't want to leave their homeland. The people of the spirit weapon realm and the secret realm also didn't want to come here. There were only a few people who agreed to migrate. This made Zhao Hai worried, but at the same time, helpless. Zhao Hai was currently in his room. He was currently in the secret realm and not in the alien continent. It has been more than 2 years since they conquered the alien continent. The situation in the alien continent had already stabilized. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything. Even the position of Dragon Nation's king had been given to the patriarch of a large clan. Of course, the Dragon Nation became the Dragon Province and the patriarch became the provincial governor. Of course, the provincial governor was elected through elections. Zhao Hai and the others didn't send troops to the Weapon Spirit Continent in the past 2 years. This was because although the Weapon Spirit Continent was in chaos, it wasn't very chaotic. It was just the Blade Spirit Nation, the Tiger Spirit Nation, and a few other nations that were at war. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to get involved in this mess, so he decided to wait for a while. Although the Blade Spirit Continent was in a war, the conflict wasn't very serious. Everyone was still relatively restrained. On the other hand, although the Sword Spirit Nation didn't help the Blade Spirit Nation and the other nations, they were still a little biased. This wasn't the time for Zhao Hai to make a move. However, in the past 2 years, Zhao Hai and the others weren't idle. The alien continent was officially unified and belonged to the Lost Soul Empire. At the same time, the Lost Soul Empire also established diplomatic relations with the Wenji continent. However, the people of the Wenji continent still had a problem. Once they left the continent, they still couldn't use their Wenqi. This was the most troublesome part. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He also wanted to conquer the Wenji continent. It would be best if the people of the Wenji continent could live peacefully with the Lost Soul Empire. If they couldn't, then it would be best for them to cooperate. Zhao Hai didn't want to send troops to the Wenji continent. The people of the Wenji continent were literate. Even if they were farmers, they would still go home and read some scriptures. This was the problem. If Zhao Hai sent troops to the Wenji continent, then the people of the Wenji continent would resist with all their might. And these people who were literate weren't as easy to talk to as the people of the alien continent. These people who were influenced by the scriptures wouldn't surrender. Moreover, they weren't afraid of being killed. They believed that it would be more difficult to conquer the Wenji continent than the alien continent and the Weapon Spirit continent. However, there was a problem with the people of the Wenji continent. They were literati. You can reason with them, and as long as you can reason with them, they would be easier to communicate with compared to others. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others only established diplomatic relations with the Wenji continent. They didn't think about sending troops to the Wenji continent. Zhao Hai even built a transmission formation in the Wenji continent, making it more convenient for the two continents to communicate with each other. The exchanges between the Wenji continent and the alien continent had increased a lot. A lot of people from the alien continent would go to the Wenji continent to study, while the Wenji continent would also go to the alien continent to do business. Therefore, the exchanges between the two sides became more frequent. Zhao Hai even opened the secret realm and the spirit weapon realm to the people of the Wenji continent. Because of this, the relationship between the Wenji continent and the alien continent was very good. Zhao Hai also knew that it wouldn't be easy to make the Wenji continent join the Lost Soul Empire without using force. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. He just slowly got in touch with the people of the Wenji continent. The reason why Zhao Hai stayed in the secret realm was because Xiaoyu was coming. Zhao Hai spent 2 years to conquer the alien continent. Now that 2 years had passed, it was time for Xiaoyu to arrive. Naturally, Zhao wanted to see Xiaoyu. Naturally, besides seeing Xiaoyu, they also had to deal with the people of the evil spirit sect. Although he didn't know if the evil spirit sect would attack them, Zhao still decided to come back. This was because Xiaoyu's message in the past few years was that the sword spirit realm was fine. In other words, there was no war in the sword spirit realm. Therefore, it was hard to say if the evil spirit sect would set their sights on the spirit weapon realm again. Zhao was sitting in his room with Lu Hong sitting in front of him. Lu Hong was currently reporting to Zhao about the situation of the spirit weapon realm, the secret realm, the alien continent, and the Wenji continent. The people of the Wenji continent aren't disgusted with our lost soul empire. Moreover, the people of the Wenji continent were able to obtain our protection. The teachers of the Wenji continent were able to teach more students after coming to our lost soul empire. Moreover, they were also respected by the people. Because of this, a lot of scholars who weren't very strong became teachers of our lost soul empire. They even agreed to live in the lost soul empire forever. The situation in the alien continent is very stable. The reforms have been very successful. Although there are some clans who have some tricks up their sleeves, they are still under our surveillance. We can deal with them at any time. Their tricks aren't to fight back against us, but to seek benefits for their own clans. Therefore, we haven't made a move on them yet. The situation in the secret realm and the spirit weapon realm is still stable. Some people from the alien continent and the Wenji continent have migrated here. Moreover, they have no intention of leaving. They now have their own jobs and are very happy doing them. Although they sometimes have some inappropriate remarks, they aren't excessive. Moreover, they are slowly being assimilated by us. However, we still have some doubts about their identities and have focused on monitoring them. Young master can rest assured about this. Zhao nodded and said, "All right, it's good that there's nothing to worry about. Right now, the territory we have to manage is too big. I can rest assured about the secret realm and the spirit weapon realm. However, I'm still worried about the alien continent. As for the Wenji continent, how are the people you arranged there?" "They have already been arranged. Young master can rest assured. We have arranged a lot of people there. Moreover, these people have already been arranged. Young master doesn't need to worry about anything. They have their own official jobs and haven't done anything improper. Moreover, they aren't being monitored. Therefore, young master doesn't need to worry." Zhao nodded and said, "All right, it's good that there are no problems. The 5-year period is almost up. The people from the evil spirit sect might come first. I just don't know if they will come this time. If they come, then we don't need to be afraid of them. If they don't come, then that's even better. But after 5 years, we will have to strengthen our defenses. If they wait for a period of time and launch a surprise attack, then it would be very troublesome." Lu Hong nodded. Zhao continued, "Xiaoyu will be coming soon. The information he gave us is very important. Moreover, everyone has already practiced his cultivation method. I can see that the effect is very good. Therefore, we can't lose Xiaoyu. Even if I don't ascend in the future, someone from the Lost Soul Empire will ascend. When we reach the upper realm, we can count on him to take care of us." Lu Hong nodded and said, "Yes, young master, I understand. I heard that some people have felt that their strength has improved. They even felt a bit of spatial repulsion. Young master, what do you think?" Zhao stared, then he said, "Oh, there's such a thing? Who is it?" Lu Hong said in a deep voice, "It's Che Xiaoguang. I didn't expect it to be him. He was the last to enter the Broken River class. I didn't expect it to be him. I heard that he had this feeling after practicing a spiritual power cultivation method left behind by Xiaoyu. This is a bit strange." Zhao said, "It's him? But why didn't he report this matter?" Lu Hong replied, "It seems that he hasn't confirmed it yet. It's only when he occasionally cultivates that he feels a bit of repulsion. It's not very strong. Maybe he wants to wait until he's sure before telling you." Zhao nodded and said, "I'm relieved about little Guang. He's little Liang's brother, so there's no need to worry about him. You just need to monitor the 3 realms. Lu Hong, you also need to pay attention to your cultivation. Don't neglect your work. I heard that you already have a lot of subordinates, so you should delegate some of your work to them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Little Guang, you don't need to worry about this matter. Lu Hong said in a deep voice, Yes, young master, don't worry. I've already delegated some of my work. Moreover, the people I've recruited are the most loyal to young master. I guarantee that they won't cause any problems for you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, That's good. Alright, you can leave. Lu Hong nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai then had Lai Shi call Stonemer and Wen Hai in. At this time, the alien continent was Zhao Hai's territory. Stonemer's intelligence network was also handed over to Lu Hong. Although Stonemer also knew how to gather intelligence, he was still lacking compared to Lu Hong. Therefore, after the alien continent was conquered by Zhao Hai, Stonemer's intelligence network was handed over to Lu Hong. Then he returned to Zhao Hai's side and listened to his orders. As for Wen Hai, he was already a Broken River realm expert. Therefore, he wouldn't normally command an army. People like him generally didn't have any official positions. However, when it comes to Zhao Hai's use of them, they might get a high position. Moreover, nobody would object to it. After the two sat down in the study room, Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, You two, pack up and take some people to the spirit weapon realm. 5 years have already passed. I don't know if the evil spirit sect would come. But with the two of you here, I can rest assured. If something happens, immediately inform me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're right. Shi Chui nodded and said in a deep voice, Young master, I don't think we need to be too nervous. So what if the people from the evil spirit sect come? If we can beat them back twice, we can beat them back a third time. Wen Hai also nodded and said, Boss, you don't need to take the evil spirit sect too seriously. Just like what you said before, we might not be an opponent of the evil spirit sect in the sword spirit realm. But here, the evil spirit sect can't do anything to us. If we want, we can even keep their people here. Therefore, boss, you don't need to worry. We can't leave them here. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, The evil ghost sect is an evil cultivator sect. Such a sect would be very vengeful. If we really leave their people here, then we'll just have to wait. Every 5 years, they would come and use this place as a training ground. For us, this isn't a good thing. Therefore, we can only repel them, but we can't kill them too much. If we want to deal with them, then we'll have to go to the sword spirit world. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, The evil ghost sect is an evil sect. Stonehammer and Wen Hai nodded. Although they had repelled 2 attacks from the evil spirit sect, they didn't have any doubts about the sect's strength. Don't forget that the Great Law Formation was forced out by the evil spirit sect. Moreover, if they didn't have the 9 Cauldrons Great Formation, then it wouldn't have been easy for them to deal with the evil spirit sect. Additionally, they had seen the might of the myriad ghost banner that ghosting used. To be honest, if they didn't have the Great Formation, then they wouldn't have been confident in escaping from the banner. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, The evil spirit sect has already attacked us twice. Moreover, they suspect that we have Buddhists here. This was originally a good thing for us because they suspect that the Buddhists are involved. 5 years later, they might appear at any time. Fortunately, every time they appear, there would be a strange phenomenon in the sky. This way, we wouldn't need them to catch us off guard. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, The evil spirit sect has already attacked us twice. Moreover, they suspect that we have Buddhists here. This is a good thing for us because they suspect that the Buddhists are involved. After 5 years, they might appear at any time. Fortunately, every time they appear, there would be a strange phenomenon in the sky. This way, we wouldn't need them to catch us off guard. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, The evil spirit sect has already attacked us twice. Moreover, they suspect that we have Buddhists here. This is a good thing for us because they suspect that the Buddhists are involved. After 5 years, they might appear at any time. Fortunately, every time they appear, there would be a strange phenomenon in the sky. This way, we wouldn't need them to catch us off guard. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, The evil spirit sect has attacked us twice. Moreover, they suspect that we have Buddhists here. Wen Hai nodded and said, Right, I also think so. Moreover, the spirit weapon world has the support of the secret realm. Even if the people from the evil spirit sect come, we don't need to be afraid. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it won't be that easy. The evil spirit sect can even break spatial barriers, not to mention other things. Formations are very common in the sword spirit realm. If we compare ourselves to the evil spirit sect, then we would just be courting death. Because of this, we don't have the capital to be arrogant. Although we have repelled the evil spirit sect's attacks twice, this doesn't mean that we are stronger than them. We need to treat every attack of the evil spirit sect as a general attack. If we take them lightly, then the consequences would be very serious. If we can't afford to be careless, then we can't afford to be careless. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xianxia and Wenwenhai couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. In the past few years, they have been reading the information that Xiaoyu gave them. There were a lot of introductions to the sword spirit world. Although Xiaoyu didn't tell them everything about the sword spirit world, the things that he told them were enough to shock them. If the people from the evil spirit sect weren't suppressed in the lower realms, then they would have already been finished. Even if they had a formation, they wouldn't be able to block the attacks of the evil spirit sect. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, you can go back and prepare. The spirit weapon realm will immediately enter a state of war. All the food will be taken back immediately. All those who are mining will return to the mountain city. All those who are working outside should also be prepared to return to the mountain city. You can go now. The two nodded, then after giving Zhao Hai a salute, they turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at the backs of the two and couldn't help but let out a long breath. The reason why he called the two over this time was to beat them up. He discovered that the Lost Soul Empire's army was filled with arrogance and even frivolity. This was something that couldn't be done. An army can be arrogant because they have won battles and their achievements are very eye-catching. However, they can't be frivolous, they can't be complacent, they can't look down on others. As the saying goes, an arrogant army is bound to be defeated. This was how arrogant and frivolous the army was. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai called Wenwenhai and Xianxia over to beat them up. This was because everyone in the Lost Soul Empire knew that the two were his confidants. Their attitude also represented his attitude. After being beaten up, the two should be very careful when they reach the spirit weapon realm. And their attitude would unknowingly affect the people in the spirit weapon realm. This would stop the arrogance from spreading in the army. When Wenwenhai and Xianxia left, Hu Yulong arrived. He wasn't called over by Zhao Hai, it was Hu Yulong who came to look for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had always been taking care of the Hu clan. The Hu clan had also begun to transfer people to the mystic realm. Moreover, the Hu clan's people were living very well here, especially the people of the mystic realm. Naturally, they were also very curious about the spirit weapon realm. This was because the plants in the spirit weapon realm, except for some that were transplanted from the mystic realm, the other plants that were native to the spirit weapon realm didn't have any soul. In other words, plant masters had no way to communicate with these plants. This made the Hu clan very curious. Therefore, the Hu clan had been studying these plants for many years. Zhao Hai invited Hu Yulong into the room. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, why are you here? Is something the matter?" Hu Yulong smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that 18th uncle said that something happened. Wasn't he researching in the spirit weapon realm? Recently, he was brought back to Stone City. He said that it was your order. I'm a bit worried, is there something wrong?" When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yulong, he nodded and said, "There is indeed something. However, the 5 years are almost up. The evil spirit gate might appear again. Therefore, the spirit weapon realm has already entered a state of combat readiness. Everyone who is working outside must return to Stone City. Not only 18th uncle, everyone must return." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "They're coming? How about it? Can you deal with it?" Zhao Hai replied, "Eighth uncle, don't worry. I can deal with it. You don't need to worry. After those fellows arrive in the lower realm, their strength will be suppressed. At most, they would be as strong as our river-breaking experts. You don't need to worry too much." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "That's good. Right, little Xiang has also joined the ranks of the formation masters here. I heard that his progress is very fast. This is a good thing. He has been researching at home all these years. Now that he's here, he can be considered to have found someone who can follow him. This can be considered as fulfilling his dream. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm very happy that 21st uncle came. I've already prepared some pills for him. You should keep an eye on him and let him eat the pills. Once he eats the pills, his strength will increase. In any case, we need 21st uncle to reach Breaking River rank. Sigh, I'm now regretting giving 21st uncle the magic formation. He's very talented and he's not that old. If he were to cultivate wholeheartedly, then he would have already reached Breaking River rank. It's just that he was delayed by the magic formation. Hu Yulong waved his hand and said, You're wrong about this. He chose this path by himself, it has nothing to do with you. You don't have to care about him anymore. Look at how happy he is every day. I'm happy for him too. His talent for cultivation was good before, but he didn't put his mind on cultivation. His temperament was too jumpy. But after he came into contact with the array, he became much calmer. Although he doesn't care about the family's affairs and put all his attention on the array, his results in these years are also very good. All the arrays used by the family now are all made by him. To be honest, I'm really happy to see him like this. As for the ascension that you mentioned, I really don't have any thoughts about it. There hasn't been anyone who ascended in the soul world for so many years, so it's useless to think about it. There's no point thinking about it. Zhao Hai sighed. He turned to Hu Yulong and said, I haven't returned to the Weapon Spirit continent. How are things over there? How are the people of the Sword Spirit Nation treating our Hu clan? Hu Yulong smiled and said, the people of the Sword Spirit Nation wouldn't dare to do anything to our Hu clan. Do you really think that just because the Dao clan forced us out of the Sword Spirit Nation, our Hu clan would let them have a good time? Right now, there aren't many plant masters in the Sword Spirit Nation. The entire Plant Master Association is in lockdown. 2 years ago, the Sword Spirit Nation had a food shortage. This was unimaginable in the past. Humph, they really think that our Hu clan is a soft persimmon that they can pinch whenever they want. If they touch our Hu clan, they will have to pay the price. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that a great clan like the Hu clan that had existed for thousands of years had its own way of survival. No nation could drive them out. Not to mention, the Hu clan's true foundation was in the Demon Mountain. That was the Hu clan's kingdom of freedom. Nobody could touch them. Zhao Hai said, right now, the alien continent has been in our hands for more than 2 years. Our clan has also established a foothold in the alien continent. I didn't let anyone reveal our relationship. Right now, there aren't many people in the alien continent who know about our relationship. 8th uncle, you won't blame me, right? Hu Yulong waved his hand and said, at that time, it wasn't just me. No one in the clan blamed you. We know what you mean. You were afraid of implicating the clan, right? Although the alien continent had joined the Lost Soul Empire, you still didn't feel at ease. You were afraid that if others knew about your relationship with the clan, it would be disadvantageous to the clan. We all know about this. Don't worry, no one in the clan will say anything. We also know about your painstaking efforts. You don't have to worry about this. Right, how is third uncle's situation? I heard that cultivating in the mystic realm is very beneficial to people. Is that true? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's true. Even the people from the sword spirit world want to cultivate in the mystic realm. Grandfather is doing very well. He's in seclusion. You don't have to worry. I think he'll come out in a few days. The reason why Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong talked about Hu Yuan was because Hu Yuan was currently in seclusion. Moreover, he has been in seclusion for more than a year. Hu Yuan's strength was already very strong. Later on, he learned how to compress his body's energy. This made his strength even more formidable. However, because of his old age, it was impossible for him to take another step forward. In other words, it was impossible for Hu Yuan to ascend. However, the situation inside the mystic realm was somewhat special. The energy inside the mystic realm was very active. Just like Xiayu, Hu Yuan's lifeless energy suddenly became lively after absorbing the energy inside the mystic realm. This made Hu Yuan very surprised. Then Hu Yuan began to study how to use his spiritual force. After cultivating his spiritual force, Hu Yuan suddenly felt something and went into seclusion. This seclusion lasted for more than a year. To be honest, this was very astonishing. Now, Hu Yuan was about to come out of seclusion. Naturally, this wasn't something that Hu Yuan said. Hu Yuan was still in seclusion, so he didn't need to eat and nobody would bother him. However, Zhao Hai had a feeling that Hu Yuan was about to come out. Moreover, Zhao Hai can feel that Hu Yuan would be pleasantly surprised this time. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he let out a long breath and muttered, "It's good that he's fine. Third uncle has been in seclusion for a long time. The family is very worried about him." Zhao Hai replied, "It's fine. Eighth uncle, you don't need to worry. This seclusion is a good thing for grandfather. You can tell the family that they don't need to worry." Hu Yulong nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yulong and smiled, "Eighth uncle, you should tell the family to help me pay attention to the situation in the soldier spirit continent. After some time, if nothing happens here, then I'll have to find a way to deal with the situation in the soldier spirit continent." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean, you want to send troops? Is this the right time?" Zhao Hai replied, "Actually, it doesn't matter if it's appropriate or not. With our current strength, we can easily flatten the soldier spirit continent. Now that the continent is in chaos, I don't want it to be too chaotic. If that happens, too many people will die. Therefore, as long as there's no problem here, I can send my troops." Zhao Hai didn't want to send troops at this time. But after thinking about it, the situation in the soldier spirit continent wasn't good. If the soldier spirit continent were to fall into chaos, then a lot of people would die. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted. Therefore, he decided to send troops. Hu Yulong nodded. He didn't oppose Zhao Hai's words. With Zhao Hai's strength, Zhao Hai didn't care if it was appropriate or not. As long as he wants to, he can send troops at any time and destroy the soldier spirit continent. The people of the continent wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yulong and said, "I'm worried. I don't know when the destroyer will arrive. At this time, the expert continent and the Wenji continent are preparing. As long as the soldier spirit continent isn't prepared, then the ones who will suffer the most would be the people of the continent. Therefore, I'm preparing to move ahead of time." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "I'll leave it to you. The family has been helping you collect information about the soldier spirit continent. You don't need to worry. Just tell me when you need it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that I still have a lot of things to do. The evil spirit sect is enough to give me a headache. After 5 years, the evil spirit sect might appear at any time. I have to make some preparations to prevent the evil spirit sect's sudden attack. Right now, I can't send troops." Hu Yulong smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. The soldier spirit continent has been like this for so many years. You don't need to worry about it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, let's not talk about this. This is the only thing we can do. Actually, if there's a chance, I want to see the destroyer's place. I want to see what kind of place the destroyer is living in. After they arrive, I'll find a way to go there." Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "If there's a chance, you should go." "All right, then I'll be heading back first." Then he stood up and walked out. After Hu Yulong sent him out, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he let out a long breath. He really wanted to know when the evil spirit sect would return. After some time, the entire world seemed to calm down. Although the spirit weapon realm was preparing for war, there wasn't much movement. Moreover, this wasn't the first time they were preparing for war. Because of this, everyone was very relaxed. Everyone was working in an orderly manner without any mistakes. And with Wenhai being there, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the situation. The expert continent was also very calm. Everything there was on the right track. Although the rulers were still the same, they didn't have as much power as before. Moreover, many of their subordinates had been replaced. And with the existence of the parliament, it was impossible for them to return to the way they were before. At this time, the rulers of these countries weren't on the same side as their rulers. There was no other way. They were now members of the parliament, so they had the opportunity to receive higher treatment. Therefore, it was impossible for them to be on the same side as their rulers. It was precisely because of this that the expert continent calmed down. Nobody dared to cause trouble. The communication between the Wenji continent and the Lost Soul Empire had also deepened. The ordinary people of the Wenji continent weren't doing very well. This was because their plant masters weren't very strong. And with the existence of the fishmen, the people of the Wenji continent weren't doing very well. However, things were different now. With the Lost Soul Empire, the people of the Wenji continent could come to the empire to do business. They could even come to the Lost Soul Empire to work. This made the people of the Wenji continent a lot better. The Wenji continent implemented an academy management system. However, this kind of management had a lot of problems. They didn't think about it before, but now it was different. The management of the Lost Soul Empire was much better compared to the Wenji continent. There were a lot of ordinary people in the Wenji continent who were calling for change. Regarding this situation, the people of the Wenji continent didn't have any good ideas. In fact, the people of the Wenji continent were very good to Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also very good to them. The people of the Wenji continent knew that if they were to fight against Zhao Hai, then they would certainly be the ones to lose. Because of this, the academies of the Wenji continent were now in a very awkward situation. They didn't want to reform, but now that the ordinary people were asking them to do so, they couldn't do anything about it. If they did, then the academies would lose the support of the people. However, the changes in the Wenji continent weren't something that happened overnight. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. At this time, he was paying attention to the situation of the spirit weapon realm. 5 days before the appearance of the evil spirit state, Hu Yuan would finally come out. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in his room looking at some documents. Suddenly, his heart moved. Then he felt that Hu Yuan had come out. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and walked out of his room. Then his figure moved and arrived at Hu Yuan's place. Hu Yuan's place was also a sky-supporting tree. Hu Yuan was at the top of the sky-supporting tree. When Zhao Hai arrived, he saw Hu Yuan sitting in his room drinking tea. He noticed that there was a force outside of Hu Yuan's body. This force seemed to be opposing the force of the space. This discovery made Zhao Hai stare. Then Zhao Hai immediately understood that Hu Yuan was about to ascend. Zhao Hai didn't think that Hu Yuan would ascend this quickly. He also didn't think that the first person to ascend from their 3 realms would be Hu Yuan. However, Zhao Hai immediately became happy. Although he wouldn't be able to see Hu Yuan for a long time, Zhao Hai knew that Hu Yuan's ascension meant that he would have a longer lifespan. After he ascends, he would be able to see Hu Yuan again. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He immediately walked towards Hu Yuan. At this time, Hu Yuan also saw Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, a kind smile appeared on Hu Yuan's face. Then he waved his hand towards Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, sit down." Zhao Hai nodded and sat opposite Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "I didn't know your strength before, but now I can see it. Kid, you're a lot stronger than me. If you keep suppressing yourself, then wouldn't you have already ascended?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I think so. But ascending so early wouldn't be good for me. I still have a lot of things to take care of. Once I'm done, it would be too late for me to ascend." "Grandfather, it seems like you're about to ascend?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Soon. In fact, I can ascend at any time. But I also feel that I still have a lot of things to do. So I can't leave right now. I'm suppressing my cultivation and planning to take care of my family's affairs before ascending. Can you tell?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I've been in contact with the people from the evil ghost sect as well as Xiayu. All of them are from the upper realms. When they reached this level, they gave off a feeling similar to what you're feeling right now. Grandfather, I'll wait for some time before ascending. I'll contact Xiayu in the next 2 days and have him pick you up from the Spirit Pond Mountain. Then I'll have him take care of you. This way, I'll feel relieved." Hu Yuan smiled and said, "Silly boy, grandfather is already so old. What haven't I seen? I don't need anyone to take care of me. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Moreover, grandfather, you're the first person to ascend in the 3 realms. I'll have Xiaoyu take care of you, but you can't join the Xiao family. You have to stay in the sword spirit realm. It would be best if you can find a place to settle down. This way, when we ascend in the future, we can meet up with you. This way, we can slowly form a force in the upper realm. This would be very good for us. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, Grandfather, you're the first one to ascend in the 3 realms. When Hu Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Jiao Hai meant. He nodded and said, so it's like this, I understand. Alright, leave this matter to me. Alright, I'll go back first and explain everything. You can contact Xiaoyu. It would be best if you leave a token behind. This way, when we go to the immortal realm, we'll know each other better. If you want to go home, then you can. Jiao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, grandfather. Leave this matter to me. You can go home whenever you want. However, you should go see 8th uncle and the others first. They're all here right now. You should inform them before you go home. 8th uncle and the others are very worried about you. If you go home directly, then they'll be even more worried. Hu Yuan nodded. Jiao Hai chatted with Hu Yuan for a while. Then Jiao Hai called Hu Yulong and the others over before he left. After returning to his room, Jiao Hai immediately took out the formation that he used to form an alliance with Xiaoyu. Then he contacted Xiaoyu. This formation could only be used for communication. Moreover, it could only be used by both parties' spiritual force. It can be said that this was a very special communication tool. It was specially prepared for this kind of cross-border communication. Naturally, Xiaoyu was fine, so when Jiao Hai contacted him, he immediately got in touch. Although the two were connected through spiritual force, it was as if they were talking face to face. Xiaoyu was puzzled as he looked at Jiao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao, why did you contact me at this time? Are we going to meet soon? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm contacting you this time because I need your help. Mr. Xia, I have an elder who wants to ascend. He will also ascend to the sword spirit realm. When the time comes, I hope that you can take care of him. Xiaoyu stared, then he said with a surprised tone, you have an elder who wants to ascend? Amazing, this is really amazing. No problem, I'll take care of him. How about this, I'll introduce him to the Xia family and ensure his safety. You don't need to worry, just leave it to me. Jiao Hai smiled and said, there's no need for that. He's not young anymore. I'm afraid that he won't be able to join the Xia family. You don't need to feel embarrassed. I just want you to meet him when he appears and help him settle down. You just need to take care of him. How about it? Xiaoyu said, of course, there's no problem. But do you really not want him to join the Xia family? Although my status in the Xia family isn't high, arranging for someone to join the Xia family isn't a problem. There won't be any trouble. I want him to join the Xia family so that we can take care of him. The sword spirit realm is very dangerous, you don't need to be polite with me. Jiao Hai shook his head and said, I won't. You just need to take care of him. There's no need for anything else. He'll ascend in a few days. You can go to the Spirit Pool Mountain to meet him. His name is Hu Yuan. When the time comes, you can tell him that the Crane Field asked you to meet him. On the main peak of the Sacred Academy's mountain range, Jiao Hai and the others were standing there. They were looking at the figure floating in the air. This person was none other than Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan was going to ascend today. He was originally going to ascend in the Soul Realm. However, there were no ascenders in the Soul Realm. Moreover, when people ascend, they would certainly cause a lot of commotion. Because of this, a lot of people would be alerted. Therefore, he couldn't do this. Jiao Hai originally planned to have Hu Yuan ascend in the secret realm. However, he quickly felt that something was wrong. Only Xiaoyu knew about the secret realm. If Hu Yuan ascended in the secret realm, then people from the higher realms would be able to sense the secret realm. Because of this, Jiao Hai decided to have Hu Yuan ascend in the spirit weapon realm. In any case, the evil ghost sect also knew about the spirit weapon realm. Moreover, the evil ghost sect wouldn't think that someone from the higher realms would ascend in the future. Hu Yuan also agreed with Jiao Hai's approach. He was very clear that the secret realm was very important to Zhao Hai and the others. If something were to happen here, then their losses would be huge. Everyone was looking at Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan stood there with his strength fully released. Above his head, dark clouds suddenly appeared out of thin air. Lightning snakes flashed in the dark clouds from time to time. It seems like the dark clouds were accumulating strength before launching a thunderous attack. Zhao Hai's face was calm. He didn't know if Hu Yuan's ascension would succeed or not. However, he believed that there was an 80% chance of success. This was because Hu Yuan's karma wasn't heavy. The so-called karma was actually a manifestation of cause and effect. If a person did too much evil in the lower realms, then they would have karma on their body. The heavenly Tao would know about it. When you ascend, the heavenly Tao would punish you. Moreover, the punishment would be much more severe than the punishment for others. Although Hu Yuan had killed people, he didn't do anything evil. Moreover, his research on plants was very helpful to people. It can be said that people who used his research would feel grateful to him. This was a kind of wish power. And this wish power can offset the karma. It can even reduce the energy of Hu Yuan's tribulation, making Hu Yuan more successful. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that Hu Yuan had at least an 80% to 90% chance of transcending the tribulation. The remaining 10% would be an accident. Hu Yuan looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, but he wasn't nervous at all. He wasn't young anymore. He knew very well that if he didn't go to the secret realm, he might never be able to ascend. He wouldn't even have a few years left to live. Under such circumstances, he was still able to ascend. For him, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. Now that his heart had completely calmed down, he didn't care even if he died. At this moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Then, a bolt of lightning struck Hu Yuan's body. Hu Yuan roared, and a vine suddenly appeared on his body. On top of the vine was a flower that looked like a ghost. It was Hu Yuan's weapon, the ghost vine. The ghost vine seemed to be very flexible. It rushed out of Hu Yuan's body and went straight for the lightning. With a boom, the ghost vine and the lightning collided. The lightning flashed and disappeared. The ghost vine was hit, and other than shrinking back a little, it didn't show any other reaction. The ghost vine was still dancing in the sky. It looked like a python that was about to ascend. At this time, the second bolt of lightning struck down. This time, the ghost vine met the lightning head-on and repelled it. However, when the third bolt of lightning struck down, the ghost vine fell down a lot. A lot of the leaves on the ghost vine also fell down. However, this wasn't the end. Another bolt of lightning struck down. When Hu Yuan saw this, he coldly snorted. Then with a thought, a large amount of green energy poured into the ghost vine's body. The ghost vine seemed to be in high spirits as it rushed towards the lightning. Then another bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Hu Yuan kept sending energy into the ghost vine. When the ninth bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, Hu Yuan's energy was gone. The ghost vine was also struck black. This time, the ghost vine didn't rush up. Instead, it shrunk into a ball and acted like a shield in front of Hu Yuan. Boom! The lightning heavily struck the vine shield. More than half of the ghost vine was turned into ashes. However, it didn't hit Hu Yuan. However, Hu Yuan still spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Hu Yuan wasn't connected to the ghost vine. If the ghost vine was injured, then he would be injured as well. However, Hu Yuan's figure only shook, he still managed to survive. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly turned into 7-colored auspicious clouds. Then, colorful lights danced in the sky. Bursts of fragrance came out along with bursts of heavenly music. Then, the damaged ghost vine was restored to its peak state in an instant. At the same time, Hu Yuan's injuries were also completely healed. A 7-colored auspicious cloud appeared below Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan stood on top of the cloud like an immortal. Then, the colorful lights on the 7-colored auspicious cloud slowly landed on Hu Yuan's body. Hu Yuan glanced at everyone and smiled at them. He said in a deep voice, "Crane grass, I'll wait for you up there." Then the 7-colored auspicious cloud fell and wrapped around Hu Yuan. Then the 7-colored auspicious cloud disappeared along with Hu Yuan. Jiao Hai and the others looked at the empty sky and couldn't help but sigh. The eyes of Hu Yulong and the others turned red as they bowed towards the direction where Hu Yuan disappeared. Jiao Hai turned to Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, go back. Work hard and go to the upper realm to see grandfather." Hu Yulong and the others nodded. They also wanted to see Hu Yuan as soon as possible. Moreover, they also knew that this was a good thing. Hu Yuan ascended and didn't die. They should be happy for him. Jiao Hai looked at the others and said, "All right, as long as everyone works hard, there will be a day when you can ascend to the immortal realm. Now, everyone should prepare. Tomorrow is the 5-year period. Perhaps the people from the evil spirit sect will come tomorrow. We need to be careful." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, as long as you cultivate hard, there will be a day when you ascend." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. At this time, the formation of the Holy Academy's mountain area was set up once again. Jiao Hai returned to his room on the main peak. Shi Chui, Wen Hai, and the others were all present. Among them were Long Tianlin and the other city lords and governors. Jiao Hai looked at the civil and martial officials and said, "Tomorrow is the 5-day period of the evil demon sect. I don't know if the evil demon sect will appear or not. Fortunately, every time they appear, there will be dark clouds. Everyone can prepare in advance. But we still need to be careful. How about this, if there are no dark clouds tomorrow, then the 9 great mountain cities of the spiritual weapon realm will be upgraded to a 2nd level state. If there are dark clouds, then it means that they will appear. Prepare yourselves." Hearing Jiao Hai's words, everyone nodded. The 1st level state that Jiao Hai spoke of was just like now. They can fight at any time. All the people in the city cannot go out. But the 2nd level state wasn't like this. The people in the city can go out, but they must apply for approval before they can go out. Naturally, this refers to going to the spiritual weapon realm to do things. But collecting food doesn't refer to going to the secret realm. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, everyone go back and prepare yourselves. Let's see what happens tomorrow." Everyone nodded and then went back to prepare. During this period of time, the Lost Soul Empire wouldn't have anything else to do. All of their energy would be used to deal with the evil demon sect. A day passed in a blink of an eye, but there were no dark clouds in the sky. Everyone waited for a day, but they didn't find anything. In the end, they could only enter the 2nd level state. Although this made a lot of people relieved, Jiao Hai wasn't happy at all. He was very clear that this wasn't something to be happy about. Because 5 years had passed, the people of the evil demon sect could come at any time. For them, this was definitely not a good thing. However, Jiao Hai didn't have any other choice. Although Xiaoyu was from the sword spirit world, he was still a member of the Xia family. Moreover, his status in the Xia family wasn't high. It was impossible for him to inquire about the evil demon sect's movements. Because of this, they could only passively defend. However, Jiao Hai had always remembered this saying. There are thieves for 1,000 days, but there are no thieves for 1,000 days. But now, they have no other choice but to be on guard for 1,000 days. Aside from this, they really didn't have any other good ideas. Originally, Jiao Hai was preparing to send troops to the Weapon Spirit continent. But now, this plan can only be pushed back. This was because they had no choice but to put more energy on guarding against the evil demon sect. At this time, Jiao Hai felt that Xiaoyu's communication formation was emitting a white light. He stared for a moment before his eyes couldn't help but light up. Xiaoyu had sent a letter at this time. It might be about Hu Yuan. Jiao Hai immediately picked up Xiaoyu's letter. As soon as he picked up, Xiaoyu chuckled and said, "Mr. Jiao Hai, I've already received Hu Yuan and settled him down. I took him away from the Spirit Pool Mountain. That place is too chaotic. He just arrived, so it's not suitable for him to stay there. I found an island in the southern sea that rogue cultivators can freely enter and placed him there. It's very safe there, you can rest assured." "Right, the old man is right beside me. Do you want to say a few words to him?" Jiao Hai quickly replied, "All right. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu chuckled and said softly, "It's fine." After saying that, he handed the formation to Hu Yuan. Following that, Hu Yuan's mental strength transmitted over, crane grass, don't worry about me. I'm fine here. Mr. Xia has arranged things well for me. Not only did you teach me some cultivation techniques, you also gave me some currency here. It turns out that the currency here is actually a type of stone. With these things, I can live here for a long time. You don't have to worry about me. Jiao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Then I'm relieved. Grandfather, if you have the chance in the future, ask Mr. Xia to make a formation like this for you. This way, we can communicate. Take good care of yourself there. If you have any difficulties, you can ask Mr. Xia for help. We have a cooperative relationship with Mr. Xia, I believe he won't refuse. Hu Yuan responded. However, his mental strength was still too weak compared to the people from the upper realm, so he ended the call. Jiao Hai put down the formation and let out a long breath. After ending the call with Hu Yuan, Jiao Hai said a few words to Xia Yu. He just asked Xia Yu to help him take care of Hu Yuan. Naturally, Xia Yu agreed. It was impossible for Xia Yu to refuse Jiao Hai. On the contrary, he liked to help Jiao Hai. In the entire spirit weapon world, there weren't many people who understood Jiao Hai's influence in the lower realms better than him. To be friends with such a powerful person was definitely a good thing. This was because this would help him a lot. Because of this, Xia Yu wasn't afraid of helping Jiao Hai. On the contrary, he wanted to help Jiao Hai and make Jiao Hai owe him a few favors. After ending the call, Jiao Hai finally relaxed. With Xia Yu taking care of Hu Yuan, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, Hu Yuan was arranged to stay in the Southern Sea, which was also the Xia family's territory. With Xia Yu taking care of Hu Yuan, there shouldn't be any problems. Jiao Hai also didn't have anything to worry about. After putting down this matter, Jiao Hai focused his attention on other things. There were only a few things that Jiao Hai wanted to focus on. First, the evil ghost gate that appeared in the spirit weapon world. Second, the literature records continent. He didn't know if the 8 great academies would join the Lost Soul Empire. Third, the soldier spirit continent. He didn't know when he would make a move. Fourth, the secret realm. Jiao Hai always felt that the plants in the secret realm were growing abnormally. Moreover, the spiritual chi here was also very abnormal. Therefore, the secret realm must have some kind of secret realm. Fifth, formations. If the Lost Soul Empire wants to increase its strength, formations would be an important factor. At this time, Jiao Hai was still developing the Lost Soul Empire's formations. Although the Lost Soul Empire's formations were developing very well, it was still far from what Jiao Hai imagined. Moreover, Jiao Hai didn't only want to develop the formations here. He also wanted to use the low-level techniques of the Sword Spirit Realm that Xia Yu gave him as a foundation to slowly increase the strength of the Lost Soul Empire's people. The spirit weapon world was now in a state of secondary combat readiness. Jiao Hai didn't need to worry too much about it. No matter when the evil ghost gate appeared, they could use the time when the evil ghost gate broke through the spatial barrier to enter a state of primary combat readiness. Because of this, Jiao Hai didn't need to worry too much about it. Although Jiao Hai was worried about the 8 great academies of the Wenji continent, the situation there wasn't something that he could control. It wasn't something that could be solved in a day or two. Therefore, Jiao Hai only needed to pay attention to it from time to time, he didn't need to worry too much. Originally, Jiao Hai wanted to send troops to the Weapon Spirit continent. However, in order to guard against the evil ghost gate, they couldn't send troops for a while. They needed to be prepared to deal with the evil ghost gate as well as the Weapon Spirit continent. Otherwise, if the evil ghost gate suddenly attacked while they were attacking the Weapon Spirit continent, then they would have to face 200 enemies. Naturally, they would return to deal with the evil ghost gate. However, if that happened, then they would have to give up on the Weapon Spirit continent. Jiao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, he wouldn't attack the Weapon Spirit continent for a while. However, this didn't mean that he wouldn't pay attention to the Weapon Spirit continent. Collecting information was also very important. Naturally, with the help of the Hu clan, this information collection would be much easier. What really attracted Jiao Hai's attention was the secret realm. The spiritual chi in the secret realm was very vibrant. This might be the reason why the plants here grew so quickly. However, this was also the reason why Zhao Hai felt strange. He really wanted to know what this place was, why it was like this, and why the spiritual qi here was more vibrant compared to other places. This was absolutely impossible for this space to be naturally formed, there must be some other reason. If a space was naturally like this mystic realm, then it was absolutely impossible for it to be on the same level as the spirit weapon realm. It was absolutely impossible. Therefore, this must have been formed later on. There must be some reason that caused this space to mutate. But what was the reason that caused this space to mutate? This was what Zhao Hai wanted to know the most. In addition to the secret realm, there was also the spirit weapon realm and the place where the destroyer lived. Zhao Hai was very curious about these two places. He really wanted to know why there was no sun in the spirit weapon realm. Why was the sea filled with the power of destruction? Why did a place like the spirit weapon realm exist in such an environment? The place where the destroyer lived was the place that Zhao Hai was most curious about. He wanted to know what kind of place the destroyer lived in. Why did the destroyer want to destroy everything? Why could they survive in the power of destruction while other creatures couldn't? Zhao's understanding of cultivation was very different from other people's. Ordinary cultivators might think that cultivation was for longevity, but if it was only for longevity, then it was really too sad. A stone was placed there, and if no one touched it, it would always exist. This was also a kind of longevity. Do you want to become a stone? Zhao Hai said, you don't want to be a stone. You don't want to be a stone. Obviously, no one wanted to become a stone. But the longevity that cultivators pursued was like a person pursuing the process of turning himself into a stone. Humans were called humans because they were the leader of all living things. Humans needed to think before they acted. Humans needed emotions to live. If you only acted based on instinct, then could you still be called a human? At best, you were an ape. If you didn't have emotions, then could you still be called a human? You were just a stone that could move. If you really did this, then what was the difference between you and a stone? You grew up, but you were cold because there was nothing around you. There was nothing in your mind. You could only rely on your instincts to pursue longevity. You forgot everyone's feelings and made yourself an emotionless stone. Was this the longevity that people pursued? If this was really the case, then cultivation was really too pitiful. Zhao Hai believed that the reason why the heavenly Tao allowed cultivators to appear and gave people a chance to live forever was to let them understand the world and everything in it. The good, the bad, everything that they knew, everything that they didn't know. This was the reason why the heavenly Tao allowed cultivators to exist. People said that cultivators were going against the heavens. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this was a complete lie. Going against the heavens? If the heavens didn't even give you a chance to live, then how could you go against the heavens? It was purely an arrogant idiot's crazy words. Zhao Hai's cultivation had never been for longevity. He wanted to understand the world and everything in this universe. He wanted to know why these planes existed and what secrets there were in these planes. He wanted to know what was above these planes. He wanted to be with his loved ones and protect all the people he wanted to protect. He was like a mountain climber who didn't know how high a mountain was. However, he didn't climb the mountain for the sake of it. He climbed the mountain and looked at the scenery along the way. This was the real purpose of Zhao Hai's cultivation. If Zhao Hai was as busy as a stone, he would have slit his own throat. It was precisely because of this curiosity that Zhao Hai was curious about the mystic realm. He wanted to unravel the secrets of the mystic realm. He wanted to know why the spirit weapon world had become like that. He also wanted to know why creatures like the Destroyer existed in the universe. These questions aroused Zhao Hai's curiosity. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate or conquer the spirit weapon continent. Zhao Hai didn't tell anyone about his thoughts. He still did his own things and dealt with some documents. However, at the same time, he was also preparing to explore the entire mystic realm. It was impossible for the mystic realm to be made up of land. The ocean here must be very large. Zhao Hai wanted to know what was in the ocean. Zhao Hai was very clear that there were a lot of things that he needed to deal with. But in fact, there weren't a lot of things that he needed to deal with. Stonehammer and Wen Hai were in charge of the spirit weapon realm, so Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the secret realm. The city lords were in charge of the various cities. As for the alien continent, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about it. Although he had just conquered the place, it was still possible for the governors to have some ideas. However, one shouldn't forget about Lu Hong's existence. Besides Lu Hong, Zhao Hai also had a lot of spies in the alien continent. In the Wenji continent, it was better to stay still than to move. If Zhao Hai moved, the academies of the Wenji continent would be disgusted. If he didn't move, the academies of the Wenji continent wouldn't know what to do. Zhao Hai also didn't need to worry about the weapon spirit continent. The Hu clan was there. If there were any changes, Zhao Hai would immediately know. Therefore, as long as he took care of his own matters, he would have a lot of time to do his own things. This was the result of a perfect system. However, Zhao Hai also knew that it wasn't time for him to leave. The spirit weapon world was still preparing for war. If he were to leave now, then the spirit weapon world would be affected. Therefore, he had to wait for a while. The atmosphere in the spirit weapon world would be less tense, and the people from the evil spirit sect wouldn't appear. It would be best to wait for Xiaoyu's arrival. Then after Xiaoyu leaves, Zhao Hai could carry out his plan. This way, there would be a buffer time of a few months. If the people from the evil spirit sect don't appear in these few months, then they wouldn't appear in a short period of time. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure was because he heard from Xiaoyu that it wasn't easy to break a spatial barrier. This was also the reason why many people in the sword spirit realm knew how to break a spatial barrier. However, only a few people were willing to try it. This was because if you don't know the specific coordinates, then you would only be wasting materials and money. After Xiaoyu knew the coordinates, he spent several years collecting materials before making his move. At the same time, the bigger the spatial barrier, the more materials needed, and the greater the price. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the Ghost King ship. At this time, there was no one else on the ship other than him. He was currently flying in the sky of the secret realm. He didn't have any purpose this time, he just flew forward while looking at the scenery along the way. If he saw a place with good scenery, he would stop and have a good rest. He would stay in a place with good scenery for a few days and make some food for himself. It was a very leisurely life. Zhao Hai has been out for 5 days now. His speed wasn't very fast, he even stopped by a waterfall for 2 days before continuing his journey. Zhao Hai's face was now filled with nostalgia. In the past, he would always go out with Laura and the others to play. They would always move forward like this, stopping for a few days when they see a place with good scenery. Then they would continue walking until they felt bored. This time, Zhao Hai was prepared to do the same. But unfortunately, he was alone. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He really missed Laura and the others. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see them. This made Zhao Hai somewhat sad. Zhao Hai hadn't talked to Laura and the others for several decades. In the beginning, he could only vaguely see them. Although he could see them more clearly now, he still couldn't see them. This made Zhao Hai feel very sad. This time, Zhao Hai came out for a vacation. He wanted to have some fun and see if he could discover the secret of the secret realm. Actually, when the 12 cities were built, Zhao Hai already had some understanding of the secret realm's terrain. He was very clear that besides the 12 mountains, there were also countless large and small mountain ranges. Some of these mountain ranges weren't smaller than the one in Mountain City. However, because Zhao Hai only needed 12 mountains to build a formation that covered the entire secret realm, he only built 12 mountain cities. Although he had seen the other mountain cities, some of them weren't suitable for building a mountain city. Naturally, he gave up on them. However, those mountains that weren't suitable for building a mountain city didn't mean that they didn't have good scenery. In fact, some mountain ranges were very beautiful. While walking forward, Zhao suddenly stopped and looked at a place in front of him. It was a lake. The whole lake was like a huge green mirror, embedded in the plains. On the plains, there were tall grass that was nearly as tall as a person, and among the grass, there were some animals that were faintly discernible. It must be said that the secret realm was very strange. The growth rate of the trees in the secret realm was very fast. Moreover, they were very aggressive. Normally, the entire secret realm should be filled with trees. However, this wasn't the case. There were a lot of grasslands in the secret realm, but there were very few trees growing on them. This was very strange. Jiao Hai looked at the lake. Then with an intention, the ghost kingship flew above the lake and then slowly fell into it. The lake was very big. Jiao Hai's ghost kingship wasn't small, but when it fell into the lake, it looked like a small boat. After the ghost kingship fell into the water, Jiao Hai went to the side of the ship and quietly looked at the lake. The lake looked very clear, it was possible to see 2 meters deep. One could even see some small fish swimming around in the lake. It looked very leisurely. Jiao Hai looked at the small fish in the lake. The small fish in the lake were very beautiful. If he fished them out, he could even raise them in a tank. Jiao Hai waved his hand and a recliner appeared beside him. Then he sat on the recliner and took out a bottle of white wine. Jiao Hai took out a glass and poured himself a glass. After taking a sip, he looked at the calm lake and let out a long breath. The scenery here was very beautiful. Jiao Hai really wanted Laura and the others to see it. However, he knew that it was impossible right now. He couldn't help but feel regret. After sighing and taking another sip of wine, Jiao Hai muttered, "I should wait until I ascend. I hope that I can see Laura and the others after I ascend." Jiao Hai muttered to himself. While Jiao Hai was sighing, he suddenly felt the ghost kingship shaking. This made Jiao Hai stare. Then he quickly put away his glass and went to the side of the ship to look into the water. There was a shadow in the water that kept hitting the ghost kingship. This shadow looked very big, but its appearance was very strange. Because it was in the water, Jiao Hai couldn't see what it was. He could only feel that it was very big, but he couldn't see what it was. Jiao Hai quickly swept the lake with his spiritual force. But when he did, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because the lake was able to isolate spiritual force. His spiritual force couldn't reach the water at all. This made Jiao Hai very surprised. However, it didn't take long before Jiao Hai discovered that the shadow wasn't attacking the Ghost King ship. On the contrary, it seemed to be playing with the Ghost King ship. It might have thought that the Ghost King ship was something fun to play with. The reason for this feeling was because Jiao Hai discovered that although the thing was hitting the Ghost King ship, it didn't have much strength. On the contrary, it was like a child playing with his friends, pushing each other. It was the kind of feeling one would get from a child playing with his friends. Jiao Hai couldn't help but be curious. With an intention, the Ghost King ship slowly sank into the lake. At the same time, the ship's shield was also opened. When Jiao Hai sank into the lake, the shadow seemed to be startled. It moved to the side and dodged. However, it didn't take long before it approached again. At this time, Jiao Hai also saw the shadow. Upon seeing it, Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that he would see something like this here. This was because Jiao Hai had seen this creature's original form back on Earth. It was a dinosaur, and it looked like a plesiosaurus. However, it had a hard shell on its back. It looked like a huge turtle shell. Rather than a plesiosaurus, it would be better to say that it was a plesiosaurus. However, its body was really too big. This thing's length was probably close to 100 meters. Its huge carapace was about 50 meters long and 30 meters wide. It was really huge. At this time, this little thing was looking at the Ghost King ship with a curious expression. From time to time, it would bump its head against the Ghost King ship. It looked like a child who saw a new toy. When Jiao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't think that he would meet such a small creature here. Jiao Hai couldn't help but transmit his spiritual force. However, Jiao Hai quickly discovered that when his spiritual force came into contact with the lake, it was immediately blocked. This made Jiao Hai stare. Then his figure moved and appeared on top of the snake-necked turtle's head. Jiao Hai stood on top of the snake-necked turtle's head. However, it didn't feel small at all. At this time, the snake-necked turtle also felt that Jiao Hai was on top of its head. It couldn't help but shake its head. When Jiao Hai saw the snake-necked turtle's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. Then he gently placed his hand on top of the snake-necked turtle's head and transmitted his spiritual force. Just as Jiao Hai's spiritual force was transmitted, a young voice was heard, "Who are you? Why are you on top of my head?" Jiao Hai was surprised. He didn't think that such a big snake-necked tortoise was actually a child. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure was because spiritual force communication, under normal circumstances, wouldn't go wrong. Spiritual force communication was like a conversation between people. You could clearly feel the tone and voice of the conversation, and it would be the truest side of the conversation. In other words, if you felt that the other party was a child, then there was at least a 99% chance that it was a real child, and not a disguise to deceive you. This snake-necked turtle was actually a child. If a child was this big, then how big would it be when it reaches adulthood? Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. But then he immediately said, "Hello, why did you bump into my ship? I just want to talk to you. If I'm not on top of your head, then we can't talk." When the snake-necked turtle heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "So it's like that. But what's a ship? Is this it?" After saying that, he touched the Ghost King warship. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, this is it. I'm a person, and this Ghost King ship is my tool. Haven't you seen it before? Do you live here? What about your family?" The snake-necked turtle replied, "I don't have a family." "What is a family?" "I don't live here, I just came here to take a bath. I live below. There are a lot of beautiful flowers and a lot of delicious grasses. I live there." When Zhao Hai heard the snake-necked turtle, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Can you take me to your home to take a look?" The snake-necked turtle nodded and said, "All right, then I'll take you to my home." Then his figure moved as he dived into the lake. Seeing this, Zhao Hai's mind moved as he received the Ghost King ship into the space. Then he followed the snake-necked turtle as they dived into the lake. The deeper they went into the lake, the lower the temperature of the water became. Moreover, the depth of the lake was beyond his expectations. They had already dived a few hundred meters, but they still couldn't see the bottom of the lake. Zhao Hai didn't know how deep the lake was. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that they weren't going straight down the lake. Instead, they were going in a slanted direction. At the same time, Zhao Hai also discovered that the snake-necked turtle's speed was very fast. After an hour, Zhao Hai didn't know how far he had gone. It was as if he was flying underwater, it was too fast. Suddenly, Zhao Hai felt something different. He discovered that the water quality around him seemed to have changed. Zhao Hai stared, then he took some water in his hand and carefully felt it. Then he muttered, "It's seawater. Are we in the sea?" However, the snake-necked turtle didn't stop. Its speed was still very fast. After another 2 hours, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a boom. Before Zhao Hai could understand what was going on, he felt his body shake. Then he found himself inside a space. When Zhao Hai looked at the space, he couldn't help but stare. This was a very big space, he couldn't see the end of it. He was now beside a small lake in this space. There were no mountains in this space, there was only flat land everywhere. On the ground, there were some mango grass as well as flowers. These flowers were very beautiful and came in all kinds of colors. If these grasses and flowers were placed in the secret realm, they would be considered big. Grasses that were more than 2 meters tall couldn't even be considered small grasses. The flowers were the same. Even the smallest ones had a diameter of 1 meter. If they were placed in the secret realm, they would be considered big flowers. But compared to the snake-necked turtle, they were indeed small flowers. Then the snake-necked turtle's voice was heard, "This is my home. Do you see it? Are these flowers beautiful? These grasses are also very delicious. I like them very much. Do you want some? Are they really delicious?" Zhao Hai looked at the enthusiastic snake-necked turtle, then he quickly waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. Right, I'll give you something to eat. These things are also very delicious." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out some fruits and placed them in front of the snake-necked turtle. The snake-necked turtle looked at the fruits in confusion. Then he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Eat, it's very delicious." Then he took a fruit and took a bite. When the snake-necked turtle saw Zhao Hai eating, he couldn't help but eat all the fruits that Zhao Hai took out. Although Zhao Hai took out a lot of fruits, it was still too little compared to the snake-necked turtle's size. These fruits weren't even enough for the snake-necked turtle to eat. The snake-necked turtle smacked his lips twice, then he happily said, delicious, very delicious. What is this? Why is it so delicious? The fruits from these flowers are even more delicious. I really like to eat them. Xiaohai looked at the snake-necked turtle and couldn't help but smile. Then he took out a pile of fruits. In any case, there was a lot of fruits in the space. Xiaohai didn't go to the space to collect fruits. There were too many fruits, so he just let them fall to the ground and rot. Some animals in the space ate fruits, but they couldn't eat them all. Since the snake-necked turtle liked to eat them, Xiaohai naturally wouldn't be stingy. Therefore, he took out another pile of fruits. The snake-necked turtle ate the fruits in a few bites. Then he looked at Xiaohai. When Xiaohai saw the snake-necked turtle's appearance, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Then why don't you come to my home? I have a lot of fruits in my home. You can eat as much as you want." The snake-necked turtle didn't even think about it as it nodded. Xiaohai looked at the snake-necked turtle and smiled faintly. "You don't need to be nervous. Just close your eyes and you'll be able to go to my house. Be good, close your eyes." The home that Xiaohai was talking about was naturally the space. Along with his words, the snake-necked turtle slowly closed his eyes. Then with an intention, Xiaohai received the snake-necked turtle into the space. The home that Xiaohai was talking about was the space. In his heart, only the space was his home. Even his home on Earth couldn't be considered as his home. This was because Laura and the others weren't there. Only the place where Laura and the others were was considered home. When the little snake-necked turtle was received into the space by Xiaohai, it immediately felt the changes in its surroundings. It opened its eyes and looked around. When it saw the fruit forest not far away, it immediately cried out and ran over, eating the fruits on the trees. However, the way it ate the fruits was a bit special. When it took a bite, the entire fruit tree was bitten off. Upon seeing the snake-necked turtle eating, Xiaohai didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he followed the snake-necked turtle. In any case, there were a lot of fruits in the space, so he didn't need to worry about anything. The little snake-necked turtle ate a piece of fruit tree. Then it crawled to Xiaohai's side and said, "Your house is really beautiful. I like it here." Xiaohai nodded and said, "I like it." Xiaohai smiled faintly. He knew that the space was a lot worse compared to his original one. If this was his original space, then as long as he received the snake-necked turtle, it would immediately be subdued by the space. But this wasn't the case. Although the snake-necked turtle entered the space, it wasn't subdued by the space. Xiaohai looked at the snake-necked turtle and said, "Let's go back to your home first. Then I'll move your things to my home. Later on, you can live here. How about it? What do you think?" When the snake-necked turtle heard Xiaohai, it couldn't help but stare. Then it happily said, "Can I live here? Can I really live here? That's great, that's great. But you'll have to move all of my things here. Let's go back to my home and have a look." Xiaohai nodded, then he followed the snake-necked turtle back to the space. Then the snake-necked turtle had Xiaohai stand on its head. Then it led Xiaohai to visit the space. There was nothing inside the space, it was just a prairie. However, Xiaohai found a strange place in the middle of the prairie. It was an open space with nothing growing there. However, the open space was filled with green light. Xiaohai thought that it was a small lake. But when he got there, he discovered that it wasn't a small lake at all. It was a huge green crystal ground. The length and width of the ground exceeded 10,000 meters. The entire ground was covered in green crystals. It was very smooth, it looked like a huge green crystal. The snake-necked turtle said that this was where it lived and that it slept on top of the crystal. Xiaohai felt an incomparably powerful natural energy coming from the crystal. Just by standing on top of it for a while, the natural energy inside his soul space doubled compared to before. This kind of absorption speed really surprised Xiaohai. Xiaohai laid on top of the crystal and carefully looked down. He discovered that the crystal might be very big. This was because when he looked down, he was able to see 3 to 4 meters deep. In other words, this might be a huge green crystal. Xiaohai's heart was filled with excitement. Such a huge green crystal that contained a lot of natural energy. Xiaohai was very sure that this green crystal wasn't simple. Moreover, the changes in the secret realm might be related to this green crystal. It must be. Zhao Hai looked at the green crystal. He wanted to take it to the space. However, this thing was too big. Taking it to the space wouldn't be easy. Naturally, Zhao Hai was afraid that if the green crystal was taken to the space, then the secret realm would lose this thing. The secret realm would no longer be a secret realm. The trees in the secret realm would also lose their ability to grow quickly. This wasn't a good thing for the secret realm. The snake-necked turtle followed Zhao Hai. He was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai lying on top of the green crystal. He didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. When Zhao Hai sat there in a daze, the snake-necked turtle said, "Hey, human, what are you doing?" The snake-necked turtle didn't know that Zhao Hai was just a human. Moreover, this didn't mean that he was a human. Therefore, the snake-necked turtle called Zhao Hai. Hearing the snake-necked turtle's call, Zhao Hai recovered. He looked at the snake-necked turtle and smiled, "Your place is really beautiful. I want to take a look first." "You go play, I'll sit here for a while." The snake-necked turtle looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. He didn't say anything else as he ran to the side to eat the grass. Zhao Hai noticed that the grass that the snake-necked turtle ate would immediately grow back. The speed of growth was very fast. Moreover, the grass wouldn't die of old age, it would remain green and tender. Zhao Hai was now certain that the reason why the plants in the secret realm grew so fast was because of these green crystals. He wanted to know what these things were. Zhao Hai calmly sat there. Then he slowly adjusted his thought force and sent it towards the green crystal. However, the green crystal's thought force was very fast. Among all the things that Zhao Hai encountered, this green crystal's thought force wasn't the fastest, but it was almost there. Zhao Hai's thought force was able to keep up with the green crystal's thought force. Then he felt his mind shake as he arrived at a magical place. This place was full of green energy. This energy was natural energy, it was full of vitality. Then Zhao Hai saw the growth of all living things. He even saw the formation of the secret realm. The secret realm wasn't originally a space, it was just a crack between the spirit weapon realm and another space. But when the green crystal appeared, it crashed into the crack. It occupied a space in the spirit weapon realm as well as a space in another space. Because of its enormous energy, the spatial barrier automatically separated it, forming a separate space in the spirit weapon realm. The space that Zhao Hai was currently in was actually the most primitive part of the secret realm. The other places in the secret realm were formed later. They were the accumulation of energy that formed the secret realm. It can be said that the entire secret realm relied on this huge crystal to exist. Zhao Hai decided to call this huge crystal the Nature's Heart. This was because the entire mystic realm relied on the Nature's Heart to exist. Therefore, once Zhao Hai obtains the Nature's Heart, the mystic realm would slowly turn into an ordinary realm. It wouldn't be as magical anymore. Naturally, the plants in the secret realm had already evolved. They had evolved into a fast-growing state. Even if they lost the Nature's Heart, the plants here would still grow faster than the plants in other planes. However, it was impossible for them to grow as tall as they did now. The Nature's Heart's core wasn't very big. However, because it was very powerful and was constantly absorbing energy from the outside, transforming it into nature's force, the land around it slowly turned into a crystal. This was the huge crystal that Zhao Hai was looking at. After some time, Zhao Hai slowly withdrew his thought force. He looked around, trying to determine how long he had been sitting here. However, he soon discovered that he didn't sit here for a long time. This was because the snake-necked turtle was still eating. It didn't even change its position much. Zhao Hai also knew that because the nature's thought force was too fast, although he felt that a long time had passed, it shouldn't have. But now, there was a problem. It can be said that everything in the secret realm relied on the Nature's Heart. If he really took the Nature's Heart away, then it would have a huge impact on the secret realm. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted. Because of this, Zhao Hai was now worried about this matter. He wanted to obtain the Nature's Heart, but he also didn't want to destroy the secret realm. He didn't want the secret realm to become an ordinary space. This was because the secret realm was now an important part of the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, there were 12 formations here. The energy source of these formations was actually the nature's heart. If Zhao Hai takes the nature's heart away, then the secret realm would lose its energy source. For them, this wasn't a good thing. Their 12 formations would be destroyed. Zhao Hai was in a difficult position. The snake-necked turtle might have eaten its fill. It crawled towards Zhao Hai and looked at Zhao Hai. "Human, why are you sitting there? Aren't you hungry?" Zhao Hai looked at the snake-necked turtle and smiled faintly. "I'm not a human, I'm a human. However, there are a lot of humans. I'm just one of them. My name is Zhao Hai, you can call me Zhao Hai." "Do you have a name?" "Name? What's a name?" The snake-necked turtle looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "A name is a form of address. For example, I'm Zhao Hai, I'm a human. And you're a snake-necked turtle. However, you might not be the only snake-necked turtle. So you need a name. When people call your name, you'll know that they're calling you and not someone else." Although the snake-necked turtle didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, it still asked Zhao Hai, "Then can you give me a name?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course. You're so big, and you're a snake-necked turtle. Your neck is like a snake and your body is like a turtle. I think you should be called Little Wu. There's a black tortoise in this world, but you're not one. You should be called Little Wu." It was clear that the snake-necked turtle didn't understand the meaning behind Zhao Hai's name. However, it was still very happy as it said, "All right, I'm called Little Wu. From today onwards, I'll be called Little Wu. Zhao Hai, you can call me Little Wu from now on." Zhao Hai looked at Little Wu and couldn't help but smile. He wanted to call Little Wu back to the space. It wasn't that Zhao Hai wanted to do something to Little Wu, it was just that Zhao Hai didn't want Little Wu to stay here any longer. With such a good environment, Little Wu's strength would certainly be very strong in the future. Not to mention the future, even now, Little Wu was already very strong. Being able to shake the Ghost King ship wasn't something that ordinary beasts could do. But if one day, the secret realm was discovered by other people, or by other people from the upper realms, would they also discover Little Wu? When that time comes, what would Little Wu's orders be? The good ones might be taken in as spirit beasts while the bad ones might be killed. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to leave Little Wu here. He wanted to take Little Wu back to the space. Moreover, Zhao Hai also wanted to take the nature's heart into the space. Without it, Little Wu wouldn't have a good time. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to take Little Wu back to the space. Zhao Hai looked at Little Wu and after some time, he said, "Little Wu, are you willing to leave this place and live in my house? You can go there and eat fruits, as well as grass. Moreover, there are a lot of people there that you can play with. Are you willing?" Little Wu looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression, then he said, "Then I can't go home?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, if you go to my house, then you won't be able to go home. However, I can move your things over. Are you willing?" Little Wu thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "If you can move my things over, then I'm willing." When Zhao Hai heard Little Wu, his face lit up. Then he nodded and said, "All right, then you can play here for a while. I'll prepare myself." Little Wu nodded, then he ignored Zhao Hai and went to play with the first company. Little Wu nodded, then ignored Zhao Hai and went to play. Zhao Hai looked at Little Wu's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Then he went to the side and took some of the soil, grass, and flowers into the space. Then with an intention, he went underground. After diving for a while, he went towards the nature's heart. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the nature's heart, where the green crystal was. Then Zhao Hai went down for about 100 meters before he saw the bottom of the green crystal. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, such a large crystal was really big. He just didn't know how big the nature's heart was. Zhao Hai tested the hardness of the green crystal and found that it was almost as hard as a normal crystal. This wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took out his golden shark sword and dug out a large piece of the green crystal. Then he slowly drilled his way in. It took about an hour for Zhao Hai to get close to the nature's heart. The nature's heart was located in the middle of the green crystal. The green was very pure, it gave people a feeling of infinite vitality. Most importantly, the concentration of nature's energy was almost liquefied. Zhao Hai took a breath and felt that the space's nature's energy had become denser. All the trees in the space were growing as fast as they could. Some of the trees that weren't demonized had already started to demonize. At the same time, Xiaohai also saw the nature's heart. It looked like a heart, but it also looked like a seed. The nature's heart was green, it looked like an ordinary green stone. It wasn't even as beautiful as the green crystals around it. However, the amount of nature's energy that it contained was really astonishing. Xiaohai looked at the nature's heart and thought about whether or not he should take it to the space. To be honest, Xiaohai was hesitant. He was afraid that if he took the nature's heart into the space, then he didn't know what would happen to the secret realm. This was what Xiaohai was most worried about. But after thinking about it for a while, Xiaohai decided to give it a try. If the nature's heart could enter the space, then the benefits would be huge. Moreover, he only took the nature's heart, he didn't touch the other crystals. He already discovered that the crystals contained a lot of nature's energy. Even if he lost the nature's heart, as long as he had these crystals, the secret realm wouldn't be immediately affected. Moreover, the degree of impact would be very small. Because of this, Xiaohai decided to take a risk and give it a try. Xiaohai reached out his hand and slowly grabbed the nature's heart. Then with an intention, he took the nature's heart into the space. Just as Xiaohai took the nature's heart into the space, he suddenly felt the surroundings shake. Then Xiaohai discovered that he was inside a huge space. There was nothing in this space, it was just a huge empty space. Then he felt seawater rushing into the space, filling it up before long. At this time, Xiaohai also released the ghost kingship and entered it. Then his body flashed as he entered the space. This was because he felt an unknown change in the space. Upon entering the space, Xiaohai was immediately stunned. This was because he discovered that the nature's fortress had changed. Nature's fortress was originally floating in the sky along with Yuhua. But now, it was undergoing an unknown change. The entire nature's fortress was emitting a green light, covering the entire space. What made Xiaohai surprised was that everything in the space seemed to be changing. He could feel that the space was getting bigger, and the concentration of nature's energy was also increasing. Most importantly, the place where he and Xiaowu were was completely absorbed into the space. At the same time, there were other changes in the space. Xiaohai discovered the small lake that he and Xiaowu were in, and he also discovered the sea inside the space. Then the green light in the nature's fortress slowly disappeared. The space seemed to have returned to its original state. At this time, Xiaowu also discovered the changes in his surroundings. He gave a shout of joy as he ran towards the fruit trees to eat. However, it was clear that he wasn't very hungry. Therefore, he didn't eat the fruit trees, he only ate the fruits on the trees. However, Xiaohai quickly discovered that something was wrong. It wasn't that Xiaowu didn't want to eat the fruit trees, but rather that he couldn't. The trees had become very large, and the fruits on the trees were also very large. This was beyond Xiaohai's expectations. Xiaohai's mind moved as he appeared inside the nature's fortress. The nature's fortress was still the same, there were no changes. The only thing that changed was the bamboo inside the fortress. The nature's heart was quietly hiding underneath the bamboo. The bamboo looked even more beautiful and green, as if it was carved out of jade. At the same time, Xiaohai could also feel that the nature's fortress had leveled up. It was much more powerful than before, and at the same time, it was able to release more nature's energy. For Xiaohai, this was definitely a good thing. Xiaohai let out a long breath. The space had become bigger and better, this was a good thing. At this time, the plants inside the space were growing very fast. Moreover, some of the plants had already started to demonize. This was the same for the animals. It can be said that the space was evolving. However, Xiaohai also discovered a problem. The destruction force inside the space seemed to have decreased. The nature's energy and destruction force that were originally calm in the space had now changed. The nature's energy was now more than the destruction force. Even if some of the nature's energy had turned into destruction force, the destruction force still decreased. When Xiaohai saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. He didn't have any good ideas. The increase in nature's energy was entirely due to the nature's heart. However, there was no way for the destruction force to increase. Because of this, the nature's energy was able to suppress the destruction force. In the eyes of most people, having more nature's energy was a good thing. The destruction force would only destroy everything while nature's energy was able to make everything grow. Naturally, people would prefer nature's energy over destruction force. However, this world needed to pay attention to balance. If there was nature's energy, then there would be destruction force to balance it out. Zhao Hai always thought that his previous space didn't have destruction force. However, after thinking about it, he discovered that he was wrong. His previous space also had destruction force. However, the amount of destruction force in that space was much smaller. Just like in his space, there were a lot of people who could live for a long time. As long as he didn't die, then the people inside the space would be fine. However, this wasn't right. With so many people living for a long time, if they kept giving birth, then Zhao Hai's space wouldn't be able to hold so many people. However, it was clear that this didn't happen. In the space, almost all the people and animals that lived for a long time had lost their ability to give birth. They couldn't give birth anymore. Zhao Hai always thought that this was because of the laws. But now that he thought about it, it might not be because of the destruction force. The power of destruction was the same as the power of nature, they were everywhere. Moreover, they were like twins. Where there was the power of destruction, there would be the power of nature. Similarly, where there was the power of nature, there would be the power of destruction. This was an indisputable fact. Once a space's destruction force and nature force were completely out of balance, then the space wouldn't be far from destruction. Because of this, destruction force was necessary. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any good ideas right now. His space had very little destruction force, but he had no way to replenish it. This was because he didn't have a way to add a heart of destruction to the space. If he only absorbed destruction force, then it would be useless. The nature's heart was constantly releasing energy. Even if he absorbed destruction force, he wouldn't be able to stop the nature's energy. Therefore, he could only wait and see. At this time, Zhao Hai was still worried about the changes in the secret realm. He didn't think that the nature's heart would be absorbed into the space. Originally, he wanted to leave the crystal stones there. But now, that was no longer possible. In other words, the secret realm no longer had the support of the nature's heart. He didn't know what had happened to it. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately drove the Ghost King's ship back to the surface of the secret realm. Then he began to feel the changes around the secret realm. Contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, there weren't any changes to the secret realm. However, Zhao Hai wasn't relieved. The secret realm relied on the nature's heart to grow. Now that the nature's heart was taken away, how could there be no changes to the secret realm? Zhao Hai carefully felt the changes in the secret realm. However, he couldn't feel anything. There really weren't any changes to the secret realm. Zhao Hai still wasn't relieved. He went to the edge of a forest and cut it down first. Then he watered the forest. The forest immediately grew back. Then he cut it down again and watered it. After repeating this process for 20 times, the growth of the forest finally slowed down. Zhao Hai finally felt relieved. He was now sure that the secret realm still had some residual energy. And this residual energy would allow the forest to grow for a long time. After 20 times, although the growth would slow down, the change wouldn't be too much. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this situation wouldn't last for a long time. After a long time, the secret realm would certainly change. He had to find a way to solve this problem. Zhao Hai thought about several methods in his mind. In the end, he decided on a two-pronged approach. First, he would gather some green crystals from the space. Then he would take out some traction crystals and use them as the core of a formation. This formation would be able to transport natural energy to the secret realm. Because of the traction crystals, there would be no need to worry about the lack of natural energy. Moreover, because of the traction crystals, the formation could be used for a long time. This way, the secret realm wouldn't be cut off from the supply of natural energy. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure was because he knew that the secret realm didn't need natural energy like the heart of nature. In fact, the secret realm didn't have that much natural energy. This was because although the heart of nature was here, it was buried very deep. Because of this, the secret realm wouldn't be able to absorb too much natural energy. Because of this, a formation should be able to solve this problem. However, this formation also had certain requirements. First, the traction crystals had to contain natural energy from the heart of nature. This was because the natural energy from the heart of nature was very active. Zhao Hai didn't want the secret realm to lose this energy. Second, the formation had to be made well and large. Not only did it need to be able to release natural energy, it also needed to be able to absorb natural energy. Moreover, the two formations couldn't have any conflicts. This way, the formation would be able to operate for a long time. Zhao Hai was constantly calculating in his mind. He was constantly designing a plan. He wanted to design and refine the formation as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's other method was actually very simple. It was to install formation cores in the 12 mountain cities. In the past, the 12 mountain cities' defensive formations didn't have formation cores. This was because the natural energy here was very abundant. The formations were able to absorb natural energy and operate on their own. However, this wasn't the case anymore. Even if Zhao Hai replaced the heart of nature's formation, it still wouldn't be able to compare to the heart of nature. Therefore, in order to reduce the burden of the formations in the 12 mountain cities had to be modified. Then the green crystals and the traction crystals would become the new formation cores. This way, not only would the formations in the 12 mountain cities become more powerful, it would also allow natural energy to flow through the formations in the secret realm. It can be said that Zhao Hai didn't want to replace the heart of nature with just one formation. Instead, he wanted to replace the heart of nature with the formation in the space under the lake. Moreover, the energy used in the traction crystals had to be from the heart of nature. This way, the spiritual energy in the secret realm wouldn't change. It might even make the natural energy in the secret realm stronger than before. Now that the plan had been made, Zhao began to design the formation. First was the formation at the bottom of the lake. This formation was different from the other formations. All he needed to do was make some small changes, so he didn't need to worry too much about it. On the other hand, the formation under the lake was different. The formation under the lake didn't exist at all. Everything had to be designed from scratch. Most importantly, the formation had to be able to resonate with the 12 formations. This was the most important thing. Fortunately, the previous formations were all designed and made by Zhao Hai. Because of this, designing a formation that matched them wouldn't be a problem. Countless runes were formed in Zhao Hai's mind. Then they formed into a formation. Then according to these runes, Zhao Hai began to calculate the formation. At the same time, he also needed to calculate whether or not this formation could coordinate with the other formations. If it was other people, then they would go crazy trying to calculate this. However, Zhao Hai was different. With the support of a huge biological brain, Zhao Hai's calculation speed was faster than any computer. To be honest, Zhao Hai really wanted to thank this biological brain. Because of this brain, his calculation ability was a lot stronger. If other people could only use 3% to 5% of their brain, then Zhao could only use 1% of his biological brain. This was because his biological brain was too big, and most of the areas were idle. Even with this kind of supercomputing power, it was impossible to use much of his biological brain. This was something that couldn't be helped. After 3 days, Zhao Hai finished designing the formation. Then he made a small formation to experiment with. In the end, the results of the experiment proved to be very fruitful. Zhao Hai didn't do any more experiments and directly started to make the formation runes. This was a very large formation. The area of the formation was even larger than the green crystal. It covered an area of about 1,000 li, almost filling up the entire underground space. With such a large area, naturally there would be a lot of formation runes to be made. Because of this, there were a lot of formation runes to be made. Fortunately, all of Zhao Hai's formation runes were made inside the space. Because of this, he could use his own method to refine the formation runes. Naturally, the process was much faster. In less than 10 days, all of the formation runes were made. Zhao Hai had also been paying attention to the spiritual qi inside the secret realm. Fortunately, the spiritual qi inside the secret realm didn't change much. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Zhao Hai also understood that although the secret realm relied on the nature's heart in the beginning and obtained a lot of benefits from it, after so many years, the secret realm had already become an independent plane. Moreover, the nature's formation also recognized this point. Because of this, even if the secret realm lost the nature's heart, it could still operate normally. Although there might be some changes, the changes shouldn't be too big. Every location had its own unique laws. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a distinction between the upper and lower realms. There wouldn't be some locations with demons, some planes without demons, some planes with beastmen, and some planes without demons. Therefore, it was understandable for the mystic realm to have its own unique formations. However, unlike other places, the secret realm's formation runes were squeezed out by the nature's heart. The world's laws changed according to the nature's heart. But now that the secret realm had taken shape, the formation runes were also present. The world's laws wouldn't change just because the nature's heart was lost. In fact, the world's laws wouldn't change at all. This was even better. Zhao Hai's formation runes were the icing on the cake. He didn't need to worry as much as before. Although he thought about this, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He felt that it was necessary to install the formation runes. If he didn't install the formation runes, then he wouldn't be able to guarantee that the spiritual energy inside the secret realm would be as lively as before. If the spiritual energy inside the secret realm was different, then it would affect his cooperation with Xiaoyu. Hu Yuan hadn't ascended yet, but he had already offended the evil spirit sect. If he offended Xiaoyu, then Hu Yuan would be in danger. Although Hu Yuan had ascended, he was still a low-level cultivator in the upper realms. Xiaoyu's help was very important to Hu Yuan. Therefore, his cooperation with Xiaoyu must continue. After making all the formation runes, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the underground space. The underground space was now filled with seawater. Before, there was no seawater because of the nature's energy. The nature's energy was able to expel the seawater. Then after the nature's heart was taken away, the space became an ordinary space. Naturally, the seawater would naturally flow in. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't allow the seawater to affect his arrangement. Therefore, he directly had the Ghost King ship activate the formation and expel the seawater. This way, the space was empty again. However, this space was also empty. This was because there was nothing inside, only a big hole. Naturally, it was empty. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He began to place the formation runes inside the space and arrange them little by little. The position of each formation rune needed to be carefully calculated. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had been arranging formations for a long time, so he was very experienced. Naturally, there wouldn't be any mistakes. Before long, all the formation runes were arranged. At the same time, Zhao Hai also placed some green crystals on the formation. Now, all that was left was the formation core, where the traction crystal would be placed. At the formation core, Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to carefully scan the other formation runes. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he turned his hand and took out a piece of traction crystal. This piece of traction crystal wasn't small, it was the size of a basketball. This thing was very useful. If such a large traction crystal was discovered by outsiders, they would certainly go crazy over it. However, this piece of traction crystal was now filled with nature's energy. Because of this, the entire crystal had a green color. It was a refreshing green color that made people unable to open their eyes. Zhao Hai slowly placed the traction crystal on the formation core. Just as he placed the crystal on the formation core, the entire formation suddenly lit up. Then the entire formation slowly moved. The formation runes underwent some minor adjustments before the entire formation slowly lost its radiance. Zhao Hai was very clear about why this was happening. When a person is arranging a formation, even if they have calculated everything, it would still be impossible for the formation runes to be 100% in place. Moreover, the smaller the error, the higher the success rate of the formation. When the error is less than 0.1%, the formation would undergo some minor adjustments after taking shape. With the guidance of energy, the formation runes would reach its optimal position. This way, not only would the formation be able to display 100% of its power, it would also make it difficult for others to destroy it. Destroying a formation rune was almost the same as destroying an entire formation. Naturally, an average person wouldn't be able to arrange such a formation. This was because the error was less than 0.1%, which meant that the error was less than 0.1%. This was very difficult. One must know that a formation was made up of countless formation runes. Controlling the error of these formation runes to less than 0.1% was very difficult. However, Zhao Hai didn't have this problem. With his powerful calculation ability, he could control the error even more. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai's formations were so powerful. Generally speaking, an ordinary formation would be made up of at least 108 formation runes. And this was the lowest level formation. This kind of formation didn't have much power. But for a more powerful formation, the number of formation runes would increase exponentially. At that time, it would be very difficult to control the error of the formation runes to a very low degree. Currently, there were many cultivators that Zhao Hai met before entering the Soul Realm. At most, their formations could display 50% to 60% of the formation's power. This was because they couldn't control the error of the formation runes to less than 0.1%. Even if it was 1%, they couldn't do it. If the error of the formation runes was too big, then the power of the formation would naturally be reduced. However, these cultivators didn't know this. They thought that formations were only that powerful. Therefore, they pursued higher-level formations. In fact, they didn't know that as long as they carefully arrange an ordinary formation and reduce the error of the formation runes, then the power of the formation would increase by a lot. This was the conclusion that Zhao Hai came to after many experiments. Now that the formation was completed, Zhao Hai couldn't see anything special about it. However, Zhao Hai could feel that the natural energy inside the space had returned to its original state. It was even stronger than before. After all, the energy that the heart of nature leaked out was now Zhao Hai's intention. Naturally, it was different. Zhao Hai was the one who made the formation. Seeing that the formation was working normally, Zhao Hai felt relieved. However, this wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai's mind moved as the soil around the space fell down, completely covering the formation. Then Zhao Hai took out a handful of seeds and sprinkled them on the ground. In an instant, the space was filled with plants. Moreover, these plants could even emit light, making the space look even more beautiful. Then Zhao Hai made a small lake, which served as the water source for the space. He wanted to restore the space to its original state as much as possible. After all of this was done, it took more than 10 days before Zhao Hai left the space and returned to the secret realm. After arriving at the secret realm, Zhao Hai immediately began to experiment. He wanted to see if the plants in the secret realm had recovered. He went to the forest where he was experimenting before and cut down the trees that grew back. Then he watered the trees to see the effect. In the beginning, the effect wasn't very good. Although the growth rate of the trees was much faster than that of the other realms, it was still far behind when compared to the secret realm's previous growth rate. However, after a few hours, the tree's growth rate was completely restored. Then Zhao Hai experimented a few more times and the trees were completely restored. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. No matter what, his idea was successful. This was good, he didn't need to worry about anything. After dealing with this place, Zhao Hai wasn't ready to go anywhere else. He wanted to return to Mountain City and take a look at the formation. Transforming the formation wasn't something that could be done in a day, it would also take time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Regarding Zhao Hai's return, the others didn't think much about it. Although Zhao Hai had been outside these days, the Lost Soul Empire was still operating normally. Some matters that weren't handled by Zhao Hai were all sent to Zhao Hai through the transmission formation. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the Lost Soul Empire causing trouble. After returning to Plant City, Zhao Hai immediately started the transformation of Mountain City. But because the changes weren't very big, they didn't need to use a lot of people. The transformation could be done very quickly. The transformation took nearly a month. The 12 formations were all installed with formation cores by Zhao Hai. And these formation cores were energy sources. This made the defensive capabilities of the formation much stronger. At the same time, the natural energy in the secret realm became richer. Moreover, the natural energy here didn't lose its vitality because of the loss of the heart of nature. The vitality of the natural energy here was still the same as before, it didn't change at all. Now, the plants in the secret realm were growing faster. If you cut down a tree and sprinkle it with water, it would immediately grow back. Even if you don't sprinkle water, the tree would still grow back after a few days. Moreover, all the trees seemed to have become stronger. After understanding the situation, Xiaohai was very satisfied. The transformation of the formation seemed to be very successful. This was definitely a good thing for the Lost Soul Empire. With the formations here becoming stronger, there would be more energy to support the formations in the spirit weapon realm. This way, even if the evil spirit sect came to deal with them, they wouldn't need to worry about anything. However, after calculating the time, Xiaohai knew that Xiaoyu would be arriving soon. Xiaoyu didn't contact him during this time. Before this, Xiaoyu only gave him a glance and told him that he had made a formation for Hu Yuan to communicate with him. Xiaohai also used the formation to communicate with Hu Yuan, and the result was good. With this, Xiaohai felt relieved. As for when Xiaoyu would arrive, Xiaohai wasn't worried. However, Xiaoyu did tell Xiaohai something. It was about the experiment that Xiaohai did with him. The plant that Xiaohai gave Xiaoyu was about to gain sentience. Not long after arriving in the sword spirit realm, it already had sentience. Moreover, this plant was still alive and very well. The natural energy that it emitted was very lively. In the past 5 years, Xiaoyu had been using this energy to cultivate. His progress was very fast, making him very happy. When Xiaohai heard Xiaoyu, he was very happy. If the plants in the secret realm were good for cultivation, then things would be much easier. Later on, when Xiaohai ascends to the upper realm, he can give everyone from the Lost Soul Empire a plant. This way, their cultivation speed would be much faster. This was a very good idea for Xiaohai to establish his own force. After transforming the formation, Xiaohai also paid attention to the Soul Realm. The Soul Realm was doing very well. Things were going well in the alien continent. More and more people knew what kind of power they had. Because of this, more and more people were leaning towards the Lost Soul Empire. This was because all of their power was given to them by the Lost Soul Empire. If they were to return to their old days, then they would lose everything they had. This was something that they didn't want. It can be said that what the Lost Soul Empire brought was a system. Moreover, it was a powerful method. After implementing this system, the Lost Soul Empire used all kinds of benefits to make the ordinary people accept this system. After that, the ordinary people couldn't leave this system. This was because people sometimes have habitual habits. Just like eating white flour every day, you might not feel anything. But if you were to eat fine grain every day, then you would feel completely different. Once you're used to eating fine grain, you might be able to eat 1 or 2 meals. But if you were to eat fine grain every day, then it would be absolutely impossible. The Lost Soul Empire was like this. They made the people of the Lost Soul continent eat fine grain. If they were to return to the Lost Soul continent and eat fine grain, then they would definitely not agree. The Lost Soul continent and the Wenji continent didn't have any problems. However, the Wenji continent's 8 academies were very open. They actually wanted to establish branches in the mountain cities of the Lost Soul Empire. Xiaohai agreed to this request. However, there was one thing that needs to be said. Academies can be established, but they must abide by the laws of the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire can't be involved in government affairs. At the same time, the Lost Soul Empire can't be instilled in the students. Even if you want to say something, you can only say that the Lost Soul Empire should be respected. Only when these conditions are met can the Lost Soul Empire be established. Xiaohai wasn't a conservative person, but he was very clear about this phrase. This phrase was called cultural invasion. Xiaohai had already deeply experienced this phrase when he was on Earth. An ancient civilization of 5,000 years, a nation that should be incomparably proud, but because of a moment of backwardness, the people of the Lost Soul Empire developed a sense of inferiority. Then the Lost Soul Empire seized this opportunity to invade their culture. In the end, some people even thought that the moon of a foreign country was rounder than their own. They completely forgot about their own pride. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to put an end to all of this. He wanted the Lost Soul Empire to become the pride of the people of the Lost Soul Empire. The Wenji continent naturally agreed to Zhao Hai's request. This was because if they didn't agree, then they wouldn't be able to establish their academies. Moreover, they also made a big concession. They even asked the Lost Soul Empire to send some people to help them manage their academies. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he was very happy. This meant that the 8 great academies had opened a door. After opening this door, they can slowly enter the 8 great academies. Finally, through this method, they can completely take over the 8 great academies. This was also the best way to deal with it. After taking over the 8 great academies, they would be able to control the entire Wenji continent. Zhao Hai didn't oppose the 8 great academies entering the Lost Soul Empire in this way. As long as the 8 great academies return to the Lost Soul Empire, then he can use the name of the 8 great academies to manage the Lost Soul Empire. The management of the Lost Soul Empire didn't necessarily need to be divided into provinces or cities. They were flexible. No system could be perfect. Moreover, the people and local customs of a place were different. It was impossible to impose a system on a country. Using the way of managing a farm to take care of a ranch was impossible. Using the way of managing animals to manage a nature reserve was also impossible. Therefore, the system needs to change according to the changes in the environment. Only the most suitable system for the local people was a good system. You can make some slight changes, but you can't make big changes. Otherwise, you would be antagonizing the local people, and the consequences wouldn't be good. Just like Zhao Hai, if Zhao Hai wanted to use the way of managing a mountain city to manage the alien continent, then it would be absolutely impossible. If Zhao Hai did this, then the people of the alien continent would immediately rebel. And if Zhao Hai used the way of managing a mountain city to manage the alien continent, then it would be even more impossible. In that case, the mountain city would be in chaos. For the same reason, if Zhao Hai used the way of managing the alien continent to manage the Wenji continent, then it would also be impossible. For many years, the people of the Wenji continent had been used to letting the academy handle everything. They were already used to the rule of the academy. If Zhao Hai wanted to turn the Wenji continent into an empire, then even if you let them vote for their own leader, they wouldn't agree. On the contrary, they might think that this was a blasphemy to the academy. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to use the academy's method of management and make some slight changes in some places. This would make the people of the Wenji continent understand their own authority and the laws that they have to abide by. This way, the Wenji continent could be incorporated into the Lost Soul Empire. Dark clouds appeared in the sky of the secret realm. Moreover, these dark clouds were getting bigger and bigger. However, Zhao Hai and the others were already used to this situation. They didn't take it seriously at all. This was because today was the day that Xiaoyu would arrive. Moreover, it was clear that Xiaoyu couldn't wait any longer. However, since the dark clouds had just appeared, it would take a few days for Xiaoyu to arrive. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry. However, Zhao Hai had already raised the level of the secret realm's combat readiness to level 2. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai was worried about Xiaoyu. Instead, he was worried that someone else would come out of the secret realm. Although Zhao Hai and Xiaoyu were in a cooperative relationship, he still needed to be wary of others. This was something that Zhao Hai was very clear about. Sure enough, 7 days later, Xiaoyu appeared in the secret realm. Zhao Hai warmly welcomed Xiaoyu to Plant City. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyu and smiled faintly. It seems like you've made rapid progress in the past 5 years. Although your strength has been suppressed, I can feel that your aura has become stronger. How about it? Now that you're in the family, aren't you showing your face? Xiaoyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, I wouldn't dare to show my face. With my current strength, I'm still not ranked high in the family, so it's better for me to keep a low profile. By the way, Hu Yuan, I've already settled him down, you don't have to worry. Although he's not in the Xia family's territory, he's not far from the Xia family, so I can visit him from time to time. Moreover, that place is the most suitable for him, because the island he's on is called Stony Island, a famous public island in the South China Sea. Various forces in the South China Sea will conduct regular transactions on that island. There are also many rogue cultivators who are active there all year round. Some of the merchants on the island are from the South China Sea, and our Xia family also has business there. Although the old man isn't a member of our Xia family, he's still in a cooperative relationship with us, because there are things called sea calming grass and blood coral, as well as some sea beasts that can be exchanged for crystal stones, allowing the old man to live a carefree life on the island. It's one of the most suitable islands for rogue cultivators. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Grandpa would be in danger." "Right, I prepared a gift for you. I don't know if you'll like it." After he said that, Zhao Hai moved his hand and took out a stalk of grass. This grass was 2 megos tall. It was emerald green and very beautiful. The roots of the grass were covered in soil. One could see at a glance that this grass was still alive. This grass was actually the grass that Zhao Hai saw in the underground space. It wasn't anything good, it was just Little Wu's food. However, because this grass grew very close to the heart of nature, the amount of natural energy it contained was naturally very high. As long as it was carefully cultivated for a period of time, this grass should be able to gain sentience. Zhao Hai had already experimented with this grass in the space. If this grass had sentience, it would be very strong. Perhaps it was because it had lived with Little Wu for a long time, but there were some snake patterns on its surface. After gaining sentience, this grass could move stealthily. Its speed was very fast, and its strength was also very high. Most importantly, as long as there was enough natural energy for it to absorb, this grass could continue to grow. It could even grow into a large area. Zhao Hai took this grass to Devil Island and experimented with it. The Hu family could use natural energy to grow this grass. At this time, there were already a lot of this grass growing on Devil Island. At this time, Zhao Hai was thinking of ways to combine this grass with other grass. If this was successful, then it would be amazing. Moreover, this grass had a very interesting characteristic. When it didn't have sentience, it wasn't very strong. Ordinary herbivores could eat it. After eating it, the herbivores would grow bigger, and their bodies would be bigger than before. But after gaining sentience, it would immediately become very strong. This grass could be considered a rare good thing. Zhao Hai now called this grass snake grass. This was because the leaves and stems of the grass had snake patterns. It was very beautiful, so Zhao Hai simply called it snake grass. Although it was Xia Yu's first time seeing the snake-patterned grass, he was immediately attracted to it. He could clearly feel the natural energy inside the snake-patterned grass. The natural energy was very pure and very lively. This made him slightly absent-minded. Then his face flushed red. He could feel the value of this grass. Although he didn't know what this grass would become after gaining sentience, he was very clear that the natural energy inside this grass was much purer and more lively than the vine that Zhao Hai gave him. This gift was very important to him. Xia Yu slowly walked in front of the stalk of grass and reached out to touch it. Then, a look of intoxication appeared on his face. It was as if an old pervert was touching the breasts of a goddess. It was a disgusting sight. However, Zhao Hai could also understand Xia Yu. For people like him, it was very difficult to find something that was suitable for their cultivation. It was impossible for these people to be like Zhao Hai, who had ascended so many times. They only pursued one thing right now, and that was longevity. Therefore, Zhao Hai could understand their state. After some time, Xia Yu recovered. Perhaps he felt that his actions were a bit excessive. Therefore, he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "Mr. Zhao Hai, I'm just too excited. I didn't think that this grass would contain such pure natural energy. What a surprise, what a surprise." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about it. Actually, I discovered this by accident. This grass needs a place rich in natural energy to grow. After it grows up, it can also gain sentience. Once it gains sentience, its fighting strength would be very strong. Most importantly, it can also reproduce. It can grow a lot of grass, and whether it has sentience or not, it can still control it. Therefore, I think that this thing might be useful to you." When Xia Yu heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Useful, very useful. I'll accept this gift. Thank you. Xiaohai nodded and said. Xiaohai smiled and said, you don't need to be polite. I'll need your help in the future. How about this, you don't need to be too polite with me. You can call me Little Hai and I'll call you Brother Xia. What do you think? When Xiaoyu heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes turned bright as he looked at Xiaohai and said, I didn't think that you would say something like this. You're the lord of a realm, the emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. To be honest, I'm very surprised to hear you say this. However, I'm also very happy because this means that you aren't blinded by power. You still want to pursue the great Tao. How rare. Xiaohai smiled and said, Brother Xia, you don't need to praise me. This time I'll be here for 3 months, right? I think I'll prepare a place for you to go into seclusion. You don't need to worry about this grass. I'll find a place to help you grow it. You can take it with you when you leave. Xiaoyu nodded and said, all right, then it's settled. Right, when I talked to you some time ago, you said that the evil spirit sect didn't come this time, right? Xiaohai nodded, then he said, they didn't come, but for me, this isn't necessarily a good thing. Those people from the evil ghost sect could come at any time, but they didn't. Moreover, you said that the sword spirit realm is fine, the evil ghost sect didn't have any conflicts with the other great sects. Therefore, we can't rule out the possibility of them coming. But if they don't come, then it wouldn't be a good thing for us. We can't relax right now, I'm afraid that they would come one day and cause us trouble. I hope that they would come, then we wouldn't be able to relax for the next 5 years. Xiaohai nodded, then he said, that's right. Xiaoyu frowned and said, could it be that they won't come? If they don't come, then wouldn't you be worried for nothing? Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. But let's wait a few years. If they don't come, then it means that they really won't come. Otherwise, we will still be in danger. Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. But let's wait a few years. If they don't come, then it means that they really won't come. Xiaoyu nodded and said, there's indeed such a possibility. The evil spirit sect is famous in the sword spirit realm for seeking revenge for the slightest grievance. They lost face because of you. Although outsiders don't know about it, they certainly can't take it lying down. Therefore, it's still possible for them to come. You should be careful. Xiaohai sighed and said, to be honest, if I wasn't afraid that the evil spirit sect would discover the secret realm, then I would have given up on the spirit weapon realm. But the evil spirit sect knows that we're in the spirit weapon realm. If the spirit weapon realm suddenly disappeared, then they would certainly be suspicious. When the time comes, they would investigate and find the secret realm. This is also the reason why I can't give up on the spirit weapon realm. Xiaoyu stared, then he asked in confusion, they can find the secret realm? Why is that? Xiaohai replied, there's a passage from the spirit weapon realm to the secret realm. I don't know what's going on with this passage, but it's always been there. There's no need for transmission formations or spatial barriers. It can directly send people from the spirit weapon realm to the secret realm. If there's no one guarding this passage, then how could it hide from the evil spirit sect? Because of this, I don't dare to give up on the spirit weapon realm. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaohai and stared. Then his eyes lit up as he said, so it's like that. The secret realm might not be a plane at first. But for some reason, it became a plane. Generally, this plane would split off from another plane. But because it still has some connection with the original plane, this spatial passage was created. Generally, only a plane like this would have a spatial passage. If it were two completely independent planes, then there wouldn't be a spatial passage. Unfortunately, you only found one passage. It seems like the secret realm is only connected to the spirit weapon realm. Otherwise, you would have gone to other planes to take a look. When Xiaohai heard Xiaoyu, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Xiaoyu's words startled Xiaohai. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. When he was communicating with the heart of nature, Xiaohai clearly remembered that the heart of nature fell between the spirit weapon realm and another world. Then it snatched a piece of land from one of the two worlds and slowly formed the mystic realm. In other words, the mystic realm had a passage that connected to the spirit weapon realm. Does this mean that the mystic realm also has a passage that connects to the other world? If that was the case, then it would be great. However, Zhao Hai couldn't tell Xiaoyu about this. After Xiaoyu leaves, Zhao Hai decided to look around the mystic realm and see if he can find the spatial passage. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Did something like this happen in the upper realm?" Xiaoyu nodded, "Yes, there are a lot. The sword spirit boundary has a lot of almighty beings. These almighty beings can divide the space of the sword spirit boundary and form secret areas. These secret areas slowly become independent planes that are very different from the sword spirit boundary. Naturally, the number of such almighty beings is very small, and there aren't many secret areas. However, since ancient times, the sword spirit boundary has divided a lot of secret areas. Some secret areas are still in use and have become the territories of great sects. Some secret areas have already been abandoned because they have become barren lands." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then the mystic realm can be considered a mystic realm of the spirit weapon realm? But isn't this place completely different from the spirit weapon realm?" Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Mystic realms are different from the original world. After being separated for a long time, the mystic realm has its own style. It doesn't have much to do with the original world." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Brother Xia, you can go into seclusion first. It's not good for you to waste too much time here." Xiaoyu nodded and said, "All right, in any case, there's nothing I can do to help." "Right, this is for you. It has some refining methods and alchemy methods from the sword spirit realm. It might be useful to you." Then Xiaoyu threw 2 jade slips over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Xiaoyu and said, "All right, you can go back to the room you used before. Nobody has been living there for the past few years. I'll send people to clean it every day. You can go there." Xiaoyu nodded and said, "All right, you can go back to the room you used before." Zhao Hai's words were true. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that a lot of cultivators didn't like people casually entering their immortal cave. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Then he cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you. Then I won't be polite. You don't need to send me off. I can find the place. I'll go there myself." After saying that, Xiaoyu left Zhao Hai's room and flew towards Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyu's back and smiled faintly. He felt that Xiaoyu was a person worth cooperating with. Among the cultivators, this person could be considered a good person. Xiaoyu's arrival didn't have a big impact on the Lost Soul Empire. Everyone was still doing their own things. Nobody even noticed that the spiritual energy in the spirit weapon realm had changed. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He didn't send people to find the passage to the other realm. He knew that he couldn't be anxious. If he took action now, then Xiaoyu might find out. This wasn't what he wanted. On the 5th day after Xiaoyu's arrival, Zhao Hai received a letter from Wen Hai. Wen Hai told Zhao Hai that dark clouds had appeared in the spirit weapon realm. It seems like the evil ghost sect was coming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he became happy. If the evil ghost sect came, then it would be much better than if they didn't. No matter what, they would have to fight with the evil ghost sect to ensure 5 years of peace. If the evil ghost sect didn't come, then they would have to be on guard against them. This wasn't a good thing for them. So when he heard that the evil ghost sect had appeared, Zhao Hai wasn't startled but was instead happy. Zhao Hai immediately called over the city lords of the 12 cities in the secret realm. He had them take care of the secret realm. Then he sent a letter to the governor of the alien continent, telling them to take care of their own states. After that, he went to the spirit weapon realm. Zhao Hai appeared in the Holy Academy's mountain area. At this time, Wen Hai and Stonemer were here. When the two saw Zhao Hai arrive, they immediately went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai just nodded to the two, then he looked at the two and said, "How is it?" Naturally, the two knew what Zhao Hai was asking. When Wen Hai replied, "We've already issued the order to prepare for war. Now is not the time to harvest, so we've already prepared everything. The dark clouds have also just been dispatched. It seems like they still need a few days before they arrive." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How is the situation in the mountain cities? Is everyone's mood stable?" Stonehammer said, "Very good, everyone's mood is very stable." "Right, young master, I think we should first move the people in the mountain cities to the secret realm. There are 12 mountain cities in the secret realm, but they're currently very empty. Let's move the people there for a while. Once we're done here, if they're willing to come back, then that would be good. Stonehammer nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, all right, inform the people in the secret realm to prepare for the reception. You go and greet the people in the mountain cities. Stonehammer nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the dark clouds in the sky and sighed. This time, the people from the evil ghost sect won't be easy to deal with. They have already suffered 2 losses in our hands. They should have already discovered our characteristics. This time, they won't be the same as before. I just don't know what method they will use. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm not sure. Wenhai looked at the dark clouds and said, Boss, do we need to attack them as soon as they appear? I think that at that time, their defenses should be at their lowest, right? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, we can't. Although their defenses are the lowest at that time, if we really do that, then it's very likely that the spatial channel would break. When that time comes, the 2 spaces would collapse, and we would be in even more trouble. Therefore, we don't need to attack them at that time. Let's wait for them to appear. Alright, you go and prepare the people here. If they want to leave, then send them directly to the secret realm. The 2 nodded before they turned around and left. Zhao Hai's mind moved as the Ghost King ship appeared in the sky. However, he didn't enter the ship. Instead, he returned to his room and began to deal with the matters of the Lost Soul Empire. 7 days passed by in a blink of an eye. A huge whirlpool appeared in the dark clouds. Then one Ghost King ship after another came out of the whirlpool. However, there were no more Ghost King ships after 30. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai stood on the Ghost King ship and looked at the 30 ships. He was puzzled as he said, 30 ships? Only 30 ships? What are they doing? What can 30 Ghost King ships do? Wenhai and Stonehammer were also puzzled. The 2 frowned as they looked at the 30 Ghost King ships. The appearance of the evil spirit sect was too strange. What do they want to do? Zhao Hai looked at the Ghost King ships. After they appeared, they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, they turned around and flew towards the spirit weapon realm. This made Zhao Hai stare. Then his expression changed as he said, Wenhai, take 500 ships and follow them. See what they want to do. Wenhai nodded. Then he immediately ordered 500 beast warships to fly out of the Holy Academy's mountain range and chase after the evil spirit sect's fleet. However, the evil spirit sect's fleet was very fast. They couldn't catch up. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to have any goal. They were just flying around the spirit weapon realm. Wenhai didn't follow them for long before he lost track of them. Upon hearing Wenhai, Zhao Hai immediately gave the order for the other mountain cities to send 500 warships. It would be best if they could find the evil spirit sect's fleet. They must figure out what they want to do. Although the order was given, Zhao Hai still felt uneasy. The evil spirit sect's actions were too strange. He didn't know what the evil spirit sect wanted to do this time. In order to coordinate with the fleet, Zhao Hai activated the 9 cauldron formation. This way, the 9 cauldron formation would exert pressure on the evil ghost sect's ships, causing them to slow down. Before long, a fleet sent a message saying that they had found the other party. However, the other party didn't stop. When they saw them, they immediately turned around and left. They were now chasing after them. Zhao Hai immediately had the other fleets surround them to see what they wanted to do. Before long, another fleet sent a message saying that they had found the evil spirit sect's fleet in the Whitebone Mountain. Moreover, the evil spirit sect's fleet had already stopped. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He now knew what the evil ghost sect wanted to do. The evil ghost sect wanted to defend the spirit weapon realm. Zhao Hai also knew about the situation in the Whitebone Mountain. The so-called Whitebone Mountain was actually a mass grave in the spirit weapon realm. There were a lot of dead people buried there. It was also a place that the people of the spirit weapon realm didn't want to go. Actually, the Whitebone Mountain didn't look like it was filled with bones. On the contrary, the plants in the Whitebone Mountain were growing very well. They were even more lush than other places. However, nobody wanted to go there. This was because too many people had died there. According to legend, the White Bone Mountain used to be a small hill. There was nothing special about it and it was made up of rocks. Later on, near the White Bone Mountain, two very powerful city-states had a war. After the war, the two city-states suffered heavy casualties. They couldn't bring the corpses of the dead back home. Therefore, they buried the corpses of the dead in the White Bone Mountain. Then, because of the war, the two city-states were greatly weakened and were destroyed by the other city-states. Naturally, a lot of people died in the war. In the end, the corpses of those people were all transported to the White Bone Mountain and buried there. In the beginning, people would bury the corpses. However, after a long time, they couldn't bury the corpses. They could only throw the corpses on the mountain. Because of this, there were more and more corpses. In the end, the small hill started to swell up. Naturally, it became a scene of bones in the wilderness. Nobody dared to go there anymore. Because of this, the small hill that didn't have a name became known as the White Bone Mountain. Although a lot of trees grew there, and the trees were very lush, nobody went there. Therefore, it was still called the White Bone Mountain. Zhao Hai didn't find this strange. Although the spirit weapon realm was dark, people's hearts weren't. As long as one was a normal person, they would stay far away from corpses and bones. Who would want to see the bones of a dead person all over the place? However, Zhao Hai also knew that the people of the demon sect weren't normal. For ordinary people, the White Bone Mountain might be an ominous place, a place that nobody wanted to go. However, for the people of the demon sect, it might be a good place. This was because there was a lot of Xianxia gathered there. Most importantly, there were trees growing there, and the trees in the spirit weapon realm could store soul fragments. The people of the demon sect didn't need a person's soul, they only needed some soul fragments. When the time comes, they can use these soul fragments to create evil spirits. Then they can use these evil spirits to fight against them. They might even make a base there to fight against Zhao Hai and the others for a long time. Although it was impossible for the people of the demon sect to stay in the spirit weapon realm for a long time, they could still make these evil spirits stay. The people of the demon sect were famous for their ability to control ghosts. Naturally, they had a way to make these ghosts stay. Even if these ghosts didn't have any intelligence, as long as they had some kind of instinct, they could make these ghosts attack them at any time. At that time, the demon sect would have left a chess piece in the spirit weapon realm. This would bring a lot of trouble to Zhao Hai and the others. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't forget that the evil ghost sect had a way to deal with them. The spirit weapon realm had been in chaos for many years. Countless people had died in battle. Even if the evil ghost sect took some of the yin qi and blood qi from the holy courtyard, most of the yin qi and blood qi were still left behind. In addition to these, there should be a large number of soul fragments. One must know that the spirit weapon realm didn't have a sun. Without a sun, there would be no true sun fire. This meant that the ghosts would have one less natural enemy, allowing them to survive for a longer period of time. Moreover, although there was no destructive force here, there was destructive force outside the spirit weapon realm. Inside the spirit weapon realm, there were more or less destructive forces. Because of this, the ghosts would be able to survive for a longer period of time. If the evil ghost sect were to take advantage of this, then they would be in trouble. Zhao Hai's guess wasn't wrong, then the fleet in front sent a message back. The evil spirit sect took out some flags with ghost faces on them and then flipped them over to the White Bone Mountain. Then the White Bone Mountain was covered in a layer of black fog. The fleet couldn't see what was going on inside, and because they didn't know what was going on inside, they didn't dare to enter. Therefore, they could only watch from the periphery of the White Bone Mountain. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but sink. The situation he was most worried about had happened. The evil spirit sect really did occupy the White Bone Mountain. Stonehammer had already taken care of other matters, so he returned to Zhao Hai's side. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll have to trouble you. Have Wen Hai send me the coordinates of the White Bone Mountain. I want to go there and take a look." It seems like the evil spirit sect came prepared this time. Although Stonehammer didn't understand why Zhao Hai said this, he still nodded. Then he had Wen Hai send him the coordinates. Zhao Hai looked at the coordinates and then received the Ghost King ship. Then he followed Stonehammer to the Whitebone Mountain. The Whitebone Mountain wasn't very high, there were a lot of trees growing on it. But now, they couldn't be seen. The entire Whitebone Mountain was covered in black fog, not a single person from the evil spirit sect could be seen. When Wen Hai saw Zhao Hai arrive, he immediately welcomed Zhao Hai to the 100-beast warship. Then he commanded the Whitebone Mountain and said, "Boss, those evil spirit sect fellows entered the Whitebone Mountain. They planted some flags on the mountain, and then the mountain became like this. What should we do now?" Zhao Hai sighed and said, "This time, the evil spirit sect came prepared. Because there were a lot of dead people buried here in the Whitebone Mountain, the Xianxia here is the heaviest, and the evil spirit sect likes this kind of environment the most. The dead people, Xianxia, and soul fragments can all be used by them, turning into their weapons. It seems like these guys are prepared to fight with us this time. Even if they leave, they will leave us with a lot of trouble." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said in a deep voice, "Boss, are you saying that they will create a lot of ghosts here? Just like the ghosts that attacked our formation last time?" Zhao Hai knew that the ghosts that Wen Hai was talking about were the ghosts inside the 10,000 ghost banner. He nodded and said, "More or less. Moreover, they won't take these ghosts away, they'll just stay here. Even if they leave, the ghosts they attracted will still stay, turning this place into a place where thousands of ghosts gather." Wen Hai and Stonehammer's expressions turned ugly. Wen Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Then what do we do now? Attack directly? Break his formation and kill them all?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It won't be that easy. The formation that they arranged must have been carefully prepared. It's impossible for it to be broken so easily. If we attack now, we might fall into their trap. That wouldn't be good for us. Let's wait and see what other methods they have. If we can't deal with them, then we'll just seal the entrance of the spatial passage so that they can't leave." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Wen Hai didn't say anything. He knew that Zhao Hai was just speaking out of anger. It was impossible for him to do this. It was certainly possible for Zhao Hai to seal the spatial passage. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't do this. This was because that would be too passive. Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't wait until then. At this moment, bursts of ghostly cries could be heard coming from the mountain of bones. The sound made one's hair stand on end. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Now that the formation has been completed, it will be difficult to break it. Let's see what they want to do next." Wen Hai and Stonehammer didn't speak. Everyone looked at the Bone Mountain. After some time, Wen Hai said, "Boss, are we just going to wait? Isn't this too bad?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I don't think the evil spirit sect will let us wait. They will certainly take action. Although the Xianxia in the Bone Mountain is heavy, it was a matter from many years ago. Although they can't rely on the Xianxia here to fight us, they will certainly think of other ways. I want them to use all of their methods and then deal with them together." When Wen Hai saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said with a happy expression, "Boss, did you think of a way to deal with them? Did you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he said, "Those fellows think that only they can control ghosts. They don't know that when it comes to controlling ghosts, I'm their ancestor. Hee, let's go back and prepare." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned around and returned to the cabin. Then he had the fleet leave behind 500 battleships. As for the other battleships, they returned to the mountain city. Zhao Hai used his fastest speed to return to the Holy Academy's mountain city. Although he spoke to Wen Hai in a relaxed manner, he didn't dare to take it lightly. He knew that this time's matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. There were actually two ways to deal with ghosts. One was the Yang method that Zhao Hai used before. It was to use energy to restrain the ghosts and make them disappear. This was the most common method to deal with ghosts. In fact, Zhao Hai also had another method to deal with ghosts. This method was very simple. It was to use destruction energy to deal with the ghosts. Although the ghosts were made up of inattributed energy and also contained destruction energy, they were different from pure destruction energy. Pure destruction energy can destroy everything. Besides the destroyer, Zhao Hai didn't find anything else that could survive in pure destruction energy. Even the grass that Zhao Hai researched in the past couldn't survive in pure destruction energy. Grass can absorb destruction energy, but this was because the destruction energy they absorbed was very faint. Moreover, it wasn't pure. If it was pure destruction energy, then the grass wouldn't be able to survive in it. Moreover, there was a problem with the grasses, beans, and other things that Zhao Hai used to study the destruction force. These things didn't have any intelligence, especially the grasses. Originally, grasses had souls, so people could communicate with them. However, although grasses grew in the destruction force, they didn't have souls. The same was true for the beans. Only some trees had souls, but after a long time, the souls of these trees would slowly disappear. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai suddenly thought about the plants in the spirit weapon realm. The spirit weapon realm was surrounded by destruction energy, but there was no destruction energy in the spirit weapon realm. The plants in the spirit weapon realm also didn't have souls. Was it because of the destruction energy that the plants in the spirit weapon realm didn't have souls? It was also because of these plants that the spirit weapon realm didn't have any destruction energy, allowing people to live in the spirit weapon realm. However, there was another problem. If these plants absorbed destruction energy and then lost their souls, then why were they able to store souls inside? What was going on? Although he wanted to know what was going on, Zhao Hai didn't think about it. This was because now wasn't the time to think about this. He should think about how to deal with the evil ghost sect. The White Bone Mountain had already become the base of the evil spirit sect. If Zhao Hai wanted to break through it, then it would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. If he couldn't break through the mountain in a short period of time, then the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Although the White Bone Mountain was rich with yin qi, it was clear that it wasn't enough. With this amount of yin qi, it would be impossible to create powerful ghosts. And even if they could, they wouldn't be able to create a lot of them. Because of this, the people of the evil spirit sect would certainly think of ways to collect the yin qi in the spirit weapon realm before slowly using it. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to cut off their roots and collect the yin qi in the spirit weapon realm. This way, the people of the evil ghost sect wouldn't be able to replenish their yin qi. Only in this way would the White Bone Mountain not grow stronger. When the time comes, he would be able to deal with the people of the evil ghost sect. Before, in order to prevent the people of the spirit weapon realm from coming in contact with ghosts too early, Zhao Hai didn't develop any yin qi related formations in the spirit weapon realm. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that once you use yin qi related formations, then it would involve ghost cultivators. Once ghost cultivators were involved, then there would be a lot of problems. The reason why ghost cultivators were disliked was because during the process of cultivation, the invasion of yin qi would slowly change their character, making them colder and more bloodthirsty. For Zhao Hai and the others, this wasn't good. Now that the spirit weapon realm was peaceful, if ghost cultivators were to appear, then the atmosphere would immediately change. This was purely looking for trouble. Because of this reason, Zhao Hai didn't use yin qi related formations, nor did he collect yin qi. He didn't expect that the people of the evil ghost sect would use these formations. At this point, Zhao Hai had no choice but to use those formations. If he doesn't collect the yin qi, then the people from the evil spirit sect would do the same. When the time comes, the people from the evil spirit sect would use the yin qi to deal with Zhao Hai's group. When that time comes, Zhao Hai's group would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai was very clear that the place with the heaviest yin qi in the spirit weapon realm wasn't the White Bone Mountain. There was yin qi in the White Bone Mountain, but after all, it had been a long time, so some of it had already dissipated. Therefore, although there was a lot of yin qi there, it was still far from being comparable to other places. The entire spirit weapon realm had been in war all these years. It can be said that yin qi was everywhere. In addition to the war that destroyed the Holy Court, a lot of people died. Although it has been more than 10 years, because there was no sun in the spirit weapon realm, the yin qi would take a long time to dissipate. Because of this, yin qi could be said to be everywhere in the spirit weapon realm. The total amount was much more than the White Bone Mountain. If the people of the evil ghost sect were to collect the yin qi, then they would be in big trouble. There were a lot of formations that could be used to collecting qi. Some of them could be used directly while others could storing qi. What Zhao Hai needed right now was a simple and fast way to collecting qi. If he couldn't make this formation quickly, then the people of the evil spirit sect would start to collecting qi. The people from the evil spirit sect came prepared this time. They must have brought something to collecting qi. If they were to collect the yin qi first, then they would be in trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai was waiting for this moment. After returning to the Saint Mountain, Zhao Hai immediately began to think about the formations he would use. Before long, a formation slowly took shape in his mind. It must be said that this formation wasn't something difficult. It was something that Zhao Hai arranged in the spirit weapon realm. As long as the formations are modified, then they can be installed on the 100 beast battleships. This way, the battleships would be able to collecting qi in the spirit weapon realm. After designing the formation, Zhao Hai immediately had Wenhai, Stonemer, and the others enter. After they arrived, Zhao Hai turned to Long Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, do you know if there are any more black crystal formations in the warehouse?" Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Tianlin, do you know if there are any black crystal formations in the warehouse?" Long Tianlin wasn't only the city lord of Stone City, he was also the minister of the Lost Soul Empire's logistics department. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded and said, "There are still a lot of them in the warehouse. Because these formations need to be changed every once in a while, there are still a lot of them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, that's good. Alright, take out all the black crystal formations and distribute them to the ships. If there aren't enough, have the formation department make them as soon as possible. Put everything else aside for now and focus on making these formations." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll give you some." Long Tianlin nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll immediately arrange it. I believe that it can be done in a few days." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wenhai and said, "Wenhai, I'll leave the rest to you. This jade slip has a formation diagram that is very similar to the black crystal formation, but it also has some differences. However, the formation symbols used are the same. Once the formation symbols have been delivered to the ships, immediately have them build the formation according to the symbols. Remember, don't make any mistakes. Once the formation is built, immediately have them drive the ships and explore every inch of the spirit weapon realm. If the formation works well, black smoke will form on the formation. These black smoke will slowly move towards the center of the formation. After entering the center of the formation, it will slowly compress and turn into black crystals. These crystals aren't the same as the black crystals that we use. These crystals are very cold. Once you find a crystal, immediately have them take it out and store it in the ship's hold. Remember, these crystals need to be stored separately. Also, pay attention to the dense black smoke on the formation. You need to stay in the city for some time until the black smoke no longer appears on the formation. While collecting these black crystals, don't drive the ships too fast. You need to make sure that the black smoke doesn't appear on the formation. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wenhai and said, "Wenhai, I'll leave the rest to you. This jade slip has a formation diagram that is very similar to the black crystal formation, but it also has some differences. However, the formation symbols used are the same. Once the formation symbols have been delivered to the ships, immediately have them build the formation according to the symbols. Remember, do not make any mistakes." When Wenhai immediately replied, "Yes, boss. I understand. I'll immediately arrange it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a jade slip and gave it to Stonemer. Then he said, "Stonemer, take this jade slip and immediately head to the secret realm. Have them make the formation talismans according to the jade slip. Remember, these talismans must be made with earth and fire. Make as many as you can, the more the better." Stonemer nodded, then he took out a jade slip and gave it to Stonemer. Stonehammer nodded and received the jade slip from Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "From today onwards, send more ships to the periphery of the White Bone Mountain. 500 people per team, send 10 teams. Don't get too close to the White Bone Mountain. If the evil demon sect's fleet comes out, don't be polite, just give them a good beating. If their ships don't come out, then send sword boats to deal with them. They might have a way to hide themselves. So you have to be extra careful. Not only do you have to pay attention to the sky, the ground, but also underground. They might leave from underground. Remember, the longer you trap them in the White Bone Mountain, the better it will be for us. After everyone left, Zhao Hai stood up and went outside his room. Then he took out the Ghost King ship and boarded it. Then he drove the ship away from the Holy Academy's mountainous region. Zhao Hai's Ghost King ship flew out of the Holy Academy. Although a lot of people died in the Holy Academy's mountain area, there was still Yin Qi. However, when Zhao Hai's formation was completed, the Yin Qi was immediately dispersed. The same was true for the other formations. Moreover, there were people living in the mountain city. With people here, the Yang Qi would be sufficient to disperse the Yin Qi. After leaving the Holy Academy, Zhao Hai immediately opened the Golden Book. Then a formation appeared on the Ghost King ship. Then the Ghost King ship was covered by rows of formations. But these formations were very strange. When these formations were opened, one could see a lot of black gas pouring into the formation. At the same time, black crystals began to appear on the Ghost King ship's deck. Zhao Hai looked at the Ghost King ship. Zhao Hai looked at these black crystals and didn't say anything. Then he directly received them. Then more and more black crystals appeared. Zhao Hai's Ghost King ship didn't move very fast. Zhao Hai also wanted to use formations on the other battleships. However, this was impossible. The formations on the other battleships had already been formed. If he were to build formations now, then it would be a waste of time. Because of this, he decided not to build formations and just directly modify them. Although the speed of collecting Yin Qi would be slower, it wouldn't waste too much time. Additionally, Zhao Hai had more than 10,000 large artifacts as well as sword boats. With all of them being sent out to collect Yin Qi, the speed wouldn't be too slow. The Lost Soul Empire was a huge war machine. Now that this war machine was moving at full speed, its speed was naturally astonishing. Wen Wenhai and the others weren't stubborn. They knew that there must be a special reason why Zhao Hai wanted them to use formations to collect black crystals. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have given such an order. Because of this, they used their fastest speed to install the formations in the warehouse onto the warships. Then they directly ordered the warships to leave Mountain City and go out to collect black crystals. At the same time, the Magic Formation Department also began to make talismans. Making talismans wasn't a difficult task for the Magic Formation Department. They would make a lot of these talismans every year. Moreover, the development of the Magic Formation Department also made them aware that most of the talismans were limited. Because of this, they had a lot of the most commonly used talismans in stock. Some of the less commonly used talismans needed to be made. This was the case for the Magic Formation Department. After receiving the order, they immediately took out some talismans and began to make a lot of the less commonly used talismans. As for the commonly used talismans, they had a lot of them in their warehouse. At this time, the entire Lost Soul Empire began to move. Everyone began to work hard, seizing the time to work. Even those who were usually responsible for collecting grains came to help, doing things that they could do. As for the people who moved from the alien continent and the Wenji continent, they weren't used to this at first. They had never seen this kind of situation before. The people here seemed to have lost all their abilities. They only knew how to work. Everyone was divided into 2 shifts, one to work while the other to rest. Aside from work, there was also time to rest. After resting, it was time to work again. It seems like they didn't know how to do anything else. This made these people very surprised. But at the same time, they were also affected by this atmosphere. They also participated in the work, everyone was working hard. Only the people from the Wenji continent weren't just working, they were also observing. Although they haven't seen the enemy from the Lost Soul Empire, they were still observing. They wanted to see if the people from the Lost Soul Empire were telling the truth. The people from the Wenji continent had some privileges in the Lost Soul Empire. They can also enter the warships and move along with them. But at this time, no one had this kind of privilege. They either helped with the work or stayed at home. There was no way for them to get on the warships. But even so, the people from the Wenji continent were certain that the people from the Lost Soul Empire were telling the truth. They really did have an enemy from the upper realm. This was because some people saw the dark clouds in the sky as well as the Ghost King's ship that came out of the spatial passage. Although they were too far away and couldn't see the face of the Ghost King's ship, they were still able to see the appearance of the Ghost King's ship when it came out. Because of this, as well as the tension in Mountain City, these people were certain that the Lost Soul Empire really did have an enemy from the upper realm. Moreover, they did repel 2 attacks from the upper realm. The people from the Wenji continent didn't know how terrible the enemy from the upper realm was. But they knew that if they couldn't repel the enemy, then the Lost Soul Empire would be finished. And if the Lost Soul Empire was finished, then they would also suffer. Although the Wenji continent hasn't officially joined the Lost Soul Empire, these people were very clear that they wouldn't be able to avoid this day. The reason why the Wenji continent didn't join the Lost Soul Empire was because the Lost Soul Empire didn't want to use force against them. This was because the Lost Soul Empire's king, Xianxia, had a good relationship with the Wenji continent. Moreover, he had studied in the 8 great academies. Because of this, Xianxia didn't make a move. If Xianxia really did make a move, then the Wenji continent wouldn't be able to stop the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, the people from the Wenji continent understood that the other party was giving them face. Because of this, the people from the Wenji continent were very concerned about the Lost Soul Empire. Guiying stood on the Ghost King ship and looked at the fleet outside through the black mist. As an elder of the evil ghost sect, he didn't need to come to this matter. However, he still came. This was because after the spirit weapon realm retreated, they immediately began to investigate the sword spirit realm. They wanted to see if there were any Buddhist sects that wanted to deal with them. However, after 5 years of investigation, they still couldn't find anything. This made the people of the evil spirit sect very worried. If they really found something, then they wouldn't be afraid. After all, the evil spirit sect had never been afraid of anyone. But now that they couldn't find anything, this made them even more worried. After 5 years of not being able to find anything, the people of the evil spirits sect were naturally unwilling to give up. Therefore, they thought of another method, which was to start from the spiritual weapon world. No matter what, there were some clues in the spiritual weapon world. Starting from the spiritual weapon world, they would investigate carefully and see if they could find anything. To be honest, the evil ghost sect wouldn't care if they lost this place. The evil ghost sect controlled a lot of realms like this, so there was nothing strange about it. If it wasn't for finding some clues, the evil ghost sect wouldn't have sent people to the spiritual weapon realm. This was because the people of the spiritual weapon realm weren't people to be trifled with. Looking at their arrays and large artifacts, it was clear that they weren't people to be trifled with. But now, they had no other choice. In order to find clues, they could only make a move against the spirit weapon realm. But because they knew that the people of the spirit weapon realm weren't easy to deal with, they decided to use another method to deal with the spirit weapon realm. They didn't believe that a force from the lower realms could use formations to deal with them. Wasn't this too infuriating? In addition, after descending to the lower realms, their strength would be suppressed. If they were dealing with other realms, it would be fine. They could rely on the large artifacts in their hands and the various formations in their hands to deal with the other realms. This was because other realms didn't have so many artifacts, and they didn't have these large artifacts. However, this method wouldn't work in the spirit weapon realm. The spirit weapon realm had a lot of artifacts, as well as battleships. Although these battleships couldn't be compared to the Ghost King's ship, they had a lot of them and were very sturdy. It was said that many ants can bite an elephant to death. This was true. With so many battleships, they weren't confident in dealing with a few dozen of them. Guiying was now even more worried. 5 years ago, he saw the battleships of the spirit weapon realm. At that time, the spirit weapon realm had a lot of wooden battleships with a layer of iron armor covering them. To be honest, Guiying didn't think of this method. Even after returning to the evil ghost sect, he had the people of the evil ghost sect do some research. In the end, they discovered that this method was feasible. Wooden battleships covered with iron armor, although they weren't as good as iron battleships, they could still be used as backup battleships. Moreover, the manufacturing process was much simpler. At this time, the evil ghost sect has already produced a batch of wooden battleships. However, when Guiying came to the spirit weapon realm this time, he discovered that the battleships surrounding them had all turned into iron battleships. This discovery made Guiying surprised. In just a few years, the spirit weapon realm had already developed so many iron battleships. This speed of development was really astonishing. Although Guiying sighed at the speed of the spirit weapon realm's development, he didn't lose his confidence. Their main mission in coming to the spirit weapon realm wasn't to eliminate the people of the spirit weapon realm, but to look for clues. Because of this, they were going to use formations to establish a base. Then they would collect enough Xianxia and make malicious ghosts and other ghosts to attack the people of the spirit weapon realm. This would cause the people of the spirit weapon realm to slowly reveal themselves. At this time, Guiying arrived at Guiying's side. Then he gave a salute and said, "Master, the formation is almost done. What do we do now? Do we go out and collect Xianxia?" Guiying looked at the spirit weapon realm's battleships outside, then he shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Have you figured out why the trees here contain so many soul fragments?" Guiying replied, "Yes, Master. I've figured it out. This place was originally a mass grave. Those trees grew later. Because they grew in this place, they absorbed a lot of Xianxia. Moreover, there are still some soul fragments here. Because of this, the trees absorbed some soul fragments. But now, they're just right for us to use." Guiying nodded and said, "Now is the time when the other party's defense is the tightest. If we go out now, the other party will definitely discover us. When that time comes, a big battle will be unavoidable. We didn't come with many people this time, so we can't do this. If someone really dies here, then it would be too unjust. So you guys go down first and make some wood demons and some malicious ghosts. It would be best if you can use the Xianxia and human bones to make some formations. Then we'll go out. In any case, we're here to look for clues, not to destroy them. There's no need to be too anxious. There's no need to rush." Guiying nodded and then went down to prepare. For ghost cultivators like Guiying, making wood demons and malicious spirits wasn't a difficult matter. They have countless methods to make various kinds of ghosts using soul fragments, Xianxia, and human bones. Naturally, the wood demons they speak of weren't demons, they were just ghosts. At this time, another person who had been standing beside Guiying opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother, what if the enemy collects the Xianxia? What should we do?" The one who spoke was Guiying. He and Xiang had been following Guiying all this time. Guiying shook his head and said, "They won't. After all, they are people from the lower realms. It's impossible for them to know the uses of Xianxia. If they knew, then they would have already cleaned up the Xianxia in the spirit weapon realm. Leaving so much Xianxia in the spirit weapon realm isn't a good thing. In the future, ghosts might appear. But since the enemy didn't do so, it's clear that they don't know about this. So we don't need to worry about this." Guiying nodded and didn't speak. He also believed Guiying's words. If the people here knew about the uses of Xianxia, then the Xianxia in the mountain would have already been taken away. Even if they didn't use Xianxia, they would have already thought of ways to get rid of the Xianxia in the mountain. They wouldn't allow the Xianxia to remain here. Under normal circumstances, their way of thinking was not wrong at all. Very few people in the lower realm knew about the miraculous uses of Xianxia, except for some lower realms that were slightly related to ghost cultivators. Otherwise, no one would know about the miraculous uses of Xianxia. For example, in the spirit weapon realm, people did not know what Xianxia was in the past, let alone the importance of Xianxia to ghost cultivators. However, Guiying and the others didn't think that Xianxia would exist in the spirit weapon realm. Xianxia had ascended to many realms. Moreover, he was also a dark mage. He was famous for his use of ghosts. How could he not know about the existence of Xianxia? The reason why Xianxia didn't touch the Xianxia before was because he discovered that the Xianxia wasn't very harmful. It wouldn't have any effect on the spirit weapon realm. If he dispels the Xianxia, then the people in the spirit weapon realm might know about its existence. If the people in the spirit weapon realm knew about Xianxia, then they might think of ways to use it. At that time, ghost cultivators might appear. This wouldn't be good for the spirit weapon realm. Therefore, Xianxia didn't touch the Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't think that the Xianxia would be taken advantage of by the evil spirit sect. The people of the evil spirit sect were preparing to establish a base here. They were preparing to use the Xianxia. For them, this wasn't good news. Fortunately, as soon as Zhao Hai found out about the other party's plans, he immediately made the corresponding arrangements. At this time, there were already a lot of warships in the spirit weapon realm that went out to collecting qi. In fact, aside from some specific places, the Xianxia in the spirit weapon realm wasn't very heavy. Therefore, collecting Xianxia wasn't a difficult matter. Zhao Hai was now personally controlling the Ghost King warship to collecting qi. Naturally, the speed at which he collected Xianxia was much faster than the other warships. In places where Xianxia was scarce, the Ghost King warship would be able to absorb the Xianxia in a short period of time. Time passed by bit. The people of the evil spirit sect had already appeared in the spirit weapon realm for 10 days. However, they didn't make any movements. In order to block the people of the evil spirit sect in the White Bone Mountain, Zhao Hai even sent iron wire. He was afraid that the people of the evil spirit sect would leave the White Bone Mountain from underground. However, contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations, the people of the evil spirit sect didn't make any movements in the past 10 days. However, the ghost wails coming from the White Bone Mountain became even louder. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what the people of the evil spirit sect were doing in the White Bone Mountain, he could roughly guess what they were thinking. They might be making ghosts. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the other party would use the ghosts of the sword spirit realm to deal with them. This was because it would be too wasteful. One must know that the people of the sword spirit realm wouldn't only have their strength suppressed by the laws. Even their artifacts and ghosts would be suppressed by the laws. It was precisely because of this that the people of the evil spirit sect couldn't use the ghosts of the sword spirit realm to deal with them. One must know that the ghosts cultivated in the sword spirit realm were very precious. If they were injured or killed here, then the losses would be huge. With regards to making ghosts, Zhao Hai was very experienced. He was very clear that a force like the evil spirit sect could make a large number of low-level ghosts in a short time and have them attack them. Because of this, it was impossible for the people of the evil spirit sect to use the ghosts that they brought back from the sword spirit realm to attack them. However, Zhao Hai also knew that the people of the evil spirit sect were making ghosts in the White Bone Mountain. This gave them time to collect all the Xianxia in the spirit weapon realm. When the people of the evil spirit sect come out of the White Bone Mountain, then they wouldn't have any chance to collect Xianxia. Zhao Hai was currently collecting Xianxia in the place where they fought the Holy Court. The Xianxia in this place was quite heavy. This was because the battle didn't last long. Perhaps in other realms, 10 years would be enough to disperse the Xianxia in a place. This was because there was sunlight in other realms. However, this wasn't the case in the spirit weapon realm. There was no sunlight in the spirit weapon realm, so the Xianxia here wasn't easy to disperse. It was very normal for Xianxia to exist for 10 years. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, the other warships also began to collect Xianxia. Moreover, they were doing a good job. The amount of Xianxia they collected was quite large. Moreover, the location where they were collecting Xianxia was getting closer and closer to the White Bone Mountain. In other words, the Xianxia in the spirit weapon realm was almost completely collected. The reason why they were so fast was because of the 9 cauldrons great formation that Zhao Hai arranged. Before Zhao Hai started collecting Xianxia, he had the 9 cauldrons continent operate at full power. Although the 9 cauldrons great formation couldn't attack any place in the spirit weapon realm, it could still disperse some weak Xianxia. Moreover, the 9 cauldrons great formation was guarding the 9 directions. It wouldn't take long for the warships to cover the entire spirit weapon realm. It was precisely because of this that their work of collecting Xianxia was so smooth. On the 15th day of the evil ghost sect's arrival in the spirit weapon realm, Zhao Hai's Ghost King warship was the first to arrive at the White Bone Mountain. The one leading the army here was Tang Ming. When Tang Ming saw Zhao Hai's Ghost King warship, he immediately went to Zhao Hai's side. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Boss, you're here." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the White Bone Mountain and said, "What's the situation here? Is there still no movement from them?" Tang Ming nodded and said, "Right, I also feel strange. However, there really isn't any movement. Whether it's in the sky or on the ground, there's no movement. Aside from the black mist becoming darker and the ghostly howls becoming louder, there's no other change. I don't know what they're doing. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, there's no need to worry. They came this time to establish a base in the spirit weapon realm and leave some ghosts to deal with us. Unfortunately, they don't understand me, Jiao Hai. Therefore, they are destined to suffer this time. I've already made the people in the secret realm look at the Yin talismans. As long as the talismans are made, we can immediately deal with them. I believe that they won't be able to hold on for long. Tang Ming smiled and said, you still have a lot of faith in our enemies. If you say that they'll be fine, then they'll be fine. Right, boss, can we really not leave them here this time? Jiao Hai looked at Tang Ming, then he turned his head to the White Bone Mountain. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, no, to deal with the evil spirit sect, we must go to the sword spirit realm. Dealing with the evil spirit sect in the lower realms won't have any effect. We won't be able to injure their tendons, and we won't be able to move their bones. We will only anger them, and they will come looking for trouble with us in the future. For us, this isn't good. As long as we repel them 2 more times, I believe that they won't pay attention to us anymore. Tang Ming unwillingly looked at the White Bone Mountain and said, this is too infuriating. Are we just going to look at them like this? Can't we kill them? Boss, are you really going to let this go? Even if I can't, I still have to let them go. Do you think I want to take this? If we want to vent our anger, we just have to work hard and ascend. Once we reach the upper realm, we can play with these guys. I don't believe that we can't deal with them once we reach the upper realm. Jiao Hai said with a gloomy expression. Tang Ming let out a long breath, then he said, boss, you can rest assured that we will ascend. Once we reach the upper realm, we'll play with these guys. At this time, the black mist in the direction of the White Bone Mountain fluctuated. Then a ghost king ship flew out from the White Bone Mountain. There were 3 people standing on the ship. One of them was standing at the front while the other 2 were following behind. They looked like guards. Jiao Hai looked at the 3 people, then his eyes narrowed. He recognized Guiying. Guiying looked at Jiao Hai with a smile and said, Jiao Hai, we meet again. You didn't expect this, right? Jiao Hai looked at Guiying and said, I did, but I didn't expect that you would come later than before. Did something delay you? Jiao Hai's words sounded like an ordinary greeting, but when Jiao Hai said it, Ghosting was startled. He felt that Jiao Hai's words had a hidden meaning. Ghosting's eyes couldn't help but twinkle, but he still smiled and said, Jiao Hai, I'll say it again. How about you join our demon sect? As long as you join us, I'll immediately accept you as a disciple. You can immediately become a successor disciple of the demon sect. How about that? Jiao Hai looked at Guiying, then he sneered and said, join the evil spirit sect? You can stop dreaming. You're not my opponent right now, yet you still want me to starve to death? This time, you've only come here to set up this formation. What, you want me to join the evil spirits sect with just this? Ghosting looked at Jiao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, Jiao Hai, your understanding of our evil ghost sect is too little. Do you really think that our evil ghost sect only has a few tricks up its sleeve? If you don't join the evil spirit sect, our evil spirit sect will come once every 5 years. Let's see what you can do then. Jiao Hai sneered and said, if you want to. Come, then come. We won't be afraid no matter how many of you come. Guiying smiled and said, don't be stubborn. There will be a day when you will know how powerful we are. Jiao Hai, I've given you a chance. If you don't want it, then don't blame me for being impolite. We have been here for some time. Do you know why we haven't attacked you? Jiao Hai looked at Guiying and coldly snorted, attack? Do you have the ability to attack? You've just built a base here and want to make some ghosts come out. What? Are you here today to tell me that you're done with the ghosts you've been working on? Let me have a look. Guiying's eyes flashed with cold light as he said, you know about ghosts? You know what we're doing? Good, Jiao Hai, it seems like I've underestimated you. I've always underestimated you. You're really quite powerful. Jiao Hai sneered and said, you don't know how powerful I am. Are you trying to break out of the encirclement by attacking? Are you trying to go to other places to collect Yin Qi? But let me tell you, you're too late. The Yin Qi in the spiritual weapon realm has already been collected by me. Speaking of which, I'm really negligent. I forgot that you can use the Yin Qi and let you take advantage of the skeleton mountain. But your actions are really slow, and you still haven't finished it. I can only say sorry. If you finished the arrangement earlier, you could have snatched some Yin Qi. But now, you really don't have the chance. Gui Ying's eyes flashed with cold light as he narrowed his eyes. Although he still had a smile on his face, there was a trace of coldness in his smile. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you know about Yin Qi? It seems like you know a lot. It seems like I'll be able to know everything as long as I kill you." Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ying and smiled faintly. "Kill me? There are too many people in this world who want to kill me. You're not the first to say this, and you won't be the last. What's wrong? When do you want to do it? I'll be waiting." Gui Ying looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he said, "Zhao Hai, do you have a family?" Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ying, then he smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to say that you'll extract my soul and then refine me into a living corpse? Then you'll put my soul inside and watch me kill my family one by one. You'll even watch me eat my family one by one. Do you want to say this? But you'll be disappointed. I don't have a family, so your plan won't succeed. Moreover, you won't have the opportunity." A blush appeared on Gui Ying's face. He was now doubting Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai even knew about this. This was really unexpected. One must know that refining someone into a living corpse and then putting their soul inside their body, then commanding their body to kill their family one by one. This was one of the most terrifying methods that ghost cultivators could use to deal with their enemies. No matter how high one's cultivation was, as long as they used this method, their enemies would go crazy. This method was much easier to convince them than using Yin fire to refine their soul every day. However, this method wasn't commonly used by ghost cultivators. There were even a lot of ghost cultivators who didn't know how to use it. This was because this method was too harmful to the heavens. Those who used this method would have heavy karma on their bodies. Almost no one could ascend, all of them would be robbed and killed. Because of this, there were very few ghost cultivators who used this method. A lot of ghost cultivators didn't even know how to use this method, they only heard about it. But now, he just asked Zhao Hai if he had a family, and Zhao Hai actually told him about this method. This really surprised Gui Ying. Moreover, listening to Zhao Hai's tone, it seems like this method wasn't as simple as just knowing about it. What was going on? Gui Ying looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he waved his hand. The Ghost King ship slowly retreated back into the White Bone Mountain and didn't show itself again. They wanted to go back and discuss Zhao Hai's matter. They wanted to see what was going on. After Gui Ying and the others left, Tang Ming looked at Zhao Hai with an ugly expression and said, "Boss, is what you said true? Is there really such a method? Can they really extract a person's soul and then put it in their body to kill their family?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the ghost cultivators really have this method. After they capture people, they use a special method to extract their souls from their bodies. Then they refine their bodies into living corpses and control the living corpses. After that, they place their souls into their bodies. At this time, although they can still see and feel their surroundings, their actions are completely under the command of the ghost cultivator. If the ghost cultivator orders them to kill their family members, then they will certainly do it. What's most frightening is that during the entire process, they can feel that they are killing their family members with their own hands, or even eating their family members. They obviously don't want to do this, but their bodies won't listen to their commands. Can you imagine what kind of scene that would be? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, the ghost cultivators really have this method. After they capture people, they would use a special method to extract their souls from their bodies. Then they would refine their bodies into living corpses." Tang Ming took a deep breath and said, "Yes, it's terrifying, it's too terrifying. Boss, is there really such a terrifying method?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Of course there is. Ghost cultivators have a lot of methods to deal with people. Therefore, under normal circumstances, nobody wants to be enemies with ghost cultivators. And if you do, then you must kill them. Moreover, don't let anyone know that it was you who did it. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome." Tang Ming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, will Gui Ying and the others use this method to deal with us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. They don't have a chance. Even if they do, they wouldn't necessarily use this method. This method is too cruel, and it would have a huge impact on them. If the righteous sects know that a ghost cultivator used this method, they would certainly eliminate them. So there's no need to worry too much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry too much." Tang Ming nodded, but when he looked at the white bone mountain, his eyes were filled with dread. This was the first time he heard of this method, but he believed Zhao Hai's words. This was because Zhao Hai didn't speak nonsense in the past. If he said that there was such a method, then there would be such a method. And this was what Tang Ming was afraid of. In the past, when Tang Ming and the others faced the evil spirit sect, they weren't that nervous. They didn't know how terrifying the evil spirit sect was, nor did they know how terrifying the ghost cultivators were. They only thought that these people were from the upper realms, and that they were just a bit stronger. At worst, they would just die in battle. Moreover, the last 2 times they clashed with the evil spirit sect, they were the ones who won. This made them not too nervous when facing the evil spirit sect. This was because in their view, the people of the evil spirit sect weren't that scary, so they didn't have anything to worry about. But now that he heard Zhao Hai, Tang Ming's heart turned cold. He didn't think that there would be such a method in this world. If someone really used this method to deal with him, then what would happen to him? Tang Ming thought that he would go crazy immediately. He definitely would. It was also at this time that Tang Ming truly understood how terrifying the people of the evil spirit sect were. Only now did he understand why Zhao Hai didn't join the evil spirit sect. Moreover, he was so disgusted with the evil spirit sect that he even wanted to rebel against them. How could he not oppose such a sect? At the same time, Tang Ming was also curious. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, if the people of the evil spirit sect can use such a method, then why did the sword spirit world allow them to exist? Why would there be people joining the evil spirit sect? Would there be people who would dare to join such a sect?" Tang Ming's understanding of the cultivation world was still too little. For the sake of benefits, for the pursuit of longevity, cultivators would do anything. So what if they were ghost cultivators? In their eyes, there was only longevity. Morality, chivalry, all of it was just bullshit. Tang Ming smiled bitterly and didn't speak. Guiying was sitting in his own room on the Ghost King ship. In front of him were several people. These people were the ones who attacked the spirit weapon realm last time. There was Gui Sheng, Gui Child, Gui Jing, Gui Xiang, and Gui Ying. They were the main leaders of this attack on the evil ghost gate. Gui Ying looked at the group and said, "I just told everyone about my conversation with Zhao Hai. Gui Jing, Gui Xiang, you two also heard my conversation with Zhao Hai. Gui Sheng and Gui Child didn't hear it, so I'll repeat it to you. Everyone, tell me what's going on. Why does Zhao Hai know so much about ghost cultivators?" Everyone turned silent. Regarding the matter of placing souls in their bodies and then having them kill their families, even among ghost cultivators, there weren't many who knew about it. This was because this method was too taboo. If they really did this, then the righteous path wouldn't let them off. This was because such people were too dangerous. It was precisely because they didn't know much that Zhao Hai was able to speak about this matter. This was why Guiying attached so much importance to this matter. He really couldn't understand why Zhao Hai, a person from the lower realms, would know about this matter. Even if they did, they wouldn't tell Zhao Hai. So how did Zhao Hai know about this matter? Seeing that no one was speaking, Ghosting continued, "Everyone, let's talk. It's fine. I just feel that this matter is a bit strange. Do you think that we made a mistake in the direction of our investigation? Ghost cultivators don't know much about what Zhao Hai said, and Buddhist cultivators know even less. Even if they know, they wouldn't say anything. If Buddhist cultivators really control the spirit weapon realm, then Zhao Hai shouldn't know about this matter. If ghost cultivators control the spirit weapon realm, then it's possible for them to tell Zhao Hai. Maybe some ghost cultivators used this to threaten Zhao Hai?" When they heard Guiying say this, Gui Sheng and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Truthfully speaking, they didn't have the slightest clue regarding this matter. Instead, it was Ghost Child. He looked at Ghosting and said, "Master, Zhao Hai said before that he collected all the yin qi. Pay attention. He said collect, not disperse. If he really has something to do with Buddhist cultivators, why would he collect yin qi? A Buddhist cultivator's Dharma array is completely capable of dispelling and purifying the yin qi. Now, he has collected the yin qi. Isn't this very strange? When Ghost Child said this, Guiying and the others were stunned. Then, they couldn't help but nod. Guijing said, if that's the case, this Zhao Hai's identity is really suspicious. Could it be that the one controlling this place is another branch of the Sacred Gate? But didn't he use Buddhist methods to attack us? Ghost Child said disapprovingly, what's wrong with Buddhist methods? Our Sacred Gate has a lot of methods that are the opposite of the ghost sects. Using our methods in reverse is Buddhist methods. Moreover, our Sacred Gate has been fighting with the Buddhists for so many years. We know a lot of Buddhist methods and Dharma arrays. If we casually take out some and give it to Zhao Hai and the others, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't know what's going on. Naturally, what we see are Buddhist methods. At this point, everyone nodded. Buddhists and ghost cultivators didn't deal with each other, they were enemies. And the people who understood you the most, Weiwei, wasn't your enemy. Buddhists understood ghost cultivators very well, and ghost cultivators also understood Buddhists very well. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for a ghost cultivator to teach others Buddhist methods and Dharma arrays. Ghost Child said in a deep voice, Zhao Hai is still using our Ghost King worship, and the other worships he uses are also based on the Ghost King worship. From this point, I can't see anything special. Everyone here is carrying a big sword, and I've seen them use it before. The swords are all flying swords, but they are very simple to make. From this point, I can see that they should also have some sword cultivation inheritance, but it shouldn't be complete. The weapons on their ships seem to be the shadow cannons that were eliminated from our sword spirit realm. From this point, we can't see their identity. Their Dharma arrays are very good, but they don't look like Buddhist Dharma arrays. I remember that the last time I fought with Zhao Hai, they used Dao Dharma arrays. Only when Zhao Hai fought against our myriad ghost banner did he use Buddhist methods. However, that was more like a cultivation method, not a Dharma array. Today, he started to collect yin qi. Yin qi is useless to ordinary people, and very few people in the lower realm know about yin qi, and even fewer people know how to collect it. However, Zhao Hai knows how to do it. From this point of view, Zhao Hai seems to know a lot. Using this method to determine his identity and the people behind him isn't easy. Guiying nodded and said, that's right. Guiying nodded and said, that's right. Judging from the method that Zhao Hai used to deal with us, we really can't tell who he is. It's also impossible to know who is supporting him from behind. But the more this is the case, the more we need to know. Otherwise, our evil ghost sect will be in danger. Wouldn't it be too dangerous if we don't even know who our enemy is? The group nodded. Gui Sheng, who had been silent, suddenly said, Master, do you think that the people supporting Zhao Hai are rogue cultivators? Rogue cultivators? When they heard Gui Sheng, Guiying and the others were startled. Then they turned silent. Although rogue cultivators were considered a force in the sword spirit realm, they weren't very strong. Aside from the 72 southern islands, there were no other rogue cultivator forces. Although the 72 southern islands were strong, they were still a group of rogue cultivators. If they weren't forced into a corner, they wouldn't unite. However, once they unite, their strength would be very formidable. Most importantly, the 72 southern islands were very far away from the evil ghost sect. Even if the evil ghost sect wanted to deal with the 72 southern islands, they wouldn't have a good way to deal with them. Moreover, the 72 southern islands rarely contacted the people of the Sword Spirit continent. Therefore, the people of the Sword Spirit continent wouldn't provoke them. Both sides coexisted peacefully. If the people behind Zhao Hai's group were rogue cultivators, then they could only be from the 72 southern islands. Even if other rogue cultivators knew that the spirit weapon realm was in the evil ghost sect's territory, they wouldn't dare to reach out their hands. After all, the evil ghost sect wasn't easy to provoke. Guiying knit his brows and said, that's possible. Rogue cultivators learn a lot of things. From what I can see, this Zhao Hai seems to have been taught by a rogue cultivator. If he really is a rogue cultivator, then this matter would be troublesome. Guiying frowned and said, that's true. The reason why Guiying said this was because although the status of rogue cultivators wasn't high in the sword spirit realm, the big sects weren't willing to offend them. Those rogue cultivators were generally brave and ruthless. If the disciples of the big sects encountered a rogue cultivator, needless to say, the rogue cultivators would immediately retreat. In front of the disciples of the big sects, they would be very respectful. However, if something good really appeared, then the rogue cultivators wouldn't be polite. Every year, the number of disciples who died in the hands of rogue cultivators was more than the number of disciples who died in the conflicts between the big sections. The sword spirit realm controlled countless lower realms. They obtained all kinds of cultivation resources from the lower realms. However, most of these lower realms were controlled by the big sections. Only a few were in the hands of rogue cultivators. Because of this, once a rogue cultivator discovers a lower realm, no matter which force it belonged to, they would go all out to seize it. Naturally, the rogue cultivator must have strength, like the 72 islands of the South Sea. If it was an ordinary rogue cultivator, then they wouldn't dare to seize it. The big sects weren't vegetarians either. Once the big sects found out that a rogue cultivator was snatching their territory, then the rogue cultivator would only end up dead. This was also the reason why Guiying said that if Zhao Hai really had a rogue cultivator behind him, then it would be troublesome. This was because if the 72 islands of the South Sea were behind Zhao Hai, then it would be very difficult for them to snatch back the spirit weapon realm. But then again, if it was really the 72 islands of the South Sea, then this matter would be very simple. Although the 72 islands of the South Sea had the strength to snatch the spirit weapon realm, in the upper realm, the 72 islands of the South Sea couldn't threaten the evil spirit sect. Although the 72 islands of the South Sea were an alliance, except for when they were in a life and death situation, this alliance was simply a sheet of loose sand. It was impossible for them to expand. They would even fight among themselves from time to time. How could such a force threaten the evil spirit sect? However, it was almost impossible for the 72 islands of the South Sea to return the spirit weapon realm to the evil spirit sect. The 72 islands of the South Sea had very few lower realms under their control. Now that they had finally obtained one, how could they return it? In this matter, the 72 islands of the South Sea were likely to unite and fight to the death with the 72 islands of the spirit weapon realm for the sake of a lower realm. This was definitely not what the evil spirit sect wanted. The 72 islands of the South Sea weren't their enemies, but this didn't mean that they didn't have any other enemies in the spirit sword realm. If they really went against the 72 islands of the South Sea here, then the consequences would be really hard to say. If they were defeated, then their vitality would be greatly damaged. Those enemies who had been watching the evil spirit sect wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Even if they won, they would only be snatching back a lower realm, which wouldn't be of much help to their sect. It might even be a Pyrrhic victory, but their enemies still wouldn't let them go. Giving up a lower realm to avoid a conflict wasn't unacceptable for Guiying. Although the people of the evil spirit sect were very overbearing and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, they also had a sense of propriety. It was best to avoid a conflict. However, Guiying first wanted to confirm whether Zhao Hai had the backing of the 72 islands of the South Sea behind him. The evil spirit sect had always been known to seek revenge for the smallest grievance in the sword spirit boundary. However, they also had to look at the other party. They would certainly do the same to big sects like them. They did this to make those big sects not dare to provoke them. After all, they were ghost cultivators and weren't welcomed in the sword spirit boundary. As for those small sects, they would certainly retaliate. Moreover, they would retaliate even more ruthlessly so that those small sects wouldn't dare to touch them. This way, they could ensure the safety of their disciples. As for rogue cultivators like the 72 islands, the evil spirit sect wouldn't dare to provoke them under normal circumstances. Why? Could it be that the 72 islands weren't small forces? Their strength wasn't inferior to theirs, no, although the 72 islands weren't small forces, their strength wasn't inferior to theirs. However, they were a sheet of loose sand. If the 72 islands and the evil spirit sect were to fight to the death, then the ones who would lose in the end would most likely be the 72 islands. This was because the 72 islands were an alliance while the evil spirit sect was a sect. The alliance was made up of many allies. Everyone had their own plans while the sect only had one sect master. When it came to a matter of life and death, the sect would naturally focus on one side. Naturally, the 72 islands wouldn't be a match for the evil spirit sect. Then why wasn't the evil spirit sect willing to clash with the 72 islands? Logically speaking, the evil spirit sect wasn't afraid of the 72 islands. In fact, this was very simple. The 72 islands were made up of rogue cultivators. What was the difference between rogue cultivators and sect cultivators? It was very simple, just like the difference between a poor man and a rich man. No matter what, the evil spirit sect was a famous sect in the sword spirit boundary. They were like rich men while rogue cultivators were poor in the eyes of sect cultivators. Although they didn't have nothing, they were still much poorer than sect cultivators. The lower realms were like gold coins while the spiritual weapon boundary was like a gold coin. For a rich man who had 10,000 gold coins, one gold coin might be nothing to him. However, for a poor man who only had a few gold coins, one gold coin was a fraction of his total wealth. It might even be all of his wealth. In this case, when a rich man and a poor man discovered this gold coin at the same time, how could they treat it the same? Obviously, that was impossible. A poor man might risk his life for a gold coin, but a rich man wouldn't. Because he would risk his life for a gold coin and lose 10,000 gold coins, he would never do that. Therefore, at this time, the rich man would always back off. This was what Guiying and the others were thinking right now. If they found out that Xianxia was backed by the 72 Southern Sea Islands, then they might retreat and give up the spirit weapon realm to prevent a conflict or even a conflict from escalating. However, Guiying still wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see who was backing Xianxia and the others. However, just using words wasn't enough. Because of this, the evil spirit sect was too weak. Therefore, they wanted to use another method to see how Xianxia and the others would react. After having this idea, Guiying and the others took action. Naturally, they wouldn't send their ghost king ships to clash with Xianxia and the others. Instead, they gave an order to the ghosts that they made in the past few days to rush out of the Bone Mountain. Xianxia knew that the people from the evil spirit sect wouldn't give up so easily. He also ordered the fleet to prepare for battle. At this time, when Wenhai suddenly came to Xiaohai's side and said, "Boss, the Sky Forest just sent a message saying that some people from the literature continent want to come to the front lines. They want to personally come to the front lines to observe our enemies and then write an article praising our soldiers." This was a request from the 8 great academies. Moreover, their people were also sent by the 8 great academies. What do you think about this matter? When Xiaohai heard Wenhai's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment and said, "It must be our preparations that made the people from the literature continent know about this matter." Then they informed the academies. Therefore, the academy sent people over. Alright, let them come. But make it clear to them that we need to take a look at the article that they wrote before we can send it out. If they don't write it well, then we won't allow them to send it out. When Wenhai nodded, then he immediately passed down Xiaohai's order. When the other party heard Xiaohai's order, they didn't hesitate to agree. Then a white light flashed on Xiaohai's ghost kingship as a row of scholars appeared. When these people saw Xiaohai, they immediately saluted Xiaohai and said, "We have seen your majesty." Xiaohai looked at them and smiled faintly. "There's no need to be polite. This is a battlefield, it's very dangerous. We just talked to the people from the evil spirit sect, they might attack at any time. Originally, I didn't want you to come because this place is too dangerous. But I also know that you can't not come, so I agreed to let you come. But since you're here, you can't act recklessly. In a while, you must listen to orders and don't disturb the work of the people on the ship. Understood? If you can't do that, then I can only have you leave now. You can't disturb the battle." The literati responded, and the leader said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please rest assured that we will not affect the battle." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "Just stand here, don't move." Then he no longer paid attention to them. Instead, he turned his head towards the direction of the Bone Mountain. This was because Xiaohai could feel that the Bone Mountain was emitting strange energy fluctuations. It seems like the other party wanted to attack. At this time, when Wenhai and the others also felt the changes in the White Bone Mountain, they discovered that the White Bone Mountain was a bit different. The ghost howls were getting louder and louder. Moreover, there were bursts of qi that made them feel cold. Zhao Hai stared at the bone mountain, then he said, "Inform everyone to retreat to Li and prepare for battle. Send out the sword boats." Someone immediately complied and then passed down Zhao Hai's order. The people from the Wenji continent could see that the other ships were busy. Everyone was working in an orderly manner. Only Zhao Hai's Ghost King ship had some people passing down orders. This caused the people from the Wenji continent to be confused, but at the same time, they became even more careful. Zhao Hai's Ghost King ship was filled with people. Not long after Zhao Hai's warship retreated to the designated location, the black fog in the Bone Mountain suddenly shrank. Then it expanded outwards, and then it seemed like an eruption. Ghosts flew out of the Bone Mountain. These ghosts could be divided into 3 types. The first type was the evil ghosts. These evil ghosts didn't seem to have a physical body, they were all made of black, smoke-like energy. They only had a head and 2 upper limbs, while their lower body was smoke-like. Their heads were all kinds of ghostly faces, looking quite scary. Only their eyes were blood red. The second type was made up of skeletons. These skeletons were very tall, each of them was at least 20 meters tall. They all had strange appearances, and their bodies were made up of countless bones. Almost all of these bones were human bones, and these skeletons looked even more terrifying. The third type was a monster made up of black trees. These trees were completely black and had no leaves. They also had very few branches, only a few thick main branches. There were no small branches. On the main trunk of the tree, there was a big face with 2 eyes and a big mouth. The eyes seemed to be burning with green flames while the mouth had sharp teeth. At this time, these trees were waving their branches as they screamed and rushed towards the fleet. To be honest, the appearance of this thing was really scary. However, Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see it, he just said, "Pass down my order, all ships attack. First, use the shadow cannons to attack. Also, all sword boats are to use their flexibility to coordinate with the ships on the periphery." Whoosh! 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 Black energy shot towards the ghosts. Boom! A white bone giant was hit by the black energy, and the pile of bones on its body immediately disappeared. The white bone giant screamed, and the bones on its body moved a bit, filling up the missing bones. Then it rushed forward. Whoosh! A black energy shot towards a tree demon. However, the tree demon didn't do anything. It just screamed and rushed forward. Whoosh! A black energy shot towards a ghost. However, the ghost didn't do anything. Instead, it seemed to be very happy. There was a trace of joy in its voice as it rushed towards the fleet. Zhao Hai carefully observed the 3 ghosts. He didn't believe that these ghosts didn't have the ability to attack from a distance. The evil ghost sect wouldn't make such a mistake. Sure enough, the bone giants were the first to make a move. They stretched out their hands and green flaming skeletons appeared in their hands. Then they waved their hands and the green skeletons directly rushed towards the warships like green cannonballs. At this time, the tree demons also made their move. The thick branches of the tree demons suddenly sprouted green flames. Then the thick branches of the tree demons waved, and the green flames floated towards the warships. And those evil ghosts also opened their mouths and let out sharp screams. These screams carried countless energy waves that kept attacking the battleship's protective shield. These evil ghosts were actually using a very rare sound wave attack. When Wenhai's expression was ugly as he walked towards Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, the situation isn't right. These ghosts seem to be able to absorb the energy of our shadow cannons. What should we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "Don't worry, let's attack a few more times. Inform the people on the warships to prepare to change the energy source of the shadow cannons. Make sure to use fire energy as much as possible. Go." When Wenhai nodded and then immediately passed down the order. At this time, the expressions of the people from the ancient continent changed. Before they came, some of them were still wondering if this was a story made up by Zhao Hai. Even if it wasn't made up by Zhao Hai, they were afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to repel those people twice. Moreover, they were still able to swallow the entire alien continent. But now, looking at the situation, their faces couldn't help but change. They really didn't think that Zhao Hai would be fighting against these terrible monsters. These monsters were even more terrible than the ones recorded in the continent's history books. Looking at the dense white bones, looking at the shrieking treants, and looking at the black smoke like ghosts, to be honest, they didn't even have to fight against the other side, but their hearts were already panicking. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had been carefully observing the three types of ghosts. He had already forgotten about the people in the back of his mind. After observing for a while, Zhao Hai discovered a problem. The destructive power of the shadow cannon was the most lethal to the skeleton giants. The treants had almost no effect on them. Not only did they not have any effect on the ghosts, they even became a kind of tonic for the ghosts. However, using the shadow cannon to deal with these ghosts wasn't very effective. At first, Zhao Hai didn't understand why this was the case. But after thinking about it, he understood that the energy of the shadow cannon was indeed destructive. However, it wasn't pure. Instead, it was the destructive power that was collected from the sea. This destructive power wasn't pure, and after being compressed by the formation, it was released through the formation. This destructive power wasn't pure. Additionally, the things in the spirit weapon realm might also contain destructive power. The materials used by the evil spirit sect to make ghosts were all local materials. Therefore, when Zhao Hai and the others used this impure destructive power to attack them, the effect wasn't very good. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately gave an order the warships to change the energy supply of the shadow cannons. Use fire energy to power the shadow cannons. When Wen Hai immediately gave the order, all the shadow cannons' attack stopped. At this time, the ghosts were about to reach the fleet. However, the sword discs had already rushed forward. The sword discs were very flexible. They kept using the shadow cannons to attack the ghosts. After all, the ghosts were just ghosts. They didn't have high intelligence. Their attention was immediately attracted by the sword ships as they kept attacking them. On the other hand, the sword ships were very flexible. It wasn't easy for the ghosts to attack them. Moreover, these sword boats weren't only capable of long-range attacks, their close-range attacks weren't weak either. These sword boats were designed to have two pointed ends. This design was designed to be used for ramming. Because of this, many of the sword boats saw that the distance between them was too close. They didn't have enough time to use their shadow cannons, so they didn't use their cannons. Instead, they directly rammed into the ghosts. The force of the impact wasn't light. Although the sword boats weren't big, it was only when compared to the 100-beast battleships. One must know that a sword boat can seat 20 people, and with the addition of the shadow cannons, the impact of the collision wasn't light. There had always been a lot of sword boats. For the people of the spirit weapon realm, it wasn't difficult to make sword boats. Therefore, the number of sword discs increased. If these sword boats were to deal with large warships like the 100-beast warships or the Ghost King warships, then they wouldn't have much effect. These large warships were very sturdy. Apart from warships of the same level, small boats like the sword boats wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Even if the warships were to stand there and let you hit them, the one who would be injured in the end would be you. However, the opponents of the sword boats weren't the warships, but the ghosts. Moreover, the sword boats had shields, and these shields were very powerful. There were even phantoms of beasts on them. In other words, these warships had soul fragments of beasts inside them. And all ghosts had soul fragments. Ordinary attacks were useless against these soul fragments. However, there was one type of attack that was very useful, and that was the attack of other soul fragments. Soul fragments were incomplete. Because of this, soul fragments could be used as command centers. But because of this, soul fragments had an instinct to devour other soul fragments. Devouring other soul fragments was an instinct. Because of this, the sword boats were surprisingly effective against the ghosts. After a large number of ghosts were hit, they were directly scattered. After being scattered, their soul fragments were also affected and were directly devoured by the soul fragments inside the sword boats. Naturally, this was a battlefield, and there weren't many sword boats that were hit. Therefore, this situation didn't attract attention. Whether it was Zhao Hai or Guiying, none of them noticed this. At this time, Zhao Hai's fleet had already changed their energy source. Shadow cannons were fired once again. Red energy shot towards the ghosts. At the same time, the soldiers on the warship also took out their own lightning formations. Although there was no need to call these formations lightning formations, the people of the Lost Soul Empire were still used to calling them lightning formations. This was because these formations were made in the form of lightning formations. However, these lightning formations weren't lightning. Instead, they were red rays. These rays went straight towards the ghosts. When these rays hit the ghosts seemed to be in pain. One by one, they screamed. Moreover, their bodies immediately caught fire. Most importantly, it was very difficult for the soldiers to extinguish the flames. It can be seen that these flames were very harmful to the ghosts. At this time, Ghosting was standing on the Ghost King's ship, looking at the situation outside through the dark fog. When he saw the dark energy lines coming out of the shadow cannons, Ghosting felt strange. Then he said, "Dark energy lines? What are they? What are they? It seems like there's also Xianxia inside?" Guiying nodded and said, "It seems like it. Look at those bone devils. When the rays hit their bodies, their bones would immediately be corroded. This is the effect of Xianxia. But are they stupid? Using Xianxia to attack ghosts? Are they courting death?" Guiying was also puzzled. However, he didn't say anything. He decided to keep watching. Before long, Zhao Hai's fleet changed their energy source. Upon seeing the red rays, Guiying let out a long breath and said, "They changed their energy source. It seems like they used the wrong energy source. Maybe they really did collect the Xianxia in the spirit weapon realm and then used it by accident. Now that they found something wrong, they changed their energy source." Guiying nodded and said, "It's possible. However, that Zhao Hai seems to have a good understanding of ghost cultivators. He shouldn't have made such a mistake. What's going on?" Guiying said, "It's strange. Did they use it on purpose? They haven't used Xianxia's energy before, so they want to see what effect it has on ghosts. That's impossible. Zhao Hai has a good understanding of ghost cultivators. Doesn't he know that Xianxia is the best tonic for ghosts? Master, what they're using isn't just pure Xianxia. The energy they're using might also contain something else. The attack power is very strong. The Bone Devil's defense isn't weak, but they can't block the energy rays. The tree demons are immune to Xianxia attacks, but they don't dare to take it head-on. Although the ghosts don't seem to be afraid of the energy attacks, they seem to be very happy. However, if you look carefully, you can feel that after absorbing the energy, the soul fragments of the ghosts seem to have weakened. Therefore, the energy might not be Xianxia." The one who spoke was Ghost Child. Ghost Child had always been a strategist, so his observation of the battlefield was very careful. He saw the problem at a glance. He discovered that the energy Zhao Hai and the others were using wasn't Xianxia, but another kind of energy. Naturally, he didn't know about the existence of the destruction force. Guiying believed in Ghost Child's words. Ghost Child's observation skills were very strong, but his leadership skills weren't good. If his leadership skills were strong, then he would have been able to take Guiying's position. However, the one in charge right now wasn't Guiying. Therefore, Guiying couldn't show his own characteristics. On the other hand, people like Ghost Child, no matter where they were placed, could play their role. Guiying looked at the fight between the ghosts and the people of the Lost Soul Empire and said, "In any case, it seems like the attacks of the ghosts won't have any effect on Zhao Hai and the others. According to the original plan, we'll use this time to break out and see if it's like what Zhao Hai said. They've already collected all the Xianxia. If they didn't, then we'll collect more Xianxia and fight them. If they really did, then we'll see if Zhao Hai is from the 72 islands." Guiying and the others nodded. Then they passed down Guiying's order. The 30 Ghost King ships were ready to break out at any time. When Ghosting saw that everyone was ready, he immediately issued an order. The Ghost King ships immediately rushed out. Their direction wasn't towards Zhao Hai's direction, but towards another direction. Zhao Hai and the others were fighting against the ghosts, so it was inevitable that their attention was focused on that direction. On the other side, there weren't a lot of ships left behind. Although these ships were prepared, they still couldn't block Ghost Ying's advance. Ghost Ying's fleet smashed a path open as they swaggered away. Although Gui Ying's ships were damaged, it wasn't too serious. They could still be used. Because of this, they immediately rushed out. Then they immediately began to explore the spirit weapon realm. When Zhao Hai heard that Gui Ying and the others had rushed out, he wasn't too worried. First, he had the mountain cities open their formations and adjust them to their best state. Then he had the fleets of the mountain cities come out and surround Gui Ying and the others. This time, Gui Ying and the others' escape caused Zhao Hai and the others to lose 20 ships. These ships were all damaged by Gui Ying and the others. They needed to be repaired before they could be used again. From this point of view, Zhao Hai's ships were much worse than Gui Ying's ships. Although Gui Ying's ships were damaged, they were still able to maintain 80% of their combat strength. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's ships were completely unusable. Zhao Hai didn't blame the commanders of these ships. The reason why these ships couldn't block Gui Ying and the others was because of their performance. It had nothing to do with the people. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't blame them. However, no matter what, the evil spirit sect only sent 30 Ghost King ships. They had more than 10,000 ships. Even if they were to line up and let the evil spirit sect's ships collide, the 30 ships would still be destroyed. Because of this, Zhao Hai had the other ships come out and surround the evil spirit sect's ships. After Zhao Hai gave the order, he turned his head to look at the ghosts that were still attacking. Then he turned to Wen Hai and said, "Everyone, don't be polite. Let's use the ships to deal with these guys. Then I'll deal with the White Bone Mountain." Wen Hai nodded and then immediately went to give the order. Following Zhao Hai's order, the fleet began their attack. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't have the fleet attack before was because he was afraid that the evil spirit sect would take the opportunity to attack. Now that the evil spirit sect's people had run away, there was no need for them to be polite. They would just attack and deal with them once and for all. With Zhao Hai's attack, the ghosts were finally unable to resist. Under the full force of the battleships and sword boats, the ghosts were finally cleared out. However, this process still took 2 days. Although the ghosts have been cleared out, Wen Hai's complexion didn't look too good. He looked towards the direction of the White Bone Mountain and muttered, "Just clearing out these ghosts took 2 days. If the evil spirit sect people were to create more ghosts, wouldn't we be in trouble? Boss, do you have any news about the evil spirit sect's people?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not yet. Those guys are very cunning. It seems like they don't want to fight us head-on. Perhaps they're looking for ways to collect Yin Qi. However, we've already collected the Yin Qi in advance, so they shouldn't be able to collect anything. Now, let's see what they want to do. If they dare to attack Mountain City, then they're just courting death. If they don't attack Mountain City, then our fleet will be able to find them sooner or later. Alright, go and ask if the formation talisman I had been given to the secret realm has been delivered." Wen Hai nodded and then immediately went to ask. Before long, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, it's done. It will be delivered immediately." Just as his voice fell, a white light appeared beside the Ghost King ship. Then a person boarded the ship. This person saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, I've come to deliver the formation." Zhao Hai recognized this person. This person was one of the subordinates he received in the secret realm. He was now a Broken River expert. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "Alright, give me the formation talisman. You can go to the other battleships first." Everyone nodded. After that person handed a storage ring to Zhao Hai, he followed Wen Hai and the others to the other battleships. After receiving the ring, Zhao Hai immediately took action. First, he circled around the White Bone Mountain several times. Then he lowered the warship. Then he had the warship release yellow energy as he threw the talismans into the holes created by the yellow energy. In less than 2 hours, Zhao Hai had placed all the talismans into the holes. Then he looked at the talismans and nodded. Then he stopped the Ghost King ship above the White Bone Mountain. Then he opened the golden book and a huge formation appeared on the Ghost King ship. Then the formation slowly descended towards the White Bone Mountain. Zhao Hai didn't care about the golden book. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to chant, "Revered one of the world, I have received the Buddha's might and power. I have traveled through hundreds of trillions of worlds in order to repay all living beings. If it weren't for the Buddha's benevolence, I wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. Today, I have been instructed by the Buddha that since Ido became a Buddha, all living beings in the 6 paths of reincarnation will be saved. Only the revered one of the world is willing to have any misgivings. Along with the Buddhist scripture, Xianxia's body emitted a Buddhist light. Then the Buddhist light slowly formed a Buddha. The Buddha opened its mouth and chanted the same scripture as Xianxia. The scripture flew out from the Buddha's mouth and turned into golden characters. These golden characters combined with the formation below the Ghost King ship. Then it resonated with the talismans that Xianxia had placed in the hole. Then a golden light flew out from the talismans and gathered on the Buddha. The Buddha grew bigger and bigger. Slowly, a lotus platform appeared below the Buddha. Then the lotus platform slowly rotated. The black smoke on the white bone mountain seemed to have found a home. It slowly gathered on the lotus platform and then disappeared. Then the Buddha began to emit golden light. The golden light flew higher and higher until it reached the sky and formed a huge swastika. The swastika rotated in the sky, illuminating the earth like the sun. However, the Buddha on the white bone mountain didn't move. It was still chanting the Buddhist scripture. The black smoke on the white bone mountain was almost completely absorbed by the Buddha. Slowly, the black smoke disappeared from the white bone mountain. The entire white bone mountain was now exposed. However, the white bone mountain had been destroyed by the evil spirit sect. The trees on the mountain had been cut down, making it look bare. However, along with the sound of the Buddhist scripture, the trees quickly grew taller. Soon, all the Buddhas on the white bone mountain grew into towering trees. The Buddha was sitting on the tree, still chanting the Buddhist scripture. At this time, when Wenhai and the others didn't know what to say, all of them knelt down and kowtowed to the Buddha statue. On the warships that were collecting yin qi, all the hatches that stored yin qi opened. The yin qi crystals all flew out from the hatches and gathered towards the Buddha statue. In the end, they all disappeared into the Buddha statue. All the dark places in the spirit weapon realm seemed to be illuminated by the golden light. All the darkness disappeared. The remaining yin qi that wasn't collected by Xianxia and the others also disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, Guiying, who was flying in the spirit weapon realm, had a change in his expression. He looked in the direction of the white bone mountain in shock and muttered, "What a powerful Buddhist energy. Could it be that the Buddhist monk has arrived?" Although he said this, the 30 warships of the evil spirit sect immediately had a layer of black shield rise up, protecting the warships. They weren't afraid of letting the Buddhist light directly shine on them. They were ghost cultivators, each of them had yin qi. If they were illuminated by the Buddhist light, it would have a huge impact on the yin qi on their bodies. The expressions of the others also changed. Guiying said in a deep voice, "Master, I heard that Buddhist cultivators don't necessarily have profound dharma. They might just have powerful combat strength. However, this place seems to be different. This dharma seems to be very profound. It's different from the power released by Buddhist cultivation methods." Guiying nodded. Although Buddhist cultivators must study Buddhist dharma during their cultivation, there weren't many virtuous eminent monks who had a profound understanding of Buddhist dharma. This was because Buddhist cultivators were also cultivators. What they pursued was power and longevity. The main reason they studied Buddhist dharma was to improve their strength. There were almost no eminent monks who truly wanted to save all living beings. This was because if you really wanted to save all living beings, then you wouldn't have time to cultivate. In the end, you could only die of old age. Therefore, most Buddhist cultivators only studied Buddhist scriptures and didn't study Buddhist dharma. It was precisely because of this that even though the combat strength of Buddhist cultivators was very strong and their cultivation methods could restrain ghost cultivators, they would never have such pure Buddhist power. Buddhist power was different from the spiritual qi or offensive means of Buddhist cultivators. Based on research, Buddhist power had no offensive properties. Its main purpose was to soothe people's heart, remove worries, and even treat illnesses and people. It was absolutely not an offensive means. However, Buddhist power also had offensive properties, but it was very simple. It could only attack yin qi and ghosts. It had no offensive properties towards ordinary people and other cultivators. It was precisely because of this that very few Buddhist cultivators in the sword spirit realm focused on studying Buddhism. But this time, the Buddhist chi that appeared in the spirit weapon realm was incomparably pure. They were already so far away from the White Bone Mountain, but the Buddhist chi that shone on them was still incomparably powerful. It made the Ghost King Worship's shield feel somewhat overwhelmed. Guisheng replied, "Master, I've fought with some Buddhist disciples before. Their Buddhist power can only be considered average. Although their cultivation method can restrain us, it's absolutely impossible for them to cultivate a virtuous senior monk. In our sword spirit realm, there's almost no virtuous senior monk in the Buddhist sects. Even the self-proclaimed virtuous senior monks in those sects have only switched to Buddhist cultivation after reaching a certain level. Their Buddhist power isn't as strong as a virtuous senior monk. Clearly, the people in the spirit weapon realm aren't from those Buddhist sects. If those Buddhist sects really have such a senior monk, they wouldn't be able to send him here. Therefore, the people behind the spirit weapon realm shouldn't be those Buddhist sects. The Tao sects have always been in harmony with the Buddhist sects, so it's impossible for them to cultivate a virtuous senior monk. Instead, it's more likely that it's a rogue cultivator. Even if the senior monk's strength isn't enough, he can still achieve this effect with the help of formations. However, if this senior monk's Buddhist cultivation isn't deep enough and his Buddhist power isn't enough, then he wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. Guiying nodded and said, "Right, it seems like there are a lot of possibilities for the Southern Sea's 72 islands. I heard that there are a lot of strange people in the Southern Sea's 72 islands, as well as some Buddhist cultivators. Because of the lack of cultivation methods, their strength isn't very strong. However, their Buddhist cultivation is very profound. Their Buddhist power makes the Buddhist sects blush with shame. It seems like the people behind the spirit weapon realm are really from the Southern Sea's 72 islands. Only they would risk their lives for a lower realm, and only they would send a senior monk to deal with us." The others nodded, they agreed with Ghosting's words. Ghosting looked at them and said, "Let's avoid them first. Then we'll return to the spatial passage. I'll test Zhao Hai one last time before we return. We can't let them intercept us here." The group nodded, then Ghost Child said, "Master, I don't think that the other party will cut off our path of retreat. We've seen their strength. If they really wanted to cut off our path of retreat, they would have done so already. Moreover, they didn't take the initiative to attack us this time, nor did they cut off our path of retreat. I don't think that they want to do anything to us. After all, our demon sect isn't a force to be trifled with. If they really leave us here, then they would have offended our demon sect to the core. When that time comes, both sides would be in a situation where only one side would be able to survive. I don't think that they would want to fight us for the sake of a lower realm, they wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare." Ghosting said, "I've also thought about this. However, we still need to be careful. First, we need to occupy our path of retreat. Moreover, that place shouldn't be far from Zhao Hai's base. When the time comes, we just need to stop there and then Zhao Hai will certainly appear. When the time comes, I'll test him. You need to pay attention to his expression. I think we'll be able to see some clues when the time comes. Then we'll be able to determine who's behind Zhao Hai and the others." The others nodded. Then they found a mountain with a lot of trees and had the Ghost King ship fly inside. They hid there until the golden Buddhist light disappeared. Then they came out of the mountain and rushed to the spatial passage as fast as they could. At this time, Zhao Hai had just recovered from his dharma and slowly stood up. This was the first time he had used his dharma to recite the sutra. He had used almost all of his dharma. At the same time, he had completely integrated his dharma with the sutra. It can be said that when he was reciting the sutra, he was the Buddha. This time, Zhao Hai recited the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original vow sutra. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva made a great vow. If hell isn't empty, then I won't become a Buddha. He will purify all the evil spirits in hell and become a Buddha. Such a great vow made Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva stay in hell. However, his purification technique was the most powerful among all the bodhisattvas. The reason why Zhao Hai recited the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original vow sutra was because he wanted to use the purification technique to purify all the ghosts in the spirit weapon realm. He wanted to purify all the yin energy in the spirit weapon realm. At the same time, he wanted to deter Guiying and the others. Zhao Hai was very clear that using this Buddhist Dharma to deal with Guiying and the others was the best. Therefore, he did this. Obviously, Zhao Hai had succeeded. Not only did he successfully convert all of the ghosts, he also cleared out all of the yin qi. Even the yin qi that they had collected was cleared out. The entire spirit weapon realm was now clear. People felt that the air of the spirit weapon realm had become fresher. Even the brightness of the entire spirit weapon realm had increased. Zhao Hai quietly stood on the Ghost King's ship as he looked at the spirit weapon world. There was still some Buddhist energy left in the spirit weapon world. This Buddhist energy made people feel very comfortable. Moreover, those who were injured would feel much better. Zhao Hai flew from the White Bone Mountain to the fleet. When Wen Hai and the others were kneeling there with solemn expressions. Only when they heard the Ghost King's ship's voice did they stand up. When Wen Hai and the others moved and appeared on the Ghost King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, "What's wrong, Wen Hai?" Wen Hai had a serious expression as he said, "Boss, thank you. What kind of power did you use just now? Why is it so powerful?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's Buddhist energy, it's not an offensive power. It's very simple, it's not suitable for you to learn it right now. Once you ascend, you'll know what kind of power it is. Alright, don't think about this anymore. Contact the fleets and see where the evil demon sect fellows are." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded. Then he took the formation and inquired about the situation of the fleets. Right now, it wasn't the right time to study Buddhism. They had to deal with the people from the evil spirit sect first. Before long, when Wen Hai said, "Boss, the evil demon sect's people seem to have gone to the spatial channel. However, they didn't leave. They're just waiting there. I don't know what they want to do." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Let's go back. Have the other fleets return to the mountain cities and prepare their defenses. Once the evil demon sect's people leave, we'll inform them." When Wen Hai nodded and then immediately went to inform them. Then Zhao Hai received the Ghost King's ship and then activated the transmission formation to return to the Holy Academy's mountain range. After arriving at the Holy Academy's mountain range, Zhao Hai casually sat on a 100-beast warship and then commanded the fleet to head towards the spatial channel. He wanted to know what the evil demon sect's people were doing at the spatial channel. Guiying looked towards the Holy Academy's mountain range. He believed that Zhao Hai and the others would return soon. Zhao Hai and the others would definitely come to see him. Because if they don't leave, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Sure enough, not long after they arrived at the spatial channel, Guiying saw Zhao Hai on a warship. Zhao Hai was also looking at him. Then the two sides stopped about 1 li apart. Zhao Hai looked at Guiying, and Guiying also looked at Zhao Hai. Guiying's face was still carrying a smile. On the other hand, Zhao Hai calmly looked at Guiying and didn't say anything. At this point, Zhao Hai had already guessed that the reason why Guiying and the others stopped here was because they were about to leave. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would cut off their escape route, so they stopped here and waited for him. It seems like Guiying had something to say to Zhao Hai. Guiying looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know that the Buddhist force was released by Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he would be even more surprised. However, he was still very interested in Zhao Hai. One must know that there weren't many people like Zhao Hai who could face people from the higher realms without batting an eyelid. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to command his subordinates and build a place like the spirit weapon realm in such a short time. This made Guiying very surprised. Guiying believed that Zhao Hai was a genius. To be honest, he was very fond of Zhao Hai. However, it was useless for him to say anything at this point. They and Zhao Hai had already reached this point. Zhao Hai could only be their enemy. This was a pity. Guiying immediately put away his thoughts. But Ghosting immediately put away his thoughts, he just wanted to know who was standing behind Zhao Hai. Ghosting took a deep breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, this is the second day we've met. To be honest, I'm very surprised. I want to know where you learned your skills. If you tell me, then our evil ghost sect will never bother you again. How about it?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Ghosting and said, "Zhao Hai, this is the second day we've met. To be honest, I'm very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at Guiying, then he smiled faintly and said, "No one taught us our skills. Don't forget, this place used to belong to the Heavenly Sword Empire. The people of the Heavenly Sword Empire were also from the Sword Spirit world. Naturally, we learned our skills from the people of the Heavenly Sword Empire. However, we only obtained their inheritance and didn't meet them." Zhao Hai's answer was also within Guiying's expectations. Guiying shook his head and said, "No, that's impossible. It's impossible for you to learn your skills from the people of the Heavenly Sword Empire. The Heavenly Sword Empire was originally from the Heavenly Sword Sect. And the people of the Heavenly Sword Sect don't have that many arrays or large artifacts. Therefore, it's impossible for you to learn your skills from the people of the Heavenly Sword Empire. Someone must have taught you, someone from the 72 Southern Islands, right?" When Zhao Hai heard Guiying's words, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. The reason why he had such a reaction was partly intentional and partly because of Xiaoyu. Guiying's words meant that they suspected that the person behind him might be from the 72 Southern Islands. And Xiaoyu was from the 72 Southern Islands. If the evil spirit sect really suspected the 72 Southern Islands, then wouldn't they suspect Xiaoyu as well? And if they really suspected Xiaoyu, then wouldn't they discover Hu Yuan's matter? If they really suspected Hu Yuan, then wouldn't it be disadvantageous to Hu Yuan? This was the main reason why Zhao Hai had such a reaction. The reason why Guiying mentioned the 72 Southern Islands was to see Zhao Hai's reaction. In his opinion, if Zhao Hai didn't know about the sword spirit boundary, then it was impossible for him to know about the 72 Southern Islands. If he didn't know about the 72 Southern Islands, then he would at most be puzzled and wouldn't have any other reaction. But now, Zhao Hai's reaction proved that he knew about the existence of the 72 Southern Islands. Guiying's eyes flashed with understanding. Then he said, "If it's really a friend from the Southern Islands, then please send my regards to them. At the same time, tell them that the evil spirit sect doesn't care about a mere lower realm. But let them remember that this is the last time. If there's a next time, then don't blame the evil spirit sect for being impolite." Then he waved his hand as the evil spirit sect's warship flew into the spatial channel and returned to the high sword spirit boundary. At the same time, the spatial channel slowly closed. When Wen Hai looked at the slowly closing spatial channel and said to Zhao Hai, "Boss, what does this Guiying mean? Why would they think that we're from the 72 Southern Islands? Moreover, will they really not come back in the future?" Zhao Hai replied, "They shouldn't be coming back. Maybe they've been suspecting that we have a sword spirit boundary behind us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have developed so quickly. Then they tried to sound us out. When he mentioned the 72 Southern Islands, I was a bit careless and let them think that we have the sword spirit boundary behind us. This might bring trouble to Xiaoyu. If the evil spirit sect really investigates the 72 Southern Islands, then they might find out about grandfather's ascension. I'm afraid that they'll find out about this." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Then what should we do?" "Boss, if he really finds out about the old master, then the old master will be in danger. Not only the old master, but all of us who have ascended in the future will be in danger. Do you think we should wake Mr. Xia up now and discuss it with everyone?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and nodded, "We should wake him up and discuss this. Wen Hai, you should stay in the spiritual weapon boundary and have 9 Mountain City lift the alarm. Let everyone return to their previous lives. I'll go to the secret realm now." When Wen Hai nodded, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the fleet returned to the Sacred Academy's mountain range. After returning to the Sacred Academy's mountain range, Zhao Hai gave some instructions and then immediately returned to the secret realm. After arriving at the secret realm, Zhao Hai directly went to the sky supporting tree where Xiaoyu was in seclusion. Then he used his spiritual force to slowly probe the tree. He did this very carefully, as if an enemy was spying on Xiaoyu. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he wanted to wake Xiaoyu up. When a cultivator is in seclusion, it would be very dangerous to wake them up. But if Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to probe, then Xiaoyu would immediately know and wake up on his own. This was the safest way to wake someone up. When Xiaoyu felt Zhao Hai's spiritual force, he immediately became vigilant. Then he slowly stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he looked around. Before long, he saw Zhao Hai standing outside the window. He immediately stood up and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Xia, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Please come with me to my room." He didn't enter the room, he just stood outside Xiaoyu's window and looked at him. When Xiaoyu heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. Then he immediately nodded and flew out of the room along with Zhao Hai towards Zhao Hai's room. Xiaoyu knew that if there wasn't something important, then it was impossible for Zhao Hai to wake him up. Something important must have happened, but what could it be? If it could make Zhao Hai this anxious, then it certainly wouldn't be a small matter. Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel nervous. After the two arrived at Zhao Hai's room and sat down, Xiaoyu immediately said, "Little Hai, what's the matter? Did something happen to him? As long as I can help you, you don't have to be polite." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xia, I'm really sorry. It seems like I've caused trouble for you. Not long after you went into seclusion, the people from the evil spirit sect came. We had a fight with the people from the evil spirit sect. Naturally, we didn't suffer any losses. But for some reason, when the people from the evil spirit sect were about to leave, they suddenly asked me if we were supported by the 72 Isles of the South Sea. At that time, I was startled and immediately thought of Brother Xia. Although I didn't answer them, the people from the evil spirit sect seemed to be certain that we were supported by the 72 Isles of the South Sea. The elder of the evil spirit sect, Guiying, said that they don't care about the lower realms, but if there's a next time, they wouldn't be polite. I was afraid that this matter might affect you, so I took the risk and woke you up." When Xiaoyu heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "You didn't mention me, or did you tell them that you're supported by the 72 islands? Why would they suspect that the 72 islands were supporting you? How did you deal with them?" Zhao Hai replied, "Naturally, I won't mention you. I also won't admit that the 72 islands are supporting us. We've already fought them 3 times. You should know about the first 2 times. Let me tell you about this time. When the evil ghost sect came, they found a place with dancing qi." Then Zhao Hai gave Xiaoyu a general description of their fight with the evil ghost sect. To be honest, no great sect would have this kind of ability. On the contrary, since our 72 islands are a rogue cultivator alliance, we have a lot of strange inheritances. If our 72 islands were to support you, then it might be possible. Because of this, ghosting became suspicious. Although the evil ghost sect is an evil sect that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance, our 72 islands are too far away from them. Moreover, we aren't afraid of them. If ghosting said that they wouldn't retaliate this time, then they wouldn't. You should be safe here in the future, so you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The evil ghost sect is an evil sect that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance, but our 72 islands are too far away from them. Moreover, we aren't afraid of them. If ghosting said that they wouldn't retaliate this time, then they wouldn't. Moreover, you should be safe here in the future, so you don't need to worry." When Zhao Hai heard Xiaoyu, he relaxed. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't think that they would think of this. I told them that we learned these things from the inheritances left behind by the Sky Sword sect. However, they didn't believe me. It's really strange." Xiaoyu nodded and said, "That's right." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "There's nothing strange about it. If it was me, I wouldn't believe it either. Do you know what kind of sect the Heavenly Sword sect is?" That was a sword cultivator sect. Sword cultivator sects focused on breaking all techniques with a single sword. Aside from focusing on the sword, they didn't care much about anything else. Even if they learned about arrays, they wouldn't be able to arrange them so well, let alone use Buddhist cultivation methods. Therefore, the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword sect could only be the Sword Dao, and nothing else. How much of the Sword Dao inheritance did you guys show off? It would be strange if they believed you." Zhao smiled bitterly. "I really don't know what to say. In fact, I'm the only one who knows how to use these inheritances. I didn't think that it would cause a misunderstanding. By the way, Brother Xia, will my grandfather have any problems?" Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what to say. In fact, I'm the only one who can use these inheritances. If they find out about my grandfather, then it would be troublesome." Xiaoyu shook his head and said, "They won't. You can rest assured. I'm the one who arranged this. Moreover, I didn't use my real identity. I believe that nobody will find out. You don't have to worry." Zhao Hai had a calm expression on his face. Now that Xiaoyu had returned to his seclusion, Zhao Hai was still worried. Although Xiaoyu kept saying that the sword spirit world would be fine, Zhao Hai was still worried. But regardless of whether Zhao Hai was relieved or not, since things had already turned out this way, he could only accept it. Since he couldn't ascend right away, he had to wait for Xiaoyu to return to the sword spirit world. However, Xiaoyu said that the people from the evil spirit sect wouldn't come. This was something that Zhao Hai believed. The evil spirit sect believed that the 72 southern sea islands were behind them. If they didn't want to go to war with the 72 southern sea islands, then there would be no point in coming to the spirit weapon realm. Therefore, they might really not come. However, Zhao Hai was still worried about the future. The current situation of the bewildering Soul Empire could be said to be very good. Everyone's cultivation results were good. In the future, there would certainly be more people who could ascend. Once these people ascend, would the people from the evil spirit sect pay attention to them? This was indeed a problem. While Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, he didn't know that the people from the Wenji continent had already returned. Moreover, they told the people from the 8 great academies about what happened in the spirit weapon realm. When the people from the 8 great academies heard this, they were very surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's group would be this strong. They were even able to repel the people from the upper realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to use a technique that they had never seen before. This made them even more surprised. Additionally, Zhao Hai didn't hide Xiaoyu's matter from the people of the Wenji continent. Therefore, the people of the Wenji continent also knew that Zhao Hai and the others were in contact with the upper realm. This made the people of the Wenji continent understand that going against Zhao Hai wasn't a good thing. If Zhao Hai wanted to, then he could immediately deal with them. At this time, the 8 great academies were already thinking about joining the Lost Soul Empire. The people of the 8 great academies didn't think that this was a shameful thing. In fact, Zhao Hai took care of them. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire also attached great importance to the 8 great academies. If the 8 great academies were to join the Lost Soul Empire in the future, then the 8 great academies would be able to grow even faster. However, they wouldn't be able to manage the Lost Soul Empire like they did now. How could the academies increase their influence? In fact, there was a very simple answer. It depended on how much influence the students of the academy had. It didn't matter if the academy was a century-old academy or a 1,000-year-old academy. If the academy didn't produce any famous or influential people, then the academy wouldn't be able to be called a famous academy. Naturally, no one would pay attention to the academy. If the 8 great academies can produce good students, then these students would have a great influence in the Lost Soul Empire. Then, the academies would naturally take care of the academies. At that time, the academy's influence in the Lost Soul Empire would be great. People say that scholars think a lot. This truth wasn't false. Scholars tend to see things more deeply than ordinary people. Because of this, the 8 great academies didn't oppose joining the Lost Soul Empire. In fact, they didn't oppose it from the beginning. However, this matter can't be rushed, it needs to be done slowly. The 8 great academies saw that Zhao Hai wasn't anxious, so they also weren't anxious. This was because the 8 great academies knew that although the Wenji continent was under the control of the 8 great academies, the people of the Wenji continent were already very intelligent. They were able to distinguish between good and bad. If the 8 great academies suddenly announced that they wanted to join the Lost Soul Empire, then the people of the Wenji continent would immediately make a ruckus. Because of this, the 8 great academies had the same idea as Zhao Hai. They wanted to slowly integrate themselves into the Lost Soul Empire. However, after these people told the 8 great academies about the evil ghost sect, the 8 great academies still had some reaction. They were prepared to send people to discuss with Zhao Hai and express their attitude. They wanted to tell Zhao Hai that the Wenji continent wanted to join the Lost Soul Empire, but the Lost Soul Empire couldn't be rushed. Naturally, the 8 great academies didn't send people to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also didn't know about this matter. At this time, Zhao Hai was attracted by 2 things. The first was the matter of the Weapon Spirit Continent. The Weapon Spirit Continent was now in chaos. The Saber Spirit Nation couldn't hold on any longer. At the same time, they were besieged by several nations. The Saber Spirit Nation couldn't hold on any longer. On the other hand, the Saber Spirit Nation was still sitting on the fence, not wanting to help. This made the Saber Spirit Nation feel despair. After the Saber Spirit Nation fell into despair, they did something even crazier. They mobilized their army and burned all of the Saber Spirit Nation's food. Then they burned all of the crops in the Saber Spirit Nation. After that, they chased all of the commoners out of their homes. They chased all of the commoners in the Saber Spirit Nation towards one direction, the Saber Spirit Nation. The Saber Spirit Nation's people didn't expect the Saber Spirit Nation's people to be so ruthless. They actually drove all of the commoners out of their homes and towards them. These commoners couldn't be called commoners anymore. They should be called refugees. This was because they had nothing. They didn't even have food to eat. Besides a set of clothes, they didn't have anything else. Many of them either starved to death on the way, died of exhaustion, or were killed by the Saber Spirit Nation's army. The Saber Spirit Nation's people were shocked that the Saber Spirit Nation would do such a crazy thing. At this time, the Saber Spirit Nation's people were controlling 200,000 soldiers and their families. All of them were gathered in the capital of the Saber Spirit Nation, waiting for the armies of the other nations to arrive. The armies of the other nations didn't expect the Saber Spirit Nation to do this. Now, the Saber Spirit Nation could be said to have used this method to implement scorched earth. They didn't have any way to get supplies from the other cities of the Saber Spirit Nation. They didn't even see a single person on the way. Of course, the Saber Spirit Nation didn't only have one Saber city. They had many other cities. However, although there were people in those cities, there weren't any soldiers. Moreover, there wasn't a single grain of food in those cities. The people in those cities had already started to flee. In the face of this situation, the Soldier Spirit Continent was in chaos. The countries that bordered the Blade Spirit Nation were flooded with refugees from the Blade Spirit Nation. These refugees created a huge problem for these countries. The people of these countries didn't know what to do for a while. The public security became worse and the refugees needed to be rescued. There were even epidemics that appeared. The Saber Spirit Nation didn't have a solution to this situation. If they didn't care about these refugees, they would form a wave of refugees and sweep through the villages of the Saber Spirit Nation. The cities had walls so the refugees couldn't enter. However, the villages didn't have walls so the refugees could enter. These refugees who were about to go crazy from hunger were capable of doing anything. In this situation, no matter which country it was, they wouldn't dare to ignore these refugees. Naturally, they could send their own armies to kill these refugees. However, if they did that, they wouldn't be able to deal with the Saber Spirit Nation. It might even speed up the outbreak of the epidemic. Facing this situation, the entire Weapon Spirit Continent was helpless. On the other hand, the refugees were about to die. This was because whether it was the Saber Spirit Nation or the other nations, they didn't have enough food to feed these refugees. At this time, the price of food in the Saber Spirit Nation and the other nations had started to soar. This had a huge impact on their own nations. It can be said that the entire Weapon Spirit Continent had been thrown into chaos by this wave of refugees. However, this wasn't the end. At this time, the Saber Spirit Nation suddenly sent out 100,000 elite soldiers to attack the Dark Soldier Nation. It was unknown where these 100,000 soldiers came from, but in any case, they suddenly appeared in the Dark Soldier Nation. These 100,000 soldiers attacked more than 10 cities. What they did was very thorough. They burned all of the food in the Dark Soldier Nation as well as all of the farmlands. There were a lot of mountains in the Dark Soldier Nation. Their food supply was already a problem. A few years ago, Xianxia made the bread tree. This solved the food problem of the Dark Soldier Nation. But now, the Saber Spirit Nation didn't have enough food. One must know that the Saber Spirit Nation's target was very good. They attacked the main grain-producing areas of the Dark Soldier Nation. This time, not only did the Dark Soldier Nation not have enough food, they might also have a problem with next year's food supply. When the Dark Soldier Nation saw this, they didn't care about the refugees. They immediately began to defend the entire nation against the Saber Spirit Nation's attack. However, their actions made the refugees have no way to survive. This was because the Dark Soldier Nation didn't only have refugees from the Saber Spirit Nation, there were also refugees from the Dark Soldier Nation. But now, these refugees had no way to survive. When people are forced into a dead end, they would do anything. The refugees were one of them. When they saw that they had no way to survive, they decided to rebel. In an instant, the Dark Soldier Nation was filled with bandits. The refugees gathered together and used simple wooden poles as weapons. They attacked all of the targets in the Dark Soldier Nation. Then they surrounded the refugees and formed a huge wave of refugees. These refugees wreaked havoc in the entire Dark Soldier country. They destroyed almost everything they could. In an instant, the entire Dark Soldier country was in chaos. This was not the end of it. The Blade Spirit Nation had actually sent out an army to attack a few cities of the Sword Spirit Nation. She had burned the grain letters of the cities of the Sword Spirit Nation, causing a large number of refugees from the Sword Spirit Nation. As for the Tiger Spirit Nation and the Wolf Spirit Nation, although they weren't attacked by the Saber Spirit Nation, they were also powerless to invade the Saber Spirit Nation. This was because the two nations weren't rich and didn't have much food. When they invaded the Saber Spirit Nation, they were faced with an uninhabited land. In this case, not only were they unable to get any supplies from the Saber Spirit Nation, they were also harassed by the Saber Spirit Nation. This made the Tiger Spirit Nation and the Wolf Spirit Nation withdraw. A desperate plan. This was absolutely a desperate plan. By doing this, the Blade Spirit Nation had offended all the countries in the Soldier Spirit continent. Not only did they offend the other countries, they also offended the people of the Blade Spirit Nation. It can be said that after this wave of refugees passes, the Blade Spirit Nation would be the first to be destroyed. However, it wouldn't be easy to quell this wave of refugees. Even the Sword Spirit Nation wouldn't be able to quell this wave of refugees in a short period of time. In this chaotic world, it was easy for ambitious people to appear. Because of this, a lot of bandits had appeared in various countries. Some of these bandits were very strong. Facing this situation, all the countries in the Soldier Spirit continent felt incomparable pain. Seeing their own people turn into refugees, and then seeing the refugees turn into bandits, this kind of feeling was something that no ruler wanted to see. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he was stunned. He didn't think that the Blade Spirit Nation would come up with such a plan. He hoped that the Soldier Spirit continent would be more chaotic, but he didn't want it to be this chaotic. How many people would die? Moreover, the ones who would die the most would be the commoners. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel regret. He regretted not participating in this matter. However, it was too late for regrets. He needed to make a response. Now that the situation in the Spirit Weapon continent was happening, he needed to do something about it. Zhao Hai immediately received Wen Hai and the others. Wen Hai and the others also went to Zhao Hai's room. At this time, they had already come out of the shadow of the evil demon sect. The Lost Soul Empire had also returned to its peaceful state. Even if Zhao Hai were to immediately send troops to pacify the Soldier Spirit continent, it was still possible. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to do so. There was only one reason why Zhao Hai didn't immediately send troops, and that was Xia Yu. Zhao Hai had already told Xia Yu a lot of things about the Lost Soul Empire. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell Xia Yu about the Soul World. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to send troops to the Soldier Spirit continent before Xia Yu leaves. However, he still needed to discuss this matter with Wen Hai and the others. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Today, I want to talk to everyone about the Spirit Soldier continent. Everyone should know that I came from the Hu clan. My first goal when I entered the Spirit Soldier continent was the Spirit Soldier continent. But because of various reasons, I changed my target to the Outsider continent. Now that the Spirit Soldier continent has appeared, I'm ready to send troops to the Spirit Soldier continent. Lai Shi, distribute these to everyone so that they can see the current situation of the Spirit Soldier continent." Lai Shi, who was standing behind Zhao Hai, nodded. Then she took out some jade slips and handed them over to everyone, one for each person. In the Lost Soul Empire, jade slips had become a very common tool. Because jade slips were more convenient and faster to read, they were very popular. After everyone received the jade slips, they carefully read the contents. After reading the jade slips, they understood why Xiao Hai wanted to send troops to the soldier spirit continent. They had been following Xiao Hai for some time, so they understood him very well. They knew that Xiao Hai was very good to the commoners. Now that the Blade Spirit continent was doing this, how could Xiao Hai not be angry? This was also the reason why Xiao Hai wanted to send troops to the soldier spirit continent. After everyone put down the jade slips, Xiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Tell me what you think." Everyone was silent for a moment before Long Tianlin opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, although we've just experienced the evil ghost sect, the losses caused by the evil ghost sect weren't that big. Our lost soul empire can be said to be well equipped and well supplied. The food in our warehouse is almost infested with worms. Your Majesty can dispatch troops at any time. At this time, the soldier spirit continent is in chaos. But this time, the chaos in the continent is different from what Your Majesty told us. In the past, the soldier spirit continent was in chaos because all the countries wanted to destroy each other. But because the status of the plant masters in the continent is very high, the crops that the commoners grow are also very high. The lives of the commoners aren't a problem. Because of this, the previous chaos in the soldier spirit continent was just a war between the countries. Those wars were still within the scope of control, so the damage done to the commoners wasn't that big. But this time, the chaos started from the commoners. It can be said that the foundation of the soldier spirit continent has been shaken. At this time, Your Majesty should command the imperial army and pacify the continent. Everyone nodded, then Wen Hai said, "What Minister Long said is right. Your Majesty, we have enough troops and food. Moreover, we already have the intention to send troops. Therefore, this is a good time to send troops. Your Majesty, please make a decision early." Everyone also said in unison, "Your Majesty, please make a decision early." Xiao Hai looked at everyone, then he chuckled and said, "I know what you're thinking. We're going to dispatch troops, but not immediately. What I mean is that we should wait until Xiaoyu leaves. Do you understand what I mean?" Xiao Hai chuckled and said, "All right." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately understood what Xiao Hai meant. Right, they were now in a cooperative relationship with Xiaoyu. But at the same time, they also needed to guard against Xiaoyu. One shouldn't forget that Xiaoyu was also from the sword spirit realm. They weren't on the same plane as Xiao Hai, so they had no way to retaliate against Xiaoyu. Everyone nodded. Xiao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly, but everyone should prepare first. Xiaoyu won't be leaving for another 2 months. After that, we'll send troops to the martial spirit continent and conquer it in one fell swoop. To be honest, I'm regretting it now. I was hesitant before and didn't deal with the martial spirit continent first. Otherwise, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Tang Ming opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to blame yourself. Your Majesty just doesn't want the bewildering Soul Empire to suffer heavy casualties. We understand this point. Your Majesty doesn't need to blame yourself for this matter." Everyone tried to persuade him, but Xiao Hai just waved his hand and said, "It's fine, I haven't taken this matter to heart. What I'm going to say next has a lot to do with us. Everyone, listen carefully." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, everyone calmed down and listened to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "When I met with Xiaoyu, I talked about the spiritual weapon realm. I talked about our conflict with the evil spirit sect. At that time, the evil spirit sect hadn't arrived yet. I was worried about the evil spirit sect, so I asked Xiaoyu to see if he had any information. However, Xiaoyu didn't have any information, but he did tell me something that made me very concerned." At this point, Xiao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, "Xiaoyu told me that it's impossible for a natural spatial passage to appear between 2 different planes. If a natural spatial passage does appear, then there's only one possibility. These 2 planes were originally one plane, but due to some reason, they were separated. Then one of the planes formed its own unique laws, turning them into 2 different planes. But because these 2 planes were originally one plane, there's a natural passage between them. In other words, the mystic realm might be a part of the spirit weapon realm, but then it split off and slowly formed the mystic realm. But there's also the possibility that the mystic realm is connected to both planes at the same time. In other words, the mystic realm might have a natural spatial passage that leads to another plane, just like the one in the Holy Academy's mountain range. What do you all think about this? What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. When Wenhai's eyes lit up as he said, "Boss, you want us to find this passage?" When Wenhai was very excited. Usually, in these kinds of formal occasions, he would call Zhao Hai His Majesty. But now, he was calling Zhao Hai boss. One could see how excited he was. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We don't know if there's another passage. Therefore, I just want everyone to arrange some people to look for it. Don't worry too much about it, it's best if you can find it. But if you can't, then don't force it. If you can find it, then we can make contact with the other party. If you can't find it, then it's fine." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai also said that the mystic realm might be connected to another plane. Then there's also the possibility that it might not be connected to another plane. This didn't mean that there was no need to worry too much about it. However, everyone still wanted to look for it. If they can find another plane, then wouldn't they be able to conquer another plane? Then the Lost Soul Empire's territory would be even bigger. At this time, the people of the Lost Soul Empire had the mentality of conquering the world. This was because they had repelled the evil ghost sect's attacks 3 times. They didn't have to spend much effort to conquer the alien continent. This made the people of the Lost Soul Empire very confident. Because of this, they were very confident in conquering other planes. Of course, this was mainly because they had misunderstood the situation in the Soul Realm. They didn't encounter any large artifacts, they didn't even see any arrays. Although there were experts in the Soul Realm, the number of experts wasn't a lot. Moreover, the army there were all ground troops, they couldn't be compared to the Soul Realm. In this case, it was natural for the Soul Realm to want to conquer more realms. In their view, the Soul Realm's strength was so strong that they should conquer other realms. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything. Naturally, he couldn't tell these people that there was a passage to another plane in the mystic realm. This was because the mystic realm was originally a new plane that was separated from 2 other planes. This matter only needed to be kept to himself. He couldn't tell Wenhai and the others. Otherwise, how would he explain how he knew about this matter? Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to tell Wenhai and the others about the heart of nature. This was because it wouldn't benefit them in any way. After some time, everyone calmed down. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, since everyone already knows about this matter, then go and prepare. Remember, we need to prepare for war first. There's no need to worry about finding a spatial passage." Everyone responded. Then they stood up and saluted Zhao Hai before leaving. The situation in the Weapon Spirit continent was getting worse and worse. The people of the Saber Spirit Nation seemed to have opened Pandora's box and released a devil. Now, the Dark Soldier Nation was completely finished. Thieves were everywhere. Even if the Dark Soldier Nation sent out a Sky Dance Realm expert, they wouldn't be able to do anything to those thieves. This was because there were also experts among those thieves. This was truly incomprehensible. You're a Sky Dance Realm expert. Even if you don't become a thief, your status in any country wouldn't be too low. Yet you chose to become a thief. Isn't this the same as abandoning yourself? However, those Sky Dance Realm experts didn't think this way. They might have a high status in the Dark Soldier Nation, but so what? In the end, they would still be controlled by others. Moreover, after becoming a thief, they would be able to become the leader of a fort. Then, they would be equivalent to a small king. They would have a lot of power. Once a person tasted the taste of power, it would be very difficult for them to let it go. Therefore, the Dark Soldier Nation was now filled with thieves. Moreover, it wasn't just the Dark Soldier Nation. The situation in the other nations wasn't any better. Even the Saber Spirit Nation's situation was getting out of control. Now, there were indeed no other nations that would attack the Saber Spirit Nation. However, the Saber Spirit Nation was also finished. In the entire nation, only the Saber City was under the control of the Dao clan. The people in the other cities had all run away. Even if they didn't run away, they wouldn't listen to the Dao clan. On the contrary, some cities were controlled by the local great clans. They had already established themselves as kings. It wasn't strange for these cities to have such a reaction. After the Saber Spirit Nation burned their food, it was equivalent to forcing them into a dead end. If it weren't for the great clans that had connections with other nations, they would have starved to death. Some cities that didn't have any great clans were unlucky. At least half of the people in the city starved to death. The rest of the people naturally ran to other nations as refugees. However, when they reached other nations, they found that they had no way to survive. This was because the people in those nations had no way to help them. This was because the people in those nations didn't have any extra food. These refugees had already reached the point of eating grass, tree bark, and even children. When people reached this point, they would do anything. Naturally, they would attack those who had food. Because of this, those countries were in a state of chaos. At this point, aside from the Lion Soul Nation, there was no other nation in the Soldier Spirit continent that didn't have thieves. The number of thieves in the Sword Spirit Nation was quite small. After all, the Sword Spirit Nation's strength was quite high. Because of this, they were able to control the situation. On the other hand, the other nations that were affected by this attack were having a hard time. Especially the Tiger Soul country. The Tiger Soul country's situation was somewhat similar to the Dark Soldier country. The entire country had very little arable land. Their country's food production wasn't much. Now that they were attacked by the refugees, the country's food production immediately became strained. And with the mountainous terrain of the country, it naturally became a paradise for thieves. On the other hand, the situation of the Wolf Spirit country wasn't any better. Although the Wolf Spirit country was located in the prairie, and after years of recuperation, the Wolf Spirit country didn't get any benefits from the Saber Spirit country. They were able to snatch a lot of people back, but what's the use of that? Without food, how are they going to feed those people? In the past, the Wolf Soul country would snatch people from the Saber Spirit Nation. But at the same time, they could also snatch food from the Saber Spirit Nation. In this case, they naturally had a way to feed those people. But this time, the Saber Spirit Nation burned all of their food. The Wolf Soul country couldn't snatch any food. In this case, even if they managed to snatch people back, they still wouldn't be able to feed them. Moreover, the Wolf Soul country couldn't escape the attack of the refugees just because they were in the prairie. Some of the refugees thought that they would be able to find more food in the prairie. Because of this, they also rushed into the prairie. As long as they encountered a small army, the refugees would immediately rush up and rob them. There were too many refugees, so naturally, the small tribes couldn't stop them. And after robbing the small tribes, the refugees would be able to obtain weapons and warhorses. Then they would be able to rob other tribes. To be honest, no one thought that the Weapon Spirit continent would become like this. Even Zhao Hai didn't expect this. The situation in the Weapon Spirit continent changed too fast. It was so fast that people didn't even have time to react. In the end, it was still the Saber Spirit Nation's problem. This time, the Saber Spirit Nation turned their people into refugees. In this case, no one had time to react. This was because no one thought that the Saber Spirit Nation would actually make a move against their own people. This wasn't called madness, it was simply madness. But now that the situation has become like this, no one could do anything about it. Even Zhao Hai didn't have a good solution. He had food as well as a lot of warships. However, he couldn't make a move right now. He had to wait until Xiaoyu left. Fortunately, 2 months wasn't a long time. In these 2 months, the people of the Lost Soul Empire didn't do anything else other than preparing food. This was because the Weapon Spirit continent needed food right now. 2 months was too short for a cultivator. But for a busy person, 2 months wasn't long. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Xiaoyu also came out of seclusion. It was impossible for Xiaoyu to wait until the time was up. This was because it was too risky. Therefore, Xiaoyu still had more than 10 days before he came out. Zhao Hai invited Xiaoyu to his room. Then he looked at Xiaoyu and smiled faintly. "Brother Xia, it seems like your seclusion has helped you a lot. You look much more spirited." Xiaoyu laughed heartily and said, "Of course, I feel much younger now." Xiaoyu wasn't speaking nonsense. He really did feel this way. The spiritual qi here was very lively. Because of this, he felt much younger than before. Moreover, Xiaoyu didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the density of spiritual energy in the mystic realm was even denser than the last time he was here. This was something he didn't expect. However, Xiaoyu didn't say anything. Having grown up in the sword spirit world, he knew very well that there were some things that couldn't be asked, even if it was someone who had a very good relationship with you. Because if you asked, you might offend them. Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyu and smiled. Then he waved his hand and took out the serpentine grass. Then he looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Brother Xia, I've been taking care of this serpentine grass for you. I calculated that you should be coming out of seclusion soon, so I dug it out. You can put it in your summer alert. It won't die." Xiaoyu immediately nodded happily. Then he received the serpentine grass. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you don't need to worry about the sword spirit world. I'm here. The evil spirit sect shouldn't come looking for you. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be careful. Brother Xia, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to tell me." "Right, I have some herbs here. Do you need them?" "If you need them, I can give you some." When Xiaoyu heard Zhao Hai, his interest was immediately piqued. He immediately said, "What herbs do you have? Let me take a look." Xiaoyu was an expert in alchemy. In fact, the Xia family's alchemy skills weren't bad. This was also one of the family's main businesses. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and a row of jade boxes appeared in front of him. Then he placed the jade boxes in front of Xiaoyu. After opening one of the jade boxes, Xiaoyu's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Inside the jade box was a ginseng. This ginseng was as thick as a child's arm and had a humanoid shape. One could see that this ginseng was at least 1,000 years old. Although ginseng was a common thing in the sword spirit boundary, ginseng like this was very rare. Ginseng like this was very valuable in the sword spirit boundary. Xiaoyu gently closed the jade box. Then he picked up the other jade boxes and looked at them. He discovered that these jade boxes were filled with ordinary herbs. They weren't heavenly treasures. However, these herbs were very old. Even if they were ordinary herbs, their value would still be very high. It can be said that these things would be good even in the sword spirit boundary. Xiaoyu closed the jade boxes, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "These are all good things. Little Hai, these things would be good even in the sword spirit realm. I can't just take these things for free. Tell me, what do you want?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you want?" Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyu and smiled, "Brother Xia, you're treating me like an outsider. I really don't want anything. But if you really want to say it, then next time you come, bring me some plants or animals that are unique to the sword spirit boundary." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's request, Xiaoyu stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Just these? You don't want plants or animals? You don't want anything else? What about artifacts? What about pills? You don't want them?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't need those. You should know that even if you bring the best artifacts from the upper realm here, they wouldn't be of much use. As for pills, I don't need them. I just want some plants and animals. It would be best if you can get some ores as well. But I only need ores, not refined ones." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't need them." When Xiaoyu heard this, he nodded. Then he received the jade boxes and said, "All right, leave this matter to me. I'll give you the things you want next time. Since it's already late, I'll be heading back first. Let's keep in touch. You don't have to worry about the ascended realm." Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the jade boxes and said, "All right, leave this matter to me." Zhao Hai nodded. Xiaoyu stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then his figure moved and flew out of Zhao Hai's room. Then he slowly flew towards the spatial passage and disappeared. At the same time, the spatial passage slowly closed. Upon seeing Xiaoyu leave, Zhao Hai immediately called Wen Hai and the others over. Everyone quickly arrived at the conference room. After everyone arrived, Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, Xiaoyu has left. We can proceed with our plan. Everyone should immediately return to the army. 10 days later, we'll head to the soldier spirit continent. Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and gave Jiao Hai a salute before they turned around and left. However, Jiao Hai stopped when Wen Hai, Shi Chuei, and Long Tianlin. After everyone left, Jiao Hai looked at the group and said, I haven't been looking for you in the past few days. Therefore, there's something that you might not know. A few days ago, the soldier spirit continent sent a group of messengers. They said that they wanted to send me a manuscript of the war between us and the evil spirit sect. I think everyone knows about this, right? When Wen Hai and the others nodded, then when Wen Hai smiled and said, not only that, I also have a copy of Exorcism in my hands. They've already printed it into a book and it's already on sale. I heard that the sales are very good. As far as I know, a lot of people in the Lost Soul Empire are buying it. Shi Chuei and Long Tianlin chuckled as well. Long Tianlin smiled and said, right, I also bought a copy. Since I didn't go to the battlefield, I wanted to know what it was like. After reading the book, I felt my blood boil. Shi Chuei and Long Tianlin chuckled. Jiao Hai waved his hand and said, that book is a bit exaggerated, I already had them keep it. You didn't see the manuscript that was just sent to me. What I want to say is that the 8 great academies didn't just send me the manuscript. Their main purpose in coming here was to discuss something. The 8 great academies want to merge with the Lost Soul Empire, but they don't want to be too hasty. They want to slowly merge with the Lost Soul Empire so that the backlash from the literary records continent would be smaller. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll talk to you about this today. Let's not talk about this today. What I want to say is that the 8 great academies didn't just send me the manuscript. Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Shi Chuei and the others' eyes couldn't help but light up. Shi Chuei said, young master, this is a good thing. Isn't this what we wanted? Letting them merge with the bewitching Soul Empire without alerting the ordinary people of the Soldier Spirit continent. This is our plan. Why would the people of the Soldier Spirit continent agree? Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, maybe it's because of our battle with the evil ghost sect. They saw their shortcomings and knew how powerful our bewitching Soul Empire is. Therefore, they want to merge with the bewitching Soul Empire. The others nodded, then Shi Chuei said, it's possible. The people of the 8 great academies are all scholars. They should be able to think further and see things more clearly. They know that we didn't send troops to them not because we're afraid that we won't be able to defeat them, but because we don't want to make a move. First, we don't want to cause too many casualties. Because of the young master's relationship with them, they should be able to see this clearly. Therefore, they agreed to merge with the bewitching Soul Empire. Young master, what did you say to them? Jiao Hai smiled and said, of course I agreed. I have no reason to disagree. For us, this is a good thing. However, this matter can't be rushed. Although the 8 great academies rule the Soldier Spirit continent, the situation of the Soldier Spirit continent is quite special. Therefore, I didn't urge them and agreed to take it slow. Hu Chao was currently sitting inside the Hu family's fort. Sitting in front of him was Hu Yulong. Hu Chao looked at Hu Yulong and said, 8th brother, why are you the only one back? Did something happen on Little Hai's side? Hu Yulong smiled and said, what can happen? Don't worry, Jiao Hai is doing well. 10 days later, he will be sending troops to the Weapon Spirit continent. He wants us to make some preparations. When Hu Chao heard Hu Yulong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, that's also good. The Weapon Spirit continent is in chaos right now. The ones suffering the most are the common people. What does he want to do? Hu Yulong replied, let's start with the Saber Spirit country. Everyone knows about the situation there. It's just that no one has made a move yet. Once everyone makes a move, the first to be dealt with would be the Saber Spirit country. It's better to have Jiao Hai deal with them now. Hu Chao nodded and said, that's also good. The reason why the Weapon Spirit continent is like this is all because of the Saber Spirit country. Their sins are very big. However, Jiao Hai and the others should be bringing a battleship back this time. What's the matter with the battleship? Hu Yulong smiled and said, you don't need to worry about that. Jiao Hai has already prepared a formation for me. In 2 days, I'll return to the Saber Spirit Country and the Hu family's fort. Then I'll set up a formation in the valley behind the fort. When the time comes, Jiao Hai and the others will be able to come out of the valley. Hu Chao frowned and said, but the Saber Spirit Country is very far from here. How are you going to get there? If the formation isn't ready when the time comes, then we'll be in trouble. Hu Yulong smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I'll just fly over. Didn't I tell you that everyone in the Lost Soul Empire is using flying swords? You don't need to worry. If Jiao Hai really makes a move in the Saber Spirit Country, then this place wouldn't be safe. I think you should quickly return to Evil Ghost Island. Hu Chao nodded and said, you don't need to worry about this. I've already arranged everything. In 2 days, we'll send everyone back. Moreover, there's a transmission formation here. Even if the Sword Spirit Country wants to deal with us, we can leave immediately. They wouldn't be able to do anything to us. Hu Yulong smiled and said, all right, if you say so, then I'm relieved. The sky is still bright, so I'll leave at night. All right, I'll rest for a while and then leave at night. Hu Chao nodded. After the sky turned dark, Hu Yulong stood on his flying sword and flew straight towards the Saber Spirit Nation. The flying sword he used was the Lost Soul Empire's giant sword. This kind of flying sword was very big, it was very stable for people to stand on it. Moreover, it was very fast. Before flying, the front of the sword was covered with a layer of protection that could block the wind that blew in front of the sword. Hu Yulong's flying sword quickly flew into the Saber Spirit Nation's territory. Then, he identified the direction of the Hu clan's fort and directly flew over. Soon, Hu Yulong arrived at the top of the fort. This was the botanical fort that the Hu clan had abandoned years ago. After that, the Dao clan had burned it down in a fit of rage. All the plants that the Hu clan had spent so much effort to plant were all burned to death. Even the valley behind the fort was no exception. However, the valley had recovered a little. This was because there was only one plant in the valley that hadn't been destroyed. It was the big pine tree that Jiao Hai saw. Now, this big pine tree was even bigger than before. Hu Yulong looked at this and couldn't help but feel a little heavy. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. He knew that the Hu clan didn't do anything wrong to the Dao clan. However, the Dao clan treated them like this in the end. How could he not be angry? Hu Yulong let out a long breath. After a while, he calmed down. Then, he landed in the valley. Then, he took out array talismans from his interspatial ring and began to set up arrays in the valley. Although Hu Yulong didn't have a deep understanding of arrays, it wasn't a problem for him to set up an array. Moreover, before he came, Jiao Hai had specially trained him so that he wouldn't make any mistakes when setting up the array. It could be said that Hu Yulong might not be able to set up other arrays, but setting up this teleportation array was too easy. The array was set up very quickly. Then, Hu Yulong went to the pine tree and sat down. He was going to stay here for 10 days, waiting for Jiao Hai and the others to arrive. Originally, he didn't need to stay here, but he was still worried. Moreover, guarding here for 10 days wasn't a difficult task for him. Plant masters could stay in the wilderness for a few months, let alone 10 days. At the same time, no one in the entire Soldier Spirit continent knew that a force that could change the entire Soldier Spirit continent was about to arrive. 10 days passed by quickly. Hu Yulong stood on the pine tree. He seemed to have become one with the pine tree. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't notice him. Naturally, because the Hu clan's fort had been abandoned, no one would come here during these 10 days. Even beasts didn't come. The Hu clan just stood there quietly, looking at the array in the valley. They also looked at the newly grown grass and some small trees. This valley was so beautiful in the past. Jiao Hai studied in this valley. Hu Yuan taught Jiao Hai how to become a plant master here. In the past, this valley was forbidden to the Hu clan. Even the Hu clan couldn't enter this valley without permission. But now, other than the weeds and small trees, nothing could be seen in this valley. Perhaps only some charred walls were left to record what happened here. In the past, there was a cold cave and a fire cave in this valley. Many special plants were planted there. They were the treasures of the Hu clan. But later on, they were also destroyed. It wasn't that badly damaged. It was just that the experts of the Hu clan had destroyed it. After that, the Hu clan dug out the ice and fire caves and wanted to use them to plant some things. Unfortunately, for some reason, the ice and fire caves no longer had any cold and heat. It was as if everything had disappeared. At the thought of this, Hu Yulong could not help but sigh. He had never imagined that the Dao clan would do such a thing. They had directly killed Dao Beiying and then ascended to the throne. This method was already crazy enough. After that, the Dao clan's saber soul had attacked the Hu clan. That was even crazier. This time, Hu Yulong was even more convinced that the Dao clan's people were crazy. The sky slowly darkened. Hu Yulong also collected his thoughts. He knew that Zhao Hai and the others were coming. Sure enough, just as he thought of this, he saw a white light flash on the teleportation array. Then, Zhao Hai's Ghost King ship appeared on the array. Zhao Hai was standing on the Ghost King ship. When Zhao Hai appeared in the valley, he immediately looked around. Then, his face turned cold. However, when he saw the big pine tree, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Then, the Ghost King ship soared into the sky. Zhao Hai jumped down from the ship and stood on the big pine tree. Hu Yulong nodded at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also nodded at Hu Yulong. However, Hu Yulong didn't do anything else. Instead, he looked at the big pine tree and smiled. "Grandpa Pine Tree, I'm back. I didn't expect this place to become like this. Fortunately, you're here. You still look so energetic." At this time, more battleships flew out of the teleportation array. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Zhao Hai didn't care about these battleships either. They flew into the sky and then flew in all directions, guarding the surroundings. The big pine tree also spoke to Zhao Hai. He said in a very old voice, "Little crane grass, it's you. I didn't expect to see you after so many years. Sigh, I thought that you wouldn't do anything. I didn't expect you to come back." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I came back. I also heard about what happened here. I just didn't expect Grandpa Pine Tree to be so energetic. I'm very happy." "Grandpa Pine Tree, how are you doing?" "Good, I'm good. Although the big tree almost killed me last time, I survived. I feel better than before. It's just a pity that I can't see my old friends in this valley anymore. They're all dead." What a pity, Songshu said. "Rest assured, Grandpa Pine Tree. This place will definitely be more beautiful than before." "Right, Grandpa Pine Tree, why don't you come with me? I'll take you to a very beautiful place. There are a lot of good friends there. Moreover, you don't need to worry about anyone hurting you. How about you come with me?" The place that Zhao Hai was talking about was naturally his space. He really wanted to take the big pine tree into the space. The big pine tree thought for a moment and then said, "I can go with you, but I'm too old right now. I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of torment. Little Hai, I really missed you these past few years. I wanted to talk to you, but unfortunately, you didn't come back." When Zhao Hai heard Pine Tree agree, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Grandpa Pine Tree, you don't feel relieved. Leave this matter to me, I'll certainly protect you. Then I'll send you to that beautiful place. However, this will take some time. I'm very busy right now, I have a lot of things to do. Once I'm done, I'll come back and take you away. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I promise you that I'll be back soon." Pine Tree nodded and said, "Don't worry. Ha ha ha, alright, I'm not in a hurry. I believe that you'll come back. Go do whatever you need to do. I'm very happy here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Pine Tree. He felt that Pine Tree's body had changed, but he couldn't tell what it was. However, since it was a good thing, Zhao Hai didn't mind. He turned to Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, let's go." Hu Yulong nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai towards the Ghost King ship. Upon arriving at the Ghost King ship, Zhao Hai immediately turned to Wen Hai and said, "Pass down my orders. Everyone must not harm the pine tree. Protect him." Wen Hai nodded. Wen Hai nodded and then immediately went to pass down the order. Zhao Hai looked deeply at Spear Tree before turning his gaze towards the transmission formation. "Zhao Hai. stood on the Ghost King warship and watched it fly forward. Soon, the Ghost King warship arrived above Lingshan City. Lingshan City was originally the territory of the Hu clan. Although the Hu clan didn't seem to be in control of the city, all the important positions in the city were in the hands of the Hu clan. Zhao Hai still remembers the first time he came to Lingshan City. The city looked very prosperous, it was just that they passed through the city the first time. However, when he saw Lingshan City this time, he realized that Lingshan City had long been abandoned. There was not a single person in the entire city. There were even traces of war on the city walls. However, from the extent of the grass growing on the city walls, Lingshan City had been abandoned for a long time. Hu Yulong, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, looked at the state of Ling Mountain City and sighed. When the Hu family was unlucky, Ling Mountain City was also unlucky. In the entire city, almost everyone who was related to the Hu family was arrested. Even if they were released in the end, almost all of their families were ruined. Although our Hu family asked for help, most of them moved away and disappeared without a trace. Then Hu Yulong let out a long breath and said, originally, there were still some people here. Because the location is very good, people can still live here. But the patriarch said that some time ago, the Saber Spirit Nation also made a move here. Most of the people left in the city were killed. Those who weren't killed were driven out of the city. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, don't worry about them. It will take about 3 days for our warships to come out. We can't just wait here for a few days. 8th uncle, have the Hu clan's disciples lead the fleet and clear out the surrounding area. Also, don't kill too many people. If the bandits can't survive, then don't blame them. Give them food and arrange for them to live in the city. At the same time, pay attention to those who have committed heinous crimes. If you find such people, don't be polite, just directly kill them. Hu Yulong nodded and said, all right, I'll immediately send a letter to the patriarch. I believe that the patriarch is already prepared. But if I do this, wouldn't I be letting down the Sword Spirit country? Back then, the Sword Spirit Nation had helped us a lot. Zhao Hai replied, when we face the Sword Spirit country in the future, we need to be polite. I can make the Emperor of the Sword Spirit country a province, but they must submit to me and join the Lost Soul Empire. They must accept the rule of the Lost Soul Empire. If they don't do this, then I won't be polite. I don't want to see a repeat of this tragedy. Zhao Hai nodded, all right. Hu Yulong sighed and didn't say anything else. He knew that Zhao Hai was right. Only by having the Soldier Spirit continent under the rule of a powerful empire would a tragedy like this not happen again. The ones who suffered the most from this tragedy were the common people. Zhao Hai didn't talk to Hu Yulong. Instead, he looked at the mountain not far away and let out a long breath. Looking at the current state of the Sword Spirit country, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel heartache. At this time, Hu Yulong took out his transmission formation and sent a letter to Hu Chao. It didn't take long for Hu Chao to reply. He was already prepared. The Hu clan's mountain city in the Sword Spirit country was already empty. This meant that there was no need to worry about the future. Then on Zhao Hai's Ghost King ship, a group of Hu family disciples appeared. After these disciples appeared, they immediately gave Hu Yulong a salute and said, we've seen 8th uncle. Hu Yulong nodded, then he said, after seeing your brother Hai, then we'll head to the other warships. You lead the way, investigate all the bandits in the nearby mountains and cities. Those who are willing to surrender to us and have no crimes committed can live in the nearby cities. We'll give them food and goods to help them get through this difficult time. If there are those who have committed heinous crimes, we'll deal with them directly. As for those who don't want to be commoners and want to be bandits, we don't need to be polite to them. Keeping them alive would only bring disaster to us sooner or later. The Hu clan's disciples complied. After giving Wen Hai a proper greeting, they were arranged to board the other battleships. Then the battleships dispersed and began to clean up the area. Because this place was close to the river and there were mountains, there were a lot of bandits here. Naturally, these people were called bandits, but they didn't have anything to rob. They had no choice but to gather together. In the face of such a disaster, it would be very difficult for a single person to survive. Therefore, these people gathered together and formed small groups. They competed with each other for territory, just to grab a bite of food. Luo Gui was such a person. His family was originally in Lingshan City. It must be said that his family used to be very wealthy. Because his family had a good relationship with the Hu clan, they had some business dealings with the Hu clan. The Hu clan trusted his family and gave them a lot of business. This allowed his family to be considered a respectable family in Lingshan City. However, who would have thought that this would bring about a disaster to their family? The Saber Spirit Nation changed its ruler in a very short period of time. Then, the new ruler didn't care about anything and directly attacked the Hu clan. The army directly surrounded Lingshan City. The Hu clan's people received the news and ran away. Those people burned down the Hu clan's fort. Because of their relationship with the Hu clan, their father was also arrested and sent to prison. In order to save his father, their family could be said to have gone bankrupt. But in the end, they didn't succeed. His father died in prison, and their family went bankrupt. However, the Saber clan didn't make things difficult for his family. After all, they were just a small family clan and not a vassal family of the Hu family. They were just cooperating. Naturally, they didn't kill them. Later on, the Hu family even sent people to contact his family and gave them a lot of support. This gave the Luo family hope to rise again. At that time, the person in charge of the Luo family was already Luo Gue. However, who would have thought that just as the Luo family was getting a little better, a few nations would suddenly attack the Saber Spirit Nation. The Saber Spirit Nation was in a panic. As the situation at the front line was not good, the people in the Saber Spirit Nation were also in a panic. However, this didn't affect the Luo family much. They had already heard the news from the Hu family and knew that there would definitely be a war. Hence, Luo Gue used up all his family's money and ordered a lot of food and resources. Firstly, he wanted to keep them for his family's use. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could make a fortune from the war. Luo Gue was very clear that during wartime, the price of food and daily necessities were very high. However, something that Luo Gue didn't expect happened. The Saber clan actually attacked everyone in the Saber Spirit Nation. They directly sent out an army and burned all the food in Lingshan City. They didn't even leave any food for the commoners' families. After that, they chased everyone out of Lingshan City. Then, they lit a fire and burned everything that could be burned in Lingshan City. When Luo Gue saw this, he knew that the Saber Spirit Nation was forcing them to their deaths. Luckily, Luo Gue's family didn't suffer much this time. Because of the previous experience, Luo Gue's family also prepared a secret passage. When those soldiers entered the city, Luo Gue and the others had already run from the mystic realm to a slum. They originally thought that they would be safe like this, but they didn't expect that this wasn't safe either. Those people actually chased everyone out of the city. Luo Gue and the others had no choice but to follow them out of the city. All of their things were either stolen or burned. After Luo Gue and the others left the city, they saw that Lingshan City had already been burned. They knew that there was no point in returning to Lingshan City. Luo Gue gathered everyone in his family, including those who worked for his family and those who were familiar with his family. Then, they ran into the mountains. The reason why Luo Gue ran into the mountains was because he still had a backup plan in the mountains. This was also prepared for when they escaped. The previous incident had frightened Luo Gue. Hence, when he knew that war was going to break out, he had already secretly prepared a batch of resources and food in the mountains in case of emergency. However, he didn't expect that they would be used so soon. Relying on these resources and food, Luo Gue and the others were able to get through the most difficult days. Then they established a village, fishing, hunting, and finally survived. However, Luo Gue soon discovered that there were a few other mountain strongholds around them. Some of these mountain strongholds were very simple and were built by poor people. Some of them were built by the big families of Lingshan City. They were even better than their mountain strongholds. These mountain strongholds often fought over prey, territory, fish, and other things. Although Luo Gue didn't have a lot of people, the Luo family also had some experts. Therefore, they didn't suffer any losses during the battle. On the contrary, they were able to gain a firm foothold in this area. Although life was difficult, in any case, they survived. Being able to survive in this situation was already very fortunate. There was no need to think about anything else. Luo Gui and the others built their village on a small mountain not far from Lingshan City. Before this, no one paid attention to this small mountain. However, Luo Gui accidentally found a spring on the mountain. Then, he prepared some food and resources near the spring in case of emergency. In the end, he also built his village here. This way, the village would have its own water source, they wouldn't have to worry about others cutting off their water source. Luo Gui named this nameless mountain Heavenly Spring Mountain. This was because this mountain and the spring on the mountain had begged for their lives. Therefore, he named this mountain Heavenly Spring Mountain. Heavenly Spring Mountain wasn't very high, it was only about 500 meters high. The mountain was very dangerous, there were only 2 paths leading up the mountain. The other paths were rugged and difficult to traverse. However, the top of the mountain was very flat. Moreover, because of the spring, a small pool was formed. This way, not only could the mountain be used for living, it could also be used to grow things. It was a good place. However, no one paid attention to this place in the past. This was because there were too many fields outside. Who would pay attention to the top of the mountain? Luo Gui inadvertently found out about this place and treated it as a secret base. However, he didn't expect that this base would save his family's life. This could be considered as heaven's will. Although it's been more than 3 months since the man-made disaster, people still haven't recovered from it. The people of Heavenly Spring Mountain Base were still very silent. They seemed to have become numb, they seemed to have lost hope in life. Luo Gui couldn't do anything about this situation. He was very clear that these people didn't have much hope. This was because their base didn't have much salt left. They had food and daily necessities, but they didn't have much salt. Luo Gui also prepared some salt before, but because of his lack of experience, he didn't prepare a lot of salt. Now that there were a lot of people in the base area, they needed to consume a lot of salt every day. As for other things, they could still get some supplements. For example, they could fish, hunt, pick wild fruits, and eat wild vegetables. However, they didn't have any place to look for salt right now. Luo Gui was also worried about this matter. For other things, they might be able to snatch some from the other strongholds. However, it wasn't just them, all the strongholds were lacking in salt. In this case, it would be even more difficult to get salt. This was because there was no place to buy salt in the Saber Spirit Nation. Even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Luo Gui was very annoyed. He stood on the watchtower of the stronghold and looked at the distant silhouette of Lingshan City. He thought back to their days in Lingshan City. In the past, even when they were in Lingshan City, their most difficult times were much better than now. However, at this moment, Luo Gui suddenly realized that there seemed to be something in the sky above Lingshan City. That thing was huge. Luo Gui rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. In the end, he realized that there were indeed things in the sky above Lingshan City, and there were quite a few of them. This made Luo Gui startled. This was because he was sure that the thing in the sky above Lingshan City wasn't a human. The difference between a human and that thing was too big. What was that thing? Destroyer. Suddenly, Luo Gui's mind couldn't help but think of this word. This was because he had read some information about the destruction of the city. The biggest characteristic of these records was that the destroyers were capable of piloting very large spaceships and using these spaceships to attack people. And now, the thing in the sky above Lingshan City was really like a destroyer. Luo Gui's hair stood on end. He shouted, "Everyone, go back to the house. Quick, go back to the house. Don't come out." The people in the base were startled by Luo Gui's shout. Everyone looked at Luo Gui in confusion. At this time, 2 people appeared by Luo Gui's side. They looked down the mountain but didn't see anything. Then one of them looked at Luo Gui and said, "Young master, what's wrong? What's the situation?" The person who spoke was the Luo family's old housekeeper. He had never left the Luo family during their most difficult times. He was also one of the few experts in the base. He had watched Luo Gui grow up, so he was the closest to him. Luo Gui looked at the old butler and then looked into the distance. The old butler followed Luo Gui's gaze and saw that there were things on Lingshan City, and there seemed to be more and more of them. The old butler was also stunned. Then he muttered, "What is that?" He could also see that the thing in the sky above Lingshan City wasn't a human. Therefore, he asked this question. Luo Gui muttered, Uncle Chen, that might be a spaceship. A destroyer spaceship. Hearing Luo Gui's words, Uncle Chen and the other person's faces turned pale. The two of them looked at each other. Then Uncle Chen immediately flew into the stronghold and shouted, Everyone, go back to the house immediately. Don't make a sound. Don't come out. Quick. They were really anxious. This was because they knew that the destroyer was their enemy. If they discovered that there were people here, then no one would be able to survive. Of course, they also knew that hiding in the house wouldn't solve the problem. However, they had no other choice. There were men, women, old, and young in their base. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. They couldn't outrun the spaceships. Therefore, they could only let people hide in the house. At this time, Luo Gui's face was incomparably pale. This was because he discovered that the spaceships that were gathered together had already dispersed. One of them was heading towards them. Luo Gui's head buzzed. He knew that it was over. None of them would be able to escape. Luo Gui stood on the observation deck. He knew that it was useless to hide. Therefore, he just stood there like a fool. Before long, the spaceship was getting closer and closer. It was really a large ship, and it was made entirely of iron. For such a large ship to be able to fly in the sky was really shocking. The ship quickly arrived above the base. At this time, the people in the base were hiding in their rooms. Only Uncle Chen and the other experts were standing there. They looked at the ship with despair. The ship stopped, and its altitude also decreased. Luo Gui could feel the pressure from the ship. At the same time, he also saw the people on the ship. There were a lot of people on the ship. Some of them were wearing armor while some weren't. However, Luo Gui didn't think about this at this time. He just looked at the ship in despair. At this time, Luo Gui suddenly heard a voice, Oh? Isn't this Big Brother Luo Gui? Big Brother Luo Gui, why are you here? When Luo Gui heard this voice, he couldn't help but stare. He felt that this voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he heard it from. While Luo Gui was still puzzled, the ship had already descended to the same height as him. Luo Gui was also able to see the people on the ship. There was only one person on the ship who was wearing cloth clothes while the others were wearing armor. At the same time, all of them were carrying large swords on their backs. Each and every one of them had a valiant look on their faces. When Luo Gui saw the cloaked person, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the cloaked person looked very familiar. When he saw the soul plant on the clothed person's head, Luo Gui suddenly remembered. Wasn't this person from the Hu clan? He seems to be a disciple of the Hu clan. Luo Gui had met him before, so he knew who he was. Right, what was his name? It seems like he was called Hunan. Hunan looked at Luo Gui, then he immediately cupped his fist and said, Big Brother Luo Gui, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you build this stronghold? Luo Gui looked at Hunan, he was still uncertain as he said, Are you Hunan? Hunan smiled and said, Right, Big Brother Luo Gui's memory is very good. We met a few years ago, do you still remember? This little brother is Hunan. Big Brother Luo Gui, who's in charge of this stronghold? Is it you? At this time, Luo Gui sobered up a bit. He looked at the other people on the ship and saw that they also had soul objects on their heads. This made them sober up. Luo Gui remembered that he saw in the information that destroyers didn't have soul objects on their heads. In other words, these people weren't destroyers. After thinking about this, Luo Gui immediately said, Right, Brother Hunan, this stronghold was built by me. I'm in charge here. Brother Hunan, who are they? When Hunan heard Luo Gui, he couldn't help but smile and said, So it's like that. That's great. Come, Luo Gui's ship. You can talk on the ship. At this time, Uncle Chen and the others also came over and stood by Luo Gui's side. When Hunan saw Uncle Chen, he couldn't help but smile and said, Isn't this Uncle Chen? Uncle Chen, you seem to have aged quite a bit. Come on the ship. Let's reminisce about old times. Uncle Chen also recognized Hunan. However, He was still puzzled as he looked at the people on the ship and said, "Young Master Hunan, what's going on? Who are they?" Hunan smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, Brother Luo Gue, you should come on the ship. I'll explain it to you in detail." When the two heard Hunan, they didn't object. They all boarded the ship. They could feel that the people on the ship weren't weak. If they wanted to kill them, it would be very simple. Even if they wanted to resist, it would be useless. Therefore, they all boarded the ship. After the group boarded the ship, Hunan smiled and said to the armored person next to him, "Captain Chen, this is a friend of my Hu clan, Luo Gue. I'll explain things to them. Do you think there'll be any problems?" Captain Chen nodded and said, "There's no problem. Mr. Hu, please. His Majesty has ordered us to listen to Mr. Hu on this trip. Please go ahead." After he said that, he cupped his fist and walked to the side. He gave Hunan and the others some space so that they could speak alone. Hunan looked at Captain Chen and smiled faintly. Then he turned to Luo Gue and Uncle Chen and said, "Brother Luo Gue, Uncle Chen, I've heard about the Saber Spirit Country. Originally, my Hu clan wanted to send people to take a look. However, the Saber Spirit Country is in chaos right now. Because of this, we couldn't send anyone. But fortunately, Uncle Hai sent someone. I believe that the situation in the Saber Spirit Country will be resolved soon." Luo Gue looked at Hunan and said, "Brother Hunan, what's going on? Who owns this ship?" Hunan smiled and said, "This ship belongs to my Uncle Hai." "Oh, Uncle Hai, you might not know, but he changed his name. His original name was Cranegrass. You should be familiar with this name, right?" Of course, this name wasn't unfamiliar to them. Young people might not know what this name represented, but people like Luo Gue, who were already middle-aged, knew what this name represented. Cranegrass was the most talented disciple of the Hu clan, a disciple of the Great Elder. Although he didn't appear for a long time, the things he did were earth-shattering. This person was definitely a legend of the Hu clan. But later on, people said that he disappeared. Some said that he was assassinated, some said that he failed in his seclusion and died. Some said that he left the Soldier Spirit continent. Hunan looked at Luo Gue and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Cranegrass didn't go missing, he went to the Wenji continent and stayed there for 10 years. Then he went to the Stranger continent and entered a different world. At that time, that world was in chaos. Uncle Cranegrass stayed there and established a powerful empire there. A few years ago, he got in touch with us. Originally, he wanted to return to the Soldier Spirit continent, but because of the destruction of a country in the Stranger continent, Uncle Cranegrass became angry and ordered an attack on the Stranger continent. A few months ago, he managed to pacify the Stranger continent. Later on, something happened in the continent, so he didn't return. He didn't expect that the Soldier Spirit continent would become like this in just a few months. Now that he has finished dealing with the matters in the continent, he came back. These soldiers, these warships, all of them belong to him." Hunan's words weren't long, but it was a very good introduction of what Zhao Hai had been doing all these years. This made Luo Gue and the others even more surprised. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai had done so many things. Hunan looked at them, smiled, and said, "That's right, my uncle He Chao has changed his name to Zhao Hai. He used this name in the Soldier Spirit continent and has been using this name outside. Later on, he got used to it and changed his name. This time, he is back to settle the matters of the Soldier Spirit continent. We will start with the Saber Spirit Nation. This time, we are going to find all the mountain villages nearby and bring everyone back to Lingshan City. Let them all return to Lingshan City to live. Of course, we have already prepared rations and daily necessities for everyone. You don't have to worry about these things. At the same time, you don't have to worry about the Dao clan's revenge because Uncle Hai is going to deal with the Dao clan soon." When Luo Gue heard Hunan's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he was delighted. He looked at Hunan and said, "Brother Hunan, is what you said true?" Tian, "Oh, no, Mr. Zhao Hai is really asking us to go back to Ling Mountain City to live? Provide us with living supplies? Is this true?" Hunan smiled and said, "Of course, it's true. This time, we're here to pick people up. Of course, if some people have done too much evil or don't want to go back, then Uncle Hai won't be polite. Originally, we weren't very familiar with the matters here. Now that we've met Big Brother Luo Gue, that's great. Big Brother Luo Gue, are you familiar with the nearby villages? Luo Gue nodded and said, of course, I'm familiar with the nearby villages. Let me lead the way. Hunan nodded and said, that's great. That's right, is there anyone in your village? If there is, call them all out and come to the ship. We're going back. Luo Gue acknowledged and immediately turned to Uncle Chen and said, Uncle Chen, go and call everyone out. I believe that the Hu clan wouldn't lie to us about such things. Furthermore, they don't have to lie to us. We're going back. We're going back to Ling Mountain City. At the end of his speech, Luo Gue's eyes were already wet. Uncle Chen was also crying. He originally thought that they would have to live like this for the rest of their lives. He didn't expect that things would take such a turn for the better. How could he not be emotional? Luo Gue stood on the 100-beast warship. Beside him were Captain Chen, Hunan, and Uncle Chen. At this time, Luo Gue had already given up on his stronghold. The people of the stronghold had already boarded the 100-beast warship. The warship still had a lot of space for these people. Luo Gue stood there and looked ahead. His mood was as beautiful as the clouds in the sky. Before, he felt that his world was like this, that there was no hope. But in the next moment, he felt as if he had been reborn. This feeling made his heart soar. Captain Chen didn't care about what Luo Gue was thinking. He looked at Luo Gue and said, how far is Mr. Luo from the next stronghold? How strong is the stronghold? When Luo Gue heard Captain Chen, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, it's not far from the next stronghold. We had a fight with them before. With our current speed, we should be able to reach it in a few minutes. The stronghold was established by a great clan in the city. However, this great clan has their own experts. They also captured some people and treated them as an independent kingdom. Those who were captured by them became their slaves. Captain Chen nodded and said, how many sky dance experts do they have? Luo Gue replied, 4, they only have 4 sky dance realm experts. Otherwise, they would have already swallowed us. We only have 3 sky dance realm experts here. Captain Chen nodded, then he said, full speed ahead, prepare for battle. Along with his order, the warship's speed increased. At the same time, the people on the warship also went to their positions, preparing for battle. Luo Gue looked at the soldiers on the ship. From the moment he boarded the ship, these soldiers didn't say a single word. Aside from giving orders, receiving orders, and responding to orders, nobody spoke. They were like machines, their eyes were cold, and they didn't make any unnecessary movements. This situation was very surprising. To be honest, Luo Gue had also seen the elite soldiers of the Saber Spirit Nation. Putting aside their equipment, there was a huge gap between the two sides. Luo Gue can imagine that these people were the best soldiers in the world. Luo Gue really wanted to know how many soldiers there were in the Lost Soul Empire. However, he didn't ask. Although he knew about the Lost Soul Empire, he also knew that it was Zhao Hai's empire. However, he didn't have any relationship with Zhao Hai. As long as it was related to military matters, then it would be confidential. If he asked, then the other party would think that he had bad intentions. That would be troublesome. Luo Gue had just seen the dawn of a new life, he didn't want to be locked up in prison. However, Hunan didn't have any misgivings. He had the same idea as Luo Gue. He also wanted to know how many soldiers there were in the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, Hunan looked at Captain Chen and said, Captain Chen, can I ask how many soldiers there are in the Lost Soul Empire? When Hunan asked, Luo Gue and the others pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the answer. Captain Chen looked at Hunan and said, in the Lost Soul Empire, there are too many soldiers like me. I can't even count them. I only know that the Lost Soul Empire has 5 million standing soldiers. The number of soldiers like me shouldn't be less than 1 million. Upon hearing Captain Chen, Hunan and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Elites like these couldn't be found in the Soldier Spirit continent. But the Lost Soul Empire actually had 1 million of them. This was too shocking. Captain Chen looked at Hunan and said, "My Lost Soul Empire is different from other empires. My Lost Soul Empire is filled with soldiers. The number of soldiers I'm talking about is just the number of standing legions. My empire also has a lot of reserve legions. If there's a war, then they can immediately join the army. Among these people, there are some who retired from the army. Their fighting strength can only be compared to ours." Hunan and the others were already numb. They even suspected that Captain Chen was bragging. How could the Lost Soul Empire be this strong? If the Lost Soul Empire was this strong, then how could they be conquered by Zhao Hai? Captain Chen didn't care if Hunan and the others believed him or not, because what he said was the truth. He just turned his head and looked ahead. On top of a small hill, a stronghold appeared in front of him. At this moment, there were people running around in panic. It was obvious that they had just seen the 100-beast battleship and were frightened. Captain Chen didn't care about these people. The battleship flew directly towards the stronghold. Then Captain Chen gave an order, "Surround them and shout." Following his order, all the soldiers on the battleship flew down. At the same time, the swords on their backs also flew out. These people directly jumped on their swords and flew towards the stronghold. At this time, Hunan and the others understood what the swords on their backs were for. Their strength was good, so they could see that the people on the battleship weren't all Void Realm experts. In other words, these people couldn't fly. But now, with the help of the swords, they were able to fly. This was a very mysterious thing. The people in the stronghold also discovered this situation. They were even more alarmed. While they didn't know how to react, the soldiers on the battleship had already surrounded the stronghold. At the same time, the people on the battleship opened their mouths and said, "People below, listen up. We are the Lost Soul Empire's 5th Fleet, 3rd Squad. We ask you to immediately put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, we will attack." These words sounded very polite. They even used the word "please" when they asked the other party to surrender. However, if they thought that they were people who were easy to talk to, then that would be a mistake. Of course, no idiot would think so. Because of this, the people in the village became even more chaotic. Some people were running around while others were standing there in a daze. They didn't know what to do. At this time, the people on the battleship opened their mouths and said, "Immediately surrender. Otherwise, we will attack." At this time, the people in the stronghold knew what was going on. Someone immediately said, "Surrender, we surrender. Don't attack, we surrender." Upon hearing this voice, the people on the battleship immediately opened their mouths and said, "Everyone in the stronghold, come out of your houses. Place your weapons on the ground. All Skydance experts, come out. If you don't fulfill my request within 10 minutes, then we will attack." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the stronghold immediately began to panic. Then all of the people in the stronghold gathered in an open space. Then all of their weapons were thrown out. At the same time, the 4 Skydance experts also went to the side. They didn't think of running away. With the warship hovering above them, they had already lost the ability to escape. When Captain Chen saw this, he immediately said, "Seal the energy of the Skydance experts. Gather everyone else and search the stronghold." Following Captain Chen's command, the people below also moved. More than 30 people surrounded the 4 Skydance level experts. They were holding sword-like weapons in their hands as they aimed at the 4 Skydance level experts. Although the 4 Skydance level experts didn't know that these sword-like weapons could not only be used in close combat, they could also shoot energy beams. However, they didn't think of resisting, so the energy in their bodies was easily sealed by these people. Then the other soldiers rushed into the stronghold and searched all of the houses. When they didn't find anyone, they came out and reported to Captain Chen. Captain Chen nodded and had the people in the stronghold brought to the battleship. However, they didn't take anything from the stronghold. When the people in the stronghold arrived on the battleship, they immediately saw Luo Gui's group. When they saw Luo Gui, they couldn't help but panic. However, they quickly calmed down and were gathered in the lower level of the battleship. The 2 strongholds only had a few hundred people in total. The battleship was still able to accommodate them. However, Captain Chen didn't continue to search. Instead, he turned the battleship around and prepared to return to Lingshan City. Because the battleship didn't need to search, it was much faster. It didn't take long for them to return to Lingshan City. There were already a lot of people in Lingshan City. These people were the same as Luo Gui's group. Captain Chen landed the battleship at the entrance of Lingshan City. Then he sent everyone down. Naturally, there would be people below to take care of these people. Then they would register them and let them settle down in the city. One must know that most of the people they had captured were from Lingshan City. Therefore, these people didn't have any qualms about returning to Lingshan City. However, Lingshan City was about to turn into ruins. These people didn't understand why Captain Chen would send them back. After these people were sent to Lingshan City, they were immediately gathered in a temporary camp. Then the people in the camp began to let these people wash their bodies, change their clothes, eat, and rest. Many of these people haven't had a full meal for a long time. Today, they finally had a full meal. Each and every one of them was very happy. The fear in their hearts also slowly disappeared. Then they had a good sleep. When they woke up, they were immediately assigned to work. However, before they were assigned to work, they gave these people a chance. All the leaders of the mountain strongholds were gathered and interrogated. They wanted to see if the leaders of the mountain strongholds had done anything bad to them. If they did, then according to the severity of the situation, they would be given different punishments. Many mountain strongholds leaders were directly executed. However, this didn't scare the refugees. This was because they discovered that everyone who was executed had a reason for their death. Moreover, these people were really good to them. Although they were assigned jobs and made them work, they ate well, lived well, wore good clothes, and even had meat in every meal. This was a life that many of the civilians of Lingshan City couldn't live in the past. This made these civilians of Lingshan City slowly become familiar with the people of the Lost Soul Empire. They were no longer afraid of these people. On the contrary, they treated these people as their own people. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to attack Horizontal Saber City. In other words, he wasn't in a hurry to attack the Dao clan. With Lingshan City as the center, he started to spread out in all directions. He gathered all the people he could find and chased them into the cities. He asked them to rebuild the cities. Of course, during this process, he still provided them with good food and drinks. Zhao Hai's actions couldn't be hidden from everyone. The first to react was the Dao clan. The Dao clan didn't know where this faction came from. They were all battleships that could fly in the sky. This made the Dao clan very surprised. Following that, the Dao clan received a piece of news that almost caused them to break down. They knew that the culprit actually belonged to the Hu clan. It was the Hu clan's famous Cranegrass faction. The Dao clan's men knew Cranegrass very well. Back then, Cranegrass and Dao Beiying were good friends. Furthermore, Dao Beiying was killed by the Hu clan. This caused the Dao clan's men to panic. They wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, but it was impossible. If they sent out ground troops, they would be discovered by Zhao Hai's fleet very quickly. Then, a wave of shadow cannons would shoot over and force the Dao clan's ground troops to retreat. If they didn't send out ground troops and sent their experts to attack those people, the result would be the same. Those experts wouldn't be a match for those battleships. Helplessness. The Dao clan felt a deep sense of helplessness. They were really afraid now. The other nations couldn't do anything to them, but Zhao Hai could. What's more, Zhao Hai was in the Saber Spirit Nation, openly snatching their territory. However, they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. As for the other nations on the continent, although they found out a little later, they still found out about this news very quickly. They were very shocked by this news. Firstly, they were shocked that Zhao Hai was the leader of this faction. Secondly, they were shocked that this faction was so strong. They had so many battleships and so many flying battleships. Just thinking about it made them feel helpless. The people from the other countries in the Weapon Spirit continent weren't fools. They knew very well what it meant for such a force to appear in the Weapon Spirit continent. If one were to say that they were here to seek help from the Saber Spirit Nation and not to snatch their territory, then they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. They weren't that stupid. Zhao Hai came in a threatening manner because of the Weapon Spirit continent. In this case, how could the other nations not be worried? The Sword Spirit Nation was the most concerned about this matter. Dugu Wushuang immediately sent someone to the Hu clan and invited Hu Chao to the imperial palace of the Sword Spirit Nation. Originally, Hu Chao could have left, but he didn't. This was because he felt that if he left, then he would be letting Wushuang down. After all, Wushuang was in charge of them. No matter why Wushuang helped them in the past, he had already helped them. Now that Zhao Hai had arrived, the situation of the Soldier Spirit continent would change. However, Wushuang didn't want the Sword Spirit country to go to war with Zhao Hai. Because of this, Hu Chao decided to stay and persuade Wushuang. Dugu Wushuang didn't have Hu Chao go directly to the Great Hall and ask about this matter in front of the ministers. He called Dugu Wushuang to his study room in a very low-key manner. There were only the two of them in the room. After Hu Chao entered the room, Dugu Wushuang looked at Hu Chao and said, "Patriarch Hu, I wonder if the rumors outside are true. Is the faction that is attacking the Saber Spirit Nation really Crane Grasses? Is Crane Grasses the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire?" Hu Chao nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. The forces outside are indeed Crane Field's forces. Crane Field is the Emperor of the Bewildering Soul Empire. His main purpose for returning this time is to unify the Soldier Spirit continent." Dugu Wushuang's eyes narrowed, but he soon regained his composure. He looked at Hu Chao and said in a deep voice, "Hu Chao, I've treated you well in the past, so can you tell me the truth? What are the chances of the Crane Field Grass unifying the Soldier Spirit continent? What are the chances of him unifying the Weapon Spirit continent if I gather all the countries in the continent to resist him?" Hu Chao looked at Dugu Wushuang and said, "Your Majesty might not know about this. Crane Grasses, oh, he changed his name to Zhao Hai. He had already conquered a plane, and that plane was his empire. Then he led his army and conquered another plane. Then he went to the Stranger Continent. The Stranger Continent is now under the control of the Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, I heard that the Wenji Continent is also going to join the Lost Soul Empire. Your Majesty, can you imagine how he can't unify the Weapon Spirit Continent with such strength? Even if Your Majesty united everyone, I'm afraid that you still wouldn't be his opponent. These are my words from the bottom of my heart." Dugu Wushuang nodded, then he pondered for a moment before he said, "I don't know much about the Lost Soul Empire. I wonder if Patriarch Hu can tell me more about it." Hu Chao nodded and said, "I didn't know much about the Lost Soul Empire. I only learned about its existence in recent years because Little Hai sent someone to contact us. Your Majesty, you should also know that Little Hai went to the Wenji continent. He felt that the Soldier Spirit continent was no longer attractive to him. Naturally, Third Uncle personally agreed to this. Then Little Hai left. I heard from him that he went to the Wenji continent and studied there for 10 years. He studied in the 8 great academies of the Wenji continent and had a good relationship with the people of the Wenji continent. Later on, he left the Wenji continent and went to the Strange Human continent. After arriving there, he became a prince of one of the 12 countries of the Strange Human continent. But then during an exploration, he discovered a huge formation. After activating the formation, he went to the Spirit Weapon realm. Hu Chao told Dugu Wushuang about how Zhao Hai went to the Spirit Weapon realm, how he became a city lord, and how he began to compete for hegemony. Finally, he talked about secret realms, the Stranger Continent, the Sword Spirit realm, and why Zhao Hai and the others haven't returned to the Weapon Spirit continent for a long time. Finally, Hu Chao looked at Dugu Wushuang and said, "The reason why Little Hai and the others came back is because they repelled the attack of the Upper Realm's evil spirit sect. Now that they have resolved their worries, they return to the Soldier Spirit continent. Right, there's one more thing that I forgot to tell Your Majesty. Third Uncle has already ascended to the Sword Spirit world." Dugu Wushuang quietly listened to Hu Chao's words. When Hu Chao finished speaking, he looked at Hu Chao in surprise and said, "Patriarch Hu, is what you said true? Is there really an upper realm? And can our people really ascend to the upper realm?" Hu Chao sighed and said, "I didn't believe it at first, but it's true. My Hu family also participated in the battle against the evil spirit sect. Even my third uncle's ascension was carried out under everyone's eyes. This is absolutely true. Your Majesty, the reason why no one in the Soul Realm can ascend is probably because of the Destroyer. The people here aren't the strongest among all the realms. If the Destroyer didn't exist, we could peacefully develop for about 10,000 years and someone should be able to ascend." Unfortunately, the destroyer has never given us this opportunity. Every time they appear, it's a huge destruction to our civilization, which also caused no one here to be able to ascend. At this point, Hu Chao paused for a moment before he continued. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to merge the Soul Realm into the Lost Soul Empire was because he wanted to resist the destroyer. Zhao Hai went to several realms and discovered that there were beings that could survive in the destruction realm. However, the destroyer was able to. Zhao Hai wanted to know why the destroyer was able to survive in the destruction realm. At the same time, he wanted to deal with the destroyer once and for all. Then he would focus on developing the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai's dream was to lead the ascended people of the Lost Soul Empire to the Sword Spirit Realm. At first, Wu Shuang didn't believe Hu Chao's words. But after seeing Hu Chao's current appearance, he began to believe it. If what Hu Chao said was true, then Zhao Hai's ambition was too big. Hu Chao also discovered that he was too excited. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he bowed to Wu Shuang and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was too excited. I know why Your Majesty called me here. In fact, according to Zhao Hai, I should have left long ago. But Your Majesty has treated my Hu family well, so I can't leave. I just want to stay and persuade Your Majesty." Wu Shuang looked at Hu Chao, and Hu Chao also looked at Wu Shuang. Then he said, "Your Majesty doesn't know much about the Lost Soul Empire, so you don't know what it is. You also don't know why the Lost Soul Empire was able to conquer the alien continent so quickly. In fact, it has something to do with the Lost Soul Empire system." Then Hu Chao explained the situation of the Lost Soul Empire to Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was serious this time. He carefully listened to Hu Chao's words and asked questions from time to time. However, Hu Chao didn't know much about the system, so he couldn't answer a lot of questions. In short, Hu Chao gave Wu Shuang a general description of the Lost Soul Empire. The two chatted from day to night, and from night to day. When the next day dawned, Wu Shuang nodded to Hu Chao and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Hu. I understand. But you should know that this matter isn't a trivial matter. Even I can't make a decision by myself. Therefore, you can go back first. I need to discuss with everyone before making a decision." Hu Chao nodded and said, "Your Majesty, then this subject will take his leave. I ask Your Majesty to believe that this subject isn't exaggerating about the Lost Soul Empire, nor is it necessary to persuade Your Majesty to surrender. This subject just feels that Your Majesty has shown great kindness to this subject. If this subject doesn't remind Your Majesty about this matter, then it would be wrong of this subject. I won't say much about Your Majesty's decision, I just hope that Your Majesty will think twice before making a decision." After he said that, Hu Chao withdrew while Wu Shuang fell into contemplation. Zhao Hai already knew about Hu Chao's conversation with Dugu Wu Shuang. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. His relationship with the Sword Spirit country wasn't very deep. Although the Sword Spirit country helped the Hu clan, Hu Chao still persuaded the Sword Spirit country at this time. After all, this matter was related to the entire world. At this time, Zhao Hai was still calmly sweeping through the Blade Spirit country. Although he didn't touch Horizontal Blade City, he had already swept through the other places of the country. Now that he saw the number of people in the Sword Spirit country, Zhao Hai was very surprised. It can be said that the population of the Sword Spirit country was now less than 1 in 1,000. There were even some places that were deserted for thousands of miles. Even bones were exposed in the wilderness. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai could only sigh. He couldn't do anything else. However, Zhao Hai met Fat Cat and Gui Ling several times. Fat Cat was still doing business in the Sword Spirit country. Originally, he was doing business in the Sword Spirit country. However, the Sword Spirit country suppressed the Hu clan. Although the people of the country didn't know about the relationship between Fat Cat and the Hu clan, Fat Cat still transferred his business. This was because he felt that the Sword Spirit country wasn't safe anymore. However, the situation of Gui Ling and the others was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In the desert paradise, Zhao Hai already had an army of slaves. The slaves that Zhao Hai bought have already been retired. This was because the desert paradise's environment was transformed by the formation. It was a very good place that produced a lot of herbs. Because of the support of the Hu clan, the slaves didn't become like what Gui Ling and the others thought. Because of the nourishment of the herbs and the good food that they ate, the slaves lived a very good life. Even when they were old, their bodies were still very strong. And now, a new batch of slaves had grown up. These people were all cavalry and lived in a place like the Desert of Death. In the desert, aside from Zhao Hai's desert paradise, there was no other good environment. These cavalry were all trained in the desert, so their fighting strength was naturally extraordinary. After Gui Ling and the others knew that Zhao Hai had returned, they were very excited. Moreover, Zhao Hai also told them that if he were to go to war with the countries around the Death Desert, they would be able to come out and help. At this point, everyone in the Weapon Spirit continent knew what Zhao Hai meant. They were very clear that Zhao Hai wouldn't just come for the Blade Spirit Nation. He would surely deal with the other nations. Therefore, the other nations were all looking at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai would do next. Zhao Hai used a month to clean up the entire Blade Spirit Nation. With the exception of Horizontal Blade City, the entire nation was now under Zhao Hai's control. The production of the Blade Spirit Nation had also been restored to a certain extent. It must be said that the requirements of ordinary people were very simple. The reason why the Weapon Spirit continent didn't experience any chaos in the past was because the status of plant masters was very high. Everyone was able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. In this case, no one would dare to rebel. But this time, the Blade Spirit Nation destroyed the livelihood of these ordinary people. This made them have no choice but to rebel. This caused the Weapon Spirit continent to be in chaos. Now, Zhao Hai gathered these people and gave them food and things to use. Moreover, he also arranged jobs for them. If they could live a peaceful life, who would want to go to war every day? Because of this, the Blade Spirit Nation was stabilized in a short period of time. Zhao Hai was now standing on the bow of the Ghost King's ship. He was looking at the Horizontal Blade City from afar. The Horizontal Blade City was still as imposing as before. However, it now looked like a paper tiger. When Wen Hai stood beside Zhao Hai while Hu Yulong stood on the other side of Zhao Hai. The two were also looking at the Horizontal Blade City. When Wen Hai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, are we going to attack?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's time to attack. Once we take down this city, we'll have the entire Horizontal Blade City under our control. Let's go and take a look." Hu Yulong looked at the Horizontal Blade City with a complicated expression. To be honest, when the Hu clan was chased out of the Blade Spirit Nation, he didn't think that one day, he would be able to return to the Horizontal Blade City and meet the Dao clan in such a state. However, he did it now. This made Hu Yulong's heart feel sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Zhao Hai waved his hand. The Ghost King ship headed towards the Horizontal Blade City. The other battleships did the same. They all followed behind the Ghost King ship and headed towards the Horizontal Blade City. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the Horizontal Blade City seemed to be too quiet. Although there were people standing on the city walls, these people didn't seem to notice their actions. This made Zhao Hai a little confused. Then, Zhao Hai's expression changed. This was because he noticed that the Horizontal Blade City was suddenly filled with blood-red light and yin qi. Zhao Hai immediately knew that there was a change in the Horizontal Blade City. He didn't know what the Dao clan was doing there. When Wen Hai noticed Zhao Hai's expression, he didn't understand and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Is there something wrong in the Blade Spirit Nation?" Hearing Wen Hai's question, Hu Yulong also turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to look at Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, do you know of any special cultivation techniques of the Dao clan?" When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai's question, he couldn't help but be stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, I haven't heard of the Dao clan. No, wait, let me think." Before Hu Yulong finished speaking, his expression changed. He lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he took out a teleportation formation and wrote a few words in the shortest time possible. Then, he used the teleportation formation and sent the note out. Following that, he stared at the teleportation formation with an ugly expression. When he saw Hu Yulong's expression, Zhao Hai knew that something must have happened. He waved his hand, and the fleet stopped. Zhao Hai stood there quietly and looked at Horizontal Saber City, waiting for Hu Yulong's news. Hu Yulong's transmission formation flashed with white light as a piece of paper appeared. Hu Yulong looked at the paper and his expression turned ugly. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you're right. The Dao clan has a special technique called Ghost Blade. It's a very strange technique that the Dao clan rarely uses. I only heard that the Dao clan used it once when they fought against the Destroyer. When this technique is used, it seems like there's a special method to it that makes the user incomparably strong, invulnerable to swords and spears. They can even fly in the sky and aren't afraid of pain or death. However, this situation can only last for a few days. After a few days, those people would immediately die. As for how this technique works, nobody knows. This is because the Dao clan hasn't used this technique for many years. Many people thought that this technique was just a rumor." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked in the direction of Horizontal Saber City and said in a low voice, "It seems like the rumors are true. As for how it's used, I can roughly guess it. It's nothing more than a blood sacrifice." "Blood sacrifice?" Hu Yulong and Wen Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, "Blood sacrifice is to use human blood as a sacrifice in exchange for what you want. The Dao clan's Ghost Saber soldiers might be using human blood as a sacrifice in exchange for a short period of time, allowing them to become invincible. However, this method has a lot of consequences. Just like what Eighth Uncle said, after a few days, the people who use this secret technique will die. This might be the consequence of the blood sacrifice." Hu Yulong's and Wen Wenhai's expressions changed. They now understood why Zhao Hai's expression was so grim. They looked in the direction of Horizontal Saber City, their expressions extremely grim. Blood sacrifice. Human blood as a sacrifice. Needless to say, if the Dao clan really used this method, Horizontal Saber City would be littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Zhao Hai looked in the direction of Horizontal Blade City and sighed. I really did not expect that the Dao clan would actually use such a method. It seems like they have already used it. Now, even if we don't look for them, they will come looking for us. Pass down my orders, release the sword boats and attack Horizontal Blade City. Remind the people on the sword tripod not to fight the enemy head-on. Even if there is only one enemy, they have to hide. Once they realize that things are not looking good, immediately abandon the boat and flee. Go." Wen Wenhai acknowledged and immediately passed down the order. Following Zhao Hai's orders, countless sword boats appeared beside the fleet. These sword boats flew in the direction of Horizontal Saber City. After some time, he turned to Wen Wenhai and said, "Wen Wenhai, take Eighth Uncle to the other battleships. Inform them that without my order, they must not move forward. I'll leave the rest to you. If necessary, you can retreat. Do you understand?" Wen Wenhai nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Wen Wenhai, take Eighth Uncle to the other battleships. Inform them that without my order, they must not move forward. I'll leave the rest to you. Do you understand?" Seeing Zhao Hai's current state, Wen Wenhai's expression couldn't help but change. He was very clear that Zhao Hai's current state meant that this battle was going to be very difficult. The last time Zhao Hai was like this was when he was clearing the Yin Qi on the Whitebone Mountain. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be like this again. This made Wen Wenhai understand that the situation in Horizontal Saber City wasn't optimistic. When he thought of this, Wen Wenhai's expression couldn't help but turn serious. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, don't worry. I will let all the battleships open their shields. Fight as many as you can. Mr. Hu, please come with me." Hu Yulong also knew that he couldn't say anything at this time. Therefore, he just said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, be careful. If things don't work out, don't force it. If the other party really uses that method, it will only take a few days. After a few days, we will win." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Eighth Uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Hu Yulong didn't say anything and just nodded to Zhao Hai. Then he followed Wen Wenhai to the other battleships. Only Hu Yulong was left on Zhao Hai's battleship. Zhao Hai looked at the direction of Horizontal Blade City. At this time, the sword disc was already approaching the city. At this time, the blood light in the city was getting thicker and thicker. Then Zhao Hai saw countless people flying out of the city. These people were all covered in blood chi. Then these people attacked the sword ship. Zhao Hai looked at the sword ship. However, when Zhao Hai designed the sword boats, he thought of this situation. Therefore, the sword boats were very flexible. If a person uses a sword boat well, then it can be said that the sword boats were very flexible. Moreover, with Zhao Hai's special reminder, although the sword boats weren't suitable for these people's attacks at first, they quickly learned how to attack as a group. The sword boats' joint attack technique had been trained for a long time. Their joint attack technique was based on the Rubik's Cube formation. Although it wasn't as smooth as the Rubik's Cube formation, it was still very good. At least it was enough to deal with this situation. Just as Zhao Hai thought, after using the blood sacrifice technique, not only would one die within a few days, it would also have a great impact on one's mind. It can even be said that those who were subjected to the blood sacrifice technique would only have the instinct to kill. Their fighting strength was very strong, but they were just powerful beasts. Although they were a threat to people, as long as a method was found, they could still be eliminated. Zhao Hai commanded the Ghost King ship to fly towards Horizontal Saber City. Before long, he was close to the battlefield. At this time, he could see the people flying out of Horizontal Saber City. These people were all red. They didn't wear any armor, nor did they wear any clothes. Each of them was about 3 meters tall, half a meter taller than Zhao Hai. Moreover, they were incomparably strong. They were holding heavy weapons in their hands. Their eyes were blood red, and their mouths were roaring again and again. They couldn't be considered as people, they had completely turned into beasts. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. He had already guessed the situation. Then Zhao Hai ignored these people and flew straight towards Horizontal Saber City. When he approached the city, these people had already rushed towards the Ghost King ship. They used the weapons in their hands to attack the Ghost King ship. However, formations immediately appeared on the Ghost King ship, blocking the attacks of these people. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived above Horizontal Blade City. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai immediately smelled the pungent smell of blood. He looked at the city and saw that it had turned into hell. There were no living people in the city, the entire city was soaked in blood. Aside from the imperial palace, everywhere else was covered in blood. There were also countless corpses, old people, children, women, and all kinds of people. Among these corpses, one could also see blood-red figures. These people were slowly growing bigger, turning into people who were attacking the Ghost King ship. Zhao Hai looked at the imperial palace of the Saber Spirit Nation. There were a few people standing there. These people looked very normal. They were all wearing robes with saber diagrams on them. It was obvious that they were from the Saber clan. These people also felt the changes above their heads. They also looked up at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly recognized one of them. It was Dao Baixiong. However, Dao Baixiong's face was filled with madness. His entire person looked extremely ferocious. It was as if he was no longer a person, but an evil spirit from hell. When Dao Baixiong saw Zhao Hai, a crazy smile appeared on his face. Then he roared, "Crane grass, do you see it? All of this was caused by you. It's all your fault." Zhao Hai stood on the Ghost King ship, smiling coldly. He didn't make a sound. When Dao Baixiong saw that Zhao Hai didn't make a sound, he became even crazier. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The throne of the Blade Spirit Nation should have been mine, but it was snatched away by you and Dao Beiying. But it doesn't matter, I helped my little brother snatch the throne back. The throne definitely cannot be given to Dao Beiying. And those people, they want to snatch the Blade Spirit Nation, but that's impossible. The Blade Spirit Nation can only belong to our Dao clan, nobody can take it away. Now you're here, Zhao Hai, why did you appear?" Zhao Hai looked at the people around Blade 100 Hero and said, "It's useless. You know why you're doing all of this. Blade 100 Hero, you've already lost, you just didn't want to admit it. You're crazy right now, you're doing all of this because you're afraid. You're afraid of failure, you're afraid that the Blade Spirit country would be ruined in your hands. But you didn't think that the more you do this, the more you push the Blade Spirit country into the abyss. You've already lost. You've already lost. No, I can't fail. I can't fail. I will succeed. I will become the greatest sovereign king of the Saber Spirit Nation. Even if I can't become the greatest sovereign king, I will become the greatest imperial prince. I won't fail. I won't. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Baixiong and smiled coldly. He said, it's useless for you to say all of this now. Whether you're the greatest or not, it's not up to you to say it. It's up to others to say it. Dao Baixiong crazily shouted, no, I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. Nobody can stop me. Kill him. As Dao Baixiong shouted, the people who had become very strong after the blood sacrifice also attacked Zhao Hai crazily. Zhao Hai didn't care about him. Instead, he opened the golden book and sat on the ground, chanting, the Bodhisattva attains no evil intentions and cultivates all good karma, thus making the Buddha happy. The wise man returns to his path, offering boundless offerings to the boundless Buddha, giving and abiding precepts to all roots, for the sake of benefiting all sentient beings, making everything pure. Zhao Hai was reciting the Avatamsaka Sutra. Along with Zhao Hai's recitation, a huge Buddha statue appeared on top of Zhao Hai's worship. With the appearance of the Buddha statue, the blood in the city slowly turned into clear water. The wounds on the corpses also slowly disappeared. Each and every one of them was sleeping peacefully. At the same time, the people who were disfigured by the blood screamed as they slowly regained their human form. However, they also died at the same time. Dao Baixiong and the others saw all of this from the imperial palace. Dao Baixiong's face turned ashen as he muttered, no, this is impossible. The Ghost Blade Army is invincible. The ancestor wouldn't lie to me. The Ghost Blade Army is invincible, invincible. Dao Baixiong raised his head and looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, no, I won't let you destroy all of this. I won't. After he finished speaking, he pulled out his long saber and waved it to the side. The people of the Dao clan standing beside Dao Baixiong were all killed by him. Dao Baixiong raised his head and looked at Zhao Hai. He laughed crazily and said, you can't stop me. Go to hell with me. After he finished speaking, Dao Baixiong slashed his saber and ended his own life. The blood of Dao Baixiong and the people of the Dao clan flowed out. There wasn't a lot of blood, but it gathered together and slowly flowed out of the imperial palace. Finally, it flowed out of the imperial palace and onto the streets outside. The blood on the streets was about to turn into clear water. However, when it came into contact with the blood, it immediately turned back into fresh blood. Then, the blood of the entire horizontal Saber City seemed to be boiling and bubbling. Therefore, the corpses that came into contact with the blood instantly melted. When Zhao Hai saw this, his face couldn't help but change. He muttered, blood demon, I didn't expect that Dao Baixiong would turn into a blood demon. This is a bit troublesome. The blood demon was a kind of demon that was born from the anger of people. However, not all people's resentment could give birth to a blood demon. Those with resentment must have a very high status. At the same time, they must kill enough people as a blood sacrifice. Only then would they be able to give birth to a blood demon. It could be said that every blood demon was a king when they were alive, an overlord of a region. However, newborn blood demons usually only had one instinct, which was the resentment in their hearts when they were born. They relied on this resentment to do things. Only when they were strong enough would they have intelligence and slowly recover their memories. However, whether it was a newborn blood devil or a blood devil with intelligence, all of them were very terrifying. They could attack blood, control blood, and even have an immortal body. This was because they could exist in all blood. Even if a drop of blood escaped, the blood devil would be reborn. The best way to deal with a blood demon was to erase the soul inside the blood demon's body. Only by destroying the soul inside the body could the blood demon be eliminated. However, the blood fiend was not without its benefits. Although the blood fiend was very troublesome for cultivators, it also had a very big advantage. The cultivator could fuse the blood fiend into his body to create a blood fiend clone. This blood demon avatar could be outside and help you in battle. It could also hide inside your body and provide you with blood energy. Even when you were fighting an enemy, you could suddenly use the blood demon avatar to reverse the flow of the enemy's blood energy. This way, the enemy's attack would be stopped, and you could use this opportunity to kill the enemy. In addition to these uses, the blood demon avatar had another advantage. It could absorb the enemy's blood energy. Naturally, you couldn't absorb the enemy's blood energy unless the enemy was dead or injured. Only then would you be able to absorb the enemy's blood energy for your own use. After absorbing the enemy's blood energy, not only would you become stronger, but your body would also become more powerful. Most importantly, if you were injured, your injuries would heal faster. You could even imprint your soul mark into the blood demon avatar. In this way, you would have an immortal body. However, the conditions for the formation of a blood demon were very harsh. Moreover, once a blood demon was formed, its strength would also be very formidable. It was also the most difficult to eliminate. Therefore, even though cultivators knew about the benefits of a blood demon avatar, only a few of them were able to obtain one. In the past, Xianxia naturally didn't need the blood demon avatar. This was because his original body had almost reached the realm of blood rebirth. Naturally, he didn't need the blood demon avatar. But now, he was different. He was still in the soul realm. If he ascends, then his enemies would be very strong. Although he had a large artifact, in the sword spirit world, large artifacts weren't the strongest fighting force. The true fighting force came from spirit artifacts and spirit treasures. Once these things were activated, they would have the power to shatter the earth. Therefore, with Xianxia's current fighting strength, he wouldn't be able to dominate the sword spirit world. However, if he had the blood demon avatar, then it would be different. If he could integrate the blood demon avatar into his body, then he would become even more powerful. At that time, his life would be guaranteed in the sword spirit world. Therefore, although Xianxia said that a blood demon had appeared, he wasn't impatient. On the contrary, he felt that this was an opportunity. If he could integrate the blood demon avatar into his body, then it would be great. After thinking about this, Xianxia's mind moved as he received the Ghost King ship back into the space. Then he looked at the blood demon that appeared below. This was a newly formed blood devil. It looked very large, like a huge blood lake. Countless ghost faces made of blood faintly appeared in the blood lake, but only one of them was in the shape of a human. This human-form blood demon couldn't speak yet. However, it looked at Xianxia with eyes full of hatred. Roar! The blood demon opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Then the entire blood lake rolled towards Xianxia. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he sat down cross-legged in the sky and slowly closed his eyes. Then he formed a seal with both hands and placed them in front of his abdomen. His entire body was solemn, just like a high scholar in meditation. At this time, the blood lake had already swept Xianxia into it. Then Xianxia felt the blood in his body boiling. It felt like his blood was about to flow out of his body. However, Xianxia wasn't surprised. He knew that this was the blood demon's ability to attack. If a person wasn't strong, then their blood would break through their skin and fuse with the blood demon's body. However, if a person was strong, then they wouldn't be affected by the blood demon. Unless they were completely covered by the blood demon, then this situation wouldn't happen. However, it wasn't impossible to resist, but it was very difficult to kill the blood demon. When Wenhai and the others have been watching the changes in Horizontal Blade City from afar, they saw Xianxia summoning the giant Buddha and the giants falling down one by one. They thought that they had won the battle. However, they didn't expect that Xianxia would suddenly receive the Ghost King ship and sit down. Then a sea of blood would submerge Xianxia. They knew that the sea of blood would be harmful to Xianxia. However, they couldn't do anything about it. This was because Xianxia had given them an order to not approach the city without Xianxia's orders. Although when Wenhai was anxious, he still had confidence in Xianxia. He believed that Xianxia would be fine. Hu Yulong was also anxious. He couldn't help but turn to Shi Chui and Wenhai and said, "Wenhai, Shi Chui, what do we do now? Is Xianxia in danger?" Wenhai shook his head and didn't speak. However, Shi Chui said, "Don't worry, the young master is fine." Shi Chui was Xianxia's life source weapon. If something happened to Xianxia, then he would be the first to sense it. Because of this, he dared to say this. Namo Amaba, ta ta gia ta yi, ta di hi, Amaba papai, Amaba papai, Amaba papai, Sada papai, Amaba papai, Pigalandi, Amaba papai, Pigalandi papai, Pigalandi papai, Pigalandi papai, Pigalandi papai, Pigalandi papai, Pigalandi papai 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 pana 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 pana. Bursts of Buddhist chants suddenly came from the blood lake. Although the blood lake was very large, it couldn't cover the bursts of Buddhist chants. Then, a golden light broke through the blood lake and a huge rebirth mantra wheel appeared in the middle of the blood lake. The blood lake seemed to be afraid of the rebirth curse wheel. It wanted to escape, but it didn't have the chance. The curse wheel kept spinning and sucking in the surrounding blood. The blood lake screamed and struggled, but it was still sucked into the curse wheel bit by bit. However, the blood lake was really too big. It was so big that every time the curse wheel rotated, it could only suck in a little bit. It would take a while for it to finish absorbing it. On the other hand, when Wenhai and the others finally let out a long sigh of relief. It seems like Zhao Hai was fine. The monster couldn't escape from Zhao Hai's hands. However, things weren't as easy as they thought. Although Zhao Hai was very strong, he wasn't as strong as he was when he was at his peak. Although this blood devil was a newborn, it was still very powerful because too many people were sacrificed during the blood sacrifice. Zhao Hai was using the rebirth curse, because this curse could allow one to be reborn in paradise. Not only did he want to subdue the blood devil, but he also wanted all the vengeful spirits in Horizontal Blade City to have a good home. However, he didn't expect the blood devil's resistance to be this strong. Although the rebirth curse could restrain the blood devil, it wasn't easy for Zhao Hai to subdue the blood devil. This was because the blood devil didn't only carry the resentment of Dao Baixiong, it also carried the resentment of many people in Horizontal Blade City. Because of this, the blood devil's strength was unprecedentedly strong. Fortunately, the rebirth curse could restrain it. However, this also made Zhao Hai's idea of dealing with the blood devil as soon as possible disappear. Now, he had entered a protracted battle with the blood devil. Although he had the upper hand, the blood devil wasn't completely defenseless. Under these circumstances, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to subdue the blood devil. Most importantly, no one could help him right now. He could only do it himself. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's Dao heart was incomparably strong. And with the space providing him with a steady flow of energy, Zhao Hai's speed of chanting the rebirth curse became faster and faster. Then Zhao Hai's rebirth curse became faster and faster. His body also emitted bursts of golden Buddhist light. Then the rebirth curse will became bigger and bigger. The speed at which the blood in the lake entered the rebirth curse will also became faster and faster. When Wenhai and the others had been waiting. A day passed, but Zhao Hai wasn't done. 2 days passed, but he still wasn't done. 3 days passed, but he was still in a deadlock. This made Wenhai and the others worried. They were afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to hold on. After 7 days, the lake of blood disappeared into the rebirth curse wheel. At this time, the rebirth curse wheel was 100 times bigger than before. At this time, Zhao Hai slowly stopped. He let out a long breath as he slowly opened his eyes. His face was filled with exhaustion as he looked at his surroundings and then at Horizontal Blade City. The destruction of Horizontal Blade City wasn't that serious. This was because the blood sacrifice was a massacre. However, the appearance of the blood devil made all the corpses and blood in the city fall into the lake of blood. Because of this, aside from some weapons, the entire Horizontal Blade City was very clean. There weren't any corpses to be seen. However, Horizontal Blade City was now completely empty. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and released the Ghost King ship. Then he waved his hand and called Wenhai and the others over. After Wenhai and the others boarded the Ghost King ship, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Wenhai, I'll leave the matters here to you. Stabilize the situation in the Saber Spirit Country and see if you can bring back the refugees. But don't worry, just stabilize the situation here first. Announce to the outside world that the Saber Spirit Country belongs to the Lost Soul Empire. I need to go into seclusion, so I'll leave the matters here to you." When Wenhai heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "Yes, boss. Don't worry, I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Shi Chue and Hu Yulong and said, "Shi Chue, you help Wenhai. 8th uncle, you do the same. Let the Hu family officially enter the Saber Spirit Country and restore the country's production." Shi Chue and Hu Yulong nodded. Then Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, you can go do what you need to do." I'll be in seclusion inside the Ghost King's ship. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. The three nodded, then they turned around and left the Ghost King's ship. Zhao Hai returned to the Ghost King's ship's cabin and prepared to go into seclusion. This time, Zhao Hai only destroyed the Blood Devil's soul. Naturally, the Blood Devil's body was still there. Moreover, it had already turned into blood essence that was absorbed by Zhao Hai. However, this blood essence couldn't be considered Zhao Hai's right now. Zhao Hai would have to wait until Zhao Hai completely absorbs and refines the blood essence. Although the Blood Devil's body looked big, there wasn't a lot of blood essence that could be compressed into blood essence. Because of this, blood essence was very precious to cultivators. Every time a cultivator loses a bit of blood essence, they would feel as if they were suffering from a serious illness. They would become very weak. Although the compressed blood essence of the Blood Devil was different from the blood essence of cultivators, it wasn't much. In fact, the compressed blood essence of the Blood Devil was much better than the blood essence of cultivators. There were even some cultivators who would have the Blood Devil absorb blood energy and then compress it into blood essence. Then they would use this blood to replace their own blood. This way, they would be more powerful and their bodies would become better. Because the Blood Devil was theoretically an undead, it could live forever. Because of this, a lot of cultivators wanted to use this method to achieve immortality. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't use this method to achieve immortality. He only compressed the Blood Devil into blood essence and stored it inside his body as a weapon. This was because the Blood Devil was very useful to cultivators. It was no less than a heavenly treasure. No cultivator would be willing to give it up. However, what Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to completely refine the body of the Blood Devil. Then he would place his soul imprint inside. This way, when he goes to the Sword Spirit realm, he would be able to borrow the power of the Blood Devil to be reborn. This was a life-saving method. While Zhao Hai went into seclusion to refine the Blood Devil, the Weapon Spirit continent was surging. Zhao Hai's speed in taking control of the Saber Spirit country was within the expectations of the other countries. Now, they were concerned about Zhao Hai's next move. Naturally, when Wen Hai knew that they were being watched by the other countries. Although he didn't know much about the Weapon Spirit continent, when Wen Hai knew that the destruction of the Saber Spirit country would make the other countries nervous. They would certainly pay attention to them, waiting to see what they would do next. However, when Wen Hai didn't take any action, he remembered Zhao Hai's words. He wanted to develop the Saber Spirit country as much as possible. At the same time, he invited the caravans back and had them spread the news about the Saber Spirit country. This was to make the refugees return home. Besides these actions, the Hu family also returned to the Saber Spirit country. They helped the people of the country restore their production. It can be said that when Wen Hai and the others didn't take any action, they just continued to develop in the Saber Spirit country. It seems like they were satisfied with the territory. Naturally, the people of the other countries didn't believe that Zhao Hai and the others would be so honest. They knew that Zhao Hai's goal was still them. This was because if they were strong enough, then they wouldn't just defend the Blade Spirit country. Conquering the entire Soldier Spirit continent was their goal. Zhao Hai and the others didn't believe that Zhao Hai and the others would be honest. Because of this idea, the people of the other countries began to send ambassadors to each other. They wanted to strengthen their communication and see if they could join forces to resist Zhao Hai's group. However, before the higher-ups of the other countries could communicate with each other, the refugees of the Saber Spirit country returned. There was a saying that it was hard to leave one's homeland. The people of the Saber Spirit country didn't want to leave their homeland. Their ancestors had lived there for generations, their ancestors were buried there. How could they give up on such a homeland? In the past, if it weren't for the fact that they had no way to survive, they wouldn't have given up on their homeland and fled to other places. Now that the Saber Spirit country had a new ruler, it was said that the people there were living a good life. Those refugees who didn't want to be bandits and just wanted to return to their homeland began to flock back to the Saber Spirit country. They returned to the Saber Spirit country from other countries. They wanted to return to the land where they were born and raised. These refugees were also treated well. Zhao Hai's group didn't lack supplies. Moreover, they prepared 2 months for this operation. For a war machine like the Lost Soul Empire, 2 months of preparation was too long. they were very well prepared. Not to mention supporting the Saber Spirit country, even supporting the entire Weapon Spirit continent wouldn't be a problem. Additionally, they had transmission formations, spatial equipment, and large artifacts. Naturally, all kinds of supplies could be transported to the designated place. Therefore, after the refugees entered the Saber Spirit country, they immediately felt different. Although the refugees were able to survive in other countries, it was impossible for them to eat their fill and wear warm clothes like before. Only a few people could do this. The others were struggling on the verge of death. But when they returned to the Blade Spirit country, they were immediately able to eat, and the food was not bad. They were even given clothes and sent back to their hometowns. If their hometowns were still there, they would be allowed to return to their hometowns. Then, they would be given food and other necessities to help them survive. For the refugees who had just survived the disaster, these days were simply like heaven. At this moment, they finally believed that the Blade Spirit country was indeed different from before. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he slowly opened his eyes. He felt the changes in his body and finally understood why so many cultivators wanted a blood devil as an avatar. It was because this blood devil was too useful. Blood chi was very important to a cultivator's cultivation. If a person's blood chi was weak, then they would be a sick person or an old person. However, a cultivator's blood chi was very vigorous. Even if they weren't a cultivator, their blood chi wouldn't be weak. This was because if one's blood chi was weak, then one's energy would be weak. If one's essence was weak, then one wouldn't be strong. Don't forget that one was a cultivator. However, a person's blood chi would slowly weaken. This was because a person's blood was limited. It was impossible to constantly change the blood in one's body. Slowly, one's cells would become old, and the old cells would slowly lose their vitality. Without the vitality of the cells, one's blood chi would naturally deteriorate. But after having a blood devil, everything would be different. The blood devil would provide you with fresh blood energy and then absorb the old blood cells. Then, it would turn these blood cells into nutrients. This was because this was one of the blood devil's abilities. Once a cultivator had a blood devil, their blood energy would be vigorous. In this case, their strength would naturally become more powerful, and they would be able to live for a longer time. After refining the blood devil, Zhao Hai felt refreshed. It was as if his body had been cleansed from the inside out. This feeling was truly wonderful. Zhao Hai went to the Ghost King ship. Then he waved his hand as a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure looked like a person, but then it shook its body and turned into a tiger, then a tree, and finally a huge water sphere. However, no matter how it changed, it was still blood red. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. With a thought, he stored the blood devil. Then he used his spiritual force to sweep the city. There were a lot of people left in the city, but it was still very empty. There was no other way, these people were all from the Lost Soul Empire. There weren't many people from the Saber Spirit country. The original inhabitants of the city were all slaughtered by Dao Baixiong's group. Now, there were no people left in the city. However, the city had been renovated, but the project was still incomplete. Zhao Hai calculated that he had been in seclusion for about a month. He didn't know what the Saber Spirit country had become during this time. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's figure moved and went towards the city. When the people in the city saw Zhao Hai, they all gave him a salute. Zhao Hai also nodded and returned the salute. Then he entered the imperial palace of the city. Then he discovered that there were no other people here besides some servants, Safflower and Lai Shi. When Zhao Hai landed, Safflower and Lai Shi immediately greeted him. Zhao Hai looked at Safflower and said, "Safflower, where are Wen Hai and Stonemer? Why aren't they in the imperial palace?" Safflower smiled and said, "Young master, how could they be in the imperial palace? This is the imperial palace. Besides you, who else can work here? Right now, Wen Hai and the others are working outside." When Zhao Hai heard Safflower, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Go and call them in. I want to know how the Blade Spirit country is doing." Safflower nodded and said, "All right." This time, Safflower didn't move. Instead, she nodded and flew out of the palace to call the others. Zhao Hai and Safflower arrived at the Great Hall of the Saber Spirit Country. After sitting on the throne, Zhao Hai looked at Safflower and said, "Safflower, how is the Saber Spirit Country? How are the other countries around it?" Safflower replied, "Very good. I heard that a lot of refugees have returned to the Saber Spirit Country. Now, the Saber Spirit Country has recovered some of its vitality. As for the situation of the other countries, I still don't know." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. It's fine as long as the Saber Spirit Country is fine." While they were talking, when Wen Hai and the others arrived outside the Great Hall, Zhao Hai directly let them in. Before long, the higher-ups of the bewildering Soul Empire were all present in the Great Hall. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, tell me about the Saber Spirit Country's current situation." When Wen Hai said, "Your Majesty, in the past month, the Saber Spirit Country has been developing very smoothly. A lot of refugees have returned to the Saber Spirit Country. We've already sent them back to their homes. However, most of them are still living in the city. We didn't send them back to their homes. In short, everything is normal." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Long Tianlin also opened his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, our logistical support is very sufficient. It wouldn't be a problem to supply the Saber Spirit Country for 20 years. Moreover, the main cities of the Saber Spirit Country have already established transmission formations. Some wooden ships have also arrived at the Saber Spirit Country. There's no shortage of food and resources. Your Majesty doesn't need to be afraid." Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "Good, very good. The Saber Spirit Country needs to recover its vitality. We're currently transfusing our blood to the Saber Spirit Country. Therefore, this is necessary." What about the other situations? What's the reaction of the other countries? This time, it was Hu Yulong who spoke. Hu Yulong said, "Your Majesty, actually, the other countries have been sending messengers to contact each other. However, I think that this is just for show. They should have already sent letters to each other. Perhaps there's already a result." Although Hu Yulong usually calls Zhao Hai Little Hai, in this kind of formal occasion, he still needs to address Zhao Hai as Your Majesty. This was related to the dignity of a country's ruler. Zhao Hai said, "Can you find out the result of their contact?" Hu Yulong replied, "I can only guess that they're joining forces to fight against us. No matter which country we attack, the other countries will come to support us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is also within my expectations. But how are they going to support us? Can you find out?" Hu Yulong replied, "It's possible that if we attack the other countries, they would attack us as well. This would leave us no choice but to retreat. Once we return, they'll retreat. In any case, they don't want us to attack the other countries with peace of mind. They want to drag us out until we're tired and stop attacking them. Only then will they feel at ease." Feel at ease? They're really daring. What did Zhao Hai come here for? Is it just to solve the problem of the Saber Spirit Country? If that's the case, then I'm too great. Even I don't believe that I'm that great. They're dreaming if they think that they can use this method to delay us." Everyone was silent. They were all waiting for Zhao Hai's orders. The consecutive victories had given them absolute confidence in Zhao Hai. They believed that if Zhao Hai said that he could unify the weapon spirit continent, then he would be able to do it. After all, he was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Now we can be sure that if the Blade Spirit Country wants all of its refugees to return, it would take a long time. Some of the refugees might even settle down in other places, making it impossible for the Blade Spirit Country to recover. Therefore, we can put this matter aside for now and slowly deal with it later. This is a long-term matter, it's impossible to complete it in one step. Therefore, we can take this matter slowly. However, we can't take it slowly when dealing with the other countries. According to our previous information, the country with the most refugees and the most ferocious robbers is the Dark Soldier Country. There's nothing much to say about that. Let's march into the Dark Soldier Country and pacify it first. This way, we won't be surrounded by enemies on all sides. At least, we can deal with one side of the enemy already." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then the Blade Spirit Country's Dark Soldier Country's Dark Soldier Country's Dark Soldier Country's Dark Soldier Country." At the same time, we also have one less enemy. Everyone nodded. They also knew about the Dark Soldier country's situation. Although the Saber Spirit country has been pacified, there were still a lot of refugees who stayed in the Dark Soldier country. They didn't dare to come back because they didn't know anything about Zhao Hai's Lost Soul Empire. They were worried that the Lost Soul Empire would fall out with them once they returned. It was precisely because of this that the Dark Soldier country was still in chaos. Bandits were everywhere. Although the Dark Soldier country had an army, they weren't prepared for it. Additionally, the Dark Soldier country was also short on food. Therefore, they were on the verge of losing control of the situation. Therefore, making the Dark Soldier country their target was the best choice right now. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The Dark Soldier country doesn't have many soldiers and generals. They aren't our opponents. However, we still need to guard against the other countries. Therefore, this time, we will attack and eliminate the Dark Soldier country in one fell swoop." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone couldn't help but stare. They didn't know what Zhao Hai's plan was. The Dark Soldier country was very big, it would be impossible to eliminate it in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The Dark Soldier Kingdom has 97 large cities, 235 medium-sized cities, and 573 small-sized cities. Our targets are the large and medium-sized cities. This is because only these cities have garrisons. Our targets are the garrisons. But remember, don't eliminate all of the garrisons. Only eliminate those who resist. Don't touch the other garrisons. After all, they will be our people in the future." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Our main goal is the Dark Soldier Kingdom's capital. As long as we eliminate the Dark Soldier Kingdom's imperial family, then the kingdom would have no leader. This would make it easier for us to eliminate them. However, we can't just eliminate the imperial family. If we do that, then the other imperial families would certainly go all out against us. This is because they are afraid that we would kill them. Therefore, our plan is mainly to deter them. If they dare to resist, then we will kill them. If they don't dare to resist, then we won't embarrass them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. If they don't dare to resist, then they won't hesitate." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but frown. If Zhao Hai allowed them to kill the enemy, then they would be fine. But now, if he didn't allow them to kill, then there would be a lot of variables. The difficulty of defeating the Dark Soldier country would increase by a lot. It might even cause a lot of casualties. Zhao Hai said, "Lai Shi, take the map of the Dark Soldier country and spread it in the middle of the hall." Lai Shi nodded and immediately went to the back of the hall. Before long, he took out a map and spread it on the ground. This map was very large, about 10 square meters. The drawing on it was very detailed. It can be seen that the person who drew this map was very careful. Zhao Hai walked to the side of the map, then he pointed to some cities on the map and said, "These cities are the large and medium-sized cities of the Dark Soldier country. There are garrisons in these cities. Originally, these garrisons were stationed outside the city. However, after the refugee wave, these garrisons moved to the city in order to better protect these cities. From this point, it can be seen that the Dark Soldier country's army isn't very strong. There's no need to worry." At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he continued, "But now, the Dark Soldier Kingdom is the same as the Blade Spirit Kingdom. They have concentrated their elite troops near their capital. Here, and here, these 4 satellite cities of the Dark Soldier Kingdom have a large number of troops. With the addition of the Dark Queen Kingdom's capital, almost half of the Dark Soldier Kingdom's forces are concentrated in these 5 cities. For us, this might be an opportunity." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "But right now, the Dark Soldier Kingdom is like the Blade Spirit Kingdom." When Wen Hai looked at the 5 cities and said, "Your Majesty, you mean that as long as we take these 5 cities, then the Dark Soldier country wouldn't be able to resist? But can it be that easy?" Zhao Hai replied, "Actually, it's not that difficult. We can just concentrate all of our warships and surround the 5 cities. If they resist, then they can't blame us for being impolite." Zhao Hai nodded, "All right." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, "Actually, it's not that difficult to deal with the Dark Soldier country. Although they have their own trump cards, they don't have formations. They can only rely on their broken river and sky wave realm experts to deal with us. We aren't afraid of this. Therefore, we can still take down the Dark Soldier country in the shortest time possible. Moreover, we don't really want to do anything to the imperial family of the Dark Soldier country. If they surrender, then we can make the imperial family the governor of a province. They aren't the Saber Spirit country. The Saber Spirit country has gone too far this time, so I won't let them off. The imperial family of the Dark Soldier country is different from the imperial family of the Saber Spirit country. If they surrender, then I can still give them the position of governor. After all, what I want is for the Soldier Spirit continent to stabilize as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, but you should also remember that if they resist, then don't be lenient. Just kill them. I'll say it again, our lives are the most valuable. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, all right, then go and prepare. 10 days later, we'll send troops to the Dark Soldier country. I don't think that the other countries would expect us to move so quickly. We'll take advantage of the time difference. The Dark Soldier city's king was sitting in his study with a worried expression. Sitting across from him were several people from the Dark Soldier country's royal family. Although Dark Soldier City was a small country, the royal family was still very united. The king looked at the people and said, everyone knows about the current situation, so I won't say anything more. I want to hear everyone's opinion on what to do next. One of the royal family members looked at the king and said, third brother, what do you mean? Didn't we already form an alliance with other countries? What else is there to say? The king looked at him and said, to be honest, although we have formed an alliance with other countries, I don't have much confidence. Don't you know about the Blade Spirit country? Didn't you see those big iron ships of the Lost Soul Empire? What do you think our chances of winning are? Upon hearing the king, the people went silent. They have seen the Lost Soul Empire's warships. The Lost Soul Empire's warships were parked at the border between the Dark Soldier country and the Dark Soldier country. These warships were used to pick up refugees. To be honest, when they saw the huge iron ships flying in the sky, they didn't have any courage to resist. And just like what the king said, they didn't have the confidence to win against the Lost Soul Empire. The king looked at them and said, moreover, I received news that when the Lost Soul Empire attacked the Blade Spirit country, the Sword Spirit country summoned the Hu clan's patriarch. We all know that the Lost Soul Empire's king is Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai is just the name he is using right now. His real name is Tian Cranegrass, a member of the Hu clan. I think everyone should know why the Sword Spirit country summoned the Hu clan's patriarch. But what about the Hu clan? The Sword Spirit country still hasn't made any moves against the Hu clan. Why do you think this is? Everyone was silent. They weren't fools, they were very clear about the reason. The Sword Spirit country was the most powerful country in the Weapon Spirit continent, and the Hu clan was related to Zhao Hai. If the Sword Spirit country really wanted to fight to the death with Zhao Hai, would they let the Hu clan go? Don't they know that if the Hu clan stayed in the Sword Spirit country, the Sword Spirit country would be in more danger? Obviously, this was impossible, so the Sword Spirit nation didn't make a move on the Hu clan. It was definitely not because of other reasons, but because they didn't want to offend Zhao Hai. If the Sword Spirit country was not afraid of Zhao Hai and wanted to fight to the death with Zhao Hai, why would they be afraid of offending Zhao Hai? Of course not. In other words, the Sword Spirit country did this because they did not want to fight to the death with Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was very aggressive. His goal was very clear, he wanted to unify the Soldier Spirit continent. This way, he would become the enemy of all the countries in the Soldier Spirit continent. The Sword Spirit country didn't want to offend this enemy at this time. The reason why they did this was very clear. The king looked at them and said, our Dark Soldier country is the smallest country in the Weapon Spirit continent. We are very clear about the current situation in the Dark Soldier country. To be honest, if Zhao Hai attacks at this time, I'm afraid that we won't even have the chance to resist. The other countries are also in a mess, they don't have the time to care about us. If Zhao Hai really attacks us one day, what should we do? Everyone was silent. After some time, one of them said, third brother, what do you want to do? The group looked at the king, they wanted to hear what he had to say. The king looked at them and said, "We'll contact Zhao Hai and try to get in touch with him. We'll see what Zhao Hai wants. Even if we can't make him change his mind, we should at least have some relationship with him. If he really wants to deal with us in the future, he won't be so ruthless." The group didn't say anything. They didn't think that the king would say something like this. Although these words sounded depressing, they knew that it was the truth. The king looked at them and said, "It's not just us, the entire weapon spirit continent is panicking. After all, Zhao Hai isn't the destroyer. The destroyer can destroy everything and kill everyone. However, Zhao Hai can't do that. This will reduce the people's will to resist. It's impossible for the people of the weapon spirit continent to deal with Zhao Hai like how they dealt with the destroyer. Because of this, our chances of winning against Zhao Hai aren't very high. We might as well try to get in touch with Zhao Hai." The group sighed. Their movements were very orderly. After sighing, they stared for a moment. Then they looked at the others and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The reason why they smiled bitterly was because the king was right. They had no way to refute him, so they could only accept their fate. To be honest, a few months ago, they didn't think that they would have such a day. At that time, they were still thinking about how to get a piece of meat from the Blade Spirit country. The king looked at them and said, "In the entire Dark Soldier country, the only people I can trust are you. We are different from the others. Although the others are also members of the Dark Soldier country, they aren't part of the Imperial family. They can surrender to Zhao Hai. As long as they can gain Zhao Hai's favor, their status wouldn't be lower than it is now. But we are different, we are the Imperial family. If Zhao Hai wants to take over the Dark Soldier country, then we will be the first to be eliminated. So we have to do something." The group nodded. Then the king said, "All right, you can go back. Do as we said before." The group nodded before they turned around and left. The king looked at their backs and couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't have any other choice. If he didn't, then he wouldn't have said what he said today. The key point was that Zhao Hai was giving him too much pressure. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Zhao Hai in this situation. Because of this, he could only do this. The next morning, the king was still sleeping when he suddenly heard a commotion. He couldn't help but frown. Then he opened his eyes and said, "What happened outside?" The eunuch on duty said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. We are surrounded." The king sat up and said, "Come in and talk. What do you think? What are you surrounded?" A eunuch rolled and crawled inside. Then he plopped down on his knees and said, "Your Majesty, we are surrounded. We are surrounded by warships. You can go outside and take a look." The king stared, then his expression changed. He suddenly jumped from his bed to the ground. He didn't even have time to wear his shoes or clothes before he ran outside the room. Outside the room, the king's expression changed. This was because he discovered that they were really surrounded. Countless warships were hovering above the imperial palace. It wasn't just the imperial palace, the entire capital city was surrounded. The king's expression was very ugly. At this time, the eunuch ran over and said, "Your Majesty, you haven't changed your clothes yet." The eunuch was scared silly before, but now he reacted. For a person like him, the emperor was his everything, so he had to think about everything for the emperor. The king nodded. Then he returned to his room with an ugly expression and put on his clothes. He knew that he couldn't appear weak at this time. Even if he died, he was still the Dark Soldier Kingdom's king. After the king put on his clothes, he went to the great hall of the imperial palace and said, "Sound the court drum. Summon all the ministers." Although the eunuch was afraid, he still loudly said, "His Majesty has spoken. Sound the court drum." Normally, the court drum wouldn't be rung. This was because the ministers had a fixed time to attend court. Generally, there would be a big court session every 7 days and a small court session every 3 days. Therefore, the court drum didn't need to be rung. Unless the king encountered an important matter and needed to summon the ministers, then the court drum would be rung. Once the court drum was rung, the ministers must rush to the great hall of the imperial palace within half an hour. If they didn't arrive, then they would be heavily punished or even executed. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the court drum spread throughout the capital city. The panicking people in the capital city seemed to have found their backbone. Although they didn't know what was going on, the capital city didn't become chaotic. When the Dark Soldier Kingdom's ministers heard the drum, they immediately rushed to the imperial palace. They also wanted to know what to do in this situation. In less than half an hour, all the ministers arrived at the great hall of the imperial palace. The king looked at the ministers and said, "The Lost Soul Empire's army is approaching. I don't need to say anything. Everyone should know what's going on. General Deng, listen to my order. From now on, lock down all the gates of the capital city. Without my order, no one is allowed to leave the capital city. Otherwise, those who commit treason will be punished." A general stepped out and nodded. Then he returned to the group of ministers. The king looked at everyone and said, "Scholar Chen, you represent me in contacting the Lost Soul Empire. Ask them what they want to do." A very old official walked out of the ranks and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." This old official will go now. The king nodded. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a voice, "The Lost Soul Empire's special envoy, Wen Wenhai, requests an audience with the Dark Soldier Kingdom's His Majesty." When the king heard this voice, he was slightly surprised. Then he immediately said, "Come in." Then he sat up straight and looked at the entrance of the great hall. Sure enough, after he spoke, two people appeared at the entrance of the great hall. Then they calmly walked in. After the two entered the great hall, they cupped their fists and said, "The Lost Soul Empire's special envoy, Wen Wenhai and Long Tianlin, greet Your Majesty. The two of us are here on the orders of the Lost Soul Empire's emperor. We came here suddenly, we hope Your Majesty will forgive us." The king coldly looked at Wen Wenhai and Long Tianlin. When he saw Wen Wenhai, the king's eyes couldn't help but shrink. He was also an expert. Although he hadn't reached the Breaking River level, he was still a Sky Dance level expert. Therefore, he was able to see that Wen Wenhai was a Breaking River level expert. He couldn't help but be startled. Then the king carefully looked at Long Tianlin. When he saw Long Tianlin, he couldn't help but be startled. Although Long Tianlin was a Sky Dance expert, he wasn't as strong as Wen Wenhai. However, his aura was very strong. In terms of aura, he wasn't any worse than the king. One could see at a glance that he was a person of high status. Such a person was definitely a dragon among men. The king didn't think that he would become an envoy of Zhao Hai. The king calmed himself down. Then he looked at the two and said, "My Dark Soldier Kingdom and the Lost Soul Empire don't have any grudges. I don't know why you came here today." Wen Wenhai looked at the king and smiled. He said in a deep voice, "I'm here to persuade you to surrender." Wang. As soon as Wen Wenhai's words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Wen Wenhai and Long Tianlin. There were some who were shocked, some who were curious, some who were meaningful, some who were angry, and some who were afraid. Wen Wenhai looked at them and then turned to look at the king. He did not speak, obviously waiting for the king to speak. The king also looked at Wen Wenhai and did not say a word. At this time, the people in the hall also felt the heavy atmosphere. They also slowly closed their mouths and looked at the king and Wen Wenhai. They wanted to know how the king would answer Wen Wenhai. The king looked at Wen Wenhai and said in a deep voice, "Persuade us to surrender? What makes you think that we will surrender?" Wen Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Based on your own strength, based on the fact that Your Majesty is a smart person." The king looked at Wen Wenhai and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think that I will surrender? Are you so sure? What if I don't surrender? Will you attack?" Wen Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Obviously, we will. Of course, we will attack. We are not here to scare people. Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell Your Majesty that our Mihun Empire came to the Weapon Spirit Continent for only one purpose, to unify the entire Weapon Spirit Continent. No one can stop our king's goal. If the Dark Soldier country does not surrender, then we can only attack. So, whether you fight or surrender, Your Majesty will decide." After saying that, he looked at the king and his aura rose. The king looked at Wen Wenhai like an eagle and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that you will win? My Dark Soldier country is not to be trifled with. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you that the various countries in the Weapon Spirit continent have already united. If you attack me at this time, then the other countries will definitely attack you. Aren't you afraid? Ha 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 ha. When Wenhai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Then, he looked at the king and said in a deep voice, "Afraid? Your Majesty, are you joking? Think about our bewildering soul empire. We started from an inconspicuous small city and fought countless battles to unify the spirit weapon world. After that, we fought with the people from the upper realm 3 times and forced them to retreat. Then, we went to the secret realm and defeated the monsters there. After that, we went to the mutant continent. In just a few months, the entire mutant continent surrendered. Now, His Majesty is saying that the spirit weapon world can stop us. On what basis? Just by relying on the river-breaking experts of the soldier spirit continent? Those people want to attack us? Well, let's wait and see. Your Majesty, are you trying to say that those people won't attack us, but will attack Horizontal Blade City? Ha ha ha, if they really go, I guarantee that they won't be able to return. Your Majesty, you might not know this, but when we attacked Horizontal Blade City, the Blade Spirit Nation used the Blood Blade troops. The Ghost Blade troops were sacrificed by the people of Horizontal Blade City. Even so, they couldn't defeat us. Now, Your Majesty, what makes you think you can defeat us? Even if you have the same kind of troops as the Ghost Blade troops, our bewildering soul empire has nothing to fear. The king was silent, the entire hall was silent. Their understanding of the bewildering soul empire was still too little. Therefore, they didn't know what was going on with the bewildering soul empire. They were just very surprised that the bewildering soul empire was established after many battles. Moreover, it only took a few months for them to unify the mutant continent. As for what Wenhai said about defeating the people from the upper realm 3 times, defeating the monsters in the secret realm, and defeating the monsters, although the king heard it, he didn't understand what it meant. However, he thought that it should be something to brag about. It's just that they didn't know about it. Although there were some things that the king didn't understand, when Wenhai's last words were clearly heard by the king. The Blade Spirit Nation's Ghost Blade troops. The Ghost Blade troops were one of the most terrifying troops in the entire Weapon Spirit continent. Before going to war, they must use the blood of living people as sacrifices. Moreover, these soldiers would become incomparably powerful. However, these soldiers wouldn't be able to survive for long. However, these soldiers would charge without any regard for their lives. It can be said that in the entire Weapon Spirit continent, there was no army that could block the charge of the Ghost Blade troops. But now, when Wenhai said that when they attacked Horizontal Blade City, they encountered the Blade Spirit Nation's Ghost Blade troops. Was this true or false? If they really encountered the Ghost Blade troops, then how could they defeat them? Moreover, they used the blood of a city's people as sacrifices for the Ghost Blade troops. This was even more impossible. However, if you say that it was impossible, then that wouldn't be right. If it was impossible, then where did Wenhai hear about the Ghost Blade troops? When the Blade Spirit Nation was about to perish, they had already used the Ghost Blade troops to turn everyone in the nation into refugees. How could they not use the Ghost Blade troops? No one would believe it. Moreover, with the temperament of the Blade Spirit Nation's king, how could he not use the Ghost Blade troops? The king of the Blade Spirit Nation must have used the Ghost Blade troops. The Dark Soldier King quickly confirmed this point. He didn't need to listen to any information. In fact, he didn't have any information about this. This was because when Zhao Hai and the Dao clan were fighting, when Wenhai and the others surrounded them. Among the people who participated in the battle, besides Zhao Hai's people, none of the Blade Spirit Nation's people survived. Therefore, until now, the other nations of the Weapon Spirit continent didn't have any information about the Blade Spirit Nation using the Ghost Blade troops. However, the Dark Soldier King knew the king of the Blade Spirit Nation too well. He was very clear that the king of the Blade Spirit Nation was just a puppet. He didn't care about anything at all. The real king of the Blade Spirit Nation was actually Dao Beiying. Some people even said that the king of the Blade Spirit Nation was actually an idiot. It was just that it wasn't obvious. He looked like a normal person, but he only listened to one person. He would do whatever that person told him to do, and that person was Dao Baixiong. the Dark Soldier King also knew a little about Dao Baixiong. He was very clear about how Dao Baixiong fell in the past. He also knew what kind of person Dao Baixiong was. What happened in the Blade Spirit Nation was indeed something that only people like Dao Baixiong could do. With Dao Baixiong's character, how could he not use the Ghost Blade troops? He used the Ghost Blade troops, but now, the Blade Spirit Nation still belonged to Zhao Hai. Moreover, no one from the Dao clan survived. Wasn't this enough to prove that Wen Wenhai's words were true? The Dark Soldier King looked at Wen Wenhai and said in a deep voice, "I want to know, if we really surrender, how will you arrange for our Guan clan?" Wen Wenhai looked at the Dark Soldier King and said in a deep voice, "My Mihan Empire has conquered countless city-states and empires. All the conquered city-states and empires have a unified arrangement. First, the Dark Soldier Kingdom will change its name to the Mihan Empire's Dark Soldier Province. Second, the Guan clan will always be the governor of the Dark Soldier Province and will be in charge of all the affairs of the Dark Soldier Province. This plan can be implemented for 5 generations. If the Guan clan members perform well after 5 generations, they can continue to serve as the governor. If they don't perform well, the next governor will be elected, and the Guan clan members will only hold the position of honorary governor and will not be in charge of any affairs of the Dark Soldier Kingdom. Third, the Guan clan must hand over the military authority of the Dark Soldier Kingdom. All the troops of the Mihan Empire can only be commanded by His Majesty, and no one else can command them. Fourth, the Dark Soldier Kingdom will implement all the decrees of the Mihan Empire. The Dark Soldier Kingdom must establish a parliament and work together with the governor to handle the affairs of the Dark Soldier Kingdom. Of course, everything will be decided by the governor. The Dark Soldier Emperor and the people in the hall were stunned as they listened to Wen Wenhai's words. They were a little surprised. In the Dark Soldier Emperor's opinion, if they surrendered, it would already be good enough for them to be a rich man. If Zhao Hai didn't find a reason to kill him, then he would already be a merciful lord. How could he let him be an official, let alone a governor? He already understood Wen Wenhai's meaning. This governor was a bit like the prime minister of the Dark Soldier Empire. He didn't have military power, but he could handle government affairs. The other people in the hall also didn't expect this. They all stared blankly at Wen Wenhai, thinking that they were hallucinating. The Dark Soldier Emperor looked at Wen Wenhai. He swallowed his saliva and said in a deep voice, "How can you guarantee that the Lost Soul Empire will do what you said? What if you want to settle the score in the future?" Wen Wenhai said in a deep voice, "That's absolutely impossible. Because these things are written in the constitution of the Lost Soul Empire. Everyone in the Lost Soul Empire must respect the constitution. Other than His Majesty, the monarch of the Lost Soul Empire cannot violate the constitution. Otherwise, the parliament will impeach him or even remove him from office." Wang. The hall suddenly became chaotic. They haven't heard of these two things. Removing the monarch? Isn't this a rebellion? Who has the guts to do this? Wen Wenhai looked at the Dark Soldier Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Emperor, there's no need to be surprised. His Majesty has no children, so in the future, when His Majesty is no longer the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire, the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire will be selected from the various governors. The method of selection is through voting. Therefore, any governor of a state can become the Emperor of the Lost Soul Empire. However, becoming the Emperor doesn't necessarily mean that he can do whatever he wants, because in the future, the power of the Emperor will be greatly limited. As for the current Emperor, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm laughing at you, but no one can rebel against the current Emperor." The Dark Soldier Emperor was silent. To be honest, he was tempted. If what Wen Wenhai said was true, then he wouldn't mind surrendering. If he manages it well, then he might become the monarch of the Lost Soul Empire in the future. This would be great. However, this matter couldn't be said out loud right now. Moreover, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make the decision by himself. After thinking about this, Dark Soldier Emperor looked at Wen Wenhai and said, "Mr. Wen, surrendering to the Lost Soul Empire is a big matter. I can't make this decision alone. Can Mr. Wen give us some time to discuss this matter?" The Dark Soldier Emperor's tone changed. He started to call Wen Wenhai Mr. Wen. He was very polite. This was a sign that he was going to give in. Wen Wenhai said, "All right, His Majesty has 3 days to think about it. Our fleet will not attack for 3 days. After 3 days, if His Majesty doesn't give us any news, then it means that His Majesty has not surrendered. We will immediately attack. Farewell." Then he cupped his fist towards the Dark Soldier Emperor and led Long Tianlin outside. The Dark Soldier Emperor looked at Wen Hai and Long Tianlin as they left. He didn't have any intention to stop them. Let's not talk about whether they could stop them or not. Even if they could stop them, it would be meaningless. Not only would it not make the other party feel any fear, it would also arouse the other party's killing intent. It was precisely because of this that the Dark Soldier Emperor allowed the two to leave. After the two left, the hall became silent. No one spoke, they didn't know what to say. Dark Soldier Emperor looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, what do you think we should do now?" Dark Soldier Emperor looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, what do you think we should do now?" A minister walked out of the crowd and cupped his fist towards Dark Soldier Emperor. "Your Majesty, this minister thinks that we should find a way to send the Crown Prince out of the city and then fight them to the death." Dark Soldier Emperor looked at him and said, "Tell me, why should I fight them to the death? The conditions offered by the Lost Soul Empire are very good. If we don't fight them to the death, then they might not do anything to us. But if we fight, then we can only fight to the death. Do you think we can defeat them now?" That minister said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, before we surrender, the Lost Soul Empire will naturally give us a lot of benefits, but once we surrender, we will lose our military power and we will no longer be a threat to them." "Good, then we will be like fish on a chopping block, waiting for them to slaughter us. After we surrender, we may become rich men and live a safe life. If your Majesty surrenders, I think the Lost Soul Empire will not let your Majesty off." "This minister thinks otherwise." Another minister walked out of the crowd. This minister looked quite old. He had wrinkles all over his face and looked very serious. He cupped his fist towards Dark Soldier Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, this old minister thinks otherwise." Clearly, Dark Soldier King respected this old man very much. He said solemnly, "Master Wu, please enlighten us." The old man nodded, then he said, "Your Majesty's words are reasonable. Let's not talk about whether or not we can defeat the Lost Soul Empire. This old minister can at least confirm 2 things. First, the Lost Soul Empire's fighting strength is very strong. What kind of person is the current ruler of the Blade Spirit Nation? I don't think this old minister needs to explain. Before when Wen Hai said that the ruler of the Blade Spirit Nation used the demonic blade soldiers, I think this must be true. The demonic blade soldiers are very strong, even the demonic blade soldiers aren't their opponents. Secondly, they have shown enough sincerity. Everyone only saw them sending people to persuade us to surrender, but they didn't pay attention to another thing. That is, when did they arrive above the capital and when did they surround the imperial palace? At this point, the old man paused for a moment. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "We don't lack experts here, but none of us noticed any movements last night, and none of us felt that we were surrounded. In other words, they had surrounded us last night. Everyone, if they had attacked while we were sleeping, how many of you would have survived?" The old man's voice was filled with excitement. "Everyone, if they had attacked while we were sleeping, how many of you would have survived?" Upon hearing the old man's words, the people in the hall stared. They were only paying attention to what was happening in front of them, but they forgot about what happened last night. The old man was right, if the enemy really attacked last night, then it would be hard to say how many of them would survive. One must know that the enemy's warship was so big, it was impossible for them to not have any long-range attacks. Moreover, they were sleeping soundly, so they didn't have any room to resist. The old man looked at them for a moment, then he turned to the king and said, "There's one more thing, Your Majesty. Besides the Saber Spirit country, we are the Lost Soul Empire's first target. From the fact that they sent people to persuade us to surrender, it can be seen that they don't want to start a war. If we surrender, then we can resolve this matter peacefully." This old man heard that the Lost Soul Empire takes good care of the common people. If this isn't just for show, then it means that they are very good to the common people. If a war starts, then countless common people will be killed and injured. This is something that they don't want to see. The old man paused for a moment to catch his breath, Then he continued, the reason why the Saber Spirit country was mercilessly destroyed by the Lost Soul Empire has a lot to do with their attitude towards the common people. Naturally, it's also possible that the Saber Spirit country's attitude towards the Hu family made Zhao Hai want to kill us. On the other hand, our Dark Soldier country has no conflict with the Hu family, and we also treat the common people well. I think that Zhao Hai won't really want to kill us. Another important point is that if we surrender, then we will be the first to do so. Then the other rulers will look at them and see how they treat us. If they treat us very well, then the other kingdoms will also surrender. If they really get rid of us after we've outlived our usefulness, then the other kingdoms will certainly fight them to the death. Therefore, surrendering to them now is the safest thing to do. It's the best opportunity to protect His Majesty and the Dark Soldier country. Everyone in the hall fell silent. They were all thinking about the old man's words. The minister who had stepped forward to fight to the death looked at the old man and said, Master Guan, this disciple still doesn't understand. Master Guan, if they really unify the Soldier Spirit continent and come to settle the score with His Majesty, what should we do at that time? The old man looked at the minister and said, settle accounts with His Majesty? Did you forget what Wen Wenhai said before? He said that as long as Zhao Hai is alive, nobody would be able to rebel. It can be seen that Zhao Hai is very confident in himself. Even the other people of the Lost Soul Empire are confident in Zhao Hai. Moreover, when Wen Hai said that the emperor would be elected, that he would be guaranteed 5 generations of inheritance, and that he would also be appointed as a counselor. Although this would greatly reduce His Majesty's power, it also made it clear that their conditions are good, but also not good. When the time comes, they would certainly send someone to become a counselor to restrict His Majesty's power. What he said made me feel relieved, because this means that they aren't worried about His Majesty rebelling. Let me ask you, His Majesty doesn't have military power, he doesn't have complete control over government affairs. His Majesty simply doesn't have any possibility of rebelling, so why would they still want to deal with His Majesty? Silence, the hall was once again filled with silence. To be able to climb to this position, none of the ministers were fools. They knew that what the old man said was right. A person who posed no threat to them, as a leader, would you go and deal with him? The answer was no, because no ruler would be bored enough to do such a thing. The Dark Soldier Emperor was also silent. After some time, he looked up at the old man and said, according to Master Guan, I should surrender? The old man replied, this is what this old minister means. The Lost Soul Empire could have destroyed us, but they didn't. Instead, they sent people to persuade us to surrender. This shows their sincerity. Moreover, Your Majesty, please forgive this old minister for speaking bluntly. With the strength of the Dark Soldier Empire, it's impossible to resist them. Even if Your Majesty sends the Crown Prince out of the city, as long as Zhao Hai and the others take the capital, the Crown Prince wouldn't be safe. After the Crown Prince leaves the city, who can guarantee his safety? If Your Majesty were to have an accident, who can guarantee that the generals would still be loyal to the Dark Soldier Empire? If they want to surrender, then the Crown Prince would be in even more danger. Even if they are loyal to the Dark Soldier Empire, it's impossible for the Dark Soldier Empire to deal with them. Even if the Dark Soldier Empire were to help, it's clear from Wen Wenhai's words that they were already prepared. Moreover, we have underestimated the speed of their warships. Yesterday, we didn't receive any information about their warships. But this morning, they had already surrounded us. It can be seen that their warships are very fast. The Dark Soldier Emperor sighed, then he turned to the others and said, do you have anything else to say? The Lost Soul Empire's fleet gave them a lot of pressure. Just like what Dark Soldier Imperial Lord thought, the Lost Soul Empire wasn't a destroyer. The destroyer wanted to destroy everything. They would kill anyone they saw, not giving anyone a chance to live. Because of this, people would desperately resist. They knew that if they didn't resist, they would die. If they resisted, they might as well resist. Because of this, there were only 2 paths left for them. Even if they wanted to surrender, there was no place for them to go. The destroyer wouldn't accept anyone's surrender. However, it was different when facing the Lost Soul Empire. The people of the Lost Soul Empire were also people like them. Moreover, their king was Zhao Hai, a person that they had heard of before. This made the hearts of the people of the Lost Soul Empire lower. Moreover, Xiaohai was very good to the ordinary people. Therefore, the ordinary people wouldn't resist him. The Dark Soldier Empire had lost their biggest support. At this time, if they still resist, then it would be no different than courting death. Thinking of this, Dark Soldier Monarch let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, "Then it's decided. Master Guan, please speak on behalf of this emperor and tell the people of the Lost Soul Empire that this emperor surrenders." The old man cupped his fist and said, "Yes, this old minister will go. Your Majesty, although you have surrendered, you still saved countless people of the Dark Soldier Empire. Your merit will last for 1,000 years." The Dark Soldier Emperor smiled bitterly, then he waved his hand and said, "This emperor doesn't want to take credit for 1,000 years. I only hope that when I see my Guan family's ancestors, I won't be scolded to death." Nobody spoke. They knew how the Dark Soldier Emperor felt. Although the Dark Soldier Emperor said that he had no choice but to surrender for the greater good, in any case, the Dark Soldier Empire still fell in his hands. It was normal for him to feel sorry for his ancestors. Master Guan didn't say anything. He cupped his fist towards the Dark Soldier Emperor and then turned around to leave. This Master Guan's surname was Guan, but he didn't have any relationship with the imperial clan. The reason why people called him Master Guan was because he was the Dark Soldier Emperor's teacher. He was a very knowledgeable old man. In the Dark Soldier Empire, his status was very high. At this time, when Wen Hai was standing on the warship, Long Tianlin was standing next to him. He looked at the capital below and said, "Brother Wen, do you think they will surrender?" When Wen Hai smiled and said, "If it were me, I would certainly surrender. Right now, we have a knife on their neck. Even if they don't want to surrender, they won't be able to resist. But if they really resist, then I won't be polite and just kill them." "What's wrong, Tianlin? Is this your first time seeing this? Don't you find it interesting?" Long Tianlin rolled his eyes and said, "Don't look down on people. Although it's my first time seeing this, I'm not silent. I don't understand why His Majesty wants me to come. I've always been in the logistics department." When Wen Hai looked at Long Tianlin meaningfully and said, "Do you have to stay in the logistics department? You're the chief steward of our entire Lost Soul Empire. If you haven't even been on the battlefield before, then you're not qualified to be the head of the logistics department. That's why His Majesty sent you here." Long Tianlin sighed and said, "To be honest, this is the first time I'm supervising a battlefield. Especially when I'm commanding a warship. I'm really nervous." When Wen Hai smiled and said, "You'll slowly get used to it. His Majesty's expectations for you are very high. You're smart and capable. His Majesty wants to train you. Otherwise, do you think you can go to the battlefield?" How many generals of the Lost Soul Empire went to His Majesty's side just to go to the battlefield? You're still not satisfied. Who said that I'm not satisfied? I'm very satisfied. I just didn't expect His Majesty to treat me like this. How can I not repay His Majesty's kindness? I, Long Tianlin, am not a fool. I understand His Majesty's intentions. But Brother Wen, I really didn't want to come here. If His Majesty is still on the throne, then I'd rather be a rich man. His Majesty's path isn't here. For His Majesty, the Lost Soul Empire and the Hu clan are just a burden to him. It's precisely because of this that His Majesty won't always be on the throne. For His Majesty, the throne isn't attractive to him. I know. To be honest, after knowing about the existence of the upper realm, the throne has lost its attraction to me. As a cultivator, if you can go one step further and pursue the path of immortality, then what's the point of being a king? I believe that if a cultivator has to choose between the throne and the path of immortality, then I'm afraid that no one would choose the throne. Compared to the path of immortality, the throne has no meaning. Not necessarily, but it's good that you think this way. This also proves that His Majesty didn't choose the wrong person. Long Tianlin sighed and said, "His Majesty is a genius. I can't compare to him. I just hope that in the future, I won't lose the opportunity of immortality because of this throne. This may be a test for you. His Majesty said that if you want to pursue the path of immortality, if you can't restrain all kinds of inner demons and experience all kinds of people in the world, how can you achieve the path of immortality? If you really lose the opportunity to pursue immortality because you sit on the throne, that is also your choice. You're right. If I can't even pass this test, then how can I pursue the path of immortality? Hey, someone's coming. It seems like they've made their decision. When Wenhai and Long Tianlin stood on the 100-beast warship, looking at the slowly approaching Master Guan. Although this old man was only one person, and he had just reached the Skydance realm, his body was full of vigor. His back was straight, and the wrinkles on his face made him look very serious. Before long, Guanxi landed on the 100-beast warship. He didn't look around, instead, he looked at Wen Wenhai and said, I'm Guan Yunpei from the Dark Soldier Empire. I represent the Dark Soldier Empire's emperor to ask Mr. Wen a question. Mr. Wen's previous conditions might be fulfilled, but what if you want to settle accounts afterwards? Wen Wenhai smiled and said, settle accounts afterwards? Do we need to do that? If we want to settle accounts afterwards, then we might as well attack directly. We don't want the innocent people to suffer because of this matter. This isn't the Empire's way of doing things. Old Mister can go back and tell the Dark Soldier Empire's emperor that the Empire's conditions won't change. Whether he agrees or not, the Empire's conditions will be there. Guan Yunpei looked at Wen Wenhai, then he nodded and said, all right, this old man believes you. This time, this old man came here on behalf of the Emperor to tell you that the Dark Soldier Empire has agreed to surrender. You can come down and talk. Wen Wenhai looked at Guan Yunpei for some time before he nodded. Then he laughed and said, all right, then we'll do as old Mister said. We'll immediately go down. Pass down the order, have the fleet withdraw from the capital, leaving only one ship here. Then he commanded the 100-beast warship to slowly descend. Before long, the 100-beast warship arrived above the imperial palace. When Wenhai and Long Tianlin came down from the warship and then followed Guan Yunpei to the Dark Soldier Empire's Great Hall. At this time, the Dark Soldier Empire's emperor didn't sit in his seat and wait for Wen Wenhai and the others. Instead, he stood in front of the Great Hall to welcome them. When the Dark Soldier Empire's emperor saw Wen Wenhai, he immediately cupped his fist and said, Mr. Wen, I represent the Dark Soldier Empire in surrendering to the Empire. Mr. Wen, please. Wen Wenhai nodded. However, he didn't enter the Great Hall. Instead, he took out a formation and activated it. Then he said, Your Majesty, the Dark Soldier Empire's emperor has formally surrendered. Zhao Hai's voice came from the formation, good, very good. Let me talk to the Dark Soldier Empire's emperor. When Wenhai nodded, then he took in front of the Dark Soldier Empire's emperor. The Dark Soldier King and the others had never seen such a mystical array before. They could actually speak directly to the other party. The Dark Soldier King said unnaturally, Your Majesty, I am Guan Lingshan of the Dark Soldier Kingdom. As the former king of the Dark Soldier Kingdom, I formally surrender to Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty can be magnanimous and treat the people of the Dark Soldier Kingdom well. There's no need to be so polite. We won't be family in the future. You'll have to take care of the Dark Soldier Empire's affairs first. Later on, someone will inform you about the Empire's rules. As long as you don't break the rules, then the Empire's laws will still apply to you. You need to take care of the people and cooperate with Wen Wenhai to stabilize the Dark Soldier Empire's situation. Later on, you'll be the governor of the Dark Soldier Province. When Guan Lingshan heard Zhao Hai, he quickly nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty's decree. He, there's no need to be so polite. Alright, everyone, go back to work. Remember my words, the most important thing is to stabilize the Dark Soldier country as soon as possible. Also, the Blade Spirit country is lacking people. The environment in the Dark Soldier country is not good. The environment in the Blade Spirit country is better. You can move some people from the Dark Soldier country to the Blade Spirit country. However, remember that they must be willing. Wen Wenhai also received the formation. Then he cupped his fist towards Guan Lingshan and said, Governor Guan, let's go in and discuss the Dark Soldier Province's matters. Guan Lingshan nodded, then he turned to Wen Wenhai and said, Mr. Wen, Mr. Long, please. Wen Wenhai smiled and said, You can call me Mr. Wen. But you should call him Minister Long. He's the head of the Empire's logistics department. When Guan Lingshan heard Wen Wenhai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Long Tianlin in surprise. Long Tianlin can be said to be the oldest among Zhao Hai's people. He was currently around 30 years old, still very young. Guan Lingshan didn't think that Long Tianlin's status would be this high. Long Tianlin smiled faintly at Guan Lingshan and said, "Governor Guan, I came this time to gain experience with the army. You don't have to worry about it. Let's go in and discuss." Guan Lingshan nodded, then he led the two into the Great Hall. After arriving at the Great Hall, Guan Lingshan didn't sit on the dragon throne. Instead, he stood in the Great Hall and said, "Mr. Wen, what do you think about the layout of the Great Hall?" Wen Wenhai smiled and said, "There's no need to do anything. But the dragon throne can no longer be used. Let's change the Great Hall into a conference room. Put some tables and chairs inside. In the future, everyone can use them separately. In the Empire, even if His Majesty wants to have a meeting with us, we still have to sit. Later on, I'll tell you about the rules of the Empire. But for now, I think we should discuss the matters of the Dark Soldier Province." Guan Lingshan nodded, then he looked at the dragon throne again. Then he turned his head and said, "Come, bring me the chair." Someone immediately responded and then went to bring the chair. Wen Wenhai didn't say anything. He believed that Guan Lingshan would slowly get used to his current role. This was because they weren't facing an ordinary person, but rather Zhao Hai. They could be considered as dragons in other places, but compared to Zhao Hai, they couldn't compare to Zhao Hai. The discussion went very smoothly. The reason why the Dark Soldier Province couldn't deal with the thieves before was because they didn't have enough food. Secondly, they didn't have enough troops. Even if they wanted to use force to deal with the thieves, they wouldn't be able to do so. This was because the Dark Soldier Province had a lot of mountains. If the thieves went into the mountains, it would be very difficult to find them. But now, it was different. With so many warships, even if the thieves went into a rat hole, they would still be able to dig them out. Moreover, the Lost Soul Empire didn't lack food. With food, they wouldn't need to worry about the thieves. As for the matter of moving people to the Saber Spirit Nation, this wasn't a problem. This was because many of the thieves in the Dark Soldier Kingdom were actually from the Saber Spirit Nation. They were worried about the Lost Soul Empire, so they didn't go back. Now that the Lost Soul Empire has reached this point, they had no choice but to go back. Moreover, just as Zhao Hai said, the environment in the Dark Soldier Kingdom couldn't be compared to the Saber Spirit Nation. The Saber Spirit Nation had a lot of arable land, and the people there lived a good life. If it weren't for the Saber clan, the Saber Spirit Nation wouldn't have become like this. However, the Dark Soldier Kingdom was different. There were a lot of mountains here, and there was very little arable land. The people were always worried about having enough to eat. If they could move to a better place, then they would certainly be willing. After the matter was discussed, Wen Wenhai and the others immediately took action. After that, a large number of management personnel joined the Dark Soldier Kingdom. The Dark Soldier Kingdom was officially incorporated into the Lost Soul Empire. This news spread throughout the Weapon Spirit continent in the shortest time possible. The other countries of the continent were in an uproar at first, but then they all became silent. They all quietly looked at the Dark Soldier Kingdom. They wanted to see what would happen to Guan Lingshan after the surrender. Nobody was a fool. The strength of Zhao Hai and the others wasn't unknown to the monarchs of the Weapon Spirit continent. However, they were also afraid. After all, they were monarchs. After surrendering, their identities would be suspected. This was because they put themselves in the shoes of the monarchs. If it wasn't them surrendering, but another country surrendering to them, then how would they deal with the monarchs of that country? They didn't even want to think about it. The best way to deal with it was to kill the monarchs. This was also the result that they were most afraid of. If Zhao Hai really did this, then they would be finished. Therefore, they didn't surrender. They knew that Zhao Hai was very strong, and they knew that they weren't a match for Zhao Hai. However, they still didn't surrender. They wanted to force Zhao Hai to make a statement. It was also under this situation that they formed an alliance. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to make a move so quickly. Moreover, it only took a day for the Dark Soldier Kingdom to surrender. Although they cursed the Dark Soldier Kingdom behind their backs for not being able to hold on for a day, they also understood that surrendering was the only way for the Dark Soldier Kingdom to survive under siege. However, the Dark Soldier Kingdom's surrender wasn't a bad thing. At the very least, it wasn't a bad thing for the monarchs of other countries. This was because they could see how Zhao Hai would deal with Guanlingshan. Naturally, they also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything to Guanlingshan. Even if he wanted to do something to Guanlingshan, he wouldn't do it at this time. This was because Zhao Hai needed a horse bone. Although they knew that this was the case, they still wanted to see it. This was also a way to comfort themselves. This was because they couldn't think of any other way. They weren't facing a rebel leader, they were facing a ferocious dragon. This dragon's strength was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly. However, while they were still watching, another news came. The various tribes of the Great Desert had already sent people to the Blade Spirit Country. They wanted to collectively surrender to the Blade Spirit Country. This news shocked the Soldier Spirit continent, but it quickly calmed down. This was because people weren't surprised. Although the tribes of the Great Desert had returned to the prairie, Zhao Hai's prestige was still very high. It was Zhao Hai who turned the Great Desert into the prairie. Now, the legends of Zhao Hai were still circulating in the Great Desert. In this case, Zhao Hai appeared in such a powerful manner. It would be strange if the tribes of the Great Desert didn't surrender. In fact, not only the tribes of the Great Desert, but the Wolf Spirit Country of the prairie had also sent people to discuss with Zhao Hai. They were also prepared to surrender. This wasn't because the Wolf Spirit Country didn't take responsibility, but because many people of the Wolf Spirit Country were very familiar with Zhao Hai. They didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Hai, so they simply surrendered. The surrender of the Great Desert was within the expectations of the other countries. Although the Great Desert was nominally under the control of the Wolf Soul Nation, it was still relatively independent due to its unique history. Therefore, it was normal for the Great Desert to surrender to Zhao Hai. However, the Wolf Soul Nation's surrender was beyond the expectations of the other countries. Although the Wolf Soul Nation had a good relationship with Zhao Hai, it wasn't to the point of surrendering to Zhao Hai. In their opinion, the Wolf Soul Nation's move was too sudden. However, the people of the Wolf Soul Nation didn't think so. The people of the Wolf Soul Nation understood Zhao Hai very well. When they dealt with the destroyer, the Wolf Soul Nation suffered a great loss. However, it also allowed the Wolf Soul Nation to unify. The only person who helped them in that battle was Zhao Hai. The Sword Soul Nation was the strongest nation at that time, but not only did they not help them, they even stabbed them in the back. Although the Wolf Soul Nation and the Sword Soul Nation were cooperating, there was no way for them to form an alliance. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai helped them. Although the Wolf Soul Nation became like that because of Zhao Hai, they were still enemies of Zhao Hai. But in this case, Zhao Hai didn't care about their past enmity and helped them. This made the people of the Wolf Soul Nation very grateful. Although the Wolf Soul Nation's strength had been restored, their feelings towards Zhao Hai hadn't changed. They were still grateful to Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai appeared with an invincible aura, the people of the Wolf Soul Nation discovered that they had no other choice but to surrender. If it was to deal with other countries, they might be able to use the terrain of the prairie to fight. However, against Zhao Hai, this trick was completely useless. Zhao Hai's flying ships were much faster than their horses. In this case, they had no chance of winning against Zhao Hai, so they might as well surrender. The people of the Wolf Soul Nation were different from the people of other nations. They weren't like the people of other nations, they didn't have so many twists and turns in their minds. For the people of the Wolf Soul Nation, 1 was 1, 2 was 2, a win was a win, a loss was a loss, a desperate fight was a desperate fight, and a surrender was a surrender. It was that simple. Since they wanted to surrender, then they didn't need to play any tricks and directly surrendered. Moreover, Zhao Hai actually used a day to make the Dark Soldier Nation surrender. The Wolf Soul Nation also saw that Zhao Hai's momentum had already been established. They couldn't stop him even if they wanted to, so they directly surrendered. Zhao Hai received the emissaries of the Great Desert and the Wolf Soul Nation and accepted their surrender. At the same time, he appointed the current Wolf King as the governor of the Wolf Province. However, he also separated the Great Desert and established a new state. He also appointed a new governor. Although the Great Desert was nominally part of the Wolf Soul Nation, the people of the Great Desert didn't think of themselves as part of the Wolf Soul Nation. In their opinion, the Great Desert was the Great Desert and the prairie was the prairie. Although the Great Desert was now a prairie, the Great Desert was still the Great Desert. There were a lot of things left behind by Zhao Hai. Even now, the tribes of the Great Desert still respected Zhao Hai as the ruler of the Great Desert. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Great Desert accepted Zhao Hai's surrender. In fact, the Great Desert wanted to surrender to Zhao Hai long ago. However, the tribes were afraid that the other side wouldn't surrender. If that happened, then they would be in danger. Therefore, after a period of probing and contact, they knew what the other party was thinking. In the end, they directly sent representatives to see Zhao Hai. During this period of time, Zhao Hai had already taken over the Saber Soul Nation and the Dark Soldier Nation. However, this made the people of the Great Desert even happier. Zhao Hai also agreed very quickly. The Great Desert was completely integrated into the Mihan Empire. Because of the Wolf Soul Nation and the Great Desert's integration, the Mihan Empire's territory in the Soldier Spirit continent had been connected. The northern part of the Great Desert was the desert, and the southern part of the Great Desert was the seaside. The area of the Mihan Empire was bigger than the Sword Soul Nation. However, in terms of population, the Mihan Empire couldn't compare to the Sword Soul Nation. This was because the Sword Soul Nation was located in the Central Plains and had a large population. Now, the population of the Mihan Empire wasn't that big. The Saber Soul Nation was affected by the Dao clan and lost a lot of people. Now, the population of the Mihan Empire was less than 10% of its original population. The Dark Soldier Nation wasn't a country with a large population. The prairie and the Great Desert also didn't have a large population. Therefore, even with so many places added together, the population of the Mihan Empire was still less than the Sword Soul Nation. Just as Zhao Hai was dealing with the matters of the Wolf Soul Nation and the Great Desert, another person came to contact Zhao Hai. This time, it was none other than the Gong Soul Nation. The Gong Soul Nation was considered one of the countries that Zhao Hai had more contact with. This was because when the descendants of the destroyer appeared, the Gong Soul Nation was the first to suffer. It was also because of Zhao Hai that the Gong Soul Nation's crisis was resolved. In the end, he even led people into the ice plains and fought a huge battle with the descendants of the destroyer. In the end, the descendants of the destroyer were wiped out. Of course, people might still think that it was an almighty who destroyed the camp of the descendants of the destroyer. This was because they would never think that it was Zhao Hai who did it. However, the relationship between the Gong Soul Nation and the Hu clan had always been very good. When the Saber Soul Nation wanted to deal with the Hu clan, the Gong Soul Nation had already wanted to pull the Hu clan to the Gong Soul Nation. However, it didn't matter where the Hu clan went back then. The Sword Soul Nation was indeed a better choice than the Gong Soul Nation. If the Hu clan went to the Sword Soul Nation, the people of the Saber Soul Nation were afraid of the Sword Soul Nation's strength and didn't dare to make a move against the Sword Soul Nation. However, if the Hu clan went to the Gong Soul Nation, the situation would be different. The Gong Soul Nation's strength could only be said to be on par with the Saber Soul Nation. It might even be inferior. If the Hu clan went to the Gong Soul Nation, the Dao clan might really dare to go to war with the Gong Soul Nation. This was because the people of the Dao clan were definitely in an abnormal state. They dared to chase the Hu clan away and offend the Plant Masters Union. They dared to kill Dao Beiying and Luing. They also offended the Craftsman Union. They had offended the two largest non-official organizations in the Weapon Spirit continent. How could they be normal? Not to mention the Saber Soul Nation, even the Sword Soul Nation wouldn't dare to offend these two clans easily. However, the Saber Soul Nation dared to do so. Wasn't this abnormal? It was precisely because of this that the Hu clan didn't go to the Gong Soul Nation but went to the Sword Soul Nation. However, the Sword Soul Nation and the Gong Soul Nation became enemies because of this. However, the relationship between the Gong Soul Nation and the Saber Soul Nation had never been severed. In fact, it was maintained very well. The Saber Soul Nation's actions were too sudden. It was so sudden that no one expected them to do this. The Gong Soul Nation also had a large influx of refugees. It was precisely because of this influx of refugees that the Gong Soul Nation had a headache dealing with these refugees. Zhao Hai's appearance in the Saber Soul Nation was just as sudden. It was as if he suddenly appeared in the Weapon Spirit continent. He appeared in a completely different manner in front of everyone. This caused all the nations in the Weapon Spirit continent to be unable to react in time. Subsequently, Zhao Hai began to sweep through the Saber Soul Nation. At this time everyone knew what Zhao Hai was going to do. Therefore, the Gong Soul Nation didn't look for Zhao Hai. They planned to wait and see what would happen. However, with the destruction of the Saber clan, the surrender of the Dark Soldier Nation, the Great Desert, and the Wolf Soul Nation successively surrendering, the Gong Soul Nation couldn't sit still. No matter what, the Gong clan and Zhao Hai had some friendship. Therefore, they sent people to test how Zhao Hai would treat them. Zhao Hai met with the Gong clan. The person who came was an old friend, Gong Ruoliai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't disrespect him. However, Zhao Hai didn't relax his conditions. Zhao Hai was very clear that although he had special privileges, these privileges couldn't be used indiscriminately. If this privilege was used indiscriminately, then it wouldn't be called a privilege anymore. It would be called power. Once this power became a habit, then the legal system he established would collapse. Therefore, Zhao Hai negotiated with the Gong clan the same conditions. He would give them the same treatment as Guan Lingshan. However, the Gong clan didn't care about this. They were very satisfied with this result. The Gong clan also saw how polite Zhao Hai was to the people who surrendered to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrendered just because of their friendship with Zhao Hai. After all, compared to their family's interests, their friendship with Zhao Hai could be put aside. They were a nation lord's family. They didn't only have to consider the family's interests, they also had to consider the country's interests. The matter of the Gonghan nation and Zhao Hai wasn't a secret realm. The other nations in the Soldier Spirit continent knew about it. However, they chose to remain silent. Although the Gonghan nation wanted to form an alliance with them, they couldn't interfere with the Gonghan nation's matters. Moreover, the Gonghan nation's choice wasn't wrong. Not to mention the Gonghan nation, even the other nations wanted to send people to contact Zhao Hai. One of the reasons why the Soldier Spirit continent hasn't formed an open alliance to resist the Lost Soul Empire was because they didn't have a leader. The Sword Spirit Nation was the strongest nation in the Soldier Spirit continent. Naturally, they should be the leader. However, the Sword Spirit Nation didn't do so. They kept silent, and to be honest, their silence was very intriguing. Moreover, Dugu Wushuang summoned Hu Chao. The Sword Spirit Nation's silence was even more obvious. Everyone knew that the Sword Spirit Nation didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very aggressive. He wanted to swallow the entire Soldier Spirit continent. If they didn't want to be enemies with Zhao Hai, they would have no other choice but to surrender to him. In other words, the Sword Spirit Nation had the intention of surrendering to the Lost Soul Empire from the very beginning. The monarchs of the other nations weren't fools. Aside from the madman Dao Baixiong, who didn't understand Dugu Wushuang's intention. Because of this, although the alliance was formed, no one really wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. Later on, when Zhao Hai accepted the surrender of the Dark Soldier Nation, Grand Desert, and Wolf Spirit Nation, the conditions that he offered moved the other nations. Zhao Hai's conditions were very good. Not only did he save their lives, he also gave them high positions and great authority. Surrendering wasn't impossible. Perhaps what the other nations in the Soldier Spirit continent lacked was an opportunity. They might still have some faith, so they didn't surrender. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long for them to surrender. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai placed an opportunity in front of these kings. This opportunity was very interesting. It was the Lion Soul Country's war. The Lion Soul Country's northern Grand Duke launched a war and defeated the Lion Soul Country's southern army in one fell swoop. The Lion Soul Country's great clans were also eliminated. Finally, the Lion Soul Country surrendered to Zhao Hai. The Lion Soul Country became the Lion Province of the Lost Soul Empire. The Lion Soul Country's northern Grand Duke directly became the Lion Province's governor. This news spread to the Soldier Spirit continent in the shortest time possible. The various kingdoms of the Soldier Spirit continent were stunned. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this fast. He managed to conquer the Lion Soul Country in one fell swoop. The Lion Soul Nation's fighting strength wasn't weak. Although there were still slaves in the Lion Soul Nation, it was precisely because of the existence of slaves that the army's fighting strength wasn't weak. This was because many of the soldiers there were slave owners. If they make contributions in battle, not only would they be rewarded with land, they would also be rewarded with slaves. For a soldier, this was very important. This was because once they have slaves, they can establish their own family, allowing their family to have no advantages for the rest of their lives. Because of this, many of the Lion Soul country's freedmen became soldiers. Moreover, when they fought, they were very brave. Because of this, the Lion Soul country's army was very strong. However, such an army was defeated. Moreover, it was defeated very quickly. The Lion Soul country's Northern Legion, under the cooperation of Zhao Hai's fleet, only took a few days to defeat the Lion Soul country's Southern Legion. Then the army went straight in and scattered the Lion Soul country's Southern Legion. After that, the army carried out a bloody cleanup of the Lion Soul country's southern clans. This cleanup was because the Lost Soul Empire didn't allow the existence of slaves. Unless you make all of the slaves free, otherwise, it would be a felony. The Lion Soul country's southern great clans thought that they would join forces to protest. They thought that the Lost Soul Empire would let them off because of their numbers. Unfortunately, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to ignore them. When they made a ruckus, the army immediately arrived and suppressed them, directly eliminating them. Tens of thousands of people were killed in this bloody purge. Heads were rolling on the Lion Soul Empire's side, and blood flowed like rivers. Everyone became well-behaved. Afterwards, the slaves regained their freedom, they were given their own land and property, they became free people. These slaves were very grateful to Zhao Hai, they were the most loyal people of the Lost Soul Empire. The atmosphere of the Lion Soul Empire changed, they were completely integrated into the Lost Soul Empire. This result was unexpected. When the news reached the Weapon Spirit continent, the various countries were in an uproar. This was because a month after they received the news of the war in the Lion Soul country, the Lion Soul country had already become a province of the Lost Soul Empire. This result was truly inconceivable. After learning about this matter, the various countries of the Spirit Weapon continent immediately responded. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. If Zhao Hai were to seize this opportunity and provoke a civil war, then Zhao Hai would intervene. At that time, they would be finished. Zhao Hai's expression changed. The first country to respond was the Gonghun country. After the Gonghun country contacted Zhao Hai, they agreed to Zhao Hai's conditions and unconditionally surrendered. With the surrender of the Gonghun nation, the other nations in the Soldier Spirit continent also knew that the situation had changed. At this time, the Lost Soul Empire's territory had already reached a third of the continent's size. And this didn't include the Lion Soul nation. If they don't surrender, then it would be too late. After the Gonghun country surrendered, another shocking news came, the Sword Spirit country also surrendered. For the people of the Weapon Spirit continent, this news was absolutely shocking. The Sword Spirit country was the strongest country in the continent. The reason why the other countries were hesitant to surrender was because of the Sword Spirit country. As long as the Sword Spirit country didn't surrender, then they would still have a chance. However, they didn't expect the Sword Spirit country to surrender before them. In fact, it wasn't the Duga family who contacted Zhao Hai about the Sword Spirit country's surrender. It was the Duga family who contacted Zhao Hai through the Hu family. This was because Duga Wushuang knew that there were 10,000 pairs of eyes watching the Duga family. If the Duga family contacted Zhao Hai, then the other countries would know about the Duga family's movements. In that case, the Duga family would lose the initiative. Since they decided to surrender, then they must look for a good opportunity. Moreover, they can't be the last to surrender. Otherwise, their position in Zhao Hai's heart would be completely different. However, Duga Wushuang also knew that as long as he sent people to contact Zhao Hai, then the other countries would immediately surrender to Zhao Hai. Because of this idea, Duga Wushuang contacted Zhao Hai through the Hu family. With the Hu family pulling strings, the Sword Spirit country was the first to surrender. Only after the Sword Spirit country announced this matter did the other countries know about it. With the Sword Spirit country's surrender, it can be said that the situation in the Weapon Spirit continent was set. The entire continent now belonged to Zhao Hai. The people of the other countries were now lining up to accept their surrender. However, Zhao Hai didn't do anything to these people just because they surrendered. He still used the same set of standards as before and didn't do anything to them. What Zhao Hai wanted was to follow the law. He didn't want to use his privileges as much as possible. Doing so would only bring negative effects. Because of this, the surrender of the other countries went very smoothly. With the surrender of the various countries, the people of the Lost Soul Empire became busy. This was because even if the countries surrendered, they still didn't know much about the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, they needed a large number of officials from the Lost Soul Empire to take care of this matter. They needed to help the countries adapt to the Lost Soul Empire. At this time, Zhao Hai has already fulfilled his original wish, which was to unify the entire Soul Realm. Although the Wenji continent wasn't completely under his control, nothing happened there. Moreover, the academies of the Wenji continent were very cooperative with the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, it was only a matter of time before the Wenji continent was incorporated into the Lost Soul Empire. The takeover of the Weapon Spirit continent went very smoothly. At the same time, the people of the Weapon Spirit continent also knew that the Hu family's real home was Demon Island. Moreover, the Hu family already had a large artifact. To be honest, when the people of the Weapon Spirit continent heard this news, they were very surprised. They didn't think that the Hu family would have such a trump card. At the same time, they also knew about the existence of the desert paradise. This made the people of the Weapon Spirit continent startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai had already conquered the desert of death. Later on, the various countries of the continent knew that all of this was arranged by Zhao Hai. This made them admire Zhao Hai even more. When Zhao Hai was arranging these things, they didn't notice it at all. At the same time, they were also glad that they didn't resist Zhao Hai. Otherwise, the cavalry that Zhao Hai placed in the desert of death would have attacked them. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were very calm. They were digesting the fruits of their victory. It can be said that Zhao Hai didn't think that the invasion of the Soul Realm would go so smoothly. The alien continent was quickly conquered, the Wenji continent surrendered, and the changes in the Weapon Spirit continent and the Saber Spirit nation were all taken advantage of by Zhao Hai. This allowed them to unify the Soul Realm in such a short time. With the unification of the Soul Realm and the reforms of the various countries, the good things of the Lost Soul Empire were finally taken out by Zhao Hai. Bread tree, noodle tree, bamboo rice, various vegetables, teleportation formations, various formations, battleships, sword boats, transport ships, and portable teleportation formations. The good things of the Lost Soul Empire appeared in the Soul Realm for the first time. When the people of the Weapon Spirit continent arrived at the alien continent through the teleportation formation, they were shocked. When the various formations entered their homes, the people of the Weapon Spirit continent saw for the first time how powerful formations were. In the past, most of the formations of the Lost Soul Empire were used for battle, but with the decrease in the intensity of the battles, the development of various formations inevitably stopped. Now, all kinds of civilian formations began to appear slowly. From the fire element formations used for cooking and heating, to the sea of light formation used for illumination, to the sound wave formation used for communication, all kinds of formations appeared in the daily life of the people of the Lost Soul Empire. This greatly increased the quality of life of the people of the Lost Soul Empire. In the second year of Zhao Hai's unification of the Soul Realm, the Lost Soul Empire's formation masters were finally able to use projection and sound formations to create a formation that allowed people to talk to each other. This formation was called a projection formation. Afterward, this formation entered the homes of thousands of families and became the most popular formation in the Lost Soul Empire. The appearance of this image array also stimulated people's pursuit of art. In the second year of the image array's appearance, an image recording array was invented. This image recording array could not only record a person's image, it could also record a person's voice. Moreover, the images it recorded were all three-dimensional. With the emergence of this formation, a kind of artistic description was born. This was called a movie. In the beginning, these movies recorded performances from various places. Some of these performances were juggling, some were operas. Then people would record these movies in the formation and sell them to others. This slowly turned into an industry. Zhao Hai didn't know about this at first. When he learned about this, the production of these movies had already reached a certain scale. Moreover, there were even actors who specialized in making movies for a living. This was really surprising. After Zhao Hai heard about this, he was silent for a while. He didn't think that people would be able to come up with something like this in such a short time. It seems like the establishment of a video network that can cover the entire Lost Soul Empire was inevitable. And although the establishment of this video network would be difficult, it shouldn't be too difficult. This was because they already had a formation that could cover the entire Lost Soul Empire, and that was the transmission formation. The transmission formation was used to transmit people and things through subspace. Naturally, it was impossible to transmit sound waves and images. However, Zhao Hai wanted to give it a try. This was because if they couldn't use the transmission formation to transmit sound and images, then the video network covering the entire Lost Soul Empire would be impossible. Because of this, Zhao Hai began to join the other formation masters and began to research this matter. First of all, they need to convert sound and image into energy. This energy can be transmitted directly and cover a certain range. Because of this, the first step was to convert sound and image into energy. Actually, this wasn't very difficult. Image was originally a projection formation's energy. This projection formation was based on an illusion formation. On the other hand, sound was also a type of energy. Not only can sound be transmitted, it can also be used to attack enemies. When they invented the projection formation, they already converted sound and image into energy. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were researching a signal converter. This kind of signal converter wasn't easy to make. This was because the image that needs to be transmitted through the converter would cover the entire Lost Soul Empire. This was a very difficult matter. The reason why Zhao Hai was so concerned about this matter was because he knew that this was a trend that no one could change. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to give it a push and see how far it would go. Although it seemed like Zhao Hai wasn't doing his job right now, he actually had another thing that he had been doing. However, there wasn't much progress on it, and that was the spatial channel. In the secret realm, one side was connected to the spirit weapon realm while the other side was connected to another plane. Zhao Hai and the others already knew about the channel that was connected to the secret realm. However, they weren't able to find the channel that was connected to the other plane. This was what Zhao Hai was concerned about. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't let go of this matter. He really wanted to find another spatial channel that was connected to the secret realm. In addition to this matter, there was another matter that Zhao Hai was very concerned about. This was the spirit weapon realm. In the spirit weapon realm, aside from the spirit weapon continent, almost all other places were surrounded by destruction power. Although the destruction power wasn't very pure, it was still destruction power. What surprised Zhao Hai was the source of this destruction power and whether there was something inside it. Zhao Hai was actually worried. This was because he had seen the destroyers. If the destroyers could survive in the destruction power, then would there be something inside the destruction power that surrounded the spirit weapon realm? If there was something like the destroyers, then it would be a huge threat to them. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't tell anyone about this. He only told the people of the Lost Soul Empire to look for it. He didn't tell them the reason behind it. Fortunately, Zhao Hai has always been a man of his word in the Lost Soul Empire. His prestige was unmatched. Therefore, no matter what he says, no one would oppose it. The Lost Soul Empire ushered in a relatively stable period of development. Although the people of the Lost Soul Empire were still making progress, the focus of their development had changed. Previously, the focus of the Lost Soul Empire's development had always been on the military, because at that time, they had a powerful enemy. They had always been worried that if they did not develop, then who knows when the Devil sect would attack and turn them back to their original state. But now that the matter of the Evil Spirit sect has been resolved, the Lost Soul Empire can develop with peace of mind. Without any threat, the focus of their development has changed. The focus of their development has changed from military to civilian. In fact, the development of the people of the Lost Soul Empire was very good. However, they were still focused on the military. In the past, formations were rarely used for household use. Most of them were used for military purposes. Even if there were some formations that could be used for household use, they were only invented in the process of military research. There weren't many formations that were invented for civilian use. But now, the Lost Soul Empire was using more and more formations for the people's livelihood. Although this was a good thing, Zhao Hai was still worried. He was worried that after a long time, the people of the Lost Soul Empire would become less and less focused on military affairs. If this goes on, then the Lost Soul Empire would be in trouble. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to go to the secret realm. He wanted to find a spatial passage that leads to another space. At the same time, he wanted to see what was inside the spirit weapon continent's destructive force. This was because he needed to find an enemy. Although Zhao Hai didn't say why he wanted to find a spatial passage that leads to another space, he also didn't say why he wanted to see what was inside the Soul Empire's destructive force. However, this matter still caused a big reaction in the Lost Soul Empire. The people of the Lost Soul Empire began to have a craze for exploration. The so-called exploration craze was actually very simple. There were people who specially searched for the spatial passageway that led to this space in the mystic realm. At the same time, there were also people who specially ran to the spirit weapon continent's destructive force to explore, just to see what was inside. Besides these two kinds of exploration, there was another kind of exploration that was relatively quiet. The method they used was very strange, and that was the use of transmission formations. Naturally, the transmission formations they used weren't ordinary transmission formations. Instead, they were more complex ones that could transmit people between spaces. After setting up this kind of transmission formation, they would change the coordinates of the transmission formation before activating it. Naturally, they would place an image formation inside the transmission formation. If the coordinates were successful, then the image formation would disappear. Then they would activate the transmission formation and see if the image formation would return. If it did, then they might be able to record where the image formation went. This method was very random. Moreover, it required a lot of time and a lot of money. This was because the coordinates you set might not exist at all. However, activating the formation required energy. Even if the energy used was an energy-gathering formation, it would still take time to recharge. Moreover, all the coordinates you used had to be recorded in order to avoid duplicate coordinates. This was a test of one's patience. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about this situation. He didn't have any intention of stopping them. This was because there was no need to stop them. This was also what he wanted to see. The formations that these people used couldn't directly send them to the immortal realm. This was because of the laws of the immortal realm. Therefore, even if they succeeded, they would only be sent to the same realm. Zhao Hai was confident that with the current strength of the Lost Soul Empire, they wouldn't need to fear anyone from the same realm. In the second year of Zhao Hai's conquest of the Lost Soul Empire, an expedition team in the Mystic Realm suddenly came back with news. They were on an island in the Mystic Realm. There was a big hole in the middle of the island. However, they couldn't see how deep the hole was. This was because although there was no water in the hole, it was still very deep. The deeper they went, the colder it got. Because of this, they couldn't reach the bottom of the hole. Therefore, they had to report this news. Zhao Hai received this news in his laboratory. At that time, he was studying the image network with some formations. Now, the Lost Soul Empire was on the right track. Not only did the Lost Soul Empire have a parliament, even the various states had their own parliaments. And the main purpose of these parliaments was to divide the power of the governors. Because of the existence of these parliaments, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the Lost Soul Empire rebelling. Moreover, rebelling in the Lost Soul Empire was tantamount to courting death. This was because the military power of the Lost Soul Empire was in Zhao Hai's hands. Any military officer who had a good relationship with a local government official would be guilty of a felony. The military didn't care about politics, and politics didn't care about the military. This was a complete separation of the military and politics. In addition to these, Zhao Hai's spies weren't to be trifled with. After Zhao Hai unified the Soul Realm, his spies discovered dozens of rebellious clans. And all of these clans were exterminated without exception. In the process of extermination, one couldn't find any problems because all of them had solid evidence. And these people's thoughts of rebelling were just wishful thinking. They still wanted to control some of the army and then rebel. But was the army of the Lost Soul Empire that easy to control? Although there was only one Legion commander in the army, and the Legion commander had the final say, there was also a clerk in the army. This clerk was different from the general clerk in the army. In the past, the soldier spirit continent also had a clerk. But this clerk was only responsible for writing information and taking notes. He didn't care about anything else. Zhao Hai's position as a clerk in the army wasn't small. Not only did he need to write information, he also needed to write orders, he also needed to calculate merits. He was also responsible for monitoring the Legion commander. When necessary, the clerk could directly report to the Legion commander. Of course, although the clerk had a lot of power, he couldn't just use his power to his advantage. He also couldn't command the army. He had some power to manage the lives of the soldiers, but when it comes to war, he could only listen to the Legion commander. To put it bluntly, this clerk was actually a political commissar. It's just that he changed his name. His power might be smaller than a political commissar, but it wasn't that small. Because of these preparations, although Zhao Hai didn't deal with the matters of the Lost Soul Empire, the empire was still running very well. This allowed Zhao Hai to have a lot of time to study the image network. While Zhao Hai was studying the image network, Safflower came to inform him that a strange place had been discovered in the secret realm. It might be a passage to the other world. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he immediately went out of the laboratory and returned to his study. Then he called Wen Hai over to his study. Wen Hai was the one who gave him the news. Wen Hai was now a Legion commander, but he was only a Legion commander in name. He was now a member of the Lost Soul Empire's Ministry of War. His authority wasn't small. Normally, he wouldn't be able to deliver this kind of news, but he still came. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and smiled. Wen Hai, how is it? Are you used to the Ministry of War? I heard that you don't stay in the Ministry of War all day long. Instead, you hide at home and cultivate. That's not good. Wen Hai smiled and said, come on, boss. It's not like you don't know my situation. How can I stay in the Ministry of War? Also, the Ministry of War isn't a big deal. General Xing and the others are enough. I don't need to go and cause trouble. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, I won't say anything about you. Why did you come here today? You didn't come here just to deliver a message, right? Tell me, why did you come here? When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, boss, you really understand me. When I heard this news, I inquired about it and then came to see you. Boss, can you let me take a look at this matter? It's not good for me to stay at home and cultivate every day. Recently, I felt like going out for a walk. Didn't I come across this matter? I want to take a look and see what's going on with the whole. When Zhao Hai heard Wen Hai, he nodded and said, so it's like this. Then you can go and see what's going on. It would be best if you can determine whether or not it's a spatial passage. But remember, even if you find out that it's a spatial passage, you shouldn't go there rashly. This is because nobody knows what's on the other side. Although you're a river-breaking expert, you're not invincible. Therefore, as long as you can determine whether or not it's a spatial passage, don't act rashly. If you can promise me this, then you can go. If you don't, then you should find another place to play as soon as possible. When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but be moved. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, yes, boss. Rest assured, I'll be careful. I'll only confirm whether it's a spatial passage or not. After that, I'll immediately return. I won't take any risks. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, then you can go. Wen Hai, the importance I place on this spatial passage has already exceeded your imagination, right? You don't know why I'm looking for the spatial passage? Then let me ask you, do you know what the Lost Soul Empire needs the most right now? When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment before he said, we need to develop faster. It would be best if we can catch up with the Sword Spirit Realm. At that time, people from the Lost Soul Empire would ascend to the Sword Spirit Realm. Then we can go there and fight. Because of this, we need to study formations, cultivation methods, and progress. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai, then he shook his head and said, no, what you just said isn't what the Lost Soul Empire needs. What the Lost Soul Empire needs the most right now is an enemy, a powerful enemy. Enemy? Wen Hai stared blankly, then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Why would the Lost Soul Empire need an enemy? Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and said, right, our Lost Soul Empire needs an enemy right now. Wen Hai, did you notice anything different about our Lost Soul Empire's formations in the past 2 years? Wen Hai stared for a moment, then he frowned and thought for a moment. Finally, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, different places? Boss, I really didn't find anything different. It seems like our spirit designs are still very useful and are developing very quickly. There's nothing wrong with it. Aren't you also researching spirit designs now? Zhao Hai replied, alright, then I'll tell you some data. You should know how different our formations are now. Before unifying the Soul Realm, our bewildering Soul Empire produced about 130 new formations every year. 70 of these formations were for military use, 30 of them could be used for both military and civilian use. Only 30 of these formations were for civilian use. And these 30 formations were only for civilian use. After unifying the Soul Realm, we produced about 200 new formations every year. Of these, 60 are for military use, 20 are for military use, and the rest are for civilian use. These civilian formations can't be used for military use. In other words, although our bewildering Soul Empire's formations have been developing rapidly in the past 2 years, the number of military formations has been decreasing while the number of civilian formations has been increasing. Do you know what this means? Wen Hai looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, this means that the development speed of our Lost Soul Empire is slowing down. Perhaps in everyone's eyes, creating 200 new arrays in a year is already a kind of progress, but Wen Hai, let me ask you, if our Lost Soul Empire really wants to develop, if we really want to deal with the evil spirit sect, what do we rely on? Do we rely on those civilian arrays? No, they had to rely on military formations. They had to rely on powerful military forces. Without powerful military forces, what was the point of using civilian formations? Once the enemy came, could they use fire formations to fight the enemy? Or could they use wind formations to fight the enemy? Therefore, our Lost Soul Empire's development speed has actually slowed down. Why did it slow down? There's only one answer, there's no enemy, so everyone slacked off. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at Wen Hai and said, when did our Lost Soul Empire develop the fastest? I can tell you with certainty that it was when we defeated the Holy Court and were waiting for the evil ghost sect's revenge. At that time, our Lost Soul Empire's development was the fastest. Then after we defeated the evil ghost sect, our development was also very fast. Then we defeated the evil ghost sect for the second time. At that time, although our development was slower than before, it wasn't slow because at that time, we weren't able to fully integrate the secret realm into our Lost Soul Empire. Moreover, we were also worried about the evil ghost sect's revenge. At the same time, we also knew about Xiaoyu's existence and the possibility of ascension. Therefore, our development was also very fast during that time. Adding on the information that Xiaoyu brought, it can be said that our development was also very fast. Zhao Hai paused, then he looked at Wen Hai and said, after we defeated the evil ghost sect for the third time, we were almost certain that the evil ghost sect wouldn't come again. Our development speed slowed down. After that, we easily took over the alien continent and made the Wenji continent submit to our Lost Soul Empire. After that, we took over the Soldier Spirit continent without shedding a single drop of blood. Our development speed slowed down. I'm not saying that this isn't good, it's good that everyone is focusing on the people's livelihood. At the very least, it can improve our lives. But if this continues, will our military development stop? Will our army be able to maintain its fighting strength? This is what I'm worried about the most. When Wen Hai completely understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Boss, what you mean is that we need some external pressure. We need to let everyone understand that there's still an enemy. Moreover, this enemy might be able to defeat us. Therefore, we need to work hard to develop ourselves. Only in this way can we not be defeated by the enemy. Is that what you mean? Zhao nodded. Almost, but not as radical as you said. We need an enemy, but we can't let our people be too tense every day. So we need a powerful enemy that can threaten us, but we don't need an enemy that can destroy us. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao nodded. yes, 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 yes. When Wenhai thought for a moment and said, "Boss, what you mean is that we should find an opponent for our lost soul empire, but this opponent should be weaker than us by a bit. We can suppress them, but we can't completely eliminate them without paying a price. Is that what you're trying to say? But how can you be sure that there's such an enemy at the other end of the spatial passage?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter if there's such an enemy at the other end of the spatial passage. What I want is for the Lost Soul Empire to maintain a state of war. I want the people of the Lost Soul Empire to understand that we still have enemies. Even if we conquer this enemy, we still have other enemies. I thought that the destroyer would jump out to be our enemy, but now it seems like this isn't the case. Since the destroyer didn't jump out to be our enemy, then we have no enemy. Do you know why I want the people of the Lost Soul Empire to explore? I want them to cause some trouble and make the people of the Lost Soul Empire nervous. How can a person be nervous? That's why I said that we need an enemy. But if we can continue to conquer other realms, then that's also good. It's just that we don't have many opportunities to do so. As for whether the hole we discovered is a spatial passage or not, we still need to confirm it. But it doesn't matter. What we need to do now is to make the people of the Lost Soul Empire nervous. Do you understand what I mean?" When Wenhai understood what Zhao Hai meant. When Wenhai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But boss, don't we still have the evil spirit sect as an enemy? Regardless of whether the evil spirit sect would come to the Lost Soul Empire or not, as long as 5 years pass, they would appear at any time. Wouldn't that create pressure for everyone?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can't. We've already defeated the evil ghost sect 3 times. I dare say that even if the evil ghost sect does something, they wouldn't be a match for our Lost Soul Empire in the lower realms. They don't have any means to pressure us. Because of this, the Lost Soul Empire only has one path to take, and that is to expand. We'll continue to expand until we meet an opponent." When Wenhai smiled bitterly, he really didn't know what to say. Expansion, how could it be so easy? After more than a year of exploration, the Lost Soul Empire had a lot of people, but they only found a suspicious hole. There were no other suspicious places. How could they expand? One must know that the Lost Soul Empire had conquered many realms, not just a small country. Once a realm is conquered, the entire realm would belong to you. There would be no enemy at all. In this case, how could you expand? It was just like how people said that when Caesar saw his empire, he cried because there was nothing left to conquer. And now, when Wenhai felt that this was the case. Although he wasn't Zhao Hai, in his opinion, there was nothing left to conquer in the Lost Soul Empire. This was because they had already conquered all the realms that could be conquered. He didn't believe that they would meet an enemy. He didn't believe that there would be a realm on the same level as them that could resist the Lost Soul Empire's attacks. However, he couldn't help but worry about Zhao Hai's situation. If one day the Lost Soul Empire's defenses were to slack, then the Lost Soul Empire would be finished. However, it wouldn't be easy to find an enemy for the Lost Soul Empire. Because of this, when Wenhai could only smile bitterly. He really didn't know how to solve the Lost Soul Empire's current situation. Zhao Hai looked at Wenhai and said, "At present, the Lost Soul Empire has begun to indulge in pleasure. When an empire indulges in pleasure, it also means that their ambitions are about to disappear. Because of this, I made the Lost Soul Empire expand. If we can't find an enemy that can pressure us, then we can only nurture their ambitions. When the Lost Soul Empire's ambitions grow, then the Lost Soul Empire's pace of expansion wouldn't stop." When Wenhai replied, "Boss, I understand what you mean. You can rest assured. During this exploration, I'll take a good look and see if it's a spatial passage. If it's really a spatial passage, then why hasn't anything come out for so many years?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Remember, don't take any risks. Even if it's not a spatial passage, we still have other methods. I feel that there's something wrong with the destructive force on the surface of the spirit weapon realm. It's just that no one has discovered it yet." When Wenhai said in a deep voice, "The destructive forces in the spirit weapon world C are indeed very strange. However, it's not that easy to find out the reason. Therefore, we should first focus our attention on this cave. I really want to know what kind of place is at the other end of this cave. If that's a spatial passageway, it would be great. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. When Wen Hai stood on the 100-beast warship, his face was calm as he looked ahead. Beside him stood a person. This person was about the same age as Wen Hai. He looked at Wen Hai and said, "Wen Hai, did the head really say that?" When Wen Hai nodded, the person standing beside him was one of the people who followed Zhao Hai in the early days of the secret realm. Now, he was also a Broken River realm expert. However, he was about the same, he had been cultivating at home. But recently, he wanted to go out and test himself, so he was pulled out by Wen Hai. His name was Gongxi Liang, surnamed Gongxi, and given name was Liang. Gongxi Liang said, "Does boss want to find an enemy for us, or does he want to pressure us?" When Wen Hai said in a deep voice, "Both. Boss told me in the end that we live in hardship and die in comfort. Right now, our lost soul empire is developing too smoothly, and there is no external pressure. This will only make people more and more relaxed and more greedy for pleasure. In the end, it is hard to say what our lost soul empire will become." Gongxi Liang nodded, then he said, "Does boss mean that we should continue to expand? But how can we do that? The chances of finding spatial passages like this are getting less and less. Moreover, using formations to expand isn't very smooth." When Wen Hai replied, "Let's take it slow. I think it's possible to use formations to expand. I heard that the sword spirit world uses formations to search for lower realms. We don't need to guard against this. Sooner or later, we'll find other realms. Think about it, if one day, our bewitching soul empire can rule the myriad realms, how glorious would that be? Rule the myriad worlds? You're really daring." Gongxi Liang looked at Wen Hai and said, "But boss is right, we really need him to do something. Otherwise, if we continue to enjoy ourselves, it would be difficult to suppress it." When Wen Hai sighed and said, "It's only been peaceful for a short period of time and people are already enjoying themselves. Let's not talk about whether the evil spirit sect will disappear like they said. Even Xiaoyu is a dangerous factor. If Xiaoyu has the opportunity to control us, do you think he won't do it? He'll certainly do it." When Gongxi Liang heard Wen Hai, he stared blankly, then he looked at Wen Hai and said, "What do you mean? Could it be that boss doesn't trust Xiaoyu?" Wen Hai shook his head and said, "Of course not. Xiaoyu is also a person from the upper realm. He's being polite to us is because he knows that we're strong. He can't do anything to us. Even if the entire Xia family knows about the secret realm, they wouldn't be able to do anything about us. Even if the Xia family knows about the secret territory, they still can't do anything. Even if their entire family knows about the secret realm, they wouldn't. Even if the entire family knew new territory, they wouldn't. And clans, base. And and he. Realm Xia. Realmly, Gongxi Liang didn't speak, he just sighed and said, "It's just that old man who has ascended. Moreover, Xiaoyu was the one who arranged it. This is also a problem." When Wen Hai smiled faintly and said, "Old man who will be fine. As long as our strength doesn't decrease, old man who will be fine. As long as boss is here, our strength won't decrease. When boss ascends to the upper realm in the future, do you think boss will still be under the control of the Xia family?" Gongxi Liang stared blankly for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he said, "Boss isn't a person who can be controlled. I understand, boss wants Xiaoyu to pick up old man who for the sake of Xiaoyu's heart. Let Xiaoyu know that we don't want to be his enemy, so that we can continue to cooperate with Xiaoyu, am I right? Am I right?" When Wen Hai smiled and said, "You're right. Hee. That's what I meant. As long as we're strong enough, then Xiaoyu, the evil spirit sect, and the other realms wouldn't be able to do anything to us." Gongxi Liang nodded, then he said, "Do you think this cave is really a spatial passage?" When Wen Hai replied, "It's very possible. Boss told us that if it's an ordinary cave, then it would get hotter the deeper you go. Because of the existence of magma, it would be very hot. But this cave gets colder the deeper you go. Isn't this very strange? Therefore, boss suspected that this is a spatial passage." Gongxi Liang nodded and said, "I hope so. I really want to know what the other realms are like. If we can conquer them, then that would be even better." When Wen Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. At this time, a person came to the side of the two and gave them a salute. Generals, we're almost there. When Wenhai turned his head to look at the person, then he smiled and said, "Yu Jun, you've made a great contribution this time. Tell me, why did you like to explore? I heard that this line of work is very bitter." The person who spoke to Wenhai was about 30 years old. He had dark skin and his strength had reached the void realm. He looked very tall and powerful. When he heard Wenhai's words, he felt a little embarrassed. He said in a deep voice, "To be honest with General Wen, our family has a lot of sons. We have a total of 8 brothers. Eldest brother and second brother are soldiers, I'm the fourth. Third brother is managing the family business. I originally wanted to be a soldier too, but my parents didn't agree. Although our family business is managed by third brother, we still get some dividends every year. Father also said that we can only receive dividends and not manage the family business. If we take these dividends to do business, he doesn't care, but we can't touch the family business. But I'm not cut out for business, so I took the family's dividends to do business several times before, but in the end, I lost all of them. Later, I heard that there's an exploration business, so I started doing it. For this, I specially ordered a small transport ship and spent all the dividends that my family gave me on it. But I like it very much, I really like it. I really like it." When Wenhai smiled and said, "You can be considered to have paid off. This time, His Majesty will certainly reward you." "Right, is it the island in front of us?" The person quickly replied, "Yes, General. It's the island in front of us. In the beginning, we didn't take the island seriously. We just felt that we had been flying for too long and wanted to find a place to rest. Because of this, we went to the island. Who knew that we would find a cave on the island? We went to explore it but found that we couldn't reach the bottom. So we reported it to the higher-ups." When Wenhai nodded, then he looked at the island in front of him. Soon, the island was getting closer and closer. The island wasn't very big, it was just a small volcano that was exposed above the sea. It was only a dozen li wide. The 100 Beast warship stopped above the island. When Wenhai looked at the island, the person walked to Wenhai's side and pointed to the island, "It's here. General, look, halfway up the volcano, there are a lot of trees. In the middle of those trees, there's a small cave. At first, we thought that it was just a cave leading to the volcano. But who would have thought that the cave was really deep, we couldn't reach the bottom." When Wenhai nodded, then he said, "Let's go down and take a look." Then his figure moved and flew towards the island. Gong Shiliang and the adventurer quickly followed, and the group quickly arrived at the island. Under the guidance of the person, they went to the middle of the trees. In the middle of the trees, there was a small cave. The cave wasn't very big, it was round and had a diameter of less than 2 meters. Looking inside, it was dark and they couldn't see anything. When Wenhai looked at the cave and said to the man, "Have you entered this cave before? Is there any danger inside?" Replying to the general, "We've been inside. Besides the cold, there's no danger." When Wenhai nodded, then he turned to Gong Shiliang and said, "Gong Shiliang, I'll go in and take a look. You stay here and guard the place." Gong Shiliang didn't compete with him, he just nodded and said, "All right, you go, I'll stay here and guard the place." When Wenhai nodded, then his figure moved and went straight into the cave. The cave was really dark, and when they went inside, they could feel the cold air blowing on their faces. The temperature inside was several degrees lower than outside. However, when Wenhai didn't care, he continued to go down. At the same time, he took out a light formation and activated it. A faint white light illuminated the cave. When Wenhai took advantage of the light from the formation and looked around, he found that there were only stone walls around him, there was nothing else, moreover, it was very slippery. When Wenhai didn't care about it, he continued to dive. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature became. When Wenhai reached about 100 meters, he felt as if it was winter. The temperature was so low that it could freeze a drop of water. However, when Wenhai didn't care about the temperature, he continued to go down. When he reached about 150 meters, he suddenly found that the cave had become bigger. When Wenhai accelerated his descent, and after falling about 10 meters, he found that the cave was much bigger than before. Originally, the diameter of the cave was less than 2 meters, but now, the diameter of the cave was no less than 10 meters. At the same time, the temperature was also much lower. When Wenhai took out a fire formation and activated it. This fire formation wasn't used to attack the enemy, it was used to keep people warm. It was a formation that was invented in the last 2 years. If you wear it on your body, you will only feel warm and won't feel hot. When Wenhai fell about 200 meters, he finally felt cold. There was no wind, no warmth, it was dry and cold, it was as if it could freeze you into a popsicle at any time. Wenhai couldn't help but frown. Although he was a broken river expert and wasn't afraid of the coldness in this cave was too special. The temperature was too low. Even he felt a chill in his body. However, when Wenhai didn't stop, he continued to descend. After descending for another 100 meters, he had already reached a depth of 300 meters. When Wenhai felt that the temperature was too cold, it was bone-piercing. This was too frightening, even a sky dance expert wouldn't be able to withstand such a temperature. However, when Wenhai didn't stop, he continued to go down. When Wenhai fell about 400 meters, the diameter of the cave was already very big, about 100 meters in diameter. However, the temperature had also dropped to the point that when Wenhai couldn't withstand it. At this point, he felt as if he was about to be frozen, even his thinking had slowed down a lot. When Wenhai knew that he couldn't dive any further. If he continued to dive, then he would be in real danger. When Wenhai's mind moved, he directly flew up. Before long, he returned to the ground. When he rushed out of the ground, when Wenhai let out a long breath, his complexion looked a bit better. Gongxi Liang was waiting for him. When he saw Wenhai's pale complexion, he couldn't help but be startled. He quickly said, "Wenhai, how are you? Why is your complexion so ugly?" When Wenhai shook his head and said, "I'm fine, the temperature down there is just too low. I've only fallen about 400 meters and I already can't stand it. The temperature down there seems to be able to freeze a person's mind. It's too scary." Gongxi Liang nodded and said, "It seems like this cave is really strange. Tell the boss, then send the coordinates to the boss. Have the boss come over." When Wenhai nodded and said, "All right, then send a message to the boss. It seems like we can only let the boss see it himself. There must be something strange down there. The deeper you go, the bigger the cave. But at the same time, the lower the temperature, the lower it is." Gongxi Liang nodded, then he took out an image formation and directly contacted Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai appeared in front of Gongxi Liang. Of course, this was just Zhao Hai's image, it wasn't him. Zhao Hai looked at Gongxi Liang, then he smiled and said, "Gongxi, how is it? Have you reached the place?" Gongxi Liang replied, "Boss, we've reached the place." Wenhai went down to take a look, but it was too cold. He came back up and explored about 400 meters. "Boss, I'll send you the coordinates, you can take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, send me the coordinates, I'll go and take a look." Gongxi Liang nodded and sent the coordinates to Zhao Hai. Before long, a white light flashed on the island and Zhao Hai appeared. When Zhao Hai appeared, the explorer immediately knelt down and said, "I have seen your majesty." "Long live your majesty." Zhao Hai looked at the explorer, then he smiled and said, "Get up, you're Yuan?" "Haha, good, get up, you've done a good job this time." After Yuan thanked Zhao Hai, he stood up. Zhao Hai looked at Wenhai and said, "Wenhai, how is it down there?" Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Cold, it's too cold. I only fell about 400 meters, and I can't stand it anymore. I feel like I'm going to be frozen into a popsicle. Even my thoughts are almost frozen. If I come here at night, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the cave and said, "All right, let's return to the battleship. I'll explain everything to you. Then I'll go down and take a look. I want to see what's inside the cave." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the cave and said, "All right, let's return to the battleship." Zhao Hai stood at the entrance of the cave, then he turned to Wenhai and the others and said, "Remember what I told you. Also, I'm done with the family, so you don't need to worry. If I don't come back for a while, then you don't need to worry about anything. In this world, there is no one who can kill this Zhao Hai." So even if I go in for a long time, don't come looking for me. You don't need to worry about me, understand? When Wenhai nodded, then he said, yes, boss. You don't need to worry, we know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and directly fell into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. When Wenhai looked at the entrance of the cave and said, let's go back to the warship and wait for boss. Gongxi Liang said, you really don't need to worry? If this cave is really as dangerous as you said, then wouldn't boss be in danger? When Wenhai shook his head and said, no, boss won't be in any danger. I believe in boss. Let's go, it's useless for us to stay here. Gongxi Liang sighed, then he led everyone back to the warship. At this time, Zhao Hai had already fallen more than 100 meters. However, he didn't use the light element formation, he just kept falling. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen more than 200 meters. Zhao Hai's falling speed was much faster than when Wenhai and the others. At the same time, he also used his spiritual force to feel the surroundings, he didn't use his eyes. After descending more than 300 meters, Zhao Hai felt a slight chill. But even so, Zhao Hai was very surprised. Zhao Hai was very clear that his body was much stronger than an average person's. He had already reached the point where he couldn't be invaded by heat or cold. But when he reached 300 meters, he still felt a chill. If he could feel a chill, then a sky dance expert would be in danger. It seems like this cave was really dangerous. However, even so, Zhao Hai didn't stop, he was still falling. In the blink of an eye, he had already fallen to 400 meters. He was already feeling cold, but it wasn't very uncomfortable. From this point, it can be seen that Zhao Hai's physical strength was much stronger than when Wenhai and the others. Zhao was very clear that his physical strength had not reached this level before. It was only because he had recently subdued the blood demon that his physical strength was getting stronger and stronger, allowing him to reach this level. Before long, Zhao Hai had reached 500 meters. At this time, Zhao Hai's clothes were already very brittle due to the cold. As long as he touched it, it would break. However, Zhao Hai's body didn't have any problems. Although he felt cold, he could still persevere. At 600 meters, Zhao Hai also felt a bone-piercing chill. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Instead, with a thought, a formation appeared around him and surrounded him. Immediately, he didn't feel cold anymore. Zhao Hai's formation wasn't an ordinary formation, it was a formation group. Only this formation group could block the chill. Ordinary formations would have already been frozen. At 700 meters, Zhao Hai's body had already formed a huge ice shell. It looked like a huge ice egg. This ice egg was the formation that Zhao Hai's formation had shown. But this chill had already frozen the formation. One could see how cold he was. At 800 meters, the ice egg had turned into a huge ice block. At 900 meters, the ice block had turned into a small iceberg. At 1000 meters, the iceberg shook as all the ice disappeared. Zhao Hai appeared on top of it. His two eyes were fixed in front of him. Not far away from him, there was a spatial passage. Zhao Hai's eyes were fixed on the spatial passage. The spatial passage was floating in the void. Inside the passage was a white mist. At the same time, there were spatial distortions, making it impossible to see what was inside. Zhao Hai looked at the spatial passage and couldn't help but smile. The spatial passage wasn't very big, it could only allow one person to pass through. However, this was enough. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he directly flew into the spatial passage. Zhao Hai felt the space around him distort. Then he felt dizzy. Then he found himself on a mountain. No, this place shouldn't be called a mountain, it should be called an iceberg. This was an iceberg. Looking around, one could see that the ground was covered in ice. Besides ice, there was also snow. This place was simply a world of ice and snow. Zhao Hai could still feel that this place was very cold. It was even colder than the cave. Zhao Hai understood why the cave was so cold, the root of it was here. However, this temperature wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already adapted to the temperature here. When he was in the Soldier Spirit continent, he also went to the ice field and felt the temperature there. Therefore, although the temperature here was uncomfortable in the beginning, as time passed, he would be able to adapt to it. Zhao Hai felt strange. What was this place like? Could it be that this place was a world of ice and snow? If this was the case, then there wouldn't be anyone here. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he flew forward. He wanted to see what was going on here. After flying for more than an hour, Zhao Hai still saw nothing but ice and snow. This caused Zhao Hai to frown. With his speed, he should have flown a lot in this time. However, the surrounding temperature was still very low. Moreover, he didn't see any living creatures. This was too strange. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he landed on the ground. Then he took some ice and snow into the space. However, he didn't expect that when he took the ice and snow into the space's snowy mountain suddenly became bigger and turned into an ice field. Then a warm current flowed into his body. He suddenly felt that the discomfort in his body had completely disappeared. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the temperature before, the low temperature still made Zhao Hai feel uncomfortable. But now, that discomfort had completely disappeared, he didn't feel cold anymore. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. He didn't think that this would happen. Perhaps this was related to the space's upgrade. Although Zhao Hai didn't know how to define the space's upgrade, he felt that after he took his heart into the space had upgraded. And after he subdued the blood devil, he felt that his body had become stronger. The life forms inside the space also seemed to have become stronger. However, this was only a feeling, Zhao Hai wasn't sure. Zhao Hai felt the changes in his body and discovered that he didn't feel any discomfort. He felt relieved as he quickly flew forward. After flying for a few hours, a white dot suddenly appeared in the ice field. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be shocked. One must know that in these past few hours, Zhao Hai didn't see anything alive. This made Zhao Hai think that there was no activity in the space. But when he saw the white dot, he was sure that it was a living being. This was because the white dot was moving. Zhao Hai directly flew towards the white dot. But when he flew over, he discovered that the white dot had disappeared. This made Zhao Hai stare. He was sure that he didn't see wrong, but why did the white dot disappear? Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there was nothing but ice around him. This made Zhao Hai even more confused. He didn't believe that he saw wrong, there must be a problem. But what was going on? Zhao Hai frowned for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. At this time, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His body moved as he flew up. Just as he flew up, a huge icicle suddenly appeared on the ice. The icicle appeared right where he was just standing. If he was still standing there, then he would have been attacked. But Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. Instead, he just flew up. Zhao Hai floated in the air as he looked at the 3 mango icicles. The diameter of the root was 1 meter, but the tip was as sharp as a needle. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He was now even more certain that he didn't see wrong. There was indeed something there. But that thing was now hiding and attacking him. If he didn't guess wrong, then the other party must have escaped into the ice. Moreover, Zhao Hai was sure that not only did the other party escape into the ice, it also hid itself. This was because Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to explore the ice. But in the end, he didn't find anything. In other words, the other party had a way to avoid his spiritual force detection. However, since the other party attacked him, it meant that the other party was hostile towards him. So he didn't need to be polite. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. Then he formed a seal with his hand. Before long, a formation appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai's hand pressed down as he shouted, "Ice tide surge." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the formation melted into the ice field below. Then the calm ice field suddenly moved. It was like a tidal wave, constantly moving up and down. Moreover, each wave was higher than the last. At this moment, all the ice seemed to have turned into water. But in fact, the ice was still ice, it was just that the ice was broken. At this time, Zhao Hai noticed that a white shadow flashed in the ice and disappeared. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Ice Claw." Ice Claw was a technique that Zhao Hai comprehended himself. He went to the ice field of the Soldier Spirit continent and comprehended a set of fist intent there. But at that time, it was only a set of fist intent. But after many years of refinement, Zhao Hai has completely integrated this set of fist intent into his own study. And with the addition of the nature's heart, his understanding of the power of nature had deepened. The energy inside his body can be transformed at will. Because of this, no matter what technique he uses, he can use it at will. However, these techniques can only be used in single combat. If he wants to attack the enemy in a large area, he would need to rely on formations. As Zhao climbed down, a huge ice hand suddenly appeared in the surging ice tide. The ice hand grabbed the ice and then pulled out a white animal. This white animal had white fur all over its body. It was nearly 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. It was actually a white bear, but looking at its appearance, it didn't seem to be an adult yet. Zhao Hai looked at the white bear and saw that it wasn't an adult yet. The reason why Zhao Hai thought that the white bear wasn't an adult was because it looked very young. When it was caught, it was still struggling. But at this time, it was no longer moving, it looked like it had fainted. However, Zhao Hai had seen a lot of animals, so it was impossible for this white bear to deceive him. He could see that the white bear was faking it. Zhao Hai's figure moved and landed on the ice. He looked at the white bear and then sent it to the space. As soon as the white bear entered the space, it immediately jumped up. Then it looked around in panic. It saw that it was still in the ice field, but it discovered that this ice field was different from the one it was familiar with. Then the white bear slowly walked on the ice field. The ice field in Zhao Hai's space wasn't very big. Before long, the white bear walked out of the ice field and arrived at the prairie. Zhao Hai's space had a lot of animals. Most of these animals didn't have spiritual wisdom. All of the animals that had spiritual wisdom would be gathered by Zhao Hai and have them cultivate together. As for the animals that didn't have spiritual wisdom, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Naturally, the carnivores would hunt the herbivores. This was normal, so Zhao Hai didn't care about them. After all, this was the law of nature. However, there weren't a lot of carnivores in Zhao Hai's space. On the other hand, there were a lot of herbivores. If it weren't for the abundant natural energy in the space, the grass and trees would have grown very fast. Zhao Hai was afraid that the space would have an environmental crisis. Zhao Hai didn't care about the white bear. He was now more interested in the ice field. He wanted to know what was in the ice field. If he could see the white bear, then he should be able to see other animals. If there was only one white bear, then it would be impossible for him to survive. Without a complete food chain, he wouldn't be able to survive. Since he saw the white bear, then he should be able to see other animals. At this time, Zhao Hai wanted to know if there were people in this world. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's figure couldn't help but move. Then he soared up and flew forward. After flying for a while, Zhao Hai saw several animals that were active in the ice field. At the same time, he also saw that the ice field was just like the North Pole. There was no land here, the entire ice field was covered in water. This was because he saw a lot of seals, as well as other animals that lived in this environment. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. He received all of these animals into the space. Even the seawater that he saw was absorbed into the space. The ice field inside the space was getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, the ice field was slowly connecting with the sea. Seeing that the ice field had formed a complete food chain, Zhao Hai relaxed. He didn't care about it anymore as he continued to fly forward. After flying for more than 4 hours, when Zhao Hai thought that he couldn't see the edge of the ice field, he suddenly saw several ice houses. These houses were made of ice. Upon seeing these houses, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. Then he immediately flew down. However, after landing on the ground, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be disappointed. This was because these ice houses were empty. It was clear that the people inside had already left. However, Zhao Hai still went inside the ice houses to take a look. There were clear traces of people living inside. Moreover, what made Zhao Hai interested was that these ice houses weren't made of ice. These ice houses simply didn't have any contact with each other. It was as if they were made of ice. Moreover, there were no traces of excavation. It seems like the ice was born in this shape. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai was very clear about what this meant. This meant that the person who made these ice houses was able to control ice spells. Otherwise, these ice houses wouldn't have been built. Someone who could use spells meant that the people here were also cultivators. However, Zhao Hai didn't know how strong they were. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he went out of the ice house. Then he flew towards a direction and directly flew towards it. After flying for about an hour, Zhao Hai finally saw a row of ice houses. At the same time, he also saw people as well as dogs. Naturally, he also saw a lot of reindeer. It was clear that this was a village. There were a lot of people in the village. These people seemed to be processing their prey. Zhao Hai didn't immediately go down. He just stood in the sky and quietly looked at the village. At this time, the village was still very far away from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to look at the village, not his eyes. In other words, the people in the village couldn't use their eyes to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai first paid attention to the strength of the people in the village. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he couldn't see the strength of the people in the village. The people in the village didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations. Although their bodies were strong, Zhao Hai was sure that they didn't learn any body transformation techniques. The reason why they were strong was because they had to work. This kind of strength and the strength that came from practicing martial arts were two completely different things. Then Zhao Hai noticed another thing. The clothes of the people in the village weren't very thick. Most of them were made of animal fur. However, they were definitely not thick. Some people were even bare-chested. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Then Zhao Hai noticed another thing, which was the souls of these people. In the entire village, Zhao Hai only saw two kinds of souls. One was ice, and the other was water. There were no other souls. This made Zhao Hai frown. Zhao Hai stayed in the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm. However, no matter where it was impossible for the people in the village to only have one kind of soul. Unless it was a big clan like the Hu clan, their souls might be the same. Even so, this situation was very rare. Even in the Hu clan, there would be people with other kinds of souls. The same kind of soul was very rare. Although ice and water souls looked different, they were actually the same. Ice was formed after water was frozen. When ice melted, it became water. Therefore, it was correct to say that these two kinds of souls were the same. But why was it that all the people in this village had the same soul item? Could it be that they were from the same clan? Zhao Hai didn't go over. He just quietly watched from the sky. He really wanted to know if the people in the village were from the same clan. Zhao Hai also wanted to listen to what they were saying. He wanted to see if he could understand what they were saying. Although the words of these people were a bit similar to the dialect of the spirit weapon realm, Zhao Hai could still understand them. However, through their conversation, Zhao Hai also understood that these people weren't from the same clan. They were from the same village. Just as Zhao Hai was listening to the conversations of the people in the village, something attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai noticed that some people in the village were peeling off the skins of the animals that they hunted. Then the people in the village put the meat next to their igloo. Then the people in the village called the children over and pointed at the meat. The children looked at the meat, then they made hand seals while chanting something. During this process, the water souls above their heads slowly turned into ice souls. Then when they pointed at the meat was sealed in ice. Upon seeing this, the adults in the village nodded and praised the children. They also took out some small things and gave them to the children. The children cheered and ran off to play. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He had seen all kinds of souls before, but whether it was the spirit weapon realm or the soul realm, they were all born on top of a person's head. Moreover, their shape was almost fixed. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't change. Naturally, in addition to the increase in strength, the shape of the soul would also change. However, the changes weren't very big. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised. He had seen a lot of souls in the past, but the changes weren't very big. However, the children in the village were different. Their souls were originally water, but when they made hand seals and chanted incantations, their souls turned into ice. This was very strange. Although ice and water, strictly speaking, were the same thing, they were still souls. Souls were still souls. Souls were ice, it was impossible for them to turn into water. Souls were also water, it was impossible for them to turn into ice. However, the souls of the people here could change. This was very strange. Even their ice and water souls were very strange. This was because there were no such souls in the spirit weapon realm and the spirit realm. Although there were many kinds of souls, there really wasn't such a soul. Compared to the spirit weapon realm and the spirit weapon realm, this place was indeed very different. After observing this, Zhao Hai immediately paid attention to the people in the village. In addition to some children, only some women and old people had water souls. As for the adult men, their souls were all ice, not a single one was water. Moreover, their ice souls were very strange. These souls were all the same, they were all ice crystals. Moreover, they were very beautiful ice crystals. Even when the sun shines on them, they would shine, just like a finely cut diamond. As for the water souls, they were all the same, they were all water spheres. They didn't have any other shape, just a round water sphere. And when the children made hand seals and chanted incantations, the water spheres above their heads slowly turned into ice crystal souls. However, their ice crystal souls weren't as beautiful and weren't as sparkling. This was a strange place, a place that Zhao Hai had never seen before. Zhao Hai wanted to get in touch with them, but he was somewhat worried. Generally, villages like this were very exclusive. If he suddenly went there, would he be rejected by the villagers? If he had a conflict with the villagers, then it wouldn't be good. Zhao Hai quietly observed the village. Life in the village was very peaceful. They only dealt with hunting, eating, sleeping, hunting, and at the same time practicing their techniques. Zhao Hai was now certain that the people in the village were practicing their techniques. They don't seem to know martial arts, only magical techniques. The children were still practicing, so their souls were still water. Once they grow up and practice their techniques, their souls would change. As for the women and the elderly, it was hard to say why some of them were still water souls. This was because Zhao Hai didn't see the women and the elderly using magical techniques. Zhao Hai observed the village for about 8 hours, but he didn't find anything. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai felt strange. He stayed here for a long time, but he didn't see the sun set. This made him very puzzled. Then he suddenly remembered that he might have caught up with the polar day. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He was still observing the village. He wanted to take a good look at the village before going out. Now that the village had rested for a few hours, it was time to get up and start a new day. The men of the village went out to hunt, while the women stayed at home to take care of the house and deal with the prey and the fur of the animals. The children spent most of their time playing, but they were also practicing magic. The entire village was peaceful and tranquil. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the village. Instead, he went out with the men to hunt cats. When the men of the village went out to hunt, they would bring their dogs with them. The dogs would then use their sleds to hunt. They had a lot of prey, such as white snow, white foxes, wild reindeer, seals, and so on. In short, when they see prey, they would hunt them. However, this didn't mean that they were in danger. In fact, they were still in danger. Today, when the men of the village were hunting a white bear, they were counterattacked by the bear. The white bear was able to escape into the ice and attack them from there. One of the men of the village was injured, but in the end, the white bear was killed by the men of the village. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the people of the village didn't know martial arts. They only knew how to cast spells. And in their hands, these spells had already become a kind of art. After killing the white bear, the people of the village returned to the village. Upon returning, the women and old men of the village all came out. At this time, Zhao Hai understood why these people's souls were water souls and not ice souls. This was because they were responsible for healing the people of the village. After the women and the old men used their spells, the injured people immediately became better. Moreover, the people of the village weren't only able to heal people, they were also able to heal dogs. After being busy for a while, the village slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt that there was nothing else to see. The life of the village was nothing more than this. There was no point in looking at it. He planned to go back first and then find a way to have the others come and take a look. Although Zhao Hai knew that there wasn't any danger, he still didn't dare to stay away for too long. No matter what, he was now the king of the Lost Soul Empire. If he wasn't there for too long, then it wouldn't be good if the empire went into chaos. Thinking up to here, Zhao Hai's figure moved and then flew straight back. It took him a long time to come here, but it also took him a long time to go back. By the time he returned to the island, dozens of hours had already passed. Nearly 4 days had already passed. When Wen Hai and the others were still waiting for Zhao Hai. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, Wen Hai and Gongxi Liang immediately greeted him. The two gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Head, you're back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go, we'll talk on the ship." Then he led the two to the ship's cabin. The cabin had already prepared a room for Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai entered the room, he looked at the two and said, inside the cave, there was indeed a spatial passage. On the other side of the passage was an ice field. The reason why the passage was so cold was because of the ice field. I went out of the spatial passage and flew for about 10 hours before I saw a small human village. The houses in this village were made of ice. They didn't practice martial arts, they used magic. When Wen Hai and Gongxi Liang looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Magic? Head, what kind of magic did they use?" When Wen Hai and Gongxi Liang had heard about magic, but they hadn't seen it before. To be honest, in the soul realm and the spirit weapon realm, there were very few people who used magic. Only the scholars used magic. Plant masters used magic when they fought in the forest, and when the trees helped them fight, they used magic. As for the other people, they used martial arts, not magic. Because of this, when the two heard that the people there used magic, they became curious. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled, they used ice magic. Moreover, their soul objects are different from ours. Zhao Hai carefully explained the situation of the village to the two. After he finished, Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Now we can be sure that there is indeed another plane. However, it isn't easy to go to that plane. This is because the entrance to that plane is a kilometer below the cave. The temperature there is too low, so it won't be easy to go there." When Wen Hai and Gongxi Liang frowned. When Wen Hai had already experienced the temperature of the cave. Even a breaking river expert like him couldn't stand it, let alone other people. It seems like going to that plane wasn't an easy thing to do. Zhao Hai looked at the two and thought for a moment before he said, "Alright, I'll go down first and arrange a seal at the entrance of the cave. This way, the cold chi won't be able to reach us. Then we'll think of a way to expel the cold chi from the cave. After that, we'll think of a way to get through." The two nodded, it seems like this was the only way. Zhao Hai prepared himself and then went down to the cave. Then he arranged a barrier at the entrance of the spatial passage. The barrier he arranged wasn't of the ice element, it was to absorb the cold. This way, it would be able to block the cold coming from the other plane. After he arranged the barrier, Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. If he can arrange an ice element barrier here, then wouldn't he be able to convert the cold into energy and store it? Could it be possible to use this cold chi as a driving force to send their large magic tools directly into that person's world? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately moved. He directly arranged an energy-gathering formation in the cave. This energy-gathering formation was specifically designed to deal with the cold in the cave. Sure enough, when the energy-gathering formation was activated, the cold air in the cave was immediately transformed into blue crystals. These were the crystals of cold air. They could be used as a source of energy, and their might wasn't small. After the cold in the cave was converted into crystals, Zhao Hai returned to the surface. Zhao Hai went down for a few hours. When he reached the surface, Wen Hai and Gongxi Liang were anxiously waiting for him. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai come out, the two immediately greeted him. Wen Hai quickly said, "Boss, how is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright. I've already converted the cold chi inside into my ability. You can go down and take a look. But remember, don't destroy the spatial formation." The two nodded before they jumped into the hole and went up. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, I've already converted the cold chi into my ability. You can go down and take a look." If it wasn't for the cold, then a kilometer wouldn't have been a problem for the two. Before long, the two arrived at the bottom of the cave. The two looked at the spatial passage and walked close to it. Only then did they feel the cold. The two didn't enter the spatial passage and immediately returned to the surface. After reaching the surface, Gongxi Liang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, what do we do next?" Do we attack the realm directly? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, we don't know much about that realm. It's better if we don't attack it directly. I plan to investigate the realm first. Since the other party used magic, their perception of energy should be very keen. Because of this, I didn't establish a transmission formation in the realm. I'm afraid that it would be discovered by the other party. So the next time we go, we can only go through that person's spatial channel. Let's go back and discuss this matter. The two nodded, then Zhao Hai waved his hand. The two immediately drove the beast battleship and rushed towards Plant City. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to Plant City, it was already more than 10 days later. This was because the beast battleship was fast and they were rushing at full speed. It can be seen that the island wasn't close to them. Zhao Hai didn't directly use the transmission formation to return to Plant City. This was because there was no need to do so. In any case, there was nothing to do in Plant City. They might as well take a walk and relax. After Zhao Hai returned to Plant City, he immediately received the generals, city lords, and governors of the Lost Soul Empire. In Plant City, a huge conference room was built. This conference room was made up of vines. It was very beautiful. Sitting on the leaves of the vines was not only very soft, you also don't need to worry about the vines being damaged. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled. This is the most important meeting of the Lost Soul Empire. Hee, there might be some people who don't know each other. But that doesn't matter. After the meeting is over, I'll arrange a banquet. We'll drink a cup of wine and then have a good chat. This way, everyone can get to know each other better. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, all right, let's get back to the topic. Today, I called everyone here to talk about the cave that an explorer from the Lost Soul Empire found. This explorer is Yu Qing. He found a cave on a small island, so he curiously went down to take a look. However, he found out that the cave was very deep, and the deeper he went, the colder it got. He simply couldn't reach the bottom, so he reported this matter to his superiors. After that, Wen Hai and Gong Shiliang went to the cave to take a look. Unfortunately, they couldn't reach the bottom. In the end, I personally went to take a look and found that there is indeed a spatial passage that leads to another plane. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's get back to the topic. Zhao Hai's words immediately caused an uproar. People didn't think that there would be a spatial channel. This was beyond their expectations. At the same time, it shook their spirits. They wanted to know what was on the other side of the spatial channel. Zhao Hai's words immediately caused an uproar. Nobody thought that there would be a spatial channel there. Zhao Hai sat there and looked at the crowd. After a while, when everyone calmed down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, on the other side of the spatial passage is an ice field. This ice field is even more terrible than the northern ice field of the Soul World. The temperature there is very low. You would need to fly for about 10 hours before you can see people. And the people there use magic, not martial skills. Then Zhao Hai carefully explained the situation of the village to everyone. Everyone quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. After waiting for Zhao Hai to finish, they didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. These people were very clear about the purpose of the Lost Soul Empire, which was to expand. Before, they didn't have any way to expand. But now that they had the opportunity to expand, they naturally wanted to expand. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, I know what you're thinking. You don't want to expand, you want to occupy that plane. You're right, I won't oppose it. However, we can't just rush in and fight with the people of that plane. That would simply be playing with the lives of our soldiers. Our understanding of that plane is too little. It can be said that we don't have any understanding at all. In this case, fighting with the other side is simply courting death. You know what kind of techniques the other side has. How do you know that they don't have formations? How do you know that they don't have any large artifacts? How do you know that they don't have any large artifacts? Isn't that just a joke? When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they all calmed down and quietly listened to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, most of the people who use magic have formations. Moreover, when they use magic, they also use hand seals and incantations. This makes it easier for formations to appear. This is because they need hand seals and incantations in order to draw in the spiritual energy of the world. But whether it's hand seals or incantations, they're all self-contained. They're different from what ordinary people say. Can they research formation talismans? This is because formation talismans are also a way for us to draw in the spiritual energy of the world. If they can really use formations, then wouldn't they be able to create large artifacts? If they also have large artifacts, then we don't know anything about them. If we rashly fight with them, then what would the result be? I don't think I need to say more, right? Everyone turned silent. After listening to what Zhao Hai said, they realized that they had been too arrogant recently. They didn't even have a clear understanding of the other party's background, and yet they wanted to fight. This was a bit too arrogant. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "What we need to do now is to figure out the other party's background. Then we can think about how to fight. However, it won't be easy to figure out the other party's background. This is because the other party's soul is different from ours. If we want to make contact with them, I'm afraid that it won't be easy. Therefore, I'll be the one to do the fighting. Once I know what the other party's soul is, then it won't be too late for you to go." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Long Tianlin immediately said, "Your Majesty, I think it's better to let someone else go. You're the ruler of an empire, how can you act rashly? This matter should be handed over to someone else." The others nodded as well. The Lost Soul Empire spanned across the 3 realms. If they needed Zhao Hai to personally investigate such a huge empire, then wouldn't that be a joke? Did they think that they were incompetent? Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "All right, everyone listen to me. I want you to go, but this time, you'll have to pretend to be their people and make contact with them. I can use the formation to help you change your appearance, but what about your cultivation method? Which one of you knows magic arts? If you don't, then what's the use of going?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone calmed down. Indeed, none of them knew magic arts, so they wouldn't be able to pretend to be the other party's people. But if they don't pretend to be the other party's people, then they wouldn't be able to make contact with the other party. When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but feel dejected. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "Although the people of the Lost Soul Empire have spiritual force cultivation methods, everyone's spiritual force cultivation is still lacking. Moreover, you don't know any techniques, so it's impossible for you to impersonate the other party. Therefore, this matter can only be done by me. When I was in the Lost Soul Empire, I comprehended 2 techniques that can allow me to impersonate a spell. I believe that they wouldn't be able to see through it." Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "All right." Everyone didn't know what to say. After a while, when Wen Hai said, "But boss, this is too dangerous. What if something happens to you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What can happen to me? I'm just going there to take a look. I don't want to fight with anyone. You don't need to worry." At this point, everyone didn't know what to say. Since Zhao Hai had already said this, there was no point in saying anything. In the end, they had no choice but to remain silent. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled, "All right, there's no need to make such an expression. I promise you, I'll only be gone for a year or so. At most, I'll be back in 2 years. At that time, Xiaoyu will arrive, and the evil spirit gate will appear. Therefore, I must return. While I'm gone, you have to take care of your own matters. At the same time, I'll be taking care of the formation. If there's anything you can't solve, then you can contact me." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they knew that he had already made up his mind. It would be difficult to change it, so they didn't say anything. Then Zhao Hai began to arrange all kinds of things. After everything was arranged, he had the crowd disperse. After everyone left, Zhao Hai had Stonemer, Wen Hai, and the others stay behind. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You have been with me for the longest time, so you should know what I'm thinking. You should know why I wanted to find another plane. Now that we have found it, our plan can be carried out. While I'm gone, you should pay attention to the Lost Soul Empire. Make sure that nothing goes wrong. At the same time, make sure that everyone is prepared for war. Make sure that everyone is tense, but don't make it too tense. Understand? Do you understand?" The group nodded. Then Stonemer looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I think we should follow you. If you go alone, we won't be able to rest assured. Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, I'll be fine. If you follow me, you might be seen through. Don't you know how capable I am? There's no need to worry. When Stonehammer heard Zhao Hai, he knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to let them follow him. Since Zhao Hai had already made up his mind, they couldn't change it. They could only nod and accept this arrangement. After everything was arranged, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to the spatial channel. Instead, he stayed in Vegetable City to deal with official matters. At the same time, he also took care of some matters regarding the Lost Soul Empire. Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to the spatial channel. Instead, he stayed in Vegetable City to handle official matters. Zhao Hai's transmission formation wasn't always open. Every once in a while, he would contact the Lost Soul Empire to deal with some matters that he needed to deal with. Other than that, his transmission formation wouldn't be open. Zhao Hai stayed in Vegetable City for a month. After arranging the matters in the Lost Soul Empire, he left Vegetable City and went directly to the island. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him, he went alone. The island has now become a military base of the Lost Soul Empire. With the island as the foundation, they have built a small base that can accommodate 100 battleships. Now that the battleships are in place, the base is still under construction. The person in charge here is Gongxi Liang. When Gongxi Liang saw Zhao Hai arrive, he quickly greeted him. This time, Zhao Hai came on the Ghost King ship. Therefore, Gongxi Liang didn't let Zhao Hai go to his warship. Instead, he went directly to the Ghost King ship. Zhao Hai called Gongxi Liang to his side and said, Gongxi, you have to take care of this place. This place will be very useful in the future. But I believe that you can handle it well. Also, pay attention to the rotation of personnel in the base. Gongxi Liang nodded and said, Leader, you can rest assured. Leave this place to me, you don't need to worry. You should be careful when you get there. If you can't handle it, then come back immediately. The Lost Soul Empire can't do without you. At this time, the city lords of the Lost Soul Empire, as well as the governors, are all dragons among men. Only you can suppress them. If you're not here, then those fellows would surely turn the sky upside down. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'll be careful, you don't need to worry. Then he waved his hand towards Gongxi Liang. Gongxi Liang understood what Zhao Hai meant. His figure moved and flew up. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the Ghost King's ship. Then his figure moved and fell into the hole, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Gongxi Liang returned to his battleship and looked at the hole in the ground. Then he went to instruct the people to build the base. This base must be built properly. Zhao Hai passed through the barrier and arrived at the ice field. This time, he was already familiar with the place. It didn't take long for him to see the village he encountered before. However, the people in this village seemed to be preparing to move. Zhao Hai didn't want to get in touch with them. He was very clear that small villages like this were generally very closed off. Most of the things they needed were self-sufficient. They had very little contact with outsiders. If he inquired about the matters of this plane, then he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Therefore, he didn't want to get in touch with the people in this village. However, now that he saw that the people in this village were moving, Zhao Hai became curious. He also wanted to see where these people were going. These people were using sleds pulled by reindeer. Of course, there were also sleds pulled by dogs. As for the igloos, naturally, they were all filled with ice. Zhao Hai followed these people. He wanted to see where they were going. The speed of these people wasn't fast. Moreover, they seemed to have a fixed route. After walking for about 10 days, they stopped at a camp. This camp was obviously one that they had used before. There were some wooden houses in the camp. When they arrived here, they didn't even need to build the igloos, they could directly move in. The people of the village tidied up the camp for a day. The next day, the men of the village drove the sleds pulled by dogs and reindeer. On the sleds, there were a lot of animal furs, meat, oil, bones, and other things. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that he came at the right time. The people of the village were going to trade. Zhao Hai didn't know where they were going to trade. Zhao Hai followed these people. They walked for about 3 days before they arrived at a small town. This was a wooden town. Why was it called this? This was because the entire town was made of wood. Naturally, this small town didn't have walls. There were only wooden fences around the town. The town wasn't very big, it had at most a few hundred households. However, in this small town, there was a main street that had turned into a small market. In this market, there were a lot of people trading. Looking at the way these people dressed, one could tell that they were the same as the people in the village. This was because most of these people were wearing beast skins. Moreover, the things they sold were mostly beast skins, beast meat, beast oil, beast bones, and so on. They didn't seem to have anything else to offer. However, the people who were trading with them were a little different. Most of these people were wearing cotton clothes, and the things they were selling were mostly daily necessities. From needles and thread to pots and pans, from small knives to metal rods, they had everything that one could think of. It looked very lively. Moreover, Xianxia also discovered that there was no currency here. Both sides of the trade were bartering. The villagers who were hunting would use their own animal furs and meat to exchange for daily necessities. As long as both sides agreed on the price, the exchange would be done directly. It was very simple. This trade didn't take long. After 2 days, the entire transaction was completed. Then the villagers all left. When the villagers left, the town became quiet. Then the merchants also left, leaving only the locals in the town. Xianxia saw that although the town was small, it had everything. There were shops, taverns, blacksmiths, and grocery stores. It really looked like a small town. However, Xianxia didn't stay in this small town. In fact, he didn't pay much attention to this small town. He was now attracted by one thing, and that was the souls of the people here. Xianxia discovered that whether it was the people in the small town, the merchants, or the villagers, all of them only had 2 types of souls, a water soul and an ice soul. However, when he saw how the villagers turned their water soul into ice soul, Xianxia was certain that these people only had one type of soul, and that was a water soul. This was the first time that Xianxia saw such a situation. The Hu clan was the top family of plant masters in the soul realm. Even so, there were still some people in the Hu clan who didn't have a plant soul, but other types of soul. But here, no matter who they were, they only had one type of soul. This was too strange. This matter was definitely not that simple. Why did the people here all have the same type of soul? This was absolutely not normal. Therefore, Xianxia decided to carefully study the people here. Because of this, he didn't stay in the small town. Instead, he followed the merchants and directly left the small town. He wanted to see where these merchants would go. After these merchants made their transactions, they would certainly find a place to deal with the leather goods. Moreover, there would certainly be a big city here, and these merchants would certainly go to a big city. Therefore, following these merchants wouldn't be wrong. Xianxia was very clear that a stranger like him, no matter if he appeared in a small town or a small village, he would attract people's attention. But if he appeared in a big city, then no one would pay attention to him. This was because the people in a big city were very mobile. Every day, there would be a lot of strangers entering and leaving the city. Therefore, no one would pay attention to him. Xianxia continued to follow the merchants. At the same time, he also noticed that they might have already left the frozen water. Right now, there was land under their feet. However, there were still a lot of water here. The area of land wasn't as big as the area of water. Even the small town from before was built on ice. Looking at this situation, Xianxia knew that the ice under the small town wouldn't melt. Therefore, they built the small town on ice. This made Xianxia curious. He really wanted to know if the reason why all the people here were water souls was related to the water. After walking with the merchants for more than 10 days, they passed by several small towns. Some of these towns were made of stone while others were made of wood. However, these towns weren't very big. Moreover, almost all of these towns were built on ice. Even if there was land next to these towns were still built on ice. This made Xianxia very puzzled. After more than 10 days, Xianxia finally saw a big city with the merchants. But when he saw this city, Xianxia was stunned. This was because this city wasn't made of stone, nor was it made of wood. Instead, it was completely made of ice. This city looked very big. There were walls on the outside and houses inside the walls. However, the entire city was made of ice. Not only were the walls and the houses inside the city made of ice, the city itself was also built on ice. In addition to the city being made of ice, Xianxia also noticed that most of the people in this city were water souls. Although there were some people who weren't water souls, their soul objects were very special. Some people's soul objects were flames, some people's soul objects were stones, and some people's soul objects were iron ingots. In addition to these, there were also some people whose soul objects were normal. For example, some people's soul objects were wood while some people's soul objects were weapons. These people's soul objects could be considered normal, but these people were very few. Most of the people's soul objects were very strange in Xiaohai's eyes. Xiaohai noticed that this ice city was called Aurora City. The city was very lively, there were people doing all kinds of things. Moreover, in Xiaohai's eyes, those who had normal soul objects were doing business here. He could see that they weren't natives. On the other hand, most of the water souls were natives. In this city, almost all of the houses were made of ice. Most of the people's food was meat and fish. The entire city can accommodate about 100,000 people. There were also a lot of shops, making it very prosperous. However, Xiaohai didn't immediately enter the city. He carefully observed the people in the city for 2 days to see if there were any differences. After 2 days, he finally found out. In the city, apart from the water soul, earth soul, stone soul, iron soul, and fire soul, which Xiaohai found strange, there were also weapon soul and tree soul. Aside from these soul objects, Xiaohai didn't see any other soul objects. Although tree soul objects can be considered as plant souls, there were only tree soul objects in the city, there were no other plant souls. Although Xiaohai wasn't sure, he could almost guess that if he didn't disguise himself as a soul object and directly entered the city with a grass soul, he would immediately become the focus of the city. In the past 2 days, Xiaohai had observed a lot. There were indeed a lot of shops in the city, and most of these shops were igloos. Inside these igloos, there were all kinds of businesses. As for the wood soul entity, most of their businesses were related to wood. As for the iron soul entity, most of their businesses were related to iron. As for the stone soul entity and the earth soul entity, most of their businesses were related to stone. This was a very strange division of business. Moreover, Xiaohai also knew what the currency in the city was. The currency here was divided into 3 types: gold, silver, and shells. That's right, the original currency here was shells. Those shells were all the same kind of shells. Moreover, this kind of shell currency wasn't the lowest grade of currency. This kind of shell currency was more valuable than gold and silver. A shell could be exchanged for about 10 gold coins or 100 silver coins. And this kind of shell was also divided into 5 different colors. It could be used as currency and was very popular. This made Xiaohai very curious. Later on, he understood that these shells could be used for cultivation. No wonder they could be used as currency. At this time, Xiaohai also knew that if he wanted to settle down in this small city, he would have to do some business. He was a grass soul, so it was very easy for him to disguise himself as a tree soul. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with this small city. If he were to disguise himself as a water soul, then he might be discovered. Therefore, Xiaohai decided to disguise himself as a tree soul. And besides doing some grain and wood business, there was also another business that was very popular, and that was the magic staff business. There was a magic staff business in this small city. There were 2 kinds of magic staff, one was made of gold coins, and the other was made of wood. Wood element formations were relatively more expensive while wooden magic staffs were relatively cheaper. Xiaohai wanted to do this magic staff business. At the same time, Xiaohai also discovered that there were magic formations in this space. Moreover, the development of magic formations was very good. There were transmission formations as well as all kinds of household magic formations. Moreover, there were also a lot of magic artifacts and even spatial artifacts. However, this kind of city was only relatively big compared to the surrounding cities. Compared to a real big city, there was still a gap. Because of this, there weren't a lot of people who used magic artifacts. Moreover, there was only one transmission formation and very few storage formations. Most of them were in the hands of the big merchants in the city. Ordinary merchants still used carriages to transport their goods. In the past 2 days, Xiaohai also learned that magic staffs were divided into 2 kinds of materials. One was natural magic staff, and the other was magic formations. The so-called natural magic staff was made of a special material. Magic staff didn't need to be engraved with magic formations in order to increase the power of one's spells. On the other hand, these natural magic staffs had almost no magic formations. This was because the material of these magic staffs was very special. If magic formations were engraved on the magic staff, then the conductivity of the material might be damaged. In that case, it would be better to just use these magic staffs. On the other hand, magic staffs were made by people. These magic staffs took a lot of time to make. They didn't have any requirements for materials, but they also had a lot of requirements in terms of craftsmanship. Take a wooden magic staff for example. Not only did the magic staff need to be made from a tree, it also needed to go through a lot of processes, such as baking, shaping, engraving, painting, and polishing. In any case, it was very troublesome. If the magic staff was made of metal, then the process would be even more complicated. However, no matter what kind of magic staff it was very popular in the city. If you see someone holding a tree branch in the city, and the branch looked wet and had green sprouts on it, then you shouldn't be surprised. That person might be holding a natural magic staff. The tree used to make magic staffs was a very peculiar tree. This tree's vitality was very strong. As long as there was a little water, it wouldn't wither. Therefore, people who used magic staffs would water their magic staffs every day. They couldn't water too much, otherwise, the magic staff would grow leaves, which would destroy the magic staff's use. Xiaohai now understood that the requirements for magic staffs were very high. They couldn't be used just by blowing the branch off the tree. They needed to keep the branch in a constant state, ensuring that it had a certain amount of vitality. However, they couldn't really grow leaves. If they did grow leaves, then the branch would change. It wouldn't be able to increase the power of spells, nor would it be able to speed up the casting time of spells. If it was too dry, then it would also destroy the magic staff. Therefore, magic staffs were very difficult to take care of. However, the people in the city seemed to be more willing to use natural magic staffs. Even those who had magic staffs also liked to buy natural magic staffs. This was because natural magic staffs could not only help people fight, but also help people cultivate. According to the people in the city, having a natural magic staff by one's side was very beneficial to one's cultivation. Because of this, most people wanted to have a natural magic staff by their side. However, there were very few natural magic staffs in the city, so there were also very few people in the city who used them. Xiaohai had paid attention to the magic staff, but he had never seen it before. This made Xiaohai somewhat surprised. He thought for a bit and finally decided to get a magic staff first. For Xiaohai, getting a magic staff was too easy. He also heard from the people in the city why there were so few magic staffs. This magic staff came from a tree called the spirit tree. Its growth rate was very slow, it would only grow about 10 centimeters every 10 years. This tree needed to grow at least 3 meters before it could use its branches as a magic staff. Even at 3 meters, the branches of this tree were very few. Those that weren't thick enough couldn't be used, and those that were damaged couldn't be used. Therefore, even if it was a mature tree, it could only produce a few dozen magic staffs at most. Naturally, after becoming a tree, it could produce a batch of magic staffs every 50 years or so. However, this magic staff couldn't be used forever. In general, the lifespan of a magic staff was at most 10 years. After 10 years, the branch would wither and couldn't be used anymore. If it wasn't preserved well, then the lifespan of the magic staff would be even shorter. Because of this, although there were a lot of magic staffs here, there weren't many of them. In a small city like Aurora City, the number of magic staffs sold every year was even less. And now, magic staffs were divided into 2 types. One was naturally produced, and the other was artificially cultivated. There was no need to talk about the naturally produced magic staffs. There were a lot of forests here, and there were very few people there. Naturally, there might be wild spirit trees there. If you found a wild mature spirit tree, then you could cut off its branches and sell them as magic staffs. As for artificially cultivated magic staffs, they were spirit trees that had been planted for several generations by large clans. Then, every 50 years, they would harvest some branches. Aside from household use, they would also sell some of them. However, this kind of artificially cultivated natural magic staff wasn't as useful as a naturally formed natural magic staff, and its effects were weaker. Zhao Hai wanted to sell this magic staff. This was because even if you sold this magic staff, no one would care. At most, they would think that you were a lucky guy who found a wild spirit tree. However, this kind of spirit tree took a long time to harvest. So even if they saw you selling this magic staff, no one would ask where you got it or where the tree was. Zhao Hai had already noticed that the number of natural magic staffs in the city was not small. In a city of 100,000 people, the number of natural magic staffs was about 1,000. Generally, they were in the hands of the disciples of the great clans in the city. Zhao Hai's target was the natural magic staffs in the hands of those disciples. After observing for so many days, Zhao Hai felt that it was time for him to take action. These days, he had also entered the city several times. Mainly, he wanted to see if there were any empty spaces in the city. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of gold and silver coins were in the city. He had already seen the gold and silver coins. The gold and silver coins here were very special. They were very simple and round. They had a diameter of about 2 centimeters and a thickness of about 2 millimeters. There were 2 simple words on them, 5 spirits. At the same time, Zhao Hai also knew that this place was called the 5 Spirits Realm. As for why it was called the 5 Spirits Realm, Zhao Hai still didn't know. He didn't have the opportunity to find out. Therefore, he decided to open a shop in the city first and then slowly figure out what was going on. At this time, Zhao Hai already had some gold coins in his hands. These gold coins were all made in the space. He also made some silver coins and exchanged these gold and silver coins for some seashells. Then he received these seashells into the space. These seashells actually had a very strong energy. After entering the space, they were directly absorbed by the space. However, after absorbing them, the space actually produced these seashells. This made Zhao Hai very depressed. It seems like if he wants to get these seashells in the future, he wouldn't be able to put them in the space. At this time, Zhao Hai had already bought a small shop in Aurora City. However, he still didn't have any goods. Counting the time, he had already been in Aurora City for about 7 days. It was almost time for him to make his move. Zhao Hai's target this time was a disciple of the Lin clan in the city. This person should be a very talented disciple of the Lin clan. His status in the Lin clan was very high, and he had a natural magic staff in his hand. Zhao Hai chose him because this person was very overbearing. He could be said to be a tyrant in the city. He always caused trouble and was called a scourge by the people in the city. This person was called Lin Qing. Zhao Hai didn't know how strong he was, but this person was also an ice soul. His ice crystal was much more beautiful than the ice crystal that Zhao Hai saw in the village. His strength shouldn't be weak. Zhao Hai discovered that the more ice crystals they had on their heads, the more crystal clear they were. The more beautiful they were, the stronger they were. This made it very easy to distinguish. Zhao Hai was currently living in a small inn in the city. In order to not attract attention, he changed his figure a little. His figure was the same as a normal person's, and the wood sole on his head was also a wood sole. Zhao Hai's current identity was that of a small merchant who came to Aurora City to do business. He had already bought a shop, but the shop was still being renovated. Therefore, he could only temporarily live in the small inn. With Zhao Hai's many years of life experience, it wasn't difficult for him to get along with the people here. It didn't take long for the people here to recognize Zhao Hai. They knew that he came here to do business, and they also knew that he wanted to buy a natural magic staff. Moreover, he wanted to buy a lot of them. But because the shop was still being renovated, he didn't bring the magic staff. In the evening, after eating dinner in the small inn, Zhao Hai returned to his shop. The small inn provided 3 meals for the guests, but there weren't many styles. The taste was also average, but it was cheap. Therefore, many people who stayed here would eat here. Zhao Hai's current identity was just that of a small merchant. Naturally, it was impossible for him to live in a big hotel. Therefore, he stayed here. As for why a small merchant who lived in such a small inn would buy a natural magic staff, wouldn't this make people suspicious? In fact, Zhao Hai had already thought about this problem. He told the public that his brother was an adventurer who went out to do a mission and accidentally found a spirit tree. He brought the spirit tree's branches back home and then prepared to sell the magic staff and use the money to open a magic staff shop. One must know that in the small cities of the 5 spirit realms, almost all of them had a magic staff shop. Moreover, there were a lot of them. Every magic staff shop's business was pretty good. After all, magic staffs were a must-have item in the 5 spirit realms. Zhao Hai returned to his room. This was a very ordinary room, there was nothing special about it. When he entered the room, he saw a square table. Behind the door were some toiletries and a bed. The room was only so big, and the yearly rent was very cheap, 5 silver coins. Zhao Hai sat on the bed and looked at the sky outside. It was currently night time, and the sky wasn't dark yet. Although this place was far away from the ice field, it was still affected by the aurora. At this time of the year, the time of night was very short. Therefore, it would take some time for the sky to completely turn dark. The people here were also used to this kind of life. At this time of the year, even if the sky was still bright, people would return home early to eat dinner and then sleep. They wouldn't wait for the sky to turn dark. Zhao Hai sat on the bed and quietly waited. After a while, the sky turned dark. Then it became darker and darker. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the sky. When he saw the situation, Zhao Hai knew that the time was almost up. His figure moved and immediately rushed out of the room's window. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Zhao Hai used an invisibility formation. This formation could make people invisible. Zhao Hai directly flew towards Lin Qing's house. The Lin family could be considered a big family in Aurora City. Naturally, the Lin mansion was very imposing. It occupied several acres of land and had an ice wall outside. There were also people guarding the door. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai directly entered the Lin mansion from the sky and then flew towards Lin Qing's courtyard. The walls outside the Lin mansion had an early warning formation. If you enter the Lin mansion through the walls, then the people inside would immediately know. Although Zhao Hai didn't hear about this before, he also didn't know what the formation was like. However, Zhao Hai could feel the faint energy fluctuations of the formation from the walls. As a person who was very proficient in formations, Zhao Hai naturally knew what was going on. Naturally, he wouldn't touch the formation. Instead, he directly entered the Lin mansion and went to Lin Qing's courtyard. Lin Qing's courtyard was very elegant. Since there were trees in the courtyard, the house was also an igloo. However, their igloo wasn't the same as the igloo that Zhao Hai saw in the villages. Their igloo was much more imposing, it looked like a palace carved out of ice. After Zhao Hai entered the courtyard, his feet didn't touch the ground. Instead, he carefully looked around. Then he flew towards Lin Qing's room and carefully sensed the movements inside. Lin Qing was obviously sleeping. Besides him, there was also a woman. Naturally, Lin Qing wasn't married yet. This woman was also a prostitute that he brought back from the brothel. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care about the identity of this woman. He just sat in the courtyard. Then his divine sense slowly entered the room and surrounded the natural magic staff. Then the natural magic staff slowly flew out of the room and fell into Zhao Hai's hand. After receiving the magic staff, Zhao Hai directly stored it into the space. Then his figure moved as he left the Lin family and returned to the inn. As for what would happen to the Lin family the next morning, Zhao Hai didn't think about it. After returning to the empty warehouse, Zhao Hai looked at the magic staff. Zhao Hai had already planted the magic staff underground. Moreover, it was growing very quickly. Under Zhao Hai's attention, it didn't take long for it to reach 5 meters in height. However, after reaching this height, it stopped growing and stopped. When Zhao Hai saw this, he was very satisfied. This spirit tree contained spiritual energy. Moreover, its ability to conduct and absorb spiritual energy was very strong. No wonder it could be used as a magic staff. However, Zhao Hai also noticed a problem. This magic staff seemed to be very close to water attribute spiritual energy. It didn't seem to be very close to other spiritual energy. It even seemed to reject it. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood. It seems like this spirit tree was also divided into different attributes. Since the people here were all water attribute beings, this meant that they were all water attribute beings. Because of this, the magic staff that was sold here would naturally be of the water attribute. It's possible that in other places, the magic staff that was sold here would be of other attributes. Naturally, this was only Zhao Hai's conjecture. His understanding of the 5 spirit realms was still too little. He needed to know more about the 5 spirit realms in order to get a more accurate answer. However, with Zhao Hai's experience, the reason why this place was called the 5 spirit realms was because of their soul beings. There were water soul beings, earth soul beings, tree soul beings, fire soul beings, and metal soul beings. This might be the origin of the 5 spirit realms. In other words, the 5 spirit realms had the most of these 5 types of soul beings. Naturally, this was only his conjecture. Whether this was the case or not, Zhao Hai would have to wait until he understood the 5 spirit realms. Zhao Hai looked at the spirit tree and immediately took some of its branches that could be used as magic staffs. These branches were the magic staffs that he was going to sell. After doing this, Zhao Hai directly went to bed and rested. He still hasn't seen Laura and the others today, so he really missed them. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up at the same time as usual. Then he ate his breakfast in the shop before going out for a stroll. Actually, he wanted to see how the Lin family would react. Before long, Zhao Hai received news that the Lin family had lost their magic staffs. They were very shocked. Then they immediately began to investigate the matter of the magic staff. Moreover, they also began to look for suspicious people in the city. They even investigated Zhao Hai's inn. However, Zhao Hai had already stayed in the inn for several days. Moreover, he didn't go anywhere these days. Besides strolling around the city, he spent most of his time in his shop. The Lin family knew that Zhao Hai had bought a shop in the city, so they didn't suspect him. After all, Zhao Hai was now a permanent resident of Aurora City. He wasn't an adventurer who would leave at any time. Zhao Hai also heard about adventurers from the mouths of others. He was very curious as to why there would be adventurers in the 5 spirit realms. However, he didn't ask. If he did, then his identity would be exposed. Because of this, in addition to his shop, he also spent a lot of time in the tea houses and taverns. This was because these were good places to gather information. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about adventurers, but he didn't ask. Although the Lin family didn't suspect him, Aurora City was still tossed around by the Lin family. Naturally, the Lin family also knew that there were some people that they couldn't provoke. Therefore, they only looked for trouble with commoners and dealt with adventurers. Those who had some background, they didn't dare to make a move. Because of the loss of the natural magic staff, Aurora City had been tossing and turning for a few days. In the end, they couldn't find anything. Instead, there were some unlucky adventurers who were killed by mistake. These adventurers were people who exchanged their lives for money, so naturally, nobody cared about their life or death. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He was very clear that although these adventurers were very honest in the city, once they left the city, they would immediately turn into bandits. The money they used was very likely to be stained with blood, so they didn't deserve any sympathy. Zhao Hai's shop had been renovated. After closing the shop, Zhao Hai used Aurora City's transmission formation to leave. He didn't go too far. Instead, he went to a big city not far from Aurora City. Then he stayed in that big city for 2 days before returning to Aurora City. Although Zhao Hai wanted to settle down in that big city, he was very clear that his understanding of this world was still too little. It would be better for him to stay in this small city for a while before leaving. If he came to this world and immediately went to a big city, then it would be the same as a person who had lived in the mountains for his entire life and had never seen electricity suddenly coming to a big city. If he made a mistake, then he might be exposed. Therefore, he decided to stay in Aurora City for a while. When Zhao Hai came back this time, he also brought along a big wooden chest. This wooden chest was made in the big city and was divided into several compartments. There were some gaps in the compartments where the natural magic staff could be placed. This way, he could store a lot of magic staffs. Moreover, the magic staffs wouldn't touch each other, so there wouldn't be any damage. After Zhao Hai came out of Aurora City's transmission formation, he immediately asked some of the city's coolies to send the chest back to his shop. Then he sent those coolies away. After those coolies left, Zhao Hai took out the magic staffs and placed them in the shop one by one. Then he hung the price tag on them. One shouldn't think that there was no difference in price between natural magic staffs. In fact, the difference in price between natural magic staffs was very big. Thick and thin magic staffs weren't of the same price. Long and short magic staffs were also several generations apart in price. Generally speaking, the thicker and longer the magic staff, the higher the price. If you could grow a magic staff to 2 meters long and as thick as an arm, then regardless of whether the magic staff was easy to carry or not, the magic staff could be sold for a good price. Most people would think, if that's the case, wouldn't it be more valuable if we cut down the spiritual tree? Wrong, this was where the spirit tree was strange. The trunk of the spirit tree couldn't be used as a magic staff, and it was unknown why. After Zhao Hai arranged all the magic staffs, he hung the price tag on them according to the market price. Then he prepared to open the shop. He didn't prepare any celebration ceremony, he just opened the door and took down the red cloth on the signboard. After that, he didn't do anything else. A small shop named Spirit Tree Magic Staff quietly opened for business. After opening the door, Zhao Hai sat inside the shop and read some books. It seems like he didn't care about the shop's business. These books were bought when he went to the big city. He bought almost all of the books in the bookstore, causing the people in the bookstore to look at him with puzzled expressions. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He still gave the people in the bookstore an excuse. He said that he was going to a small city to open a bookstore. This time, he was only here to buy some books. He wanted to see what kind of books were sold in the small city. Next time, he would buy a large amount of books. This excuse was accepted by the people in the bookstore. In fact, the people in the bookstore didn't care about what Zhao Hai wanted to do with the books. Regardless of what he wanted to do, it had nothing to do with them. As long as Zhao Hai bought the books, it was fine. Zhao Hai placed the books in the space. After returning to Aurora City, he took care of the matters in the shop. Then he began to read books day and night. Through these books, he was able to understand the situation of the 5 spiritual realms. Some of these books were travelogues, while some were history books. Through these books, Zhao Hai knew that the 5 spiritual realms were composed of 6 continents. The southern continent was the volcanic continent, the northern continent was the Arctic continent, the western continent was the acute metal continent, the eastern continent was the tree spirit continent, the middle continent was the thick earth continent, and the last continent was the mixed spirit continent. This mixed spirit continent was very far from the 5 continents. Between the 5 continents was a large ocean. Naturally, there were also countless islands in these oceans. As for how many islands there were, it wasn't completely calculated. This was because there were too many of them. Just like what Zhao Hai thought before, the souls of the people in the 5 spiritual realms were water, earth, fire, tree, and metal. Other types of souls were very rare in the 5 spiritual realms. As for ice soul objects, stone soul objects, and weapon soul objects, they were basically water soul objects, earth soul objects, and metal soul objects after upgrading. It was very rare for a soul object to be born with such an ability. The reason why the 5 spiritual realms were called this way was because of these types of souls. In the southern continent, the volcanic continent had the most people with fire souls. In the northern continent, the Arctic continent had the most people with water souls. In the western continent, the acute metal continent had the most people with metal souls. In the eastern continent, the tree spirit continent had the most people with tree souls. In the middle continent, the thick earth continent had the most people with earth souls. And now, Zhao Hai was in the Arctic continent. As for the mixed spirit continent, there were all kinds of soul objects. Basically, all the soul objects seen in the spirit weapon world and the soul world could be found there. Of course, among the 6 continents, the mixed spirit continent was the weakest. Aside from the mixed spirit continent, the other 5 continents were in frequent contact with each other. Naturally, there would also be frequent battles between them. Moreover, there were also different forces in the 5 continents that would fight with each other. In the 5 spiritual realms, most of the people in the 5 spiritual realms relied on magical techniques. There were almost no martial skills. Besides the mixed spirit continent, almost all of the other continents used magical techniques. Even those who had weapon souls used magical techniques to attack. Their swords were like flying swords. When attacking, they would never use their swords to fight in close combat. Instead, they would release their flying swords to attack. However, Zhao Hai didn't know how powerful their flying swords were. But according to the books he read, their flying swords shouldn't be small. The 5 spiritual realms were the 5 main continents. None of them could do anything to each other. Although they would trade and communicate with each other, fighting was inevitable. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai paid attention to. That was, in addition to the 6 continents, there were still a lot of places in the 5 spiritual realms that had yet to be explored. It was precisely because of this that the profession of adventurer came to be. Not only would they explore places outside the 6 continents, they would also explore places within the 6 continents. This was because the 5 spiritual realms were vast and sparsely populated. There were a lot of places that were inaccessible. Because people in the 5 spiritual realms mostly used magical techniques to attack. When using magical techniques, they would sometimes use a lot of casting materials. Additionally, the pill technology here was also very good. Because of this, the profession of adventurer was very prosperous. Naturally, there was another reason why the profession of adventurer was so prosperous. This was because there were thieves in the 5 spiritual realms. Moreover, there were a lot of thieves. Although there were some countries in the 5 main continents of the 5 spiritual realms, the strength of these countries wasn't very strong. Moreover, the 5 spiritual realms weren't like the Soul Realm. The Soul Realm had plant masters, so the Soul Realm had a lot of food production. Most people wouldn't starve to death. On the other hand, although the situation in the spiritual weapon realm wasn't as good, the people there were still able to get by. Moreover, whether it was the Soul Realm or the spiritual weapon realm, the various forces in the 5 spiritual realms dealt a heavy blow to thieves. Because of this, there were very few thieves. After the bewildered Soul Empire unified the 5 spiritual realms, there was no place for thieves to survive. However, the 5 spiritual realms weren't the same. There were no plant masters in the 5 spiritual realms. The agricultural production here was very backward. Take the Arctic continent for example. It can be said that this place was a land of ice and snow. Aside from some trees, moss, and other plants, almost no other plants could grow here. The food production here was also very low. The entire Arctic continent was almost dominated by meat. Although there was very little food here, a lot of people were worried about their stomachs. Moreover, this place was basically a capitalist society. The rich could do whatever they want while the poor could starve to death. Moreover, the countries didn't have enough strength to fight against thieves. Slowly, thieves became a profession. There were even some large thief groups that could challenge a country. In this case, when people went out, they naturally had to guard against thieves. How could they guard against thieves? Big clans had their own servants and their own forces. Naturally, they didn't have to worry about being robbed by thieves. When the commoners were born, they also didn't have to worry about being robbed. This was because they didn't have anything. Even if thieves wanted to rob them, they wouldn't be able to do so. Moreover, commoners rarely left the place where they lived. This was because once they left the place, it would be very difficult for them to live in another city. Only small merchants would be worried about thieves. Although there were transmission formations in the 5 spiritual realms, they needed money to use them. Moreover, it was very expensive. A lot of small merchants could only rely on carriages to transport their goods. When they leave the city, it was natural that they would encounter thieves. In this case, they needed some adventurers to protect them. These adventurers would form small groups, which were adventurer groups. These people relied on hunting in the mountains, gathering herbs, and finding ores to make a living. Naturally, they could also act as bodyguards to protect the safety of the caravans. It can be said that the existence of adventurers was determined by the market. If there was a market, then there would be business. If there was a need, then there would be adventurers. If there were no thieves, then there wouldn't be adventurers. This was a very normal thing. Just as Zhao Hai was reading with relish, a voice suddenly came from the front of his shop. "Hey, a new magic staff shop opened here? Let's go in and see if there's anything good." Along with the voice, several people came in from outside. Zhao Hai quickly put down his book and went forward to greet them. The people who came in were wearing short gray clothes. They were holding magic staffs in their hands and carrying a big bag on their back. It was still unclear what was inside the bag. From their clothes, it could be seen that their standard of living was ordinary. They should be adventurers. 4 of them were men and 2 were women. Among the 6, 5 of them were ice souls and 1 of them was a water soul. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "This one is Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you. My shop just opened today. If you want to order anything, please come in and take a look." The people didn't say anything and just nodded to Zhao Hai before entering the shop. Zhao Hai's shop wasn't very big. The entire shop was only about 30 square meters. It was really small. The shop was also an igloo. There were some wooden shelves inside. All the magic staffs were either horizontally or vertically placed on the wooden shelves. There were more than 50 magic staffs in total. Some were long, some were short, some were thick, and some were thin. When the people entered the shop and saw the magic staffs on the shelves, they couldn't help but exclaim, "All of them are natural magic staffs? All of them are natural magic staffs?" One must know that natural magic staffs weren't very common in Aurora City. After all, even if the great clans produced natural magic staffs, they would generally sell them in the big cities. They would rarely sell them in a small city like Aurora City. To be honest, natural magic staffs weren't rare in the big cities. The 5 spirit realms had existed for so many years that people already knew about the existence of natural magic staffs. Naturally, there would be a lot of great clans that would plant spirit trees to produce natural magic staffs. However, natural magic staffs had a lifespan after all. And the lifespan of natural magic staffs was about 1 to 5. Because of this, the sales of natural magic staffs weren't a problem. However, because of the lifespan, although natural magic staffs weren't very common, they weren't very expensive. Compared to some very precious magic staffs, the price of natural magic staffs might even be lower. If a small shop that specialized in selling natural magic staffs appeared in a big city, it would definitely attract people's attention. This was because there were a lot of small shops like this in big cities. Some adventurers who found a spirit tree would cut down all the branches of the spirit tree. This way, they would be able to make a few dozen magic staffs and open a small shop. Then they would use the money from selling these magic staffs to buy some magic staffs in order to maintain the small shop. After all, if a small shop could really support a family, who would want to live a life of licking blood on the edge of a blade? Adventurers might say nice things, but their lives weren't easy. It was precisely because of this reason that when Zhao Hai told the owner of the inn that he came here to open a small shop selling natural magic staffs, the owner didn't doubt him at all. This was because things like this were quite common in the 5 spirit realms. However, in a small city like Aurora City, this kind of thing wasn't common. This was because most people would want to go to a big city. Aurora City was a big city in the vicinity, but compared to a real big city, it was still far inferior. Zhao looked at the 5 people and smiled. "Everyone, please take a look. I won't hide it from you, but I used to run a small grocery store to support my family. My brother was an adventurer, and when my family was poor, he became an adventurer to earn money to support the family. Later on, he relied on the money he earned to open a grocery store. But I didn't expect that some time ago, my brother would go out on a mission to help a pharmacy in the city pick red flowers and fruits. He didn't expect to see a spirit tree in the mountains. My brother was very happy, so he cut down the spirit tree's branches and brought them back. He planned to use the money he earned to open a magic staff store, so his family would have something to rely on in the future. My brother is in his hometown, after all, he also has a store there, and it would be a pity to lose it, so I came here to open a small store. Today is the first day of the store's opening, and you are the first batch of customers, so I decided to give you a discount. Not much, only 20% off, so you can take a look at it. Zhao looked at the five of them and said, today is the first day of the store's opening, and you are the first batch of customers, so I decided to give you a discount. Not much, only 20% off, so you can take a look at it. These people were adventurers, so when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they naturally felt very cordial. One of them immediately said, Boss, your brother's luck is really good. With this shop, he won't have to go out adventuring in the future. I've taken a look, and the prices in your shop are very fair. Although we don't have much money, we can still buy a magic staff. How about this, we'll take this one. After he said that, he pointed at a magic staff. Although this magic staff wasn't the smallest in the shop, it was still one of the last few. The price wasn't very high, only 10 gold coins. In Aurora City, 10 gold coins was enough for a family to live for a month. Of course, it was only enough for a month's living expenses. One would also need to have their own house. If one wanted to rent a house, then it would definitely not be enough. Zhao Hai didn't give them a hard time just because this time's business was small. If he did this just because of this, then he would have wasted all these years. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately smiled and said, alright, no problem. Gentlemen, this magic staff is 10 gold coins, 20% discount. You just need to give me 8 gold coins. The man nodded, then he discussed with the others. In the end, they took out all the money they had and pooled together 8 gold coins to give to Zhao Hai. Then they happily took the magic staff and left. Zhao Hai held the 8 gold coins in his hand and looked at the backs of the adventurers. He couldn't help but sigh. He understood that if you didn't have a fortuitous encounter, then you wouldn't be able to get rich. These 5 people seemed to have been adventurers for quite some time. But now, they actually needed everyone to pool together to buy a magic staff. It could be seen that they really didn't have much money in their pockets. The first business was done, but for Zhao Hai, it wasn't very interesting. He didn't come here to do business, so he picked up a book and started reading. Zhao Hai was preparing to find an opportunity to leave the city and use the transmission formation to send all these books back to the secret realm. He wanted to let Wen Hai and the others take a look. Because Zhao Hai's store had just opened and he didn't do any promotion, not many people knew about it. Because of this, the store wasn't in a good location. Therefore, this was the only business that was done today. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. In the evening, he casually looked for a small store to eat and then returned to his store to continue reading. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early and ate some food. Then he opened the door of the store and sat down to read. Zhao Hai was still reading his travels. This was because he discovered that there weren't any maps to buy in the 5 spiritual realms. Even if there were maps, they were generally in the hands of big powers. If he wanted to get a map in a short time, he would have to steal it. Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. Therefore, he could only read various travel books and history books in order to improve the map of the 5 spiritual realms. Naturally, this map wasn't accurate. In the future, Zhao Hai would need to investigate further. While Zhao Hai was reading, he heard footsteps. Then 3 people appeared in his store. Upon seeing these 3 people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the person in the lead was none other than Lin Qing. The spirit tree that Zhao Hai planted was made from Lin Qing's staff. Lin Qing had just lost his staff a few days ago. Zhao Hai didn't expect that he would come to the store today. Zhao couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. But then he went up to Lin Qing and cupped his fist. Greetings, young master. Is there anything that young master likes? Please feel free to look around. Although my store is small, these staffs are completely natural. They weren't planted by humans. Lin Qing didn't pay any attention to Zhao Hai. He only looked around the store. One of his followers glared at Zhao Hai and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Stand to the side. Our young master will look around himself. If he likes something, he will naturally give you a lot of money." Zhao Hai quickly responded and stood to the side. He looked at Lin Qing with a strange expression. Zhao Hai also knew about this Lin Qing. Although he was known as the scourge of Aurora City, he was just a little overbearing. If he didn't pay when he bought something, he really couldn't do it. Young masters like Lin Qing didn't care about money. Buying something without paying was something that only hoodlums would do. If people knew that young masters like them didn't pay when they bought something, not to mention outsiders, even they themselves would feel embarrassed. From their point of view, as the dignified young master of the Lin family, why would I not pay when I buy something? It's not like I don't have money. Doing so is too shameful. However, this Lin Qing naturally wasn't a good person. If someone offended him, then killing that person would be considered a light punishment. He would often flirt with his women on the street. However, there was one good thing about him. He wouldn't use force on women because this was related to their face. Lin Qing looked around the store and finally saw the best natural staff in the store. This natural staff was more than a meter long and as thick as an egg. Moreover, the spirit tree's bark wasn't very rough. Moreover, the bark was green with a hint of blue light. It looked very beautiful. Lin Qing didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai. He grabbed the staff and felt it in his hand. Then, an icicle suddenly appeared in front of him. This icicle was more than 50 centimeters long and transparent. The thickest part of it was as thick as a goose egg. One look and one could tell that its power wasn't ordinary. Lin Qing waved his hand and the icicle shot towards the wall of the store. With a caw sound, the icicle pierced a hole in the wall of the store, allowing one to see outside. Lin Qing nodded and looked at the price on the shelf. Then he turned to one of his followers and said, "Give me the money. This young master is in a good mood today. Give me 5 more gold coins." The follower immediately complied and took out a purse. After counting the money in the purse, he threw the purse to Zhao Hai. Then he took out 5 gold coins and threw them to Zhao Hai. Then he followed Lin Qing outside. End of chapter 40:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.